Chapter 1. Hogwarts Castle perches majestically atop a cliff, comprising 9 levels including its dungeons and 4 imposing towers. The staircases of Hogwarts are a labyrinthine marvel, totaling 142 in number, some grand and wide. While others are narrow and precarious, certain staircases shift their destinations every Friday, and others vanish mid-flight, necessitating a leap of faith at the right moment. Furthermore, the castle boasts an array of doors that remain obstinately shut unless one politely requests their opening or precisely prods the correct spot. Some of these doors are mere facades, solid walls masquerading as entrances. Memorizing the locations of various chambers is a formidable challenge, as everything seems to be in constant flux. The portraits on the walls engage in perpetual visits, contributing to the disorientation of first-year students who inevitably find themselves lost. Below is a schematic of certain parts of the castle, intended to assist you in navigating your way. Dungeons. Potions Classroom. A chilly and eerie chamber where potions are concocted, lined with glass jars containing preserved specimens that evoke a sense of dread. Professor Snape's office. A dimly lit office filled with shelves brimming with large glass jars, each containing various grotesque substances. Kitchen. Hidden behind a still-life painting of fruit in the dungeon corridor, this bustling kitchen is home to hundreds of house elves, including Dobby and Winky. Fred and George often sneak in at night for a late-night snack. Slytherin Common Room. Concealed behind a damp, desolate stone wall lies a narrow, low-ceilinged chamber built of rough stone, illuminated by round, greenish lanterns that dangle from the ceiling. Sinister serpentine statues loom ominously. Filch's office, a place most students would rather avoid. This dim and filthy room, devoid of windows, is illuminated by a solitary oil lamp suspended from the low ceiling. Wooden filing cabinets line the walls, containing detailed records of every student Filch has punished. A collection of gleaming chains and shackles hangs on the wall behind his desk. He derives pleasure from the suffering of others, a true embodiment of a pure-blooded miscreant. First floor. Entrance hall. Surrounded by flickering torches, the stone walls rise to a ceiling so high it is scarcely visible. A magnificent marble staircase ascends grandly, revealing the stars above or the rain's delicate dance during inclement weather. Great Hall. The dining hall, a wondrous and opulent space where grand feasts are held. 4 long tables represent the 4 houses, while a separate table for the professors stands at the front. Thousands of candles float in midair, and the enchanted ceiling mirrors the sky outside. Ghosts waft through the walls. Staff room. A long, cluttered room filled with mismatched old chairs. Serving as a resting place for professors, though somewhat dilapidated, it is undeniably functional, stocked with endless parchment and quills. Second floor. Professor McGonagall's office. A room furnished with a chestnut desk surrounded by a row of chairs. Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. The site of Myrtle's tragic demise 50 years ago, it now serves as her haunting ground. One of the copper taps, inscribed with a serpent emblem, conceals the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Yet, why did others who stole mirrors and ghosts meet with petrification, while she, with her thick lenses, perished? Third floor. Defense against the dark arts teacher's office. The office with the highest turnover rate, as each teacher leaves their unique imprint, resulting in ever-changing decor. 5 instructors have occupied this space, with no indication of who will be next, though Umbridge's tenure was the most loathsome. Defense against the dark arts classroom. Trophy room. Located in the corridor to the left on the 3rd floor, this chamber showcases trophies, shields, medals, and statues in crystal glass cabinets, a favorite haunt of Peeves. 4th floor. Charms classroom. Situated in the left corridor on the 4th floor, this is where charms lessons are conducted. Forbidden corridor. Located in the right corridor on the 4th floor, this corridor leads to a secret chamber guarded by a 3-headed dog, once housing the Philosopher's Stone. Statue of the One-Eyed Witch. Behind the hunchback statue lies a secret passage to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. Known to very few, do not disclose that I informed you. 6th floor. Prefect's lavatory. Behind the 4th door to the left of the fat lattice portrait, this lavish bathroom features a pool-sized bath, surrounded by approximately 100 golden taps dispensing bubbling bath liquids. A portrait of a mermaid adorns the wall, its opulence igniting a yearning for the prefect's status. Strangely, the ghost of Moaning Myrtle can emerge from the plumbing. 8th floor, Gryffindor Common Room. Tucked behind the portrait of the Fat Lady, this cozy circular chamber is filled with soft armchairs, serving as a space for Gryffindor students to relax and study, leading up to Gryffindor Tower. Professor Flitwick's office. One can only imagine the numerous books contained within. Towers. Gryffindor Tower. Connected to the Gryffindor Common Room. This is the dormitory for students. North Tower. The topmost level serves as the divination classroom and residence of Professor Trelawney. Ascending to this peak requires navigating a treacherously spiraling staircase and a silver ladder. The classroom resembles a blend of an attic and an old-fashioned tea room, replete with small round tables and various divination tools. Deep red lampshades shroud the lights, and curtains are usually drawn, creating a stifling warmth. The fireplace exudes a heavy, cloying aroma, rendering it the most peculiar classrooms. Astronomy Tower. The highest tower at Hogwarts, designated for astronomy classes. West Tower. The top floor houses the Owlery, providing a resting place for owls. Large windows without glass facilitate the owl's entry and exit, ensuring a well-ventilated environment, with different colors denoting their speeds. Campus grounds. Forbidden Forest. Located to the west of Hogwarts Castle, this vast and foreboding woodland is off-limits to students. Dense, towering trees obscure the sky, and within lies the Whomping Willow, a tree that fiercely defends itself against any intruder. However, a knot on the tree's trunk can be pressed to halt its movements. Allowing safe passage, the Whomping Willow serves to deter students from accessing the secret passage to the Shrieking Shack. Additionally, the forest is home to various creatures and magical beings, such as werewolves, centaurs, unicorns, and spiders, posing significant dangers. Quidditch pitch. The arena for Quidditch matches, surrounded by towering stands for spectators to enjoy the games from above. At either end of the pitch, 3 golden hoops atop 50-foot-tall posts await the players. Greenhouse. Situated behind the castle, this is where herbology classes are held, nurturing a plethora of magical plants. One must tread carefully, as missteps can yield dire consequences. Hagrid's Hut. Hagrid's humble abode, located at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The Great Lawn. Opposite the Forbidden Forest, this expansive area serves as the venue for flying lessons. Locations undetermined. Headmaster's office appears to be on the 2nd floor. Hospital seems to be located on the 4th floor. Library. The Hogwarts Library is situated on the 4th floor of the castle, overseen by Madame Irma Pants, who treasures the books and strives to safeguard them from the grime of student hands. Eating, especially chocolate, is strictly prohibited within its confines, and the library closes at 8 o'clock each evening. Housing tens of thousands of tomes, the library is a repository of knowledge about the wizarding world. It features numerous sections, including a restricted area, a concealed section, and a forbidden section containing texts on dark magic, access to which requires a signature from a teacher. The books are protected by various enchantments, yet many students, including Hermione, have managed to unravel these spells. She even tore a page from a book about the basilisk. Students may borrow books, and during the basilisk attack on students, a segment of Hogwarts history was checked out, with requests extending 2 weeks in advance. It is rumored that Madame Pants and the caretaker, Argus Filch, share a mutual affection, as they were seen together at Dumbledore's funeral. Herbology classroom. Herbology is a mandatory subject for Harry at Hogwarts, taught by the amiable Professor Sprout. The herbology classroom is situated outside the castle, featuring numerous distinct greenhouses, each housing a variety of plants, each with its own significance and level of danger. Harry spent his entire first year attending classes in the first greenhouse, only transitioning to the third greenhouse in his second year. The third greenhouse is permeated with the earthy aroma of damp soil and fertilizer, intermingled with the heady fragrance of blossoms. The flowers, as large as umbrellas, cascade down from the ceiling. Head boy's lavatory. You might assume that being the head boy at Hogwarts is rather mundane, but you may reconsider after glimpsing the head boy's lavatory. In the center, There exists a lavish bath, constructed of the same white marble as the rest of the lavatory. A splendid chandelier bathes the entire room in a warm glow. Surrounding the bath are approximately 100 faucets, each dispensing a different type of bubble bath solution. There's even a diving board adjacent to the bath. While a plethora of towels can be found, they may not be easily accessible. Although no one peeks in from the windows, if you happen to be a handsome young man, you might find the weeping Myrtle gazing at you, or a lovely blonde mermaid flirting with you. The Forbidden Forest. All Hogwarts students are strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest, though this rule has been breached on more than one occasion. The Forbidden Forest is perhaps the most enchanting part of the Hogwarts grounds, filled with towering, menacing trees. Within its depths reside various creatures studied in magical beast classes, including centaurs, giant spiders, and even werewolves. Occasionally, one might encounter a creature resembling a troll, but that would merely be a diminutive giant grop. Nonetheless, it is also home to many gentle and pure beings, such as unicorns. Perhaps you will be tempted to catch a glimpse of the pristine unicorn, but remaining outside the Forbidden Forest is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Defense against the Dark Arts Teacher's Office. This is the most renowned classroom within all of Hogwarts. It is said that this position is cursed. During Professor Quirrell's tenure, the air was thick with the scent of garlic. When Professor Lockhart took over, one could learn about his exploits in banishing banshees and various heroic deeds, with his photographs adorning the walls. Under Professor Lupin's guidance, the classroom was filled with wondrous creatures that students might encounter in their studies. Alastor Moody also taught here, at which time the room was cluttered with dark detectors. However, the most drastic transformation of the room occurred when Dolores Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts, as the entire space was decorated in shades of pink. Quidditch Pitch. This is the place every Hogwarts student longs to be. Some are content to sit in the elevated seats and watch, while others dream of soaring around the pitch, actively participating in a Quidditch match. On either side of the pitch stand 3 towering 50-foot iron hoops. Hogwarts Hall. The hall is where ravenous students indulge in their 3 meals a day. Numerous feasts are also held here, such as the Halloween feast, the Christmas banquet, and the Endo Fire Gathering. Each feast features decorations that change, yet remain tastefully understated. 5 long tables are arranged, with the table for the 4 houses set perpendicular to the staff table, which is positioned horizontally. Do not forget that the ceiling reflects the weather outside. Hagrid's Hut. The cheerful half-giant, who also serves as the care of magical creatures professor, resides in a small hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The hut consists of a single room with a bed tucked in a corner. Various game trophies hang from the ceiling, and there is no fireplace, only an open fire. Countless cupboards are crammed with jars, brewing pots, and oversized teacups, many of which once contained mice. Moaning Myrtle's Lavatory. Moaning Myrtle's lavatory has long been abandoned. A large, shattered mirror hangs high above a row of cracked sinks. The floor is perpetually damp, as Myrtle enjoys flooding her lavatory and rarely ventures outside. A few thick, short candles emit a feeble light, perhaps the only illumination available. The doors to the stalls have been reduced to splinters, and Myrtle's perpetual gloom keeps everyone at bay from this somber and haunted lavatory. Headmaster's Office. The Headmaster's Office is a secure and awe-inspiring space. Here, one can find portraits of many former headmasters of Hogwarts, who begin to snore the moment you step into this spacious, circular room. Numerous silver instruments are arranged on a long, narrow table, while the headmaster's pet phoenix, Fox, regards you with curiosity, and the Sorting Hat might even greet you. If you are brave enough, you may approach the pensive, but it will render you immobile, awaiting the return of the wisest scholar of Hogwarts to reclaim their rightful seat. Dungeon Professor Snape's classroom. Nearly every Hogwarts student harbors a fear of Professor Severus Snape's cold, dark dungeon classroom. Yet potions is a required subject for all students below 6th year. Thus, it is crucial to attempt to ignore the floating creatures within the glass jars surrounding you. The atmosphere is quite frigid, with an array of cabinets and jars filled with rare ingredients for the most challenging potions. One might also discover various magical substances here. The stone floor often bears the stains of spilled potions, and occasionally, During unforeseen events, students may evade the professor's watchful gaze. Perhaps there will be enough time to snatch a few fragments of African snake skin from a cabinet. Professor McGonagall's classroom. It is well known that Professor McGonagall, one of the most formidable instructors at Hogwarts, is not to be overlooked. She possesses the remarkable ability to transform herself into furniture or animals. If that does not astonish you, consider the assistance she offers during students' times of distress. Be punctual to her classes. Otherwise, you may find yourself transformed into a pocket watch. Therefore, I advise you to secure a seat and attentively absorb her lessons on Transfiguration. Slytherin Common Room. The Slytherin Common Room, located underground, starkly contrasts with the Gryffindor Tower. Heavy iron chains dangle from the ceiling, supporting chandeliers that cast a greenish hue over the entire chamber. Despite the room's dark and somber atmosphere, intricately carved decorations hang above the fiercely burning flames. Do not forget the elegant armchairs with towering backs, concealing the cunning minds of Slytherin. Gryffindor Common Room. At the entrance to the Gryffindor Common Room hangs the beloved Fat Lady. Upon providing her with the correct password, she grants you entry. The chamber is filled with numerous comfortable armchairs, and scattered desks are piled with the spellbooks of weary students. Two staircases diverge, one leading to the girls' dormitory and the other to the boys'. However, during festivities hosted by Fred and George, the staircases connect. The Gryffindor dormitories are situated in a tower, symbolically linked to the earth and sky. The name Gryffindor derives from the French Gryffindor, meaning golden griffin. The griffin, a creature of Greek mythology that is half lion and half eagle, was later adopted in Christianity as a symbol of Jesus, representing dominion over both the earth, the lion, and the sky, the eagle. The Ravenclaw dormitory is located in the astronomy tower, hinting at its connection to the heavens, with the eagle serving as a symbol of the sky. Slytherin's dormitory is beneath the lake, with the entrance to the basilisk chamber concealed in the girls' restroom, aligning with the water element. Hufflepuff's dormitory is adjacent to the passage leading to the house elf kitchen, which resides below ground, resonating with the earth's essence. The badger, a creature that dwells in burrows, represents this connection, and their head of house, Professor Sprout, is associated with botanical studies, which also relate to the earth. The early bird catches the worm, while the early worm becomes prey to the bird. If given another chance, Wang Xiaoming would undoubtedly remain in bed on Christmas Day. For after leaving home, his next return would be far off. This day marks the beginning of his story. Protagonist, Wang Xiaoming. Data import initiated. Matching process commenced. Matching complete. Retrieval in progress. Outline generation underway. Outline generated. Global data import commencing. Global data import completed. Link construction underway. Link construction completed. Transportation commencing. Cold. Shivering. Wang Xiaoming lay sprawled on the ground, fully awake. However, a cacophony of strange noises in his mind led him to realize that his current predicament might not be favorable. It would be prudent to remain still for the moment. Suddenly, a fragment of dialogue echoed in his mind, startling him into a cold sweat. He had just come to the realization that the sounds he had previously heard belonged to two distinct voices, one resembling a synthesized voice from a system, and the other matching the voice he had just heard. Wang Xiaoming was taken aback, nearly revealing a crack in his composure. He pondered, though the information was incomplete. Even as an imaginative recluse, he was still at a loss regarding the events unfolding around him. When the voice sounded again, he remained composed, at least on the surface. After a moment of panic, he regained his composure, for the current information was scarce, even with his remarkable capacity for imagination. It was difficult for Wang Xiaoming to conceive of the situation he found himself in. When the voice resonated a second time, he appeared more at ease. Though it was merely a fade, Wang Xiaoming listened intently. The earlier voice seemed to convey a message that startled him, threatening to reveal his hidden state. It suggested that he was feigning sleep, unconsciousness, or even death. In his inability to open his eyes, his sense of hearing became his most vital ally. The next phrase did not surprise Wang Xiaoming, yet the subsequent one took a turn. Indistinct words were carried by the wind into his ears, granting him insight into his current circumstances. Wang Xiaoming found himself perplexed. When had he heard indistinct words? Uncle, where are we going? Why aren't we fighting those Qin people? The speaker of this voice sounded youthful, yet boisterous, filled with resentment and hatred. Wang Xiaoming felt an increasing sense of calm, though he was also overwhelmed with the urge to scoff. What did they mean by indistinct words? It was perfectly clear. Moreover, reflecting on the initial two sentences revealed numerous points of contention. Was this not akin to infinite horror, where even a simple carriage could evoke the sensations of cold and trembling? However, this was not the time for sarcasm. Qin people? Another piece of information emerged, and Wang Xiaoming's thoughts began to crystallize. As previously mentioned, he was an imaginative individual, and his first instinct led him to a startling conclusion. He had traversed time and space. Is Xiaoshuang still not awake? A weary voice inquired. This voice belonged to an adult, who paused before continuing. Shuya, remember this. Death is the simplest thing. Living is the true act of bravery. Wang Xiaoming's expression faltered momentarily, as he no longer cared whether he revealed his surprise. Based on the current information, primarily derived from those two sentences, he instinctively deduced that he had not only crossed over but had landed in the world of Qin's moon. From merely 2 lines of dialogue, Wang Xiaoming arrived at a seemingly illogical conclusion that he had entered the realm of Qin's moon. This vividly showcased his reclusive nature, an aversion to deep thought, a reliance on intuition, and a penchant for making assumptions. The voice in his mind enumerated his shortcomings, and its acerbic tone only served to intensify his frustration. Wang Xiaoming now understood that the voice belonged to the mastermind behind his predicament, the architect of his crossing. Even if his deductions seemed nonsensical, he had, at last, guessed correctly. He had indeed traversed into the world of Qin's moon. If a table were to appear before Wang Xiaoming at that moment, he would undoubtedly overturn it without hesitation. If possible, he would smash it against the face of the voice's owner. Qin's Moon, originally a book that was later adapted into a screen production, has become one of the few commendable domestic animations. He was fortunate. In this world, if one wished to survive, there were numerous paths available. However, would he choose to huddle in a corner, waiting for the end? Of course, he would. Wang Xiaoming, before his journey through time, was merely an ordinary individual. His father was Old Wang, and his mother was Old Wang's wife. He himself was the legendary son of the neighbor, Old Wang. His name, rich with irony, requires no further elaboration. In essence, he epitomized the archetype of the average person. His thoughts confined to the limits of commonality. Like all ordinary souls, his singular desire was to survive, to persist against all odds, even if it meant enduring the most wretched of fates. Wang Xiaoming seethed. Is enduring such a fate characteristic of an ordinary person? An ordinary person would not remain ordinary after consuming filth. Thus, he endeavored to evade all perils, cognizant of the narrative that surrounded him, aware that choosing a haven to live out his days was not a formidable challenge. This is the plight of the recluse, lacking ambition, devoid of purpose. A mere assemblage of idlers, crawling along the ground like self-deceiving maggots. Wang Xiaoming fumed. How dare you insult the recluse? Do not let our paths cross. If the voice's owner possessed more intellect than Wang Xiaoming, they would ensure that their paths never intertwined. Ignoring Wang Xiaoming's indignation, the voice had never truly regarded his feelings. It spoke as if reciting a text, indifferent to the thoughts of its characters. Wang Xiaoming, still too naive, would soon discover that before him lay only a singular path, devoid of choices, a lamentable fate for a pawn, unless one day he could break free and become a player. Listening to the voice's rhythmic cadence, rich and full of emotion, a chill enveloped Wang Xiaoming. He realized the initial statement about the cold was not a reference to the temperature or the tremors of the vehicle, but rather a reflection of his own icy, quaking heart. Wang Xiaoming found himself engaged in a game where failure equated to death, and success merely restored him to that of an ordinary recluse. At first glance, this seemed utterly unreasonable, for the consequence of failure was death, while the reward for success was merely a return to his previous state, a disproportionate exchange of gain and loss. The voice paused, this silence lingering far longer than before. A marathon of anticipation for Wang Xiaoming. Yet, he resolved not to flee this time. For a simple reason, he suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in unison with the voice, home, home. The rationale was as uncomplicated as that, not out of rebellion against fate's injustices, nor for amusement in a mundane existence, nor due to the coercion of the heartless overseer. It was solely for the purpose of returning home. Should survival necessitate the most despicable actions, Wang Xiaoming would refuse. Yet, if the path home required such actions, he would undoubtedly undertake them. He was, after all, just an ordinary man, a man yearning to return home, and nothing more. Before him appeared a word composed of 3 letters, Y-E-S, suspended in midair, resembling a button. Everything unfolded precisely as the voice had foretold. Wang Xiaoming was devoid of options, merely a pawn incapable of making alternative choices. You may dictate my life or death, but you cannot govern my emotions. A phrase Wang Xiaoming cherished, now resonating with poignant relevance. Embracing this as his creed, he resolved to command his own laughter and tears as he journeyed along this one-way path. With determination, Wang Xiaoming raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck decisively at the YS option. A pained cry emerged as his head, which had just ventured into the carriage, retreated. His fist pierced through the button, making contact with the prominent nose of a youth. If his assumptions were correct, this youth was Xiang Xiaoyu, the historical figure known as the King of Western Chu. Wang Xiaoming paid little heed to whom he had struck. A sudden explosion of information surged into his mind, overwhelming his previously underdeveloped intellect. Identity confirmed. Xiang Zhuang. Time: the 24th year of King Zheng of Qin, 223 BC. Main quest: the road home. World quest: overthrow the tyranny, dismantle the Qin. Side quest: hidden tasks to be discovered independently. Deadline for the completion of the world quest: 206 BC. Late completion will be deemed failure. Failure results in obliteration. Early completion may yield additional rewards based on the time saved. Side quest triggered: the path of escape. Previously, he had playfully misled pureblood wizards using a domesticated sprite, and now he found himself entangled in the official definitions surrounding pureblood wizards. This fanfiction had certainly drawn numerous criticisms, as the elaborate lineage he had painstakingly crafted lacked any foundation. Pureblood refers to a wizard or family without any Muggle, non-magical, ancestry, a concept that often evokes thoughts of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who, due to his disdain for teaching students of Muggle descent, ultimately severed ties with the other three founders and departed from the school. At that time, most wizards regarded Slytherin's blood-based discrimination as an abnormal and misleading perspective. Some historical texts indicated that Muggle descendants not only could become wizards but often exhibited exceptional talents. They were affectionately termed Muggleborn. The origins of this term are various, but one plausible explanation is that it describes the phenomenon of magic occasionally erupting unexpectedly in a Muggle. In 1692, due to the persecution of wizards by Muggles, the magical community voluntarily entered a state of concealment, following the enforcement of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Wizards' perspectives gradually shifted. This was a harrowing period, as intermarriage with Muggles inevitably led to exposure and gross violations of wizarding law, causing the rates of such unions to plummet to historic lows. In this atmosphere of anxiety, fear, and resentment, pureblood ideology began to garner followers. Typically, advocates of pureblood status vehemently opposed the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, calling for a total war against Muggles. An increasing number of wizards proclaimed that marrying a Muggle not only risked breaching the secrecy law but was also shameful, reactionary, and would lead to the corruption of magical lineage. As intermarriage between Muggles and wizards had persisted for centuries, those who claimed to be pure-blooded could scarcely boast a significantly higher proportion of pure wizarding ancestry. The designation of pure blood served more as a declaration of political or social stance than a true description of lineage. I shall not marry a Muggle. I believe Muggle-wizard unions should be condemned. Some obscure texts from the early 18th century, allegedly penned by Salazar Slytherin himself, offered criteria for assessing so-called pure blood status beyond mere genealogy. Common indicators included the manifestation of magical abilities before the age of 3, early mastery of broomstick riding before the age of 7, a disdain or fear of pigs and pig farmers, as pigs were generally believed to be particularly resistant to magic, immunity to common childhood ailments, notable physical allure, and a marked aversion to Muggles. Even pure-blood infants exhibited fear and disgust in the presence of Muggles. Subsequently, the research conducted by the Department of Mysteries has demonstrated that these so-called pure-blood markers lack factual basis. Nevertheless, many purebloods continue to regard them as evidence of their esteemed status within the wizarding community. In the early 1930s, a directory of purebloods was published anonymously in Britain, wherein this unnamed authority listed 28 genuine pureblood families, with the intention of aiding these families in preserving the purity of their lineage. The so-called Sacred 28 comprises the following families: Abbott, Avery, Black, Bulstrode, Burke, Caro, Crouch, Folly, Flint, Gaunt, Greengrass, Lestrange, Longbottom, Macmillan, Malfoy, Knott, Ollivander, Parkinson, Pruitt, Rosier, Rowell, Selwyn, Shacklebolt, Shafiq, Slughorn, Travers, Weasley, and Yaxley. For those aspiring to craft pure-blood characters, it would be prudent to align surnames with these 28. On a side note, regarding the names of original characters, the moment one encounters them, it inevitably evokes the symptoms of a Mary Sue. I find it particularly irksome when names which appear normal at first glance, turn out to be rife with pitfalls. The suffix "er" could serve as a fitting name in a Chinese-style narrative, especially in historical contexts. However, its presence in a narrative populated entirely by foreigners seems rather incongruous. To date, the only name I have encountered ending with "er" is Bell, which has also been translated as. Therefore, unless your character's name concludes with Lorelli, it is advisable to refrain from appending "er." Certain words are indeed only suitable for Chinese-themed narratives. Thus, it is recommended to employ names in English, German, French, Spanish, Greek, Latin, or Portuguese for original characters, followed by their translation into Chinese. There exists a plethora of English name databases online, often accompanied by meanings, so one should take the time to select wisely. As for translating into Chinese, as long as the name is not exceedingly rare, for instance, Ricardo, there is typically an established Chinese equivalent that can be readily found online. It is unwise to excessively embellish names like Bell into something like, as it may appear rather peculiar. Regarding pureblood surnames, one should note that there are only 28 ancient pureblood families in Britain. If an original character is pureblood and not part of these families, one ought to devise a plausible backstory. For example, if an original character bears the surname von Graff, one could simply assert that their ancestors were German. The meaning of names in the original work suggests that the more prominent the character, the more ordinary their name tends to be, as noted by Aunt Petunia herself. However, members of pureblood families tend to possess names that carry some significance. Therefore, if your character is a protagonist and not of Muggle descent, or if their family is indifferent to such matters, it would be prudent to avoid names like Hans, Hannah, Jack, or Anna, as it may seem somewhat irresponsible. Lastly, I have been lamenting since last September that Professor McGonagall's student list could not possibly be arranged in the order of Pinyin. It is abundantly clear that it is organized by the initial letter of surnames. The final entry, Sabini, has a surname starting with Z, and the rendering of it, as is merely a translation issue. Having expressed my grievances, if you find this discourse palatable, continue reading. If not, then so be it. The official canon of Harry Potter encompasses a wealth of details, so refrain from incessantly complaining that J.K. Rowling's writing is hasty or her world-building simplistic. Much of what seems absent is simply knowledge yet to be acquired. 6 galleons? Why not just seize them? The complaints echoed in Harry's ears momentarily stunned him, and after a brief hesitation, he resumed his previous action, pushing open the door of Ollivander's wand shop. The door, enchanted or equipped with some mechanism, emitted a chime, though such details were trivial compared to the sudden silence that enveloped the shop. Harry felt a twinge of anxiety, instinctively glancing back, yet saw nothing amiss. It dawned on him that Hagrid had merely escorted him to the entrance before departing to procure a birthday gift for Harry. The wand shop was not particularly spacious, rather. The abundance of shelves cramped what would have been a generous area. Thus, Harry could effortlessly discern the contents within, such as a pile of empty boxes in the corner. Several exquisite feathers he had never encountered before resting on a table, and the 2 individuals who were observing him. One was an elderly gentleman with disheveled hair and rare silver eyes, which gleamed like twin moons in the dimly lit shop. He was undoubtedly the proprietor of the wand establishment. The other was a boy, seemingly of similar age to Harry, with tousled golden hair reminiscent of straw under the winter sun, appearing somewhat unkempt yet likely pleasant to the touch. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Should he greet them or merely nod in acknowledgement? If he were to speak, what should he say? Good morning? No, it was already afternoon. Listen, I only have 5 galleons and 2 sickles. Thank goodness, Harry exhaled in relief as the boy's words shifted their focus back to their ongoing dispute. With a resounding slap, the boy produced a handful of coins from his pocket, striking them heavily upon the table. Perhaps he had exerted too much force, for a slender vase wobbled precariously, nearly toppling over. 5 golden galleons and 2 silver sickles, totaling 7 coins. This is all the money I possess. The boy emphasized the word all, gripping a slender wand in his hand, beside which lay an ancient-looking empty box, its velvet lining seemingly older than the box itself. The elderly gentleman blinked, his expression serious and somewhat stern, though Harry fancied he glimpsed a hint of concealed amusement, though it could merely be a trick of perception, as his glasses were rather worn and might distort his view. Hey, young lad. Deceit is not the behavior befitting a good child. The old man lowered his gaze slightly, focusing on the boy's other hand, where a golden galleon lay quietly. See, you still have 1 galleon, do you not? On the table rested 5 galleons and 2 sickles, while the boy clutched 1 galleon, enough to purchase a wand and still retain some change. No, this is my lucky coin. The boy glared at the elderly man, tightening his grip on the galleon, his voice tinged with indignation. Besides, this is merely an old wand. How could it possibly be worth 6 galleons? Harry adjusted his glasses, straining to discern the details of the wand. Yet, to his eyes, it appeared no different from the others. A sleek, glossy shaft without a single flaw. Akin to black jade, smooth and gentle in appearance. An old wand? The old man reiterated his words, then shook his head, turning to the boy holding the wand with a serious and sincere expression. So, can you tell me why you desire this old wand? As a professional, I must inform you that this wand is not suited for you. I simply love this wand. The boy replied. Well, little one, it's delightful to hear that. I am sure this wand is pleased as well. The old man chuckled, extending his hand to reclaim the wand, but the boy cleverly stepped back, evading him. However, this wand is somewhat special. It already has an owner. Where's its owner? The boy inquired persistently. The old man scratched his head, pondering for a moment before expressing his frustration. I'm sorry, but I cannot recall who he is, though it is true that the wand has an owner. Where's its owner? The boy continued to press for answers, not waiting for a response before adding. A person may possess many wands, but a wand can only have one owner. That person abandoned his wand, leaving it to lie here in solitude. He is not a worthy owner, is he? The smile faded from the old man's face as he gazed at the boy in surprise, internally conceding that the boy's words held truth. Yet, due to professional ethics, he could not sell the wand to this boy. It was not a matter of price, for money could not resolve this issue. This wand is not for sale. Not for sale? The boy echoed. Indeed, not for sale. I will not sell this wand, the old man affirmed, nodding once more. He reached out again, and this time he successfully grasped the wand, gently reclaiming it from the boy's hands. I apologize. I was merely jesting with you. The old man carefully placed the wand back into its original box, offering the boy an apologetic smile. Very well, I shall select another one for you. At half the price. How does that sound? No need. The boy promptly declined the old man's goodwill, collecting the coins from the table. He then turned to Harry and asked, Are you here to purchase a wand as well? Yes, Harry nodded. He intended to say more, but the boy quickly turned back to the old man, asking, Are you certain you won't sell it? Actually, this wand, made of ash, with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches long, and possessing excellent flexibility, the boy yawned, addressing the astonished old man. I am aware of all your concerns. Then, of course, I shall wisely choose to let it go. The boy smiled faintly, beckoning Harry over. Come here. There's no need to stand so far away. We are not villains. Harry approached, revealing his purpose. As the boy brushed past him, they collided, perhaps due to the narrow passage. Struggling to maintain his balance, the boy stumbled but managed to steady himself against the table, narrowly avoiding a fall. I'm sorry, are you all right? Harry quickly apologized, helping the boy up. It's fine, my own clumsiness, the boy replied with a smile, brushing off the dust from his clothes. This wand shop certainly could use a good cleaning. He shrugged and said to Harry, It seems my luck is rather poor today. Perhaps I should return home to rest. Farewell, Harry Potter. Goodbye, Harry mechanically waved. It was only after the boy exited the wand shop that he recalled something. What had he just said? Farewell, Harry Potter. Harry touched his face, pondering if his name was etched upon it. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. The old man greeted Harry politely. Regaining his composure, Harry returned the greeting and posed a question. Mr. Potter, are you aware of the scar on your forehead? Only you, of your age, bear this scar. The old man began to tidy up the wand boxes on the table. When he picked up one of the boxes, he paused, a peculiar smile crossing his face. What a persistent child. As the old man slowly opened the box, Harry realized it contained the very wand the boy had desired. Connecting the old man's reaction with the situation, he formed a hypothesis. The boy had stolen the wand. Disappointment washed over Harry. He had never expected that a boy of similar age, whom he found quite likable, would turn out to be a thief. Yet, how did wizards capture thieves? Did they possess institutions akin to a police department? What an intriguing little fellow, the old man chuckled, extracting the contents from the box and placing them on the table. There were 7 coins in total, 5 gold galleons and 2 silver sickles. These coins ought to have been in the boy's pocket, but were now here, while the wand was likely nestled in the boy's pocket. How had he accomplished this? Harry racked his brain, ultimately arriving at an uncertain conclusion. The boy had somehow pilfered the wand during their brief collision. Though he had paid, such behavior was still thievery, was it not? Are you not going to pursue this matter? Harry asked, noticing the old man seemed unconcerned as he stored away the empty box and the coins. He paid for it. The old man replied with a smile. And he will soon return the wand to me. Why is that? Harry inquired. The ash wand is loyal to its one true owner. It cannot be inherited or gifted from its original master. If that were the case, it would lose its power and skill. If the core is unicorn hair, this inclination is even more pronounced, since the only audience was the renowned Harry Potter. The old man felt at ease sharing many unique insights with him. To put it simply, the ash wand belongs solely to its first master for subsequent users. It may not be as compliant. Harry suddenly understood, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the boy who had gone to such lengths only to acquire a wand that might not serve him well. However, he seems to be aware of this issue. The old man picked up a wand to examine it. Its core was a phoenix feather, known for its variability and difficulty in control, being extremely selective about its user. However, once its loyalty was earned, it would become the finest of wands. As the old shopkeeper shared his insights with Harry, Ask found himself uninterested in the exchange. He was more preoccupied with another pressing concern, such as the matter of sustenance. Feeling his pockets, he found them empty. He had indeed left all his money in the wand shop, exchanged for a wand that may not be very useful after all. Had he gained or lost? Ask shrugged his shoulders and plunged into the crowd, his slender figure quickly becoming engulfed. Regardless of right or wrong, once a decision is made, one should not dwell on regrets, should they? 6 galleons? Why not just steal them? The grievances that slipped into Harry's ears momentarily startled him. After a brief hesitation, he continued his previous course of action and pushed open the door to Ollivander's wand shop. The tinkling sound that followed was either a spell cast on the door or some device triggering a noise, but that mattered little. What was significant was the sudden silence that enveloped the wand shop. Harry felt a twinge of anxiety and instinctively turned to look behind him, but he saw nothing. It then dawned on him that Hagrid had merely escorted him to the shop's entrance before departing to procure a birthday gift for Harry. The wand shop was not particularly spacious. The room, once ample, felt constricted due to the shelves crammed within. Thus, Harry could effortlessly discern the contents of the room, such as a pile of empty boxes in the corner, several exquisitely beautiful feathers on the table that he had never seen before, neatly stacked wood, and 2 individuals who were observing him. One was an elderly man, his hair somewhat disheveled, with rare silver eyes that shimmered like 2 moons in the dimly lit room. He was presumably the proprietor of the wand shop. The other was a boy, appearing to be of similar age to Harry, with golden hair that resembled straw under the winter sun, slightly tousled, but seemingly pleasant to the touch. Harry was at a loss for words. Should he greet them or merely nod? If he were to speak, what should he say? Good morning? No, it was already afternoon. Listen, I only have 5 galleons and 2 sickles. Thankfully, Harry sighed in relief as the boy spoke up, redirecting their attention back to their unfinished argument. With a loud clap, the boy produced a handful of coins from his pocket and slammed them onto the table. Perhaps he exerted too much force, as a slender vase wobbled precariously, nearly toppling over. 5 golden galleons and 2 silver sickles, altogether 7 coins. This is all the money I have. The boy emphasized the word all, clutching a slender wand in one hand, while on the adjacent table lay an antique-looking empty box, the velvet within appearing even older than the box itself. The old man blinked, his expression serious, even stern, but Harry thought he detected a hint of a concealed smile, though he couldn't be certain. After all, his glasses were quite worn, possibly affecting his vision. Hey, young lad. Lying is not the behavior of a good child. The old man's gaze lowered slightly, landing on the boy's other hand, where a golden galleon rested quietly. Look. You still have 1 galleon, do you not? On the table were 5 galleons and 2 sickles. And in the boy's hand was 1 galleon, enough to purchase a wand with some left over. No, this is my lucky coin. The boy glared at the old man, gripping the galleon tightly, anger evident in his voice. Moreover, this is just an old wand. How can it possibly be worth 6 galleons? Harry adjusted his glasses, straining to see the wand clearly. However, to him, the wand appeared no different from the others. Its sleek, glossy body bore no imperfections, resembling black jade, warm and smooth. An old wand? The old man repeated, shaking his head, then earnestly addressed the boy holding the wand. Can you tell me why you desire this old wand? As a professional, I can assure you that this wand is not suited for you. I simply like this wand. The old man smiled, extending his hand to reclaim the wand, but the boy astutely stepped back, evading him. However, this wand is somewhat special. It already has an owner. Where is its owner? The old man scratched his head, pondering for a long while before reluctantly admitting, I'm sorry, I can't recall who it was, but it indeed has an owner. Where's its owner? The boy pressed on, not waiting for a response, continuing, a person may possess many wands, but a wand will only ever have one owner. That person abandoned his wand, leaving it to lie here alone. He is not a worthy owner, is he? The smile vanished from the old man's face as he gazed at the boy, internally conceding the truth of his words. However, due to professional ethics, he could not sell the wand to this boy. It was not merely a matter of price. Money couldn't resolve the situation. This wand is not for sale. Not for sale? Indeed, not for sale. I shall not sell this wand. The old man nodded, reaching out once more, and this time he successfully grasped the wand, gently withdrawing it from the boy's hand. Apologies, I was merely jesting. Carefully placing the wand back in its original box, the old man offered a contrite smile to the boy. Very well, I shall select another one for you, at half the price. How does that sound? No need. The boy declined the old man's goodwill without hesitation, swiftly gathering the coins from the table before turning to Harry. Are you here to purchase a wand as well? Harry nodded, wishing to say more, but the boy quickly turned back to the old man, inquiring, are you sure you won't sell? Actually, this wand, elderwood, phoenix feather. 11 inches long, excellent flexibility, the boy yawned, addressing the surprised old man. I'm fully aware of your concerns. Then, he continued, a slight smile gracing his lips. I shall wisely choose to forego it. He waved at Harry, beckoning him closer. Come on, no need to stand so far away. We are not bad people. Harry approached and stated his purpose. As the boy brushed past him, they inadvertently bumped into one another, perhaps due to the narrowness of the aisle. Losing his balance, the boy staggered but managed to grasp the table before tragedy could strike. I'm sorry, are you all right? Harry quickly apologized, helping the boy up. It's fine. It was my clumsiness. The boy smiled, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Indeed, the wand shop could use a bit of tidying up. He shrugged at Harry, saying, It seems I've had a bit of bad luck today. Perhaps I should head back and rest. Well then, goodbye, Harry Potter. Goodbye. Harry waved mechanically. And only after the boy exited the wand shop did he realize something. What had he just said? Goodbye, Harry Potter. Harry touched his face, pondering whether his name was etched upon it. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. The elderly gentleman greeted Harry courteously, and Harry, snapping back to reality, returned the salutation while voicing his query. Mr. Potter, are you aware of the scar upon your forehead? You are the only one of your age to bear such a mark. The old man began to tidy the wand boxes on the table, pausing momentarily while lifting one, a peculiar smile gracing his features. What a persistent child. Slowly, he opened the box, revealing that it contained the very wand the boy had desired. Connecting the old man's reaction, Harry surmised that the boy had indeed stolen the wand. A wave of disappointment washed over him. He had not anticipated that the seemingly amiable boy of similar age would turn out to be a thief. However, how do wizards apprehend thieves? Do they possess institutions akin to a police department? What an intriguing little fellow, the old man chuckled, extracting the contents of the box and placing them on the table. There lay 7 coins, 5 gold galleons and 2 silver sickles. These coins ought to have been nestled in the boy's pocket, yet they now resided here, while the wand must be hidden away in the boy's possession. How had he accomplished this? Harry strained to recall. Ultimately arriving at a vague conclusion, the boy had stealthily pilfered the wand during their brief encounter. Although he had paid for it, such an act still reeked of thievery. Aren't you going to pursue this matter? Harry inquired, observing the old man nonchalantly stowing the empty box and coins, seemingly unconcerned. He paid for it. The old man replied with a smile. Besides, he will soon return the wand to me. Why so? Harry wondered. The ash wand is loyal solely to its true and original master. It cannot be inherited or gifted from its initial owner, for doing so would strip it of its power and finesse. This is especially true when the wand's core is made of unicorn hair, with Harry being the sole audience. The old man felt at ease divulging many of his unique insights. To put it plainly, the ash wand belongs exclusively to its first owner. Subsequent users may find it rather uncooperative. Harry suddenly comprehended, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the boy, who had expended such effort only to acquire a wand that may not serve him well. However, it appeared that he was aware of this issue. The old man picked up a wand to demonstrate. Its core was a phoenix feather, versatile, difficult to control, and exceedingly selective with its users. Yet, once loyalty is earned, it becomes the finest of wands. As for what transpired in the wand shop, the old proprietor's words were lost on Harry, who had little interest in them. More pressing matters loomed, such as the need for sustenance. He patted his pockets, finding them devoid of coins. Indeed, He had left all his money at the wand shop, in exchange for a wand that might not be particularly effective. Had he suffered a loss or gained a treasure? Ask shrugged and plunged into the throng, his diminutive frame swiftly engulfed by the crowd. Regardless of right or wrong, once a decision is made, one should not dwell in regret, should they? It was midday, with the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. Although Ask could confidently proclaim that he harbored no regrets about spending all his money on acquiring a wand, he still bore the responsibility for the consequences that ensued, such as how to address the matters of lunch and accommodation. These dilemmas could indeed be resolved with money. As the saying goes, problems that can be solved with money are not true problems, provided, of course, that one possesses the necessary funds. Ask is devoid of wealth. Yet there exist individuals of affluence, and to Ask, their riches are indistinguishable from his own. Your wealth is my wealth, and my wealth remains solely mine. Much like retrieving funds from Gringotts, Ask must extract his own money from others. There are myriad methods to accomplish this, yet Ask has opted for a rather convoluted approach. As for the rationale behind his choice, who could deny that I am a person of noble character, pure-hearted and benevolent, driven by an unwavering sense of righteousness and a joy in aiding others? As Ask was moved by his own emotions, he briskly walked in a particular direction, ultimately halting before a middle-aged man. With a courteous bow, he remarked, "Good afternoon, sir. It appears that you are in need of some assistance." "Oh, indeed. I require some help," the middle-aged man replied with a hint of exasperation, nodding his head and gesturing with a map in his hand. "Do you know where the bookstore is? I specifically purchased a map of London, yet the coordinates and streets depicted here are entirely different from my surroundings." The middle-aged man began to ramble, perhaps because he had not had an audience for quite some time, causing him to have a plethora of words to share. Ask listened patiently, devoid of any hint of impatience, fully aware that patience is an essential psychological quality for success. Soon, he discerned the needs of the middle-aged man, Mr. Granger, a Muggle whose gifted daughter had been accepted into Hogwarts. Today, he had accompanied her to shop, only to find himself hopelessly lost. "I must complain about the vendor of this map," Mr. Granger exclaimed, a hint of frustration in his voice as he handed the map to Ask. "Look. It doesn't even show the streets around here." With merely a glance, Ask understood where the issue lay. If one could locate the layout of Diagon Alley on a map crafted by Muggles, that would indeed be the real problem, wouldn't it? Struggling to suppress a smile, Ask accepted the map, crumpled it, and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. "Mr. Granger, I believe you are in need of a guide." Mr. Granger nodded in agreement, prompting Ask to continue. "I possess a modest familiarity with this area, and if you would be willing to offer me a small commission, I believe I can alleviate your troubles." "Absolutely. How much do you require?" "I can pay you right now." Mr. Granger's eagerness took Ask by surprise, indicating that the distress of being lost weighed more heavily on Mr. Granger than Ask had initially surmised. As Ask smiled and shook his head, he gestured for Mr. Granger to reclaim the wallet he had just taken out. The remuneration would be discussed after the task was completed. First, it was essential to ascertain whether my efforts would meet your satisfaction. "Are you not afraid that I might default?" Mr. Granger inquired with a hint of curiosity. The boy before him appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, roughly the same age as his daughter. Yet he exhibited a composure far beyond that of his peers. Such behavior hardly befits a gentleman, does it not? Ask shrugged, concealing a thought that lingered unspoken. Moreover, even if you were to renege, I possess the means to secure what is rightfully mine. In such matters, Ask was adept, for practice breeds proficiency. Once the agreement was settled, everything else would become considerably simpler. Although Ask had been in England for just half a month, he had already garnered considerable knowledge about Diagon Alley. He was well aware of where to find affordable items and where quality reigned supreme. After emerging from Flourish and Blots with Mr. Granger, it was evident that the latter was quite satisfied, having placed considerable trust in Ask. At times, the establishment of trust is remarkably straightforward. Providing assistance in times of need is often more memorable than offering mere embellishments. Should Ask wish to engage in nefarious deeds, he had numerous avenues available to him. Yet, as he had initially contemplated, he intended to acquire his funds through a more convoluted method today, deriving amusement from the endeavor. Ask, "Are you a wizard?" Given that the wand and clothing purchase required his presence, Ask and Mr. Granger first needed to locate Mr. Granger's daughter. Along the way, Mr. Granger, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired of the now familiar Ask. "Strictly speaking, I am merely a prospective wizard. Once I complete my studies and pass the examinations, I shall then be deemed a qualified wizard," Ask replied. "Oh, you see, I am just an ordinary man, as is my partner, Yet our daughter is a wizard, Mr. Granger remarked, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. Wizards possess magic, which is quite foreign to us. Perhaps, from your perspective, we ordinary folk appear rather ignorant and foolish? Those who harbor such thoughts are the truly ignorant and foolish. Ask seemed to ponder this, his spirits dampening slightly. I have encountered the noblest of Muggles and the most despicable of wizards. If not for their influence, all would have been well. Ask. How old are you this year? 11. Why? Why do I feel as though you are older than I? Mr. Granger struggled to find an appropriate term to articulate his thoughts, perspiring profusely in the process. World-weary? Yes. That's it. World-weary. Rolling his eyes. Ask shifted the book he was holding to the other hand, stretching his wrist as he retorted, You are overthinking this. It's quite hot today. And you must remember to treat me to ice cream later. Absolutely. Mr. Granger laughed heartily, clapping Ask on the shoulder, causing Ask to grimace in discomfort, for Mr. Granger's touch was rather heavy-handed, and Ask bore an injury on that shoulder. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, Ask believed they had explored the entirety of Diagon Alley. As the school year approached, many parents were out shopping with their children, creating a bustling and lively atmosphere. A sight not often witnessed. Ask and Mr. Granger, one tall and the other petite, one aged and the other youthful, walked together in an exquisite harmony, reminiscent of an ordinary family. With his eyes narrowed, Ask gazed intently at the road ahead, lost in contemplation. Perhaps, in this fleeting moment, he could savor a hint of familial affection and warmth, a taste of the home that had never truly belonged to him. If only it were possible. Ask would wish for this path to stretch on indefinitely, for time to linger just a little longer, even if only for an instant. As Ask longed for home, he found himself in the unfamiliar lands of Germany, having journeyed from the frigid expanse of Norway. The cold spires and the devoid warmth of the magical academy offered no solace, rendering every place a poor substitute for home. How lamentable, is it not? More tragic than the difficulty of returning to a home is the heart-wrenching plight of being homeless. At midday, the sun ascended high in the sky. Although Ask could assert with unwavering conviction that he harbored no regrets about spending all his money on a wand, he still bore the burden of the consequences that ensued, particularly regarding the pressing matters of lunch and accommodation. Such concerns could indeed be alleviated with financial means, as the saying goes. Problems that can be resolved with money are not problems at all, provided one possesses the requisite funds. Ask finds himself devoid of wealth. Yet there are those who possess riches, and in Ask's perspective, their wealth is akin to his own. Your money is my money, and my money remains solely mine. Much like retrieving funds from Gringotts, Ask must extract his own money from the coffers of others. There are numerous methods to achieve this. Yet Ask has opted for a rather convoluted approach. As for the reason behind this choice, who can blame me for being a person of noble character, pure-heartedness, and benevolence? Deriving joy from helping others? As Ask found himself moved by his own emotions, he hastened towards a certain direction, eventually coming to a halt before a middle-aged man. With a courteous bow, he addressed him, Good afternoon, sir. It appears you are in need of assistance. Ah, indeed, I could use some help. The middle-aged man replied with a hint of exasperation, nodding as he waved the map in his hand. Do you know where the bookstore is? I specifically purchased a map of London, yet the coordinates and streets depicted here are entirely different from what I see before me. The man continued to ramble, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of an audience, resulting in an overflow of words. Ask patiently listened, devoid of any hint of impatience. He understood well that patience is an essential psychological quality for success. Before long, Ask discerned the needs of the middle-aged man, Mr. Granger. He was a Muggle, and his daughter, possessing remarkable talent, had been accepted into Hogwarts. Today, he had brought his daughter to shop, and consequently, he had become rather disoriented. I must lodge a complaint against the vendor of that map, Mr. Granger exclaimed, a flicker of irritation evident in his demeanor as he handed the map to Ask. Look. There is simply no way to find the streets around here. With just a cursory glance, Ask immediately recognized the root of the issue. If one could locate the layout of Diagon Alley on a map crafted by Muggles, that would indeed be problematic, would it not? Stifling a chuckle, Ask took the map, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into a nearby waste bin. Mr. Granger, I believe what you require now is a guide. Mr. Granger nodded in agreement. And Ask continued, I possess a reasonable familiarity with this area. If you are willing to offer me a modest commission, I believe I can alleviate your troubles. Not a problem. How much do you require? I can pay you right away. Mr. Granger's promptness took Ask by surprise, revealing that the distress of being lost weighed more heavily on Mr. Granger than Ask had initially surmised. As Ask chuckled and shook his head, he gestured for Mr. Granger to reclaim the wallet he had just taken out. Let's discuss the remuneration after we conclude. First, allow me to demonstrate whether my efforts meet your expectations. Mr. Granger, curious, wondered if Ask feared being cheated. The boy appeared no older than 11 or 12, roughly the same age as his daughter, yet he exuded a certain sophistication. Perhaps a result of frequent engagement in such endeavors. Is that not an ungentlemanly act? Mr. Granger queried. Ask merely shrugged, a retort lingering unspoken on his lips. Moreover, even if you were to renege, I possess means to secure my rightful earnings. In such situations, Ask felt quite adept. Practice breeds proficiency. While the world still harbored many good souls, one could not deny the presence of nefarious individuals. Once an agreement was reached, the remaining matters became considerably easier to manage. Although Ask had only been in England for half a month, he had already acquired considerable knowledge of Diagon Alley, aware of where to find affordable goods and high-quality items. Upon exiting Flourish and Blots with Mr. Granger, it was evident that Mr. Granger was quite satisfied and had developed a degree of trust in Ask. Sometimes, the establishment of trust is remarkably simple. Providing assistance in times of need often leaves a more lasting impression than mere compliments. If Ask had wished to pursue malevolent deeds, numerous options lay before him. Yet, as he had initially contemplated, he intended to acquire his earnings through a more convoluted method today, which he found delightfully engaging. Ask, are you a wizard? As they needed to locate Mr. Granger's daughter for the purchase of wands and clothing, Ask and Mr. Granger were on a quest. Along the way, Mr. Granger, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired of the now familiar Ask. Strictly speaking, I am merely a prospective wizard. Once I complete my studies and pass the examinations, then I shall be deemed a qualified wizard, Ask replied. Oh, you see, I am but an ordinary man, as is my wife, yet our daughter is a wizard, Mr. Granger remarked, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. Wizards possess magic, which is foreign to us. Perhaps, from your perspective, we ordinary folk appear ignorant and foolish? Those who harbor such thoughts are the truly ignorant and foolish, Ask stated, as if recalling something, shaking his head. I have encountered the noblest of Muggles and the most despicable of wizards. If not for them, all would be forgotten. Ask, how old are you this year? Mr. Granger asked. 11. Why? Why do I feel you are older than I am? You know, your expression while speaking earlier was quite Mr. Granger struggled to find the right word, perspiration beading on his forehead. World-weary? Yes. Precisely world-weary. Rolling his eyes, Ask switched the book he was carrying to the other hand and flexed his wrist. You are overthinking this. It is rather warm today. Remember to treat me to ice cream later. Of course. Mr. Granger laughed heartily, slapping Ask on the shoulder, causing him to grimace. Alas, Mr. Granger's enthusiasm was somewhat heavy-handed, and Ask's shoulder bore an injury. Is this a reminder not to become overly complacent? Gently massaging his shoulder, Ask's smile grew somewhat frosty but soon returned to warmth. Uncertain of how long they had been walking, Ask felt as though they had traversed the entirety of Diagon Alley. With the academic term approaching, many parents accompanied their children to shop, creating a bustling and lively atmosphere, a rarity in everyday life. Asker and Mr. Granger, one tall and the other petite, one elderly and the other youthful, walked together in perfect harmony, resembling an ordinary family. With his eyes narrowed, Asker lowered his gaze to the cobblestone path, his expression seemingly piercing through the stones beneath. Ask longed for home, having journeyed from the northern lands of Norway to the unfamiliar realm of Germany. From the cold, pointed spires to the devoid warmth of the magical school, it seemed there was never a place he could truly call home. How sorrowful, is it not? More tragic than the difficulty of returning home is the plight of being homeless. Mr. Granger remained oblivious to Ask's unusual demeanor, continuing to pour forth his thoughts, which he may have been harboring for many years, to his sole listener. Her soul. Amidst Mr. Granger's ramblings, if one were to sift through the superfluous chatter, they might glean some valuable information, such as the frequent mention of one particular individual, Hermione Granger. Undoubtedly, she is a source of pride for Mr. Granger. Any accolades bestowed upon her, intelligent, endearing, are entirely warranted and not an exaggeration in the slightest. As Ask comprehended the psychological disposition of a father, he condensed Mr. Granger's description by a remarkable 70%, arriving at what he deemed a more credible conclusion. Intelligent yet somewhat rigid, he may lack emotional intelligence and possess subpar interpersonal skills. His exceptional abilities have naturally fostered a sense of pride, resulting in a demeanor that often comes across as domineering. He tends to position himself at the center and on a pedestal. Is she a haughty young lady? brimming with superiority? Indeed. It is likely that her appearance is not particularly striking, as Mr. Granger employed an abundance of descriptive terms, yet conspicuously omitted the words beautiful and pretty. Ask's hair hung limply, devoid of any vitality. The experience of dealing with such a person was truly unforgettable. Despite the fact that the previous lady I had encountered was strikingly beautiful, we arrived at our destination. Following Mr. Granger's description, Ask located the dessert shop he mentioned, situated not far from the entrance of Diagon Alley. As he pushed the door open, Ask couldn't help but shiver. The temperature inside the dessert shop was quite low, creating an atmosphere that felt like an entirely different world compared to the outside. Tendrils of cold air spilled out from Ask, colliding with the warm currents outside, forming a hazy mist. How cold it was! Ask murmured softly to himself, acknowledging that although the past 11 years had been spent predominantly in frigid conditions, he still could not tolerate even the slightest chill. It was as if, despite the peak of summer, he found himself clad in long sleeves and a jacket. Pausing momentarily at the entrance, Ask gritted his teeth and mustered the resolve to step inside. The cold drink shop featured several small round tables, some already occupied while others remained vacant. Ask cast a sweeping glance around the room and, in the corner, he spotted his objective. A sneeze escaped him. Ask could not suppress a sneeze and rubbed his nose, having resolved to depart from this place as soon as possible. Caught a cold? I have some medicine here. He thought to himself, never mind, I'm simply not accustomed to this environment. I shall leave shortly. He found the atmosphere rather refreshing, akin to the effect of air conditioning, though he had yet to ascertain where the air conditioning unit was situated. Was it all magic? Mr. Granger took the book from Ask's hands, bypassing him as he led the way to a table nestled in the corner. Hey, my daughter, I have returned. Mr. Granger placed his belongings on the ground and sat down, then turned to beckon Ask to join him. Who is he? The girl seated beside Mr. Granger set her book aside and inquired, her gaze fixed on Ask, brimming with curiosity. Mr. Granger suddenly realized he did not yet know Ask's surname, offering an awkward smile as he turned to look at Ask. Ask. As Ask revealed his name, his gaze remained unwavering upon the chestnut-haired girl before him, his eyes reflecting a serene indifference. Once having traversed the vast ocean, one finds it difficult to be moved by mere waters. Once one has encountered the peaks of Wushan, other clouds pale in comparison. If the one who imparted a painful lesson to Ask was a swan of grace, the girl before him was but a humble hamster. Alas, her prominent incisors left an indelible impression on Ask, rivaling even the allure of that enchanting figure. Are you Norwegian? He inquired. Ask is a city in Norway, located adjacent to Oslo. We had originally planned to travel there this year. The hamster spoke, seemingly absorbed in her own thoughts. It was evident that she was indeed the daughter of Mr. Granger, for like father, like daughter. I am German, Ask spoke softly, and the conversation with the hamster abruptly ceased. After a brief pause, she continued, Germany? That truly is quite distant. Do people from Germany really come to study in the UK? You have yet to introduce yourself. I am Hermione, Hermione Granger. Oh, I have long been aware of your name. Mr. Granger has already informed me. There was no need for a glance, as Ask was acutely aware that Miss Granger's expression must be quite vivid, and he realized he had undoubtedly left her with a rather unfavorable impression. Yet what of it? Although Ask had previously mentioned to Mr. Granger his desire for ice cream, upon arriving here, he had merely ordered a cup of water, hot water, to be precise. The warm liquid, as it settled in his stomach, dispelled some of the chill, providing a modicum of comfort. However, if he could escape this place and find a cozy spot to rest, perhaps he would feel even better. Mr. Granger, do you happen to have any coins? Mr. Granger rummaged through his pockets and ultimately produced a handful of coins. Then, as compensation, these shall be mine. If you have no objections? None at all, of course not. He replied, though Mr. Granger was indifferent to the handful of coins, since they amounted to very little. He felt somewhat guilty, for Ask had indeed rendered him considerable assistance, and he had taken a liking to Ask. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a banknote and placed it atop the pile of coins. Thank you for your generosity. As Ask casually swept his hand, both coins and banknotes found their way into his pocket. With the money now in hand, it was time to bid farewell. I have already informed you of the locations of the wand shop and the robe shop. I have some matters to attend to, so farewell. Goodbye. Mr. Granger instinctively waved his hand, and by the time he regained his senses, Ask had already departed. I should have invited him for a meal, as he has been of great assistance to me. Mr. Granger felt a twinge of regret, while his daughter, Hermione, was crunching on a piece of ice, her two front teeth glimmering with a frosty sheen. What an impolite fellow. He has yet to respond to my question. Ask possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to money. The sound of a coin dropping to the ground allows him to discern both the quantity and denomination of the coins. He is well versed in the art of augmenting his wealth, and he is aware of how to transmute a handful of Muggle coins into galleons, sickles, and nuts. Just the day before yesterday, Ask learned of a wizard who was fervently collecting Muggle coins at exorbitant prices, the purpose of which remained shrouded in mystery. Ask visited the place once, only to discover that no wizard was present to conduct transactions. Consequently, the wizard continued to raise the offered reward. Ask possessed a coin. Having exchanged his banknotes for coins, for the enigmatic wizard only accepted coins. The transaction unfolded remarkably smoothly, transforming coins worth scarcely a single galleon into 10 galleons. Much to Ask's delight. This was sufficiently ample. He would depart from this place the following day. However, when Ask inquired whether the wizard would continue to acquire coins, the response left him somewhat disheartened. The mysterious wizard bid Ask farewell as he departed, then closed the door and remarked curtly to the unexpected guest who had suddenly appeared in the room. "Ah, I suppose I can finally be free now?" For the time being, all was well. The school would soon commence, allowing the guest to continue his journey. It could not have been better. Mr. Granger remained oblivious to Ask's unusual demeanor, continuing to pour forth a torrent of words, likely pent up for many years, to his singular audience. Her soul. Amidst Mr. Granger's discourse, stripped of the superfluous, some valuable information emerged, notably the frequent mention of one individual, Hermione Granger. Undoubtedly, she was the pride of Mr. Granger, and any accolades of brilliance and charm bestowed upon her were entirely warranted, without a hint of exaggeration. Ask, understanding the psyche of a father, condensed Mr. Granger's description by 70%, arriving at what he deemed a more reliable conclusion. Intelligent yet somewhat rigid, he may lack emotional intelligence and possess less than stellar interpersonal skills. His exceptional abilities foster a natural pride, leading to a demeanor that can come across as imperious, habitually positioning himself at the center and on a pedestal. A remarkably haughty young lady? Indeed, her appearance may not be remarkable, as Mr. Granger employed countless embellishments, yet deliberately omitted the terms beautiful and pretty. Ask's hair hung limply, devoid of any vitality, and the experience of dealing with such a person was truly unforgettable. The previous young lady I interacted with was impeccable in every regard. We arrived at our destination. According to Mr. Granger's description, Ask located the confectionery he mentioned, not far from the entrance of Diagon Alley. Upon pushing the door open, Ask couldn't help but shiver. The temperature inside the sweet shop was remarkably low, contrasting sharply with the warmth outside, as if entering an entirely different realm. A wisp of cold air escaped from Ask, colliding with the sweltering currents outside, transforming into a hazy mist. How frigid, Ask murmured softly to himself. Although the past 11 years had been spent mostly in the frigid embrace of winter, he still found it intolerable to endure even the slightest chill. It was as if, despite the height of summer, he insisted on donning a thick long-sleeved shirt. Pausing momentarily at the entrance, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself to step inside. The cold drink shop featured several small round tables, some already occupied while others remained vacant. Ask cast a glance around the room and, in a corner, spotted his objective. Achoo! Ask could not suppress a sneeze, rubbing his nose with his hand. He had resolved to depart from this place as soon as possible. Caught a cold? I have some medicine here. Never mind. I am not accustomed to this environment. I shall leave shortly. I find the atmosphere quite refreshing, akin to air conditioning. Yet I have yet to ascertain where the unit is installed. Is this all magic? Mr. Granger took the book from Ask's hands, bypassing him as he led the way to a table nestled in the corner. Hey, my daughter, I have returned. Mr. Granger placed his belongings on the ground, seated himself, and then beckoned Ask to join him. Who is he? The girl sitting next to Mr. Granger set her book aside and inquired, her eyes fixed on Ask, brimming with curiosity. He is. Mr. Granger suddenly realized he did not know Ask's name, offering an awkward smile as he turned to look at Ask. Ask. As Ask stated his name, his eyes fixed intently on the brown-haired girl across from him, as if engaged in a game of who would blink first. Are you Norwegian? He inquired. Ask is a city in Norway, right next to Oslo. We had initially planned to visit there this year. But it seems this conversation is more than just a game. The brown-haired girl was surprisingly loquacious. It was evident that she was indeed the daughter of Mr. Granger, inheriting his traits. I am German, Ask replied with a casual shrug. Indeed, the world seemed to quiet down significantly. After a brief pause, Hermione Granger continued, Germany? That is quite far. Did Germans come to England for school? You haven't introduced yourself yet. I am Hermione Granger. Ah, I already knew, Mr. Granger had informed me of your name. Even if Ask were to close his eyes at that moment, he was certain that Hermione's expression was quite vivid. And he also knew he had left her with a rather unfavorable impression. But what of it? A somewhat gifted Muggle girl with a decent reservoir of knowledge. A less than pleasant demeanor and an average appearance. Her prominent front teeth might even be deemed a charm. Such a person could be either unique or commonplace. It all depended on whether one viewed her as a singular figure on the path of life or merely as a passerby. Although Ask had earlier expressed his desire for ice cream to Mr. Granger upon arriving here, he opted for only a cup of water, specifically hot water. The warmth of the liquid soothed his stomach, dispelling a modicum of the chill within him, providing a semblance of comfort. However, if he could leave this place and find a cozy spot to rest, he would likely feel even better. Mr. Granger, do you have any coins? Mr. Granger rummaged through his pockets and eventually produced a handful of coins. Well then, as compensation, these shall be mine, if that is agreeable. Of course, no problem, he replied. Though Mr. Granger didn't particularly care for the handful of coins, after all, it amounted to very little. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt. Considering Ask had been quite helpful to him, and he had grown fond of him. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a banknote and placed it atop the pile of coins. Thank you for your generosity. With a casual flick, Ask collected both coins and notes into his pocket. Now that the money was secured, it was time to bid farewell. I have already informed you of the locations of the wand shop and the robe store. I have some matters to attend to. Farewell. Goodbye. Mr. Granger instinctively waved his hand, and by the time he regained his composure, Ask had already departed. I should have invited him for a meal. He has been of great assistance to me. Mr. Granger felt a twinge of regret, while his daughter, Hermione, was crunching on a piece of ice, her two front teeth glinting coldly. What an impolite fellow. He did not even respond to my inquiry. Ask possesses an extraordinary sensitivity towards wealth. The sound of a coin dropping to the ground allows him to discern both its quantity and denomination. He understands the art of multiplying his riches, as well as the means to transform a handful of Muggle coins into galleons, sickles, and knuts. A couple of days ago, Ask learned of a wizard who was collecting Muggle coins at a premium, the purpose of which remains unknown. He visited the place once, only to discover that no wizard was present for the exchange, prompting the wizard to continually raise the offered reward. Ask possessed a coin, having exchanged his banknotes for it. As the enigmatic wizard only accepted coins, the transaction unfolded with extraordinary ease. Coins that collectively bore no significant value transformed into 10 galleons, much to Ask's delight. This was ample enough for him. He intended to depart the following day. When Ask inquired if the wizard would continue to acquire coins, the response he received was somewhat disheartening. The mysterious wizard watched Ask depart before closing the door, then brusquely addressed the unexpected visitor who had suddenly appeared in the room. Now, I can finally be free, can't I? For the time being, everything is settled. The school term will soon commence, and you may continue your travels. It was indeed perfect. 10 galleons, when converted to sickles, amounted to 170. And when further exchanged for nuts, yielded 4,930, enough to crush a person. The wizarding currency and Muggle currency typically exchanged at a rate of 1 galleon equivalent to £5, according to the official rate of Gringotts. Gringotts, in a sense, serves as the bank for wizards. They possess the authority to issue currency, and it would not be an exaggeration to deem them the wealthiest faction in the magical realm. The Muggle currency they amassed is utilized to procure gold and other precious metals, which are subsequently converted into gold galleons, silver sickles, and copper nuts, profiting handsomely from the exchange rates. This represents a monopoly, which often begets astonishing wealth. With only 10 galleons to his name, Ask felt no inclination to deposit his meager assets at Gringotts. The goblins there were notoriously harsh, and their avarice and idolization of money repulsed him to the point of nausea. As for withdrawals, that was unnecessary as well. Ask had neither affluent parents nor a substantial inheritance, his only legacy being the gold galleon he regarded as a token of luck. The Leaky Cauldron was a fine establishment, and old Tom was a kind soul. Ask had resided there until the term began, paying merely 1 galleon and 6 sickles for his stay. Thump, thump, thump. The alarm set by Ask rang, prompting him to turn over. He silenced the device and, with bleary eyes, glanced outside. Although it was no longer the era of the Industrial Revolution and the factories of London had relocated elsewhere, the city's status as a fog-laden metropolis remained unaltered. The gray, oppressive mist hung heavily in the air, making it difficult for even the sunlight to penetrate. It persistently and resolutely thwarted the arrival of brightness. Ask once resided in a place shrouded in thick fog for a decade, cherishing everything about it, save for the cold. In that realm, although the fog was ever present, it possessed a delicate whiteness, ethereal and thin, resembling a gossamer veil draping the earth. When the sun ascended, the fog would gracefully dissipate, and with a stroke of fortune, one might even glimpse a rainbow. Ask did not harbor fondness for London, nor for England as a whole. Among the vast expanse he traversed across half the globe, his heart was most captivated by Norway, followed closely by France, and then there was little else. Boothbatten, being a girls' school, did not admit male students, which had once been a source of great disappointment for Ask. With no alternative options available, he found himself journeying a great distance to this land he was not particularly fond of. Today marked the commencement of the school year at Hogwarts, and Ask, along with the other students, was required to make his way to King's Cross Station, seeking Platform 9 to board the Hogwarts Express en route to the school. His belongings were already prepared. Indeed, magic was a wondrous thing, as a bewitched bag could contain an entire room's worth of items, greatly alleviating Ask's burdens. After lounging on his bed for a while, he finally rose when the mist could no longer withstand the sunlight and began to dissipate. Following a routine of brushing his teeth, washing his face, and tidying his clothes and hair, Ask took a moment to tidy his room before finally departing. Ask, are you leaving? Old Tom had risen early, as was his custom, huddled behind the bar with a cloth in hand, polishing glasses. Upon seeing Ask emerge, he realized that Ask was indeed about to depart. Yes, school begins today. Time truly flies. Another year has swiftly passed. Ask, would you care for a strawberry-flavored sandwich? If I could also have a glass of butterbeer, that would be delightful. I believe you ought to drink more milk. You are still a child and in need of nourishment. I've been drinking milk for nearly a month now, considering I am about to leave. Could I possibly have a glass of butterbeer? Ask lamented somewhat, for having lived for an extended period in a frigid, icy realm, he had long mastered the art of drinking to stave off the cold. He relished the indulgence, for after partaking in spirits, a warmth enveloped his entire being. His mind would feel slightly clouded, heavy-headed and unsteady, yet his thoughts remained remarkably lucid. This sensation pleased him greatly. Ultimately, Ask accepted the sandwich and milk from Old Tom, smirking slightly as he settled down to leisurely savor his breakfast. Old Tom looked at Ask with a cheerful grin, secretly reveling in his latest triumph. However, had he ventured to inspect his wine cellar, he might not have felt quite so jubilant. It was you who wronged me first, as Ask wore a pained expression. His heart brimmed with an unusual joy, even a tinge of pride. Although Old Tom's wine cellar was well concealed and its locks intricate, none of this could deter Ask. After all, his ambitious aspiration was to abscond with the treasures of Gringotts. As per the routine, Old Tom would soon descend to the cellar to fetch some wine. And it was time for Ask to make his exit. Farewell, Ask, and good luck. I shall miss your wine, in a hushed tone. What did you just say? Nothing at all. Well, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Moments later, the first patrons of the broken cauldron were jolted by a heart-wrenching scream. Ask's pockets were once again empty, replaced instead by a small flask of liquor, a cherished reserve of Old Tom S. Ask took a third of it. Autumn had arrived. How far could winter be? Ask felt it imperative to prepare for the approaching winter. A bottle of wine was essential, while other matters could be addressed in due course. With September fast approaching, the weather was no longer as sweltering as it had been a month prior, particularly after yesterday's rain, which left the air refreshingly crisp, a perfect day for travel. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, Ask noted that he had ample time, and as he entered the platform, it seemed the Hogwarts Express had only just arrived. Fortune smiled upon him, he mused. He retrieved a lucky coin from his pocket, casually tossed it into the air, caught it without a glance, and returned it to his pocket. Asker is well acquainted with his lucky coin. He does not need to glance at it to discern which side is facing upwards. He possesses the ability to manipulate the force, ensuring that any side can be presented aloft. As is customary, today the lucky coin lies with its obverse side upwards, signifying that Asker's fortune is quite favorable today. As Asker holds this belief, he may soon find himself reconsidering it within the hour. Today may not rank as the most unfortunate day of Asker's life, yet it is undoubtedly devoid of any association with luck. The thick smoke of the steam locomotive swirls above the chattering crowd, while variously colored cats weave through the legs of the people. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of cumbersome luggage, the owls screech piercingly, calling to one another. The first few carriages are already filled with students. Some lean out of the windows to converse with their families, while others engage in playful scuffles in their seats. Hey, John, how was your summer vacation? Not bad, just that my grades at school were a bit poor, and Dad gave me a good thrashing. Well, cheer up. We're heading back to Hogwarts soon, and then we shall be free. Let us hope so. Just the thought of Snape's greasy hair makes me feel nauseous. Sigh. He failed me last year. Who told you to be in Gryffindor? As Asker closed the window, he nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that Gryffindor students were being singled out by a certain Professor Snape. Asker had long heard that Hogwarts comprised 4 houses, the most antagonistic of which were Gryffindor and Slytherin. This enmity had persisted for over a millennium. Perhaps Slytherin would be a better choice. To avoid being targeted like those unfortunate souls, Ask made a decision, rather than being targeted by that Snape in Gryffindor. He would prefer to seek refuge in Slytherin and accept his protection. Skillfully navigating the currents of advantage and disadvantage had become second nature to Ask. A series of knocks echoed as the compartment door swung open, revealing a large trunk that came into Ask's view. The sound was somewhat familiar, slowly lifting his head. Ask was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of peculiar surprise. What are you doing here again? He exclaimed. Good morning, Miss Hamster. 10 galleons. When converted to sickles, amounted to 170, which further translated into 4,930 knuts, enough to crush a person. The exchange rate between wizarding currency and Muggle currency is generally 1 galleon equivalent to 5 pounds, as per Gringotts' official valuation. Gringotts, in a sense, serves as the bank for wizards, possessing the authority to issue currency. It is not an exaggeration to claim that they represent the wealthiest faction within the magical realm. The Muggle currency collected is utilized to purchase precious metals such as gold, which is then transformed into galleons, sickles, and knuts, yielding a staggering profit. This practice constitutes a monopoly, and monopolies often signify extraordinary wealth. With a mere 10 galleons to his name, Ask saw no reason to deposit funds at Gringotts. The goblins were notoriously miserly, and their insatiable greed and reverence for money made Ask feel nauseated. As for withdrawals, that was even less necessary. Ask came from modest means, lacking affluent parents or a substantial inheritance. The only wealth he had inherited was a galleon he regarded as a lucky coin. The Leaky Cauldron was a fine establishment. And old Tom was a good man. Ask had resided there until the start of term, paying a mere galleon and 6 sickles for his stay. Knock, knock, knock. The alarm set by Asker rang, prompting him to turn over in bed. He silenced the alarm and squinted through his bleary eyes at the window. Although it was no longer the era of the Industrial Revolution and factories had long since relocated, the status of London as a fog-laden metropolis remained unchanged. The grey, oppressive mist hung heavily in the air, making it difficult for even sunlight to penetrate, as it stubbornly and relentlessly obstructed the arrival of brightness. Ask once resided in a place shrouded in thick mist for a decade, cherishing every aspect of it, save for the chill. In that realm, although the fog was ever present, it took on a delicate white hue, thin and ethereal, resembling a gossamer veil draping the earth. When the sun ascended, the mist would gracefully dissipate, on unfortunate occasions. One might even behold a rainbow. Ascetic harbored no affection for London, nor indeed for England. Traversing half the globe, his heart remained tethered to Norway, followed distantly by France. And then, nothing more. Beauxbatons, a predominantly female institution of magical learning, was unlikely to readily admit male students, especially one with a documented history in the Ministry of Magic's files. Ascetic knew his application would be denied outright. He lamented not leveraging his grandfather's dwindling influence to secure admission to Beauxbatons. Listen closely, Ascetic, his grandfather had said, rescuing him from prison. You have 2 paths before you. 1. Endure 7 years at Hogwarts, emerge as a dark overlord, and obliterate those who have wronged you. Or, ascend to Minister of Magic and obliterate those same offenders. 2. Reside with me until my demise, then embark on your dark overlord ambitions. Choose wisely, for this opportunity presents itself but once. Ascetic often regretted that his grandfather hadn't offered a third, more congenial option to attend Beauxbatons, find a sweetheart, retreat to a pastoral haven, raise a family, and live virtuously, causing no harm to the magical world. Alas, was a life of benignity so unattainable? Today marked the commencement of the Hogwarts term. Ascetic, along with his peers, was bound for King's Cross Station to locate platform 934 and board the Hogwarts Express. His belongings were prepared. Magic, indeed, was a boon. An enchanted satchel contained an entire room's worth of possessions, easing Ascetic's burden considerably. After lingering in bed, Ascetic arose as the fog yielded to the sun's advance. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, groomed his attire and hair, tidied his chamber, and then departed. Ascetic, are you leaving? Old Tom, ever the early riser, was ensconced behind the bar, polishing glasses. Yes, school beckons today. Time truly flies. Another year has passed. Ascetic, shall I prepare a strawberry sandwich? A butterbeer would be even more welcome. Milk is more suitable for a growing lad. However, considering your imminent departure, allow me to grant you a butterbeer. Ask expressed his helplessness, for having lived in the frigid wilderness for an extended period, he had long mastered the art of using alcohol to ward off the cold. He found pleasure in drinking, as it enveloped him in warmth, leaving him with a slight heaviness in his head and a sense of lightness in his limbs. Yet his thoughts remained remarkably clear, such was the sensation he cherished. Ultimately, Ask accepted the sandwich and milk from Old Tom, curling his lips in mild disdain as he settled down to leisurely enjoy his breakfast. Old Tom beamed at Ask, secretly reveling in yet another triumph. However, had he taken a moment to inspect his wine cellar, his joy might have been considerably diminished. Well, it seems you were the one to wrong me first. As Ask wore a grim expression, his heart brimmed with joy, and he felt a twinge of pride. Although Old Tom's wine cellar was well concealed and the lock intricate, such obstacles could not deter Ask. After all, his ambitious goal was to abscond with all the funds from Gringotts. According to custom, shortly, Old Tom would venture to the cellar to procure some wine, and it was time for Ask to take his leave. Farewell, Ask, and may fortune smile upon you. Indeed, I shall miss your wine, whispers. What did you just utter? Nothing of significance. Well, the hour grows late. I must depart. Moments later, the first patrons of the broken cauldron heard a heart-wrenching scream echo through the air. Ask's pockets were once again empty, replaced instead by a small flask of liquor, a cherished reserve of Old Tom's, from which Ask had taken a third. Autumn had arrived. How far could winter be? Ask felt it was essential to prepare for the winter. A flask of wine was a necessity, while other matters could be addressed at a more leisurely pace later on. With September fast approaching, the weather had become far less oppressive than it had been a month prior, as rain had fallen just yesterday, rendering the air considerably more refreshing, a perfect day for a journey. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, Ask found the hour still early, as he stepped onto the platform. It appeared that the Hogwarts Express had only just arrived. Fortunate indeed, Ask mused to himself. He retrieved a lucky coin from his pocket, casually tossed it into the sky, and then caught it without even glancing, promptly returning it to his pocket. Ask is well acquainted with his lucky coin. He need not glance at it to discern which side is facing up. He possesses the ability to exert control over its force, ensuring that any desired side presents itself. As is customary, today the coin rests with its obverse facing upwards, signifying that Ask enjoys a stroke of good fortune today. As Ask contemplates, he may soon find his thoughts transformed within the span of an hour. While today may not mark the most unfortunate day of his life, it certainly bears no semblance to the concept of luck. The thick smoke from the steam locomotive swirls above the chattering crowd, while an array of colorful cats weaves through the feet of the passers-by. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of cumbersome luggage, the owls emit their discordant calls, responding to one another. The first few carriages are already crowded with students. Some lean out of the windows to converse with their families, while others engage in playful scuffles in their seats. Hey, John, how was your summer vacation? Not too bad, though my grades at school were rather dismal. My dad gave me a sound thrashing. Well, cheer up. We're about to return to Hogwarts. Soon we shall be free. Let us hope so. Just the thought of Snape's greasy hair makes me feel ill. Sigh, he gave me a failing grade last year. Well, what do you expect being in Gryffindor? As Ask closes the window, he nods thoughtfully. It appears that students of Gryffindor have become targets of a certain professor named Snape. He has long been aware that Hogwarts comprises 4 houses, with the most strained relations existing between Gryffindor and Slytherin, a rivalry that has endured for over a millennium. Perhaps Slytherin would be preferable, to avoid being singled out like those poor souls. Ask made a decision, rather than being targeted by that Snape fellow in Gryffindor. It would be wiser to seek refuge in Slytherin, under his protection. Navigating the currents of advantage and disadvantage had become second nature to Ask. A knock resonated at the door of the compartment, which was then pulled open, revealing a large trunk that came into Ask's view. The sound was somewhat familiar, and as Ask slowly raised his head, he was taken aback, his expression morphing into one of peculiar surprise. What are you doing here again? Good morning, Miss Hamster, he greeted, noting the splendid weather, in stark contrast to Hermione's foul mood. Anyone would feel a twinge of annoyance upon suddenly acquiring an unflattering nickname, and Hermione, who was particularly sensitive about her 2 prominent front teeth, was no exception. Although Hermione wished to find another compartment to evade this insufferable individual, The reality was that there were not many empty compartments left. Moreover, her obviously overstuffed trunk had already caused her considerable inconvenience during this journey. Gritting her teeth, Hermione summoned her strength and pulled the door open a bit more, preparing to maneuver the trunk inside. As Ask shrugged, contemplating for a moment, he extracted a book from his pocket, leaned back in his seat, and assumed a more comfortable position to begin reading. Meanwhile, Hermione was grappling with her suitcase. For at the entrance of the compartment lay a threshold neither too high nor too low, preventing the suitcase from being easily pulled inside. It required a slight lift. However, Hermione had already dragged the suitcase for quite a distance, and being of modest strength, she found herself unable to accomplish this task alone. In the initial 10 seconds, she attempted to resolve the predicament independently, but by the 11th second, she began to hope that Ask might lend a hand. At the moment when Hermione needed assistance the most, Ask chose to observe from a distance. Although he pretended to be engrossed in his book, it was evident to anyone with sight that his attention was far from the text. He was merely an onlooker. Why do I assert this? Because, upon closer inspection, it was clear that Ask's book was upside down. Hermione was tempted to lift the suitcase and hurl it at Ask's face. But had she possessed the strength to do so, this predicament would not have arisen in the first place. Thus, she could only envision a scenario in which she would give Ask a thorough reprimand while he knelt at her feet, weeping and filled with regret. "Excuse me. Could you lend a hand?" she thought, but imagination alone would not suffice. Hermione had to face reality. Striving to muster a semblance of a smile, she forced a strained grin and addressed Ask, saying, "The suitcase is quite heavy, and I am unable to manage it alone." Ask reclined there, a book turned upside down obscuring his face, muffling his voice. "Of course, I know your name is not Hay, but Ask, you German scoundrel," Hermione thought indignantly. Yet she continued, "Ask, could you do me a favor? Is that how you plead?" "I endure." Hermione clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, wishing to pounce on Ask and sink her teeth into him. "Oh, what a frightful expression you have. It's quite terrifying. I'm almost reduced to tears." Ask lowered the book slightly, revealing his eyes and half of his face. It was evident that Ask was not on the verge of tears. On the contrary, he was smiling joyfully. "Why are you always targeting me?" Hermione suddenly inquired, her earlier anger having vanished. Her gaze fixed intently on Ask's eyes as she posed a lingering question. Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, held Ask in high regard and was quite fond of him. From her father, Hermione had garnered some preliminary understanding of Ask, concluding that he was unlikely to be the sort of impolite, crude, and uncouth scoundrel she had imagined. "How could that be? I am not that kind of person." Ask spoke without altering his expression, then rose to his feet, approached the door, grasped the handle of the suitcase, and exerted considerable force to pull it into the carriage. "Very well, I apologize. Indeed, I am quite earnest in my statement." "Apologizing for what?" Hermione inquired. After dragging the suitcase into a corner and securing it, Ask turned around and returned to his seat, picking up a book and reclining, ultimately uttering a dismissive remark, "Just pretend I said nothing." Hermione's fleeting fondness for Ask evaporated in an instant. The carriage boasted 2 rows of seats. Ask reclined in one, thereby claiming it, while the opposite row naturally belonged to Hermione. Seated, Hermione could easily raise her gaze to behold Ask, to see that countenance she might never forget. To be fair, Ask's appearance could only be deemed average. Presently, he was tolerable, but as he matured, he would likely become indistinguishable from any random passerby, utterly unremarkable, which was the hallmark of such individuals. In an effort to etch Ask's features into her memory, lest she mistakenly confront the wrong person in the future, Hermione diligently noted every detail of his face, even going so far as to sketch a portrait in her notebook. A gentleman seeking revenge finds no time too distant. As the Eastern proverb goes, "Are you finished observing?" "Not yet. I still need a bit more." Hermione added a few strokes to her drawing, her gaze fixed downward. Suddenly realizing her reaction, she swiftly closed her notebook and, feigning nonchalance, countered Ask's persistent gaze with her own query, "Are you done looking?" "Not yet. I still need a bit more." An identical response echoed back. Had the situation continued in this manner, it seemed Hermione and Ask would engage in this silent duel for a while longer. However, the sudden sound of a knock followed by the entrance of a stout boy interrupted their exchange. "May I sit here?" Yes, there is space over there," Ask replied, gesturing toward the seats opposite Hermione. "Oh, thank you. You're a good person," the stout boy remarked as he lifted a suitcase considerably larger and lighter than Hermione's, setting it down before awkwardly settling into his seat. A hint of menace. The stout boy recalled a phrase from a book. cautiously turning his head towards the source of the tension, offering a grin that resembled more of a grimace than a smile. "You're a good person, too." Hermione was left speechless, receiving a compliment from such a rotund individual. As the train's whistle sounded, indicating imminent departure, the heavy roar of the Crimson Hogwarts Express commenced, gradually accelerating and departing the platform. In stark contrast to the excitement, joy, and elation of others, Ask remained notably cold, calm, indifferent, and detached. At the moment the train lurched forward, he became enveloped in a chill. After reclining for a while, Ask abruptly sat upright, retrieving a stack of stationery and a pen from his pocket, commencing to write. As the month drew to a close, it was customary to pen a letter to his grandfather detailing his recent circumstances. The letter was brief, thus he felt no concern regarding its brevity. Its contents were as follows: "I am well." This succinct message barely filled a line on the expansive sheet of paper. However, Ask labored for over an hour to complete it, for it was not merely a letter but a reflection on his recent experiences. Upon finishing, he produced an envelope, carefully inserting the letter before returning it to his pocket. While reaching inside, Ask's fingers brushed against an object. Pausing momentarily, he grasped the stick-like item, lingering over it before finally withdrawing his hand. Gazing out the window for a spell, Ask felt a sense of unease, aware that the indelible memories were once again tormenting him. "I hope it is warmer there." This was Ask's solitary hope for his new school. May Merlin bless this child and fulfill his wish. The weather was splendid, yet Hermione found herself in a foul mood. Who would feel a twinge of discontent upon suddenly acquiring an unflattering nickname? Particularly for Hermione, who had always been sensitive about her two prominent front teeth. Although she longed to find another carriage to evade the presence of this insufferable individual, the reality was that few empty compartments remained. Moreover, her evidently overburdened suitcase had already caused her considerable inconvenience. Gritting her teeth, Hermione summoned her strength, slightly opening the door in preparation to maneuver the suitcase inside. Ask shrugged and contemplated for a moment before retrieving a book from his pocket. He leaned back in his seat, adopting a more comfortable posture to begin reading. Meanwhile, Hermione was engaged in a struggle with her suitcase. The threshold at the carriage door was neither too high nor too low, making it impossible to pull the suitcase inside without first lifting it slightly. However, having already dragged the suitcase a considerable distance, Hermione, who was not particularly strong to begin with, found herself unable to accomplish this task alone. For the initial 10 seconds, she attempted to resolve the matter by herself. But by the 11th second, she began to hope for Ask's assistance. At the moment when Hermione needed help the most, Ask chose to remain a mere spectator. Although he pretended to read his book with earnestness, anyone with sight could discern that his focus was not on the pages. He was merely reveling in the spectacle. Why? You may ask. Because, upon inspection, it was evident that Ask had turned his book upside down. Hermione harbored an urge to lift the suitcase and hurl it at Ask's face. But if she were capable of such an act, the current predicament would not have arisen. Thus, she could only fantasize about delivering a stern reprimand to Ask, envisioning him kneeling at her feet, weeping in regret. "Excuse me, could you lend a hand?" she thought. Realizing that mere imagination would not suffice, she had to confront reality. Straining to muster a semblance of a smile, Hermione forced a grin that did not reach her eyes as she addressed Ask. "The suitcase is quite heavy, and I can't manage it alone." Ask reclined there, a book inverted in his hands obscuring his face and muffling his voice. "I am well aware that you are not called Hay, but Ask, a scoundrel from Germany." Hermione seethed inwardly, yet she pressed on. "Ask, could you lend me a hand? Is that how you beseech someone for assistance?" "I can endure." Hermione clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, wishing fervently to pounce and take down Ask. "Oh, what an expression you wear. It's quite terrifying. I nearly wept at the sight." Ask lowered the book slightly, revealing his eyes and half of his face. It was evident that he was far from being frightened to tears. On the contrary, he wore a broad smile. "Why do you always target me?" Hermione suddenly inquired, her earlier anger having dissipated, as she fixed her gaze intently upon Ask's eyes. Posing a long-held question, Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, held Ask in high esteem and was quite fond of him. From her father, Hermione had gleaned a preliminary understanding of Ask. He certainly did not strike one as a rude, vulgar, or uncouth scoundrel. "How could I possibly be that kind of person?" Ask spoke without a flicker of emotion, then rose, approached the door, and grasped the handle of the box, pulling it forcefully into the compartment. "Very well, I apologize. I genuinely mean what I say." "Apologizing for what?" Hermione inquired. After dragging the box into the corner, Ask turned and returned to his seat, picking up a book and reclining, finally uttering, "Consider it as if I said nothing at all. You." Hermione's fleeting fondness for Ask evaporated in an instant. The compartment contained 2 rows of seats, Ask half reclined, occupying one row, while the other naturally belonged to Hermione. Seated, Hermione could simply lift her gaze to see Ask, to behold a face she might never forget. To be fair, Ask's appearance could only be deemed average. At present, he was acceptable, but as he matured, he would likely blend into the crowd, lacking distinctiveness. This was the hallmark of the ordinary. Perhaps to ensure she would remember Ask's face, lest she misidentify him when seeking retribution in the future. Hermione diligently noted every feature of his visage, even sketching a portrait in her notebook. A gentleman seeks vengeance. Even after a decade, it is never too late. An Eastern proverb. Have you seen enough? Not quite, still a bit more. Hermione added a few strokes to her sketch, speaking without lifting her head. Then she realized. Promptly closing her notebook and feigning nonchalance, she retorted to Ask, who had been staring at her, "Have you seen enough?" "Not quite, still a bit more." An identical reply. If matters were to continue in this vein, Hermione and Ask would likely engage in further banter. However, the sudden knock at the door and the appearance of a portly boy brought this exchange to a halt. "May I sit here?" "Yes, there's space there," Ask replied coolly, gesturing to the seats across from Hermione. "Oh, thank you. You're a good person." The boy hoisted a box, larger than Hermione's, which was considerably lighter. After placing the box, the boy settled into his seat, shifting restlessly. There's an air of menace. The boy recalled a phrase often found in his books. Cautiously turning his head towards the source of the unease, forcing a smile that was scarcely better than weeping. "You are also a good person." Hermione was left speechless. Receiving a good person card from such a chubby boy, the train's whistle sounded, signaling imminent departure. With a heavy rumble, the Crimson Hogwarts Express began to move, gradually accelerating, departing the platform. In contrast to the excitement, joy, and exhilaration of others, Ask remained aloof, calm, indifferent, and detached. At the moment the train set in motion, he felt a chill envelop him. After lying there for some time, Ask abruptly sat up, retrieving a stack of stationery and a pen from his pocket, commencing to write. Approaching the end of the month, it was customary for him to compose a letter to his father, updating him on his current situation. The letter was brief. Thus he need not worry about word count, and it read as follows: "I am well." This constituted the entirety of the correspondence, and the brief sentence scarcely filled a line of the sizable paper. However, Ask labored for over an hour to complete it, for this was not merely a letter, but a reflection on his recent experiences. Upon finishing, Ask produced an envelope, slipped the letter within, and returned it to his pocket. As he reached into his pocket, his fingers brushed against an object, causing him to pause momentarily. He grasped the cylindrical item, caressing it for a long while before releasing it. Gazing out the window for a moment, Ask felt a twinge of agitation. He was aware that the deeply etched, unforgettable memories were once again tormenting him. "I hope it will be warmer there." This was Ask's sole hope for the new school, wishing that Merlin would grant this child his desire. The journey seemed lengthy, at least for these children. Utilizing flue powder, one could arrive at Hogwarts in an instant, and a mere spoonful of it cost only 2 sickles, with no age restrictions for use. Compared to flying broomsticks, apparition, or night buses, this should be the most ideal mode of travel. However, with so many students using flue powder to travel to Hogwarts on the same day, it would likely be a nightmare. The Hogwarts Express, prior to receiving approval from the Ministry of Magic for school use, underwent several magical restrictions. Many pureblood families were incensed by this notion, claiming that allowing their children to use Muggle transportation was unsafe, unsanitary, and demeaning to their offspring. Nevertheless, when the ministry mandated that students either take the train or forego schooling altogether, the dissenting voices were swiftly silenced. Thus, the petty are simply being pretentious, are they not? During the journey, a minor incident occurred involving the rotund boy in Ask's compartment, Neville Longbottom, whose pet, a toad, had escaped. Neville searched for his pet, and Hermione joined in to assist, while Ask remained reclined, napping, not expecting Hermione to seek his help. The Hogwarts Express continued on its course, while the distant castle's bearded headmaster remained ever the same. As one of the 3 great magical schools in Europe, Hogwarts boasts a history stretching back a millennium, having produced countless renowned figures, including the legendary Merlin, a former student of Slytherin. In comparison to Muggle schools, Hogwarts could be likened to prestigious institutions such as Eton. Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts and one of the most formidable wizards of the 20th century, possesses an abundance of stories. Yet they shall not be the focus here. On this day, marking the commencement of a new academic year, Dumbledore arose an hour earlier than usual. Once he had completed his morning rituals, he settled at his desk to conduct a final review of the incoming student roster. Habitually, as he flipped through the pages, a photograph of a boy leapt out at him. With unruly black hair reminiscent of his father and emerald green eyes that evoked memories of a remarkable mother, one who may have altered the course of history, Dumbledore found himself involuntarily reflecting on her. "Good morning, Harry," he murmured softly, a whimsical act he had taken to doing lately. Greeting a mere photograph, somewhat absurd, was it not? Perhaps it was irresponsible to admit that his sole purpose for perusing the roster was to catch a glimpse of Harry Potter, nothing more. At times, living for too long becomes burdensome, as the weight of accumulated memories compels one to forget the trivial, retaining only that which is paramount. Even the greatest of wizards, even Dumbledore himself, is subject to this truth. Over the years, if there are but a few names that Dumbledore would carry with him to the grave, they would belong to 2 women and 3 men. Fawkes, his loyal phoenix, fluttered in and perched upon the desk, tilting his head curiously at the student roster. With swift precision, he flipped through the pages until he halted at a particular one, turning to gaze at his master. The photograph displayed a rather impatient-looking boy, Ask, who seemed decidedly displeased at being disturbed. Dumbledore's smile gradually faded as he scrutinized the boy's visage, and after a prolonged moment, he turned to Fawkes and inquired, "Who is he?" Fawkes flapped his wings and traced a claw along the name inscribed beneath the image, Ask. "No, he is not Ask." Dumbledore swiftly shook his head. Fawkes blinked and then turned his gaze toward the window. Being his own familiar, Dumbledore sensed Fawkes' unease and, after a brief contemplation, discerned the phoenix's intent. "Should I keep a watchful eye on him, Fawkes? Is that what you mean?" Fawkes offered a non-committal flap of his wings before hopping to a nearby nest, where he nestled down to slumber. With a resigned sigh, Dumbledore acknowledged his lack of absolute dominion over Fawkes, despite being the phoenix's master. Some matters, unspoken by Fawkes, eluded Dumbledore's understanding. Yet, more vigilance toward this boy? "Fawkes, do you not realize? I have long been attentive to him." Removing his spectacles to clean them, Dumbledore suddenly felt the need to revisit the pensive, as his memories seemed to blur. With ample time remaining before the new student's arrival, he grasped his wand and approached the pensive nestled in the corner. Ask experienced a nightmare, or rather, he continued the nightmare from before. An endless expanse of ice and snow, devoid of color save for white, constituted Ask's dreamscape. In this realm, time and direction seemed to hold no sway. The only omnipresent element was the eternal chill. As a man accustomed to perpetual winter, Ask's resistance to the cold was surprisingly inferior to that of an average individual, which in itself was rather peculiar. Yet, when one considers the recurrent nature of this dream, everything appears to fall into place. In the waking world, Ask contended with the corporeal cold, easily remedied by donning an extra layer of clothing. However, within this interminable nightmare, he faced a far more profound chill that seeped into his very soul. This frigidness was etched into the marrow of his being. A mere hint of cold in reality could plunge him back into that haunting dream. Periodically, this nightmare would unleash its torment, refusing to relent until Ask was left utterly exhausted and beleaguered. It was a malady beyond the healing capabilities of St. Mungo's Hospital, likely to accompany him throughout his existence, until he was ultimately laid to rest. Awakening from the nightmare, Ask was drenched in sweat, yet shivering uncontrollably. Clutching a flask, he unhesitatingly poured its contents into his mouth. His urgency was palpable, with more liquor spilled upon his clothing than consumed. The fiery liquid, imbued with an exceptionally high alcohol content, could easily serve as fuel. Who knew where old Tom procured such potent vodka? Did he not fear igniting his own mind? After just a few swallows, Ask was left in tears, his visage a mess, his throat ablaze, and his face flushed as if it could bleed. Ask has perhaps underestimated the potency of the wine, and thus he must bear some consequences. However, with Merlin's blessing, Ask's body has begun to warm again, which should be considered a positive development. This damned. Ask leaned on his hand. The potency of the vodka was no mere myth. He felt a lightness, his head swimming, and a tendency for his limbs to succumb to uncontrollable languor, which is the very essence of intoxication. Had Ask known that this flask of vodka had once felled a dragon, perhaps he would have felt considerably more at ease. He was overcome with drowsiness and wished to indulge in a little more sleep. As Ask yawned, his hands slackened, and his head tilted. He succumbed to slumber upon the table. Almost simultaneously, the compartment door swung open, revealing Hermione and Neville's return. The journey had felt rather protracted, at least for these young ones. Utilizing Floo powder allows one to reach Hogwarts in a mere instant, with a single spoonful costing only 2 sickles. And there are no age restrictions for its use. Compared to flying on broomsticks, apparition, or the night bus, this undoubtedly represents the most ideal mode of travel. However, the thought of so many students using Floo powder to traverse the fireplace to Hogwarts on the same day would surely be a nightmare. Prior to receiving approval from the Ministry of Magic for school use, the Hogwarts Express was subjected to several magical restrictions. Many pureblood families were incensed by this notion, asserting that allowing their children to use Muggle transportation was unsafe, unsanitary, and a denigration of their lineage. Yet, when the ministry mandated that students either take the train or forego their education, the dissenting voices were swiftly silenced. Thus, the petty are simply being pretentious. During the journey, a minor incident occurred involving the plump boy in the same compartment as Neville Longbottom, whose pet, a toad, had made its escape. Neville sought to retrieve his pet, with Hermione joining in the search, while remained sprawled, indulging in his afternoon nap, with Hermione harboring no expectations of his assistance. The Hogwarts Express continued its course as ever, and the distant castle's venerable headmaster remained as constant as always. Hogwarts, one of the 3 prestigious magical schools in Europe, boasts a history that stretches back a millennium, having produced innumerable luminaries, including the legendary Merlin, a former student of Slytherin. When compared to Muggle institutions, Hogwarts stands as a counterpart to esteemed establishments such as Eton College. Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts and one of the most formidable wizards of the 20th century, is the subject of innumerable tales, which I shall refrain from recounting here. On this day of the new school year, Dumbledore rose an hour earlier than his usual routine. After attending to his morning rituals, he settled at his desk to conduct a final review of the first-year student roster. Habitually, he turned the pages, and a photograph of a boy leaped out at him, with disheveled black hair reminiscent of his father and eyes as vibrant as emeralds. This visage invariably evoked memories of a remarkable mother, one who might have altered the course of history. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore murmured. A habit he had recently adopted, greeting a photograph seemed rather absurd, did it not? It may be deemed irresponsible to admit that his sole reason for perusing the roster was merely to catch a glimpse of Harry Potter. At times, living for too long can be burdensome, as an accumulation of memories compels one to forget the trivial, preserving only that which is most significant. Even the greatest of wizards, even Dumbledore himself, is not exempt from this truth. Over the years, if there is anything indelibly etched in Dumbledore's memory, it would perhaps be a handful of names, 2 belonging to women, 3 to men. Fawkes fluttered in, perching on the desk and tilting his head inquisitively at the student roster. With remarkable speed, he flipped through the pages until he halted on a particular one, turning to gaze at his master. The photograph depicted a somewhat impatient figure, who appeared decidedly displeased at being disturbed. Dumbledore's smile gradually faded as he regarded the face with a complex expression. After a prolonged moment, he turned to Fawkes and inquired, "Who is he?" Fawkes flapped his wings and traced his claw along the name inscribed at the bottom of the page. Why had I not noticed him before? Dumbledore shook his head in disbelief. Fawkes blinked and shifted his gaze to the window. Dumbledore, feeling an odd sense of connection to his own bird, discerned something unusual in Fawkes' demeanor. After a brief contemplation, he surmised Fawkes' intent. He ought to maintain vigilance over this boy. "Is that what you mean, Fawkes?" The phoenix noncommittally flapped his wings and hopped to a nearby nest, settling down for a nap. Dumbledore sighed, a touch exasperated, though he was Fawkes' master. It did not imply absolute dominion over him. There were matters that Fawkes chose not to articulate, leaving Dumbledore powerless to act. Nevertheless, a heightened awareness of this boy? "Fawkes, do you not realize? In truth, I have been attentive to him for quite some time." Removing his spectacles for a moment to polish them, Dumbledore suddenly felt the need to consult the pensieve once more, for his memories seemed to blur. With ample time remaining before the new student's arrival, he grasped his wand and approached the pensieve nestled in the corner. Found himself ensnared in a nightmare, or rather, he continued the ominous reverie from before. An endless expanse of ice and snow enveloped him. Devoid of color, the world was a desolate realm of white. In this dreamscape, time and direction seemed to vanish entirely, leaving only an eternal chill in their wake. As one who has long dwelled in the frigid embrace of winter, Ask's resilience to the cold was notably less than that of an ordinary person, a peculiarity in itself. Yet, when considering the recurring nature of this dream, everything appeared to fall into place. In the waking world, Ask faced the physical cold, merely requiring additional layers to combat it. But in this nightmare, the conclusion of which was shrouded in uncertainty, he was confronted with a chilling of the soul. This profound cold had etched itself into the very marrow of his being. A mere hint of coldness in reality would plunge him back into that dreadful dream. Periodically, this nightmare would erupt, tormenting Ask to the brink of despair, refusing to relent until he was utterly spent. It was a malady that even the most formidable of contemporary sorcerers could not cure, perhaps destined to accompany him throughout his life, lingering until it was ultimately laid to rest in the grave. Awakening from the nightmare, Ask was drenched in sweat, yet shivering uncontrollably. Clutching a flask of liquor, he unabashedly poured its contents into his mouth with urgency. In his haste, the alcohol that splattered onto his garments exceeded what he managed to consume. The fiery liquid, with an extraordinarily high alcohol content suitable for fuel, raised questions about how old Tom procured such potent vodka. Did he not fear scorching his own mind? After only a few sips, Ask was left in a state of disarray, tears streaming down his face, his throat ablaze, and his complexion flushed to the point of appearing to bleed. Ask has underestimated the potency of this wine, and thus he must pay a price for it. However, thank the heavens, Ask's body has begun to warm up again, which should be considered good news. This damned. Ask propped his head up with his hand. The potency of the vodka was no mere exaggeration. He felt a sense of lightheadedness, his mind clouded, and his limbs beginning to exhibit a lack of control, which is to say, he was inebriated. Had Ask been aware that this very jug of vodka had once felled a dragon, perhaps he would have found greater comfort in his state. Exhaustion overtook him, and he yawned for a brief slumber. As Ask stifled a yawn, his hand slackened, his head tilted, and he succumbed to slumber upon the table. Around the same time, the compartment door swung open, revealing Hermione and Neville's return. The Hogwarts Express came to a halt, heralding the conclusion of a brief yet protracted journey, and the commencement of an even more exhilarating chapter of life. Wizards embark on their magical education at the tender age of 11. And after 7 years of rigorous study and examinations, they finally graduate. During these 7 years, their time spent at school far surpasses that at home, and the moments shared with classmates exceed those spent with family. For them, the most pivotal 7 years of their lives are encapsulated within the hallowed halls of the magical institution. Divided by Christmas, an academic year is segmented into 2 terms. And one wonders why wizards, who typically disdain Muggles, also partake in the celebration of Christmas. Students bustled off the train, donned in their pre-prepared robes, and under the guidance of the towering Rubeus Hagrid, they made their way towards Hogwarts Castle. Harry, accompanied by his new friend Ron, ambled in the midst of the throng. Although he yearned to converse with Hagrid at the front, he felt that it might impede Hagrid's duties. The night enveloped them like ink as they traversed the uneven path, stumbling and faltering, seemingly foreshadowing the arduous journey of life ahead. As they continued onward, the sounds of the group gradually faded, leaving only the echoes of their breaths and the soft scrape of soles against the ground. One must possess a sense of reverence. These naive freshmen were already filled with awe for the enigmatic Hogwarts, marking a promising beginning. A millennium ago, as Hogwarts was founded, for esteemed wizards established a peculiar rule: newcomers must cross the lake. This eccentric regulation has endured through the ages, upheld by successive headmasters who were once students themselves. They vividly recall the trials they faced, though perhaps that is an exaggeration. In any case, after navigating the rugged path and rounding a corner, a vast expanse of dark water unfolded at the end of the narrow trail, the opposite shore rising steeply to reveal a majestic castle, its towers piercing the night sky, and its windows twinkling beneath the stars. This is Hogwarts. Awe-inspiring. Even having heard tales from parents and elders, even with the school's storied history vividly depicted, even having gazed upon countless photographs, the impact was still overwhelming. Is this truly Hogwarts? Taking a deep breath, Ask composed himself, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor, and remarked in a feigned casual tone, "Not bad, slightly better than I had anticipated. Only slightly. The sole advantage here over there is that it is not quite so cold." Ask, without turning his head, remarked while rubbing his face, "Fortunately, it no longer hurts as much as it did initially." The right side of Ask's face was visibly more bruised than the left, had it not been for the darkness. The vivid imprint of a hand would have been unmistakable. Hermione pursed her lips and strode past Ask. "What a charlatan! You scoundrel, you rogue. What are you doing? Undressing? We must go out. I am a fair person. Since I have seen yours, I've taken a slight advantage. Relax, I will let you see it back. Pervert. Ah, how nostalgic that title is." This was but a minor episode aboard the Hogwarts Express. As for the specifics, well, The handprint on Ask's face speaks volumes. There is a saying, isn't there? We have grown up, yet we can no longer find the way back. The weather is ever-changing. But the fickleness of the human heart is even more profound. One moment it may be brilliantly sunny, and the next, it could be a relentless downpour. Understanding the human heart is far more challenging than predicting the weather, is it not? A dense cloud of despair enveloped Asker's heart. As the biting winter wind swept through the boundless wilderness, robbing the warmth and leaving only a chilling emptiness. Well, to be precise, it was not merely desolation, but an unmistakable coldness. As Ask tightened his robe, he felt a chill despite the stillness of the night. The summer had yet to depart, the sky was clear, and the flowers bloomed under the full moon, yet he still felt a twinge of cold. This was an ailment beyond remedy. Do not obstruct my path. Ask was roughly shoved, nearly losing his balance, and stumbled forward a few steps before regaining his composure. He was irked, extremely irked. Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the esteemed Pureblood family, the Malfoys, was feeling quite disgruntled, as was another individual. Despite his pride, Draco's self-esteem suffered a significant blow due to the events that transpired aboard the Hogwarts Express. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was far more renowned than Draco had anticipated. In the eyes of many, this boy, who vanquished the formidable Dark Lord Voldemort as an infant, was destined to become an extraordinary figure in adulthood. If that were the case, why not cultivate a favorable relationship with him in advance? After all, it could be deemed an investment, could it not? Draco could fervently swear that his intention in approaching Harry was born from a genuine desire to befriend him. That much was true. However, not everyone is deemed worthy of being Harry Potter's friend, and therein lies a flaw in Draco's reasoning. The term pureblood applies to only a select few families, among which the Potter family, the Malfoy family, and the Black family are notable examples. It is worth mentioning that even the illustrious Albus Dumbledore's lineage does not qualify as pureblood. Thus, one could assert that Harry and Draco are somewhat well-matched in status, though that notion feels somewhat peculiar. Therefore, Harry may forge a friendship with Draco. Yet that red-haired Weasley lacks the requisite standing. The Weasley family, one of the pureblood clans, counts Ron Weasley and his sibling's mother, a former daughter of the Pruitt family, another pureblood family that produced two members of the Order of the Phoenix, both of whom heroically sacrificed themselves. Hence, Ron should qualify as a friend to Harry. However, the Weasley family carries a rather unsavory moniker, the pureblood traitors. The intricacies of their long-standing grievances have become inconsequential. What matters is that, in the eyes of the Malfoy family, the Weasley clan is regarded as nothing more than refuse, mere dross. How could such a family, such descendants, possibly merit the honor of being Harry Potter's friends? Harry Potter, you shall surely come to regret this. Every child who has been spoiled by their parents inevitably harbors such thoughts when faced with disregard and abandonment by others. To return to the matter at hand, Draco is accompanied by two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle. Their surnames indicate that they do not belong to any pureblood lineage, merely existing as adjuncts to Draco's illustrious family. The one who just collided with Ask was Crabbe, a portly fellow with a large head, thick neck, and underdeveloped limbs, possessing a rather simple mind. Goyle is similar in nature. As Ask flexed his wrist and approached Crabbe with a smile, he offered no greeting and delivered a direct punch to his nose. Good evening, and welcome to Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express had come to a halt, signifying the conclusion of a brief, yet prolonged journey, heralding the commencement of an even more exhilarating chapter of life. Wizards embark on their magical education at the tender age of 11. And after 7 years of rigorous study and examinations, they finally graduate. Throughout these 7 years, their time spent at school far exceeds that at home, and the moments shared with classmates surpass those spent with family. For them, the most significant 7 years of their lives are encapsulated in their academic endeavors at the magical school. A school year is divided into 2 terms, marked by the Christmas holiday, and one might wonder why wizards, who often disdain Muggles, also celebrate Christmas. Students bustle off the train, attired in their meticulously prepared robes, and under the guidance of the towering Rubeus Hagrid, they make their way toward the majestic Hogwarts castle. Harry and his newfound friend Ron walk amidst the throng. Though he yearns to engage Hagrid in conversation, Harry believes it would disrupt Hagrid's duties. The night was as dark as ink, and as they traversed the uneven path, each stumble and misstep seemed to foreshadow the challenges that lay ahead in life. Gradually, the sounds of the group receded, leaving only the echoes of their breaths and the soft scuff of shoes against the ground. One must possess a sense of reverence. These youthful newcomers have already developed an awe for the enigmatic Hogwarts, marking a promising beginning. A millennium ago, at the inception of Hogwarts, For illustrious wizards established a peculiar school rule: newcomers must traverse the lake. This unusual regulation has endured through the ages, upheld by successive headmasters, who were once students themselves. They vividly recall the arduous journey they undertook, albeit with a touch of exaggeration. Ultimately, after navigating the rugged path and rounding a bend, they suddenly beheld a vast, dark lake at the end of the narrow trail. On the opposite shore, a grand castle loomed atop a steep hillside, its spires piercing the night sky and its windows twinkling under the stars. This was Hogwarts. Awe-inspiring, even though tales of Hogwarts had reached them from parents and elders. And despite the school's storied history being well documented and countless images having been viewed, the reality was still breathtaking. Taking a deep breath, Ask composed himself, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor, and remarked in an affectedly casual tone, "Not bad. A bit better than I expected." Just a bit? The only aspect in which this place outshone the previous one was in its relative warmth. Ask spoke without turning his head, rubbing his face, fortunately. It no longer pained him as it did at the outset. The right side of Ask's face was noticeably larger than the left. And had it not been for the darkness, the crimson imprint of a hand would have been distinctly visible. Hermione curled her lip and walked past Ask. What a charlatan! Not to mention the rogue, the scoundrel, the villain, the cad. What are you doing? Undressing? I want to go out. Hey, I am quite fair. Since I've glimpsed yours, I've taken a slight advantage. Relax, I'll let you see it back. Pervert. Ah, what a long-lost title. Thus unfolded a brief episode aboard the Hogwarts Express, with the notable detail being the handprint on Ask's face. Their essay saying, "Isn't there? We have grown up. Yet we can no longer find the way back. The weather is capricious, yet the human heart is even more so. One moment it may be basking in sunlight, and the next could bring incessant rain. Delving into the human psyche is far more challenging than predicting the weather, wouldn't you agree?" A thick cloud of despair enveloped Ask as the winter winds howled fiercely. The biting chill swept across the vast wilderness, stealing away the warmth and leaving only a profound sense of coldness. Well, to be more precise, it was not merely desolation, but an icy chill that remained. Ask tightened his robe around him. Though the night was still, the summer had not yet departed. The sky was clear, the flowers were blooming, and the moon was full. Yet, he felt a chill. This was an ailment that could not be cured. Do not obstruct the path. Ask was forcefully shoved, nearly losing his balance, and stumbled forward for several steps before regaining his composure. He felt extremely displeased. Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the esteemed Pureblood Malfoy family, found himself in a state of discontent, as did another individual. Despite his pride, a recent incident aboard the Hogwarts Express severely undermined his self-esteem. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was more renowned than Draco had ever anticipated. In the eyes of many, this boy, who had vanquished the formidable Dark Lord Voldemort as an infant, was destined to become an extraordinary figure in adulthood. Given such prospects, why not cultivate a cordial relationship with him in advance? After all, it is a form of investment, is it not? Draco could swear upon the family crest on his chest that his intention in approaching Harry was to forge a genuine friendship. This point is indisputable. However, not everyone is deemed worthy of being Harry Potter's friend. This notion is flawed. There are few families that can justifiably claim the title of pureblood. Among them the Potter family, the Malfoy family, and the Black family, among a select few others. It is noteworthy that even the illustrious Albus Dumbledore does not belong to a pureblood lineage. Thus, one could argue that Harry and Draco are well matched in social standing. Therefore, Harry may indeed befriend Draco, but that red-haired Weasley has no such privilege. The Weasley family, one of the pureblood households, has a mother who is a former daughter of the Pruitt family, another pureblood line that produced 2 members of the Order of the Phoenix, both of whom fell honorably in battle. This implies that Ron Weasley should have the qualifications to be Harry's friend. Yet, the Weasley family bears an unfortunate label: the pureblood traitors. The intricacies of their long-standing grievances have become irrelevant. What matters is that, in the eyes of the Malfoy family, the Weasley family is nothing but refuse, dross. Such a family, such descendants, how could they possibly be worthy of Harry Potter's friendship? Harry Potter, you shall inevitably come to regret your choices. Every child accustomed to parental indulgence, when disregarded and abandoned by others, often harbors such thoughts. In this world, there are no villains, only good individuals who have committed wrongful acts. Returning to the subject at hand, Draco is accompanied by 2 followers, Crabbe and Goyle, whose surnames reveal that they do not belong to any pureblood family, but are merely affiliated with Draco's lineage. The one who recently collided with Ask was Crabbe, a stocky fellow with a large head, thick neck, and underdeveloped limbs, possessing a rather simple mind. Goyle is similar in nature. As Ask adjusted his wrist with a playful demeanor, he approached Crabbe without uttering a single greeting and delivered a direct punch to his nose. "Good evening. Welcome to Hogwarts." This was his peculiar way of extending a welcome. With a resounding thud, his fist clashed against the nose, resulting in a spray of crimson, a rather unconventional method of salutation. Asker broke into a grin, framed against the moon, with its light failing to illuminate his face, yet his stark white teeth glimmered with a chilling radiance. His eyes emitted a ghostly blue glow, resembling two flickering will-o'-the-wisps suspended in the air, their luminescence waxing and waning. To be candid, it was rather unsettling. Crabbe covered his nose, tears spilling forth uncontrollably. This was not cowardice, but instinct, after all. Even an adult would involuntarily shed tears, or even faint from a severe blow to the nose. "Dare you strike me?" This query encapsulated the speaker's inner turmoil and disbelief, aptly summarized by the phrase bluster masking timidity. "Oh, why would I hesitate to strike you?" With an eye roll, Asker produced a handkerchief and meticulously wiped the blood from his knuckles. Once satisfied with his task, he tossed the handkerchief to the ground, frowning as he declared, "I abhor blood. Who are you?" Draco Malfoy halted the movements of his two lackeys with a glance, scrutinizing Asker for a prolonged moment. Confirming that he had never encountered this stranger and noticing the absence of any family insignia, Draco finally laid to rest his lingering apprehensions. "Merely an insignificant pawn," he mused. A thought that he discarded moments later. Slap. Goyle clutched his nose as crimson blood seeped through his fingers, staining his garments, the red swallowed by the black. Now it is symmetrical. Draco could swear that this was the most infuriating statement he had ever heard. At that moment, all decorum was cast aside. To hell with dignity. To hell with etiquette. To hell with restraint. "Strike me." Draco barked through clenched teeth. Feeling it insufficient, he added, "Beat him to a pulp. If he dies, it counts as my victory." This phrase, borrowed from some chivalric tale, was instinctively summoned, though Draco failed to recognize that those who utter such words are seldom virtuous. Nor do they enjoy favorable outcomes. Crabbe and Goyle had long awaited this command, brimming with anticipation to unleash their wrath upon Asker. Yet, quicker than their movements was Asker himself. Utilizing his slight stature, he effortlessly melted into the throng of students, vanishing from Draco's sight in the blink of an eye. "You scoundrel! Halt!" The furious roar echoed behind him. Asker shrugged nonchalantly, muttering under his breath, "Only a fool would stand there to be pummeled." Despite the danger of the proximity, Asker surveyed the densely packed crowd with trepidation, yet he pressed on, determined to push forward. If he was not mistaken, those three were bound for Slytherin. Would he not then be reduced to two flattened pancakes? As Ask suddenly realized he had stumbled into a predicament of considerable magnitude, he pondered whether his impulsiveness had indeed led him astray. Nevertheless, having embarked on this course of action, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on regrets. Ask was resolute in his disbelief that he could be cornered by those three imbeciles. In his earnest moments, he was confident that he could swiftly teach them a lesson in humility. Thus, he resolved to head towards Gryffindor, and with that, a delightful decision was made. Ask takes pride in his wit. What a sagacious and astute decision it is. Ask, you are truly remarkable. There is a saying, beauty fades in 3 seconds. Oftentimes, even 3 seconds may prove insufficient. The path is treacherous, built along the mountainside, devoid of safety barriers. A moment's misstep could lead to an eternal regret. Hogwarts boasts a record that no freshman has ever encountered difficulties on this stretch of road. Today, that record is destined to be shattered by Ask. With one misstep, his body, propelled by inertia, tilted towards the wrong direction, and the stones beneath his feet rolled away in an instant. Thus, Ask broke Hogwarts' record. Once, a freshman stood at the edge of the path, peering down, only to be so frightened that he required assistance to complete the journey. That unfortunate soul became utterly limp, unable to proceed. Beyond a certain height, existence loses its meaning, for a fall from such heights leads only to demise. Accio. Ask swiftly drew his wand with extraordinary agility and cast a levitation spell upon himself, causing his body to plummet downward at an even greater velocity than before. Good grief. Ask gazed at the wand in his hand, cursing bitterly. It suddenly dawned upon him that this wand, crafted from ashwood and the feathers of a phoenix, a most peculiar combination, was perhaps the most obstinate wand, belonging solely to one individual. Wingardium Leviosa. Ineffective. Wingardium Leviosa. Still ineffective. Wingardium Leviosa. Absolutely futile. Damn it. I am your master. The wand trembled slightly, yet the miracle he hoped for did not transpire. He continued to plummet. And Ask felt as though the wand was mocking him. What are you? Do you think you can be my master? Ask was momentarily taken aback, and then, as if confronted by a specter, he forcefully hurled his wand into the abyss, where it vanished from sight. In that instant, he found himself in a state of disbelief. He had discarded his wand. How could he have done such a thing? However, perhaps contemplating how to survive was of greater significance than the loss of his wand. Suddenly, a flicker of flame ignited in the darkness, racing upwards toward Ask with alarming speed. Ask felt a sudden lightness in his body as something grasped his collar, pulling him away towards the distant Hogwarts castle. As Ask reached out with his hand, he felt what appeared to be the claws of a bird, which seemed to be rather small, roughly the size of a turkey. Oblivious to the plight of the creature he was attempting to rescue, Ask's eyes could not discern the bird, leaving him to fumble aimlessly in search of a few feathers to pluck. Ask is no fool. A bird capable of propelling him through the sky is certainly no ordinary creature. If that old man was not merely boasting, then the owner of this remarkable bird must be none other than Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts. If it is indeed Dumbledore's bird, then it must be the magnificent phoenix, Fox. A phoenix is a treasure in every regard. Ask vividly recalls that a wizard offered a bounty of 3,000 gold gallons for a single hair from the illustrious Fox. What an opportunity for wealth! As Ask clutched the hard-won feather of the phoenix, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him, though his hand bore the marks of an angry peck from Fox, leaving it bloodied. Such a trivial wound paled in comparison to the immense reward of 3,000 galleons. Fox, evidently realizing that a feather had been plucked from its plumage, emitted a series of furious cries and dragged Ask towards a looming spire. As they passed a balcony, Fox relinquished its grip, casting Ask into the air. Anticipated collision, however, was averted as Dumbledore, who was admiring the view from the balcony, deftly caught Ask, sparing him from a painful fate. Fortune favored him. Ask could not help but release a sigh of relief, gradually lifting his gaze. Suddenly, his pupils dilated dramatically, only to constrict violently thereafter, as his azure orbs astonishingly transformed into a resplendent gold, the hue of galleons. Dumbledore's beard. Merlin, I have struck gold. Dumbledore's smile gradually froze as he touched his chin, which now bore significantly fewer whiskers. He pondered whether it might have been wiser to allow Ask to tumble to the ground with greater force. Good evening, and welcome to Hogwarts. This is one way to extend a greeting. Thud. A fist met a nose, eliciting a spurt of crimson. This too is a method of salutation. Ask grinned widely, with the moon casting its glow behind him, rendering his face shrouded in shadow. Yet, his stark white teeth gleamed with a chilling luminescence. His eyes emitted an ethereal blue light, resembling two flickering ghostly flames suspended in the air. To be candid, it was rather terrifying. Crabbe covered his nose, tears streaming uncontrollably. This was not mere cowardice but an instinctive reaction. Even an adult, struck hard on the nose, cannot help but shed tears, sometimes even fainting from the pain. Do you dare to strike me? This inquiry vividly expressed the speaker's inner turmoil and disbelief, encapsulated in a single phrase, bluster concealing fear. Oh, why would I not dare to strike you? With a roll of his eyes, Ask retrieved a handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood from his knuckles. Once satisfied with the cleanliness, he discarded the cloth onto the ground, frowning as he remarked, I detest blood. Who are you? Draco Malfoy halted the movements of his two henchmen with a glance, scrutinizing Ask for a prolonged moment, confirming that he had never seen this individual before. And noting the absence of any family insignia, he dismissed his final shred of concern. Merely an unknown peasant, Draco mused, a thought that he discarded into the recesses of his mind mere seconds later. Smack. Goyle pressed his hands against his nose as crimson blood seeped through his fingers, dribbling onto his garments, the red swallowed by the black. Thus, symmetry was achieved. Draco could swear that this statement was the most deserving of a beating he had ever encountered. At that moment, all decorum was cast aside. To hell with dignity. To hell with etiquette, to hell with restraint. Hit me. Draco barked through clenched teeth, seemingly not satisfied, he added. Beat him to a pulp. If he dies, it's on me. This phrase, lifted from a chivalric tale, was instinctively employed by Draco, oblivious to the fact that those who utter such words are seldom virtuous and often meet dire fates. Crabbe and Goyle had long awaited such a command, eager to unleash their pent-up frustrations upon Ask. However, quicker than their movements, Ask leveraged his smaller stature to seamlessly blend into the throng of students, vanishing from Draco's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Brat, stop right there. The furious roar echoed behind him. Ask shrugged his shoulders, muttering softly. Only a fool would stand there and let you hit him. This proximity felt perilous, and as he surveyed the densely packed crowd, a sense of unease washed over him. Yet, he pressed on, determined to navigate through the throng. If he was not mistaken, those three would likely head towards Slytherin. Would he not then be reduced to a mere pancake? Suddenly, Ask chuckled to himself, deciding, then I shall head to Gryffindor instead. Thus, a joyous resolution was made. Ask is proud of his wit. What a wise and sagacious decision it is. Ask, you are truly remarkable. As the saying goes, handsome for no more than 3 seconds. Oftentimes, even 3 seconds may prove insufficient. The path is rugged and built against the mountainside, devoid of any safety measures such as guardrails. A mere misstep could lead to a regret that echoes through eternity. Hogwarts boasts a record. Not a single freshman has encountered trouble on this route. Today, that record is destined to be shattered by Ask. With a misstep, his body instinctively leaned in the wrong direction, and the stones beneath his feet rolled forward in an instant, marking the moment Ask broke Hogwarts' record. Once, a newcomer stood at the edge of the path, peering down, only to be so frightened that he required assistance to traverse the route. That unfortunate soul was rendered limp, utterly incapable of continuing onward. Beyond a certain height, there is no meaning, for a fall from such heights leads to naught but demise. Accio. Ask deftly drew his wand with extraordinary agility and cast a levitation charm upon himself, causing his body to plummet downward at an even swifter pace than before. Good heavens! Ask gazed at the wand in his hand, cursing vehemently. It was then that he recalled that this wand, crafted from the rare combination of ashwood and phoenix feather, was perhaps the most obstinate wand, belonging solely to one individual. Wingardium Leviosa, he intoned, but to no avail. Wingardium Leviosa, he repeated, yet still, it yielded nothing. Wingardium Leviosa, he exclaimed, but once more, it remained ineffective. Curse it! I am your master. The wand trembled slightly, yet no miracle transpired. And he continued to plummet. Ask could almost hear the wand's mockery. What are you, to think you could be my master? Ask was taken aback. And in a moment of sheer panic, he hurled his wand into the darkness, where it vanished without a trace. Stunned, he realized he had discarded his wand. How could he have done such a thing? Yet, in the face of his wand's loss, contemplating how to survive became the paramount concern. Suddenly, a flicker of flame ignited in the abyss, racing upwards towards Ask with alarming speed. Ask felt a lightness in his body as something grasped his collar, pulling him away towards the distant Hogwarts castle. Ask reached out with his hand, feeling what appeared to be the claws of a bird, which seemed to be of modest size, reminiscent of a turkey. Completely oblivious to the rescued creature's awareness, Ask's eyes could not perceive the bird. Thus he could only fumble about its body, attempting to pluck a few feathers. Ask is no fool. A bird capable of propelling him through the skies is undoubtedly no ordinary creature. If that old man is not merely boasting, then the owner of this magnificent bird must be none other than the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. A bird belonging to Dumbledore must be the phoenix fox. The phoenix is a treasure in its entirety. Ask clearly remembers that a wizard offered a bounty of 3,000 gold gallons for a single hair from the illustrious fox. What a stroke of fortune! Ask clutched the phoenix feather he had finally managed to extract, overwhelmed with exhilaration and excitement, despite suffering a painful peck from the furious phoenix, leaving his hand bloodied. Such a minor injury paled in comparison to the value of 3,000 galleons. The phoenix, realizing that one of its feathers had been plucked by Ask, let out a series of furious cries and, in a fit of rage, dragged Ask towards a towering spire. As they passed a balcony, the phoenix loosened its grip, sending Ask tumbling inside. However, the anticipated collision never transpired. Instead, Albus Dumbledore, who happened to be enjoying the view from the balcony, deftly caught Ask, sparing him from a painful encounter. Fortune was indeed on his side. Ask couldn't help but exhale in relief, slowly raising his head. Suddenly, his pupils dilated dramatically, then constricted violently, and finally, his once azure eyes transformed wondrously into a golden hue, the color of galleons. The very essence of Dumbledore's beard. Merlin, I have struck gold. Dumbledore's smile gradually froze as he stroked his chin, now noticeably sparse of whiskers. He pondered whether it might have been wiser to let Ask tumble more forcefully to the ground. When Ask returned to the first-year assembly, accompanied by Professor Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, the expressions of those present were peculiar. His hair was tousled like a bird's nest, a result of Fox's swift flight, rendering any semblance of a hairstyle impossible. His cheeks were slightly swollen, a testament to Hermione's rather forceful slap. His hands were bandaged, revealing deep wounds inflicted by Fox. And his clothing was disheveled, with some parts torn, exposing the fabric beneath, displaying no awareness of being the center of attention. Ask casually greeted Professor McGonagall and ambled over to join the ranks of new students. Hagrid, responsible for guiding the newcomers, sighed in relief. He wished to say more, but ultimately just gestured encouragingly at Harry before turning away. A minor mishap had occurred earlier, but it had been resolved. Professor McGonagall cast a glance at Ask and raised her voice slightly so that the students in the back could hear her words. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, it is imperative that you determine which house you will belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony, for during your time here, your house will be akin to your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes, reside in dormitories, and spend leisure time in the common rooms with your fellow housemates. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts a rich history and has nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. Your exemplary conduct during your studies will earn points for your house, while any misdeeds will result in a loss of points. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house you are sorted into, you will bring glory to it. In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I advise you to take this time to compose yourselves and present a spirited demeanor. All the first years turned to Ask, seemingly convinced that there was no one more disheveled than he. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome lad before? As Ask turned in a circle, he showcased his trendy and fashionable attire to everyone. Laughter erupted among the newcomers, and Ask joined in, uttering a single word, boring. Once preparations are complete, I shall come to fetch you, Professor McGonagall suddenly announced. In the meantime, please remain quiet. With that, Professor McGonagall exited the room, presumably to report to Dumbledore in the Great Hall. The wait always feels exceedingly lengthy, particularly for those who are uncertain. A few individuals, whether intentionally or not, continued to spread alarming rumors about the sorting ceremony, claiming it to be terrifying, painful, and even bloody. At times, one cannot expect an 11-year-old child to exhibit extraordinary composure. Thus, those quietly weeping, with teary eyes and anxious hearts, truly represent the past of most of us. Ask, he is no ordinary 11-year-old boy. In comparison to his peers, he indeed possesses a certain world weariness, as many have remarked. At the opening ceremony, it was not Ask's first experience. At this time last year, he was thousands of miles away, anxiously awaiting as a newcomer. That ceremony was far from welcoming. The school itself was unkind, and its inhabitants might be described as adversaries, for it seemed they were born to be Ask's foes. Subsequently, many events transpired, culminating in Ask's decision to withdraw from that institution, embarking on a journey across the European continent to England, ultimately arriving at Hogwarts. Whether this school would embrace him, and if he could remain here, would depend on the forthcoming sorting ceremony, a fact that surely stirred his apprehension. Dumbledore's demeanor remained enigmatic. Ask was aware that Dumbledore had recognized him, yet he could not fathom the headmaster's thoughts, so inscrutable. Few individuals could evoke such feelings in Ask, and those who did were invariably formidable figures from whom he had suffered greatly. A dull ache throbbed in his head. It was time to pause his musings and simply await the unfolding of events. During this contemplative interlude, 3 figures encircled Ask, 2 robust individuals and 1 slender one, Crabbe, Goyle, and Draco. Revenge is a dish best served cold, even if a decade has passed, Draco sneered. Crabbe and Goyle flanked Ask, their stout arms draping over his shoulders, pinning him in place, making escape nearly impossible. Why the redundant again? Have we met before? Ask responded with a hint of confusion, furrowing his brow in a troubled contemplation, as if he were earnestly trying to recall something. Draco found this expression quite familiar. It reminded him of Neville, that fool, who was perpetually forgetful and wore a similar look when he was attempting to remember certain events. Draco felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Had it truly been such a short time that this fellow had already forgotten his actions? One mustn't overlook the fact that Crabbe and Goyle still had tissues stuffed up their noses, resembling 2 wild boars. Aha, I see it now. As Ask suddenly came to a realization, he nodded with understanding. Then, with an air of sincere regret, he glanced at Crabbe and Goyle's noses and earnestly said, I see now. It must be that Answer has escaped again. I sincerely apologize on behalf of Answer. Answer? What is that? The look of confusion was evident on Draco's face. Clearing his throat, he attempted to adopt a stern demeanor, a mannerism learned from his father, Lucius Malfoy. He addressed Ask, saying, Do not attempt to evade responsibility. Do you think this excuse holds any merit? Ask spoke with utmost seriousness, then turned to glance at Crabbe and Goyle, adding, And it is quite grave. Crabbe and Goyle instinctively distanced themselves from Ask, as if he were a venomous serpent, seemingly fearing that even a moment's contact might render them susceptible to his affliction. With a disdainful glare directed at Crabbe and Goyle, Draco remarked scornfully, "Are you ill? I possess the remedy. Your ailment." Oh ho ho ho! Ask's expression suddenly took on a bizarre quality, a grotesque smile curling at the corners of his mouth, which twitched unnaturally for a moment. He interrupted Draco's words, exclaiming, "My affliction is beyond cure." Before Draco could respond, he swiftly retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it to Draco. A mere glance at it caused Draco's face to pale significantly in a fluster. He tossed the paper back to Ask and retreated to the rear of the group with Crabbe and Goyle. TSK, it appears that this paper is indeed useful. I am fortunate it was not discarded." Ask refolded the paper with a leisurely demeanor, tucking it into his pocket, his lips curling into that peculiar and enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, Hermione, who had approached Ask unbeknownst to him, caught only a fleeting glimpse of the scattered phrases on the paper: Ask, division, forgetfulness, forgiveness, acquittal. As Ask returned to the ranks of the new students, accompanied by Professor Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, the expressions of all present were rather peculiar. His hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest due to fox swift flight, leaving no room for maintaining a proper hairstyle. His cheeks were slightly swollen, a testament to Hermione's formidable slap. His hand was bandaged, concealing a wound deep enough to see bone, a remnant of fox encounter, and his attire was in disarray, with several torn areas. Oblivious to being the center of attention, Ask casually greeted Professor McGonagall before meandering toward the assembly of new students. Hagrid, responsible for guiding the newcomers, let out a sigh of relief. He intended to say more but ultimately merely offered Harry an encouraging gesture before turning away. A minor incident had occurred earlier, but it had been resolved. Professor McGonagall glanced at Ask, raising her voice slightly so that the students in the back could hear her words. "Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first ascertain which house you will belong to. The sorting ceremony is a significant event, as your house will serve as your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in your house's dormitory, and spend your leisure hours in your house's common room. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house possesses its own illustrious history and has nurtured exceptional witches and wizards. During your tenure at Hogwarts, your commendable performances will earn points for your house, while any violations will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house you are sorted into, you will bring glory to it." In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will take place before the entire faculty and student body. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and appear more spirited. All the new students turned their gazes to Ask, seemingly believing there was no one more disheveled than he. "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before?" As Ask turned around, he showcased his trendy and fashionable attire to everyone. Laughter erupted among the newcomers, and Ask joined in, uttering a single word: boring. "Once everything is prepared over there, I shall come to fetch you," Professor McGonagall suddenly announced. "In the meantime, please maintain silence." With that, she exited the room, presumably to report to Dumbledore in the auditorium. The wait always feels exceptionally prolonged, especially for those who are uncertain. A few individuals, whether intentionally or not, continued to spread ominous remarks, claiming that the sorting ceremony was terrifying, painful, and could even cause bleeding. At times, one cannot expect extraordinary composure from an 11-year-old child. Thus, those who quietly wept, their eyes brimming with tears, embody the anxiousness of our own past selves. Ask, unlike the typical 11-year-old boy, possesses a certain depth that many have remarked upon. At the opening ceremony, this was not Ask's first experience. A year ago, he stood thousands of miles away, anxiously awaiting his turn as a newcomer. That inaugural ceremony was far from welcoming. The school itself was inhospitable, and the individuals within its walls could hardly be described as friendly. Perhaps even the term unfriendly would be too generous, for they seemed to embody the role of adversaries to Ask from the moment he arrived. Subsequently, a series of events unfolded, culminating in Ask's decision to withdraw from that institution and traverse the European continent, ultimately arriving in England, at Hogwarts. Whether this school would embrace him or if he could find his place within its halls would hinge upon the forthcoming sorting ceremony. In this regard, he ought to feel a sense of trepidation. Yet, Ask remained unperturbed, standing there with an air of nonchalance. With the headmaster having penned a letter of recommendation and Ask having received an invitation for admission, it was evident that Dumbledore was aware of his impending arrival. Setting aside all else, in terms of courage and self-assurance, Dumbledore surpassed the vast majority of individuals Ask had encountered, including those of so-called high status and elite circles. At the very least, none of them possessed the confidence to allow Ask entry into the fold, especially given his prior experiences. Truly remarkable. As Ask whispered in contemplation. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. It was rather amusing, pondering how Dumbledore intended to treat him. During his moment of distraction, 3 figures had materialized beside him. 2 stout individuals and 1 slender one. Crabbe, Goyle, and Draco. The gentleman sought vengeance. Even a decade passed, it would not be too late. "Ah, we meet again," Draco remarked with a cold smirk, as Crabbe and Goyle ensnared Ask, their robust arms draped over his shoulders, rendering him unable to escape. "Why the need to mention again? Have we met before?" Ask inquired, his smile vanishing as he furrowed his brow, lost in a somewhat troubled reverie. As if earnestly trying to recall something. Draco recognized that expression all too well. It was reminiscent of Neville, that fool, who was perpetually forgetful and bore a similar look when attempting to remember certain events. Amused yet exasperated, Draco mused on how swiftly the individual before him had forgotten his past deeds. It was worth noting that Crabbe and Goyle still sported tissues stuffed in their noses, resembling 2 wild boars. "Ah, now I see. I understand." As Ask suddenly came to a realization, he nodded and glanced apologetically at Crabbe and Goyle's noses. With a demeanor that was earnest, sincere, and serious, he remarked, "You are the 2 fools I greeted earlier. It is a pleasure to see you again. Perhaps I should extend another greeting?" With that, Ask took a step forward, causing Crabbe and Goyle to feel a slip of their grip. Bewildered as Ask maneuvered out of their encirclement, cold sweat broke out on them, and their noses seemed to throb anew. "What are you still dawdling for? Go and strike him," Draco commanded his 2 subordinates from the sidelines. However, Ask merely shrugged, gesturing behind him as he said, "Professor McGonagall could return at any moment. If you wish to make a name for yourselves, I have no objections. But should you dare to strike me, I shall certainly report you to Professor McGonagall." "You are shameless," Draco exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. "If you have the courage, do not call for a teacher." "Shameless?" Ask mimicked Draco's stance, stamping his foot in return, echoing his emphasis, "If you have the guts, come and strike me alone. Do you think I would shy away? Do you hear those footsteps? Look, Professor McGonagall is on her way. In no more than 15 seconds, you will lose your last opportunity to teach me a lesson tonight." Draco's expression darkened. For the rhythmic sound of footsteps was indeed drawing nearer, identical to the sound made when Professor McGonagall had just departed. Tap, tap, tap. His fists clenched tighter. Yet in the end, Draco relented, casting a fierce glare at Ask before turning to leave. "You cannot evade every time." This was Draco's final threat, to which Ask merely shook his head, smiling silently. "Evade? Is that truly necessary?" Suddenly, the increasingly close footsteps ceased, and the 15 seconds had elapsed. Yet Professor McGonagall had not returned. At this moment, the answer was glaringly evident, regardless of how Ask had achieved it. Those 3 had become mere background figures in the discussions of the onlookers. Ask smiled faintly, nonchalantly facing Draco, who was glaring at him with eyes almost ablaze. He waved his hand dismissively. "In terms of a backdrop, you are indeed quite exceptional. Consider it a compliment. Have you finished reading?" Ask spoke without turning back, startling Hermione, who nearly cried out. However, since they had been discovered, there was no longer any need for concealment. Having not seen everything, Hermione candidly confessed. Yet even without the complete picture, the final statement alone warranted profound contemplation. "Acquitted?" Casting a glance at Ask, Hermione abruptly felt that he might not be a virtuous individual after all. Yet, why did those 3 obvious ne'er-do-wells suddenly retreat so far? Are you not curious as to why those 3 individuals abruptly abandoned their pursuit and distanced themselves? Ask turned around abruptly, a smile gracing her features as she gazed at Hermione, articulating the very question that lingered in her mind. Who said I was curious? At that moment, how could she possibly concede? It was imperative to counter the assertion. "Oh, then let us pretend I have said nothing at all." Ask shrugged regretfully, turning once more to face the ground with an air of profound contemplation, as if something of great significance lay beneath. Of course, we all knew there was nothing there. Hermione, in a fit of exasperation, stamped her foot and averted her gaze to the opposite wall. Suddenly, 20 or so ghosts erupted from the wall, startling Hermione and causing her to stumble back, colliding with Ask. "I knew you could not resist your curiosity and would inevitably ask me." As Ask turned around with a confident smile, he was abruptly confronted by a terrifying visage, the smile on his face gradually freezing in place. The hollow eyes, devoid of light and color, resembled 2 glass spheres, while the gaunt countenance appeared as if sculpted by a knife, skin stretched taut over bones. His form was devoid of any hue, akin to a bizarre amalgamation of a sketch and a black and white film, where the ethereal and the tangible coexisted. Ask's expression was rigid as he slightly lowered his head, noticing the specter before him was smeared with blood, a rare silvery hue. In his memory, it seemed that only the blood of unicorns possessed such a color. Coughing, the usually eloquent Ask found himself at a loss for words, torn in his thoughts. After much deliberation, he managed to utter a greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ghost." The specter standing before Ask was steeped in history, having existed for no less than 9 centuries. In life, this ghost had nearly become the son-in-law of Rowena Ravenclaw, but fate had intervened just shy of that point. Bloodman Barrow. Many had encountered Bloodman Barrow, yet in the presence of this terrifying apparition, few dared to express their pleasure at the encounter. Indeed, only one person had done so in nearly a century. While he spoke of his delight, within his mind, Ask recited various incantations, from disarming spells to the lethal Avada Kedavra, envisioning the specter of Bloodman Barrow as his hypothetical adversary. "It is wonderful to see you again. Welcome back to Hogwarts." Bloodman Barrow opened his mouth, his deep voice resonating in a manner only he and Ask could comprehend. What could this situation possibly entail? Ask's entire body became rigid, as though ensnared by a petrification spell, rendering him immobile. Alongside Ask, the other specters that emerged seemed similarly entranced, their expressions a mix of disbelief as they gazed upon the Bloodman Barrow and Ask. What had they witnessed? The Bloodman Barrow was actually speaking to a newcomer? "Wait, that newcomer, I remember now," stammered a plump, little monk-like specter, his face illuminating with a look of reminiscence, as if a forgotten memory had resurfaced. He was not alone. The other specters shared his sentiment. Suddenly, the Bloodman Barrow turned, his cold gaze piercing through the assemblage of spirits, his emotionless eyes instilling a profound sense of dread among these already deceased entities. They fell silent and hastily departed. No words were necessary. A mere glance sufficed to vanquish these feeble specters. Such was the power of the Bloodman Barrow. Once all the spirits had vanished, Barrow approached a wall, ultimately passing through it. Although he never cast a backward glance at Ask, the latter felt as though Barrow's gaze remained fixed upon him. What was happening? Ask tapped his head with his hand, genuinely feeling that his mind was insufficient within this brief span of less than an hour. It seemed a multitude of enigmas awaited his unraveling. Yet, therein lies the intrigue. A life as stagnant as still water would be far less appealing than returning to his hometown. Just after the specters departed, Professor McGonagall returned to verify that the new students were still patiently waiting. She nodded, seemingly satisfied with their conduct. However, upon noticing Aska's tattered attire, her smile vanished before it could fully materialize. Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze upon Aska, saying nothing, hoping he would recognize his own missteps. Throughout the decades, she had encountered countless mischievous students, yet none had managed to maintain their composure under her scrutiny. Perhaps, however, today would witness Aska shattering that record. Ask remained remarkably composed. What was it but being stared at? What was it but a slightly stern gaze? What was it but a somewhat intimidating expression? After enduring such scrutiny for a decade or so, he would not lose an ounce of flesh. What was there to fear? As Ask appeared unfazed, it did not imply that others shared his composure. Despite Professor McGonagall's focus not being on the other first years, they remained on edge, trembling as if the temperature had plummeted below freezing. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall cast a spell at Ask, an ordinary incantation that he too could wield. However, the essence of her magic felt distinct. Were asked to perform the spell himself, he would surely exercise restraint, ensuring a gentle cleansing process. Yet, would Professor McGonagall show leniency towards such a headstrong student? Ask sensed that had his hair not been naturally grown and sufficiently anchored, he might have been rendered bald. Magic, indeed, is a remarkable phenomenon. With but a single incantation, Ask felt remarkably refreshed. Nevertheless, the cleansing spell could not mend his tattered garments, leaving a lingering imperfection. However, this minor shortcoming was no obstacle for Professor McGonagall, the esteemed Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts and a formidable animagus. Soon enough, Ask's attire transformed to appear as good as new, though it was important to note that the spell's effects would eventually wane, returning the clothing to its original state. Much like Cinderella, who, after a certain hour, would revert to being the mistreated servant. After tending to Ask, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, towering over him, and uttered, "You should be grateful that you are not a Gryffindor. The circle drawn upon the ground, imperfect as it may be, does not serve merely as a constraint. The true prison lies in the rules, where transgressing the so-called non-prison would invite consequences." Draco would refrain from troubling Ask for the time being. Not out of fear of Ask or Professor McGonagall, but from the apprehension of facing punishment should McGonagall discover his misdeeds. Perhaps Draco has yet to recognize that he instinctively positions himself lower when confronting Ask, fearing that he might be caught by McGonagall while dealing with Ask, rather than confidently believing that he would resolve everything before her arrival. Should Draco recklessly charge forward at that moment, Ask would find himself more inclined to appreciate him. Ultimately, Ask could assure that McGonagall would catch him in the act. After all, a loud incantation might not faze Ask, yet its efficacy was surprisingly profound. As Ask shrugged his shoulders with a hint of regret and turned back, he fixated on the ground with an air of solemnity, as though something of great significance lay beneath it. Of course, we all understood that there was nothing there. For reasons unknown, Ask's body suddenly trembled, despite being indoors. The temperature around him plummeted abruptly, to such an extent that the temperature-sensitive Ask felt the anomaly, prompting an involuntary reaction. He slightly raised his gaze and beheld several translucent figures emerging from one side of the corridor. Adorned in garments reminiscent of those depicted in documentaries about medieval life, attire that most wizards had long since abandoned, reserved only for the ceremonial occasions of ancient families. "What is that?" a student stammered, mouth agape, gazing at the ethereal figures that passed before them, seemingly oblivious to their presence, with a mix of astonishment and trepidation. "Those are ghosts, the spirits of Hogwarts. I have seen them in books." Ask glanced sideways at Hermione, who appeared to be reciting something, before turning his attention back to the spot where the apparitions had emerged. He was struck by an instinct that suggested there was another specter, or perhaps something else, lurking there, which was the source of his peculiar sensation. However, it seemed that this entity had no intention of revealing itself. After a while, as the temperature in the vicinity began to rise, Ask realized that it had likely departed. The cooling effect was indeed remarkable. Ask murmured softly, seemingly unconcerned. At the Millennium Magic School, nothing was particularly surprising. The sound of footsteps drew nearer. Shortly after the ghosts had departed, Professor McGonagall returned, ensuring that the new students were patiently awaiting her. She nodded, evidently pleased with their comportment. However, upon noticing Ask's tattered attire, the smile that had yet to grace her face vanished instantly. Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze upon Ask, saying nothing, hoping he would come to realize the gravity of his missteps. Over the decades, she had encountered countless mischievous students, yet none had managed to maintain their composure under her scrutiny. Perhaps today, this record would be shattered by Ask. Ask was remarkably calm, after all. What was it but a mere gaze directed at him? What was it but a slightly more severe expression? What was it but a somewhat intimidating demeanor? Even if subjected to such scrutiny for a decade or so, it would not cause him to lose an ounce of flesh. What was there to fear? Ask's calm demeanor does not necessarily reflect that of others. Although Professor McGonagall was not addressing the other first-year students, they still felt a palpable tension, each lowering their heads to examine their attire for any faults, checking if their shoes were dirty, and so forth. After a thorough cleansing, Professor McGonagall swiftly cast a spell towards Ask. It was a rather straightforward incantation, one that Ask was also familiar with. However, the enchantment cast by Professor McGonagall felt distinctly different. Were he to perform the spell on himself, he would undoubtedly refrain from applying excessive force. Thus, the cleansing process would be quite pleasant. Yet, would Professor McGonagall show leniency towards such a troublesome student? As Ask perceived it, had his hair not been genuinely natural and sufficiently robust, he might have found himself bald. Magic is indeed a wondrous phenomenon, with but a single incantation. Ask appeared remarkably cleaner. Nevertheless, the cleansing charm could not mend his tattered clothing, leaving him still somewhat lacking. However, that slight deficiency was no obstacle for Professor McGonagall, as she was not only the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts, but also a formidable animagus. In no time, Ask's garments were transformed to appear as good as new. The use of transform was deliberate, for after a period, the spell's effects would wear off, and the clothing would revert to its original state, much like Cinderella, who, after the clock struck midnight, would once again be the mistreated maid. Once Ask was tidied up, Professor McGonagall took a few steps forward, standing before him. Due to their height difference, Ask was compelled to look up at her, while she gazed down upon him, delivering a pointed remark. "You should consider yourself fortunate that you are not a Gryffindor student." The implication was clear to all, including Ask. However, owing to his notoriously obstinate nature, he chose to feign ignorance. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite grasp your meaning." As Ask twisted his body, he felt discomfort from Professor McGonagall's spell, his newly mended clothes fitting rather snugly. He lifted his head, gazing at Professor McGonagall with an innocent and sincere expression, and inquired, "Could you tell me what would happen if I were a student of Gryffindor?" A profound silence enveloped the room. Professor McGonagall's brows furrowed. Ask's words were tantamount to a blatant provocation, deserving of punishment to uphold the authority of a teacher. However, Ask was not yet a student of Gryffindor. Nor could he be considered a student of Hogwarts at that moment, leaving Professor McGonagall unable to discipline him in her official capacity. To do so personally would appear overly pedantic, pettifogging with a child. This predicament was one that anyone would abhor. As the deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall retained her composure. She softened her expression, seemingly unperturbed by Ask's remark, and addressed the first-year students, "Now, line up in single file and follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to commence." Disregarding him, Professor McGonagall chose to overlook the provocation, knowing that her decision to ignore it might slightly tarnish her authority. Yet, could it not also be interpreted as a display of her magnanimity? One by one, the first-year students followed Professor McGonagall out of the room. Ask lingered for a moment before ultimately joining them. A faint smile played upon his lips, as if he relished having gained a slight advantage over Professor McGonagall. However, in his heart, he had already excluded Gryffindor from his considerations. Although Ask did not know Professor McGonagall personally, it was easy to deduce from her demeanor that this stern professor was undoubtedly the head of Gryffindor House, Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress whose name graced his acceptance letter. After offending the headmistress, could he still expect to find comfort in her house? The first-year students exited the room, traversed the entrance hall, and passed through a pair of double doors to enter the Great Hall. The other Hogwarts students were already seated at the 4 long tables, having been spared the crossing of the lake, thus arriving more swiftly. Countless candles floated in mid-air above the tables, illuminating the dining hall, where gleaming gold plates and goblets adorned each table. At the head of the hall stood a long table reserved for the professors. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students to face the assembled upperclassmen, with the professor's position behind them. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow, illuminating the hundreds of faces watching them like pale lanterns, while ghosts mingled among the students, shimmering with ethereal silver light. Under the scrutiny of so many, all the first-year students felt a twinge of anxiety, their apprehension heightened by the impending sorting ceremony. As always, Ask remained composed. He looked up and beheld the velvet black ceiling adorned with twinkling stars. A spell had been cast here, crafted by Rowena Ravenclaw, making it appear indistinguishable from the sky outside, rendering it hard to believe that an actual ceiling existed above, and equally difficult to accept that the dining hall was not open to the elements. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, upon which she set a pointed wizard's hat. The hat was patched, worn, and exceedingly dirty. The assembly gazed intently at the hat, and the hall fell into a profound silence. Then the hat began to stir, its brim splitting wide like a mouth, and it commenced to sing. "You may find me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not judge me by my cover. If you can find a hat more splendid than I shall devour myself whole. You may polish your top hats to a dazzling sheen and smooth your high-crowned silk hats, but I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, far superior to any headgear you possess. Every thought concealed within your mind cannot evade my keen perception. Try me on, and I shall reveal to which house you truly belong. Perhaps you are destined for Gryffindor, where bravery lies buried in the heart, their courage and spirit elevate them above. Or perhaps you belong to Hufflepuff, where integrity and loyalty reign, their students steadfast and honest, unfazed by the toil of labor. If you're sharp-witted, you may find yourself in Ravenclaw, where wisdom and knowledge flourish. You shall encounter kindred spirits there, or maybe you shall enter Slytherin, where true friends may be found. Yet those cunning and deceitful will stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Come, dummy, fear not, do not panic. In my grasp, though I possess not a hand, you are utterly secure, for I am a thinking hat." As the hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, and the hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before falling still. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "I shall call forth the names, and upon hearing yours, you will don the hat, take a seat, and await your house assignment," she declared. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled from the line, donned the hat, which covered her eyes, and sat down. After a brief pause, the hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." The table to her right erupted in cheers, welcoming her to their ranks, which was indeed Hufflepuff. "Susan Bones, Hufflepuff." The hat called again, as Susan swiftly joined Hannah. "Terry Boot, Ravenclaw." This time, applause came from the second table on the left. When Terry joined their ranks, several Ravenclaw students stood to shake his hand. Mandy Brocklehurst was also sorted into Ravenclaw, while Lavender Brown became the first new Gryffindor, prompting an eruption of cheers from the farthest table on the left, where a pair of twins, presumably Ron's brothers, hissed in disapproval. Following this, Millicent Bulstrode was sorted into Slytherin, walking to their table. Justin Finch Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Sometimes the sorting hat would immediately declare the house, while other times it took a moment to decide. For instance, a boy with light brown hair, Seamus Finnegan, sat on the stool for nearly a full minute before the hat announced his placement in Gryffindor. Until Hermione, there was nothing particularly remarkable about the first years. Whether professors or students, their focus was predominantly on the illustrious Harry Potter. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, and as Professor McGonagall continued reading from the list, the next name made her countenance shift abruptly, pausing for quite a while, and finally casting a peculiar glance at Ask as she pronounced the name. Ask Grindelwald. You should consider yourself fortunate not to be a Gryffindor student. Professor McGonagall's implication was understood by all, including Ask, but due to his notoriously unpleasant disposition, he chose to feign ignorance. I beg your pardon, I did not quite grasp your meaning. As Ask twisted his body, he felt discomfort from Professor McGonagall's spell. His newly mended clothes were somewhat snug and ill-fitting. He lifted his gaze, looking at Professor McGonagall with an innocent and genuine expression, and inquired, "Could you tell me what would happen if I were a Gryffindor student?" A thick silence enveloped the room. Professor McGonagall's brows furrowed. Ask's words were nothing short of a blatant provocation, warranting punishment to uphold the authority of a teacher. However, Ask was not yet a Gryffindor student. Nor could he be considered a Hogwarts student at this moment, leaving Professor McGonagall unable to discipline him in her official capacity. To do so on a personal level would seem overly pedantic, an incongruity for an adult to engage in conflict with a child. Caught in this dilemma, which anyone would find distasteful, Professor McGonagall, as the deputy headmistress, retained her composure. She softened her expression, seemingly disregarding Ask's remark, and addressed the new students. Now, please form a single line and follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Ignoring him, Professor McGonagall chose to overlook the provocation, understanding that her decision would invariably affect her authority. Yet, on the other hand, could it not also demonstrate her capacity for tolerance? One by one, the new students began to follow Professor McGonagall, and after a brief pause, Ask joined their ranks. A faint smile played upon his lips, as if he relished the slight advantage he had gained over Professor McGonagall. Nevertheless, within his heart, he had already dismissed Gryffindor from his considerations. Although Ask did not personally know Professor McGonagall, it was easy to deduce from her demeanor that this stern professor was indeed the head of Gryffindor House and the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, the very Minerva McGonagall whose name adorned his acceptance letter. Having offended the headmistress, could he still expect to find comfort within those halls? Moreover, such a headmistress was hardly the type Ask favored. While Professor McGonagall might be an esteemed instructor, she was perceived as rather strict and unapproachable by her students. To students, an ideal teacher is one who casually engages during lessons, assigns little to no homework, minimizes examinations, and mingles easily with the pupils, ensuring they can achieve bright futures without diligent study. Ideally, such a teacher would even treat students to meals and pampering. Clearly, Professor McGonagall did not meet these criteria, particularly the last one, which she would certainly not fulfill. The new students exited the chamber, traversing the entrance hall, and passing through a set of double doors into the Great Hall. The other Hogwarts students were already seated at the 4 long tables, having not needed to cross the lake like the newcomers, thus arriving much sooner. Above the tables, thousands of floating candles illuminated the dining hall, where gleaming golden plates and goblets adorned each table. At the head of the hall stood another long table, designated for the professors. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students to that table, positioning them to face the rows of upperclassmen, with the professors behind them. The flickering candlelight cast a gentle glow, illuminating the faces of hundreds gazing at them like pale lanterns, with ghosts mingling among the students, shimmering with ethereal silver light. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, the new students felt a twinge of nervousness, and the impending sorting test only added to their apprehension. Asker remained as composed as ever. After all, what was there to be anxious about when merely being observed? He lifted his gaze and beheld the velvety, ink-black canopy above, adorned with twinkling stars. Enchanted by the hand of Rowena Ravenclaw, it resembled the sky outside, rendering it difficult to believe that an actual ceiling existed above, and equally hard to accept that the dining hall was not open to the elements. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, upon which she set a pointed wizard's hat. The hat, patched and worn, was exceedingly soiled. The assembly fixated on this peculiar item, and the hall fell into a profound silence. Then, the hat began to stir, its brim splitting open wide like a mouth. And it commenced to sing. "You may deem me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more splendid than I shall devour myself whole. You may polish your top hats until they gleam, and make your high-crowned hats upright and pristine. But I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, naturally superior to any hat you possess. No thought concealed within your mind can elude my discerning gaze. Try me on, and I shall reveal to which house you belong. Perhaps you belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies deep within the heart. Their valor, spirit, and generosity set them apart. Or maybe you belong to Hufflepuff, where loyalty and integrity thrive. Hufflepuff's students endure with honesty, unfazed by arduous toil. If you possess a keen intellect, you may join wise old Ravenclaw, where the learned and sagacious convene. Or perhaps Slytherin beckons, where true friendships may blossom, yet treachery lurks, ready to employ any means to achieve their ends. Come, dummy. Fear not. Do not panic or tremble. In my grasp, though I possess no hands, you are assuredly safe, for I am a thinking hat." As the song concluded, the hall erupted in thunderous applause, and the hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before falling silent. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "I shall call forth a name, and that student will don the hat, take a seat, and await their house assignment," she declared. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled from the line, donned the hat, which covered her eyes, and sat down, pausing for a moment. "Hufflepuff," the hat proclaimed. The table on the right erupted in cheers, welcoming Hannah to their ranks. "Susan Bones," Hufflepuff, the hat announced again, as Susan dashed to sit beside Hannah. "Terry Boot," Ravenclaw. The second table on the left applauded. As Terry joined their ranks, a few Ravenclaw students stood to shake his hand. Mandy Brocklehurst was also sorted into Ravenclaw, while Lavender Brown became the first new Gryffindor, eliciting a cheer from the farthest table on the left, where a pair of twins, presumably Ron's brothers, let out a chorus of boos. Next, Millicent Bulstrode was assigned to Slytherin, making her way to their table. Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hufflepuff. At times, the sorting hat would immediately declare a house, while at other moments, it took longer to reach a decision. For instance, a boy with light brown hair, Seamus Finnegan, sat on the stool for nearly a full minute before the hat announced his placement in Gryffindor. Until Hermione, there was nothing particularly remarkable among the first years, neither among the professors nor the students, as their attention remained fixed on the illustrious Harry Potter. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, and as Professor McGonagall continued down the list, the next name caused her expression to shift dramatically. She paused for an extended moment, gazing at Asker with an inscrutable look, before finally uttering the name. Asker Grindelwald. Asker is a city situated in the southeastern part of Norway, within Akershus County. It was established as a municipality on January 1, 1938, and lies in the suburbs of the capital, Oslo. This picturesque city boasts beautiful beaches alongside majestic mountains and lush forests, rendering it a truly enchanting locale. Asker is also the birthplace of many individuals, a fact that is hardly surprising given its significance. In Norse mythology, it is said that the gods crafted man from the branches of the ash tree, while woman was formed from the elm tree. The male was named Ask, and the female was called Imbla. Odin bestowed upon them life and spirit, Vili granted them reason and movement, and Ve gifted them emotion, appearance, and language, thus marking the origins of humanity. From this perspective, Asker can be viewed as akin to Adam in Christian tradition. However, this name alone was insufficient to evoke a strong reaction from Professor Mage, nor did it astonish certain other professors seated behind him. The true source of their astonishment lay in Asker's surname, the seemingly innocuous Grindelwald. In fact, Grindelwald is also a geographical location, a renowned ski resort in Switzerland. Nestled at the foot of the towering Eiger and MNCH peaks, soaring above 4,000 meters, the stunning landscape, where verdant meadows intertwine with glistening glaciers, is among the most breathtaking in Switzerland. Nevertheless, the professors were not taken aback by the ski resort itself. Rather, this surname evoked long-buried memories, some dating back over 40 years, nearly half a century. Many of the younger professors, specifically those under 50, had no recollection of such matters. In contrast to the professors' reactions, the students remained rather indifferent. They were only aware that Asker Grindelwald was the name of the first-year student seated before them, adorned with the sorting hat. Ask let out a slight sigh of relief. It was fortunate that no one here recognized him, which was truly splendid. After all, That name was far more notorious on the other side of the strait. Perhaps describing it as infamous would not be an exaggeration. Ask Grindelwald? Were your parents travelers? Enough with the trivialities. The tasks at hand remain substantial. Now, let me ascertain which house you truly belong to. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, drawing Ask's attention back. He was intrigued by how this tattered hat determined his house affiliation. Soon, an all too familiar sensation made Ask squirm uncomfortably. It felt akin to being utterly exposed, parading through a bustling market without a shred of clothing, devoid of secrets, privacy, and any semblance of security. Are you employing legitimacy on me? Ask gritted his teeth, uttering each word with painstaking effort. He yearned to rise and hurl the wretched hat to the ground, trampling it mercilessly beneath his feet. Yet, for reasons unknown, the hat seemed to weigh heavily upon his shoulders, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon him, rendering his body immobile, as though ensnared by a petrifying curse, unable even to move a finger. Curse be it, what have you done to me? At this moment, Ask could only silently roar, venting his fury towards the Sorting Hat, well aware that the hat could perceive such emotions. Sure enough, it soon responded. Calm down, little one. I am merely undertaking some necessary preparations to make the most accurate judgment. The hat's reply only fueled Ask's anger and anxiety further. He was uncertain of what the hat had seen and how much it knew, and this ambiguity gnawed at him. Quite interesting, indeed, the Sorting Hat remarked. You possess audacity. Or shall I say, courage. Gryffindor would suit you well. Is that your conclusion? If possible, Ask would have liked to sneer derisively and deliver a sharp, cutting retort to the hat. I am not finished yet. The Sorting Hat raised its voice slightly, seemingly aware of Ask's thoughts and becoming somewhat irritated. You are astute. Ravenclaw would also be a fitting choice for you. And straightforward, loyal, and thus, Hufflepuff would suit me as well? Ask interrupted. I appreciate your sense of humor. The Sorting Hat paused momentarily before inquiring, as if seeking approval. What about Slytherin? Are you soliciting my opinion? Ask retorted. Indeed. What if I choose Slytherin? Then I shall place you there. And if I insist on Hufflepuff? I can place you there as well, the Sorting Hat replied, growing somewhat impatient. Hurry and make a decision. There are many others waiting behind you. A sudden insight struck Ask. He felt he had uncovered a flaw in the Sorting Hat's reasoning. And simultaneously, the hat seemed to sense this, growing slightly flustered. Yet, it still harbored a glimmer of hope that Ask would not be so resolute. Rest assured, I am a person of extremes. I either act or I act decisively, Ask asserted, seemingly reversing the dynamic between him and the Sorting Hat. If I refuse to decide, even you cannot make that choice for me. In other words, if I so desire, this sorting ceremony could last for hours, even days. Much like a Quidditch match. As long as the golden snitch remains uncaught, the game will never end. I can make the choice for you. Do not think you can delay. The Sorting Hat exclaimed. Its booming voice ringing in Ask's ears, yet its loudness could not mask its underlying apprehension. You would do well not to consider making decisions on my behalf. You should know my thoughts. Should you proceed in such a manner, I assure you, you will come to regret it. Asker completely relaxed, fully aware that he had triumphed. The Sorting Hat, capable of discerning his thoughts, would never dare to engage him in a standoff. What must I do to satisfy you? It pondered. The Sorting Hat chose to relent, yet it remained obstinate. However, the rules established by the four founders dictated that the hat could not forcibly assign him to a house against his will. Do you not know what would please me? Asker feigned surprise. The Sorting Hat fell silent, ceasing its soul reading, and then, much like an ordinary hat, rested motionless atop Asker's head. Its unusual behavior left many puzzled and bewildered. After all, this loquacious hat typically spoke only once a year. For it to remain silent at such a moment was akin to expecting the infamous Blood Baron to greet someone amiably. Yet, it seemed the Blood Baron had already greeted Asker quite amicably. Time passed minute by minute, hour by hour. The Sorting Hat remained quiet until 1 hour and 6 minutes had elapsed, during which the new students nearly dozed off on their feet. The upperclassmen were ravenous, and the professors had nearly transformed into expressions as stoic as Snape's. Finally, it spoke. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat uttered this with a weary tone, a fatigue so palpable that even the deaf could perceive it. In that moment, everyone appeared to forget to applaud, staring blankly at Asker, as if still in disbelief. Asker rose with a smile, applauding himself, the sound of his solitary clapping echoing eerily throughout the auditorium. Welcome back to Hogwarts. Just before Asker removed the Sorting Hat, it spoke hastily, expressing a wish that this would be our final encounter. Although uncertain of the reason behind such a statement, Asker rubbed his face. his features stiff from maintaining a single expression for too long, forcing a somewhat distorted smile. He addressed the Sorting Hat with a tone laden with malice. Yet I have a foreboding that we shall meet again, and not just once. Asker Grindelwald, this is his name. With Grindelwald as the surname and Asker as the given name. Asker is a city situated in the southeastern part of Norway, within Akershus County. It was established as a city on January 1st, 1938, located in the suburbs of Oslo, the capital of Norway. This picturesque city boasts beautiful beaches, as well as majestic mountains and lush forests. It is indeed a splendid place. Asker is also the birthplace of many individuals who bear the name, which is not uncommon. In Norse mythology, the gods fashioned man from an ash tree and woman from an elm tree. The male was named Ask, while the female was called Embla. Odin bestowed upon them life and soul, Vili granted them reason and motion, and Ve endowed them with emotions, appearance, and language, thus forming the progenitors of humanity. Viewed from this perspective, Asker is essentially equivalent to Adam in Christian culture. It is a rather fine name, however. It is not enough to instill fear in Professor Mag, nor to astonish certain professors seated behind him. What truly astonished them was Asker's surname, the seemingly innocuous Grindelwald. Grindelwald, in fact, is a geographical location, a renowned skiing resort in Switzerland, nestled at the foot of the towering Eiger and Wetterhorn peaks, rising over 4,000 meters above sea level. The idyllic landscape, where verdant meadows intertwine with white glaciers, is one of Switzerland's rare beauties. Nevertheless, the professors were evidently not startled by the skiing resort of Grindelwald. This surname evoked long-buried memories, with a history spanning at least 4 decades, approaching half a century. Many younger professors, specifically those under 50, had no recollection of it at all. In contrast to the professors' reactions, the students were rather indifferent. The name Asker Grindelwald was merely associated with the first-year student sitting in the seat, wearing the Sorting Hat. As Ask yawned in a moment of ennui and was about to scratch his head, a voice suddenly echoed within his mind, reclaiming his attention. Ask Grindelwald, are your parents travelers? Enough with the pleasantries. Today's task is rather significant. Now, let me ascertain which house you truly belong to. This voice did not infiltrate his brain through his ears, but rather resonated within his very thoughts. Curiosity piqued, Ask pondered how this tattered hat could determine his rightful house. Soon, a familiar sensation stirred an unsettling discomfort within him, akin to wandering through a bustling marketplace in utter nakedness, devoid of any modesty, secrets, or sense of security. Are you employing legilimency upon me? Ask gritted his teeth, articulating each word with a palpable intensity. The unpleasant memories surged within him. Igniting a fervent desire to rise from his seat, cast the wretched hat upon the ground, and trample it vehemently. Yet, inexplicably, this hat seemed to possess an enigmatic power over him. His shoulders felt as though they were burdened by an immense weight, and his body was rendered immobile, as if ensnared by a petrifying spell, unable even to twitch a finger. Damn thing, what have you done to me? At this moment, Ask could only silently roar, venting his anger towards the Sorting Hat. He was acutely aware that the hat could perceive such emotions. Sure enough, it soon responded. Relax, little one. I am merely making some necessary preparations to render the most accurate judgment. The hat's reply only served to intensify Ask's fury and concern. He was oblivious to what the hat had seen or what it knew, and this uncertainty was precisely what troubled him. Quite intriguing, indeed, the Sorting Hat remarked. You possess considerable audacity, or rather, great courage. Gryffindor would suit you well. Is that your conclusion? If possible. Ask wished to scoff derisively and launch a sharp retort against the hat. I am not finished speaking. The hat's voice rose slightly, seemingly aware of Ask's thoughts and feeling somewhat irked. You are clever. Ravenclaw would also be a fitting choice for you. Then I suppose I am honest and loyal. Hufflepuff would suit me as well? Ask interjected. I appreciate your sense of humor. The hat paused momentarily before inquiring, what of Slytherin? Are you seeking my opinion? Ask retorted. Indeed. What if I choose Slytherin? Then I shall place you there. And if I insist on Hufflepuff? I can place you there as well, the Sorting Hat replied, growing somewhat impatient. Make your decision swiftly. There are many others awaiting their turn. A sudden spark of insight illuminated Ask's mind. He felt he had discerned a flaw in the hat's reasoning. Simultaneously, the hat sensed this realization and became somewhat flustered. However, it clung to a glimmer of hope that Ask would not take such drastic measures. Rest assured, I am the kind of person who either acts decisively or not at all. The dynamic between Ask and the hat appeared to have shifted. He seemed to comprehend the hat's thoughts. If I refuse to decide, even you cannot make the choice for me. Therefore, if I so wish, this sorting ceremony could persist for hours, even days. Just like a Quidditch match, the game continues indefinitely as long as the golden snitch remains uncaught. I can make a choice on your behalf. Do not think to delay. The sorting hat bellowed, its loud voice causing Ask's head to spin. Yet, despite its volume, it could not mask the hat's underlying apprehension. You would do well not to presume you can decide for me. First, that would be a violation of protocol. Second, it is a recompense I deserve, as your insolence has left me quite displeased. That is incorrect. I have always acted thus. Why should I not? TSK. You pilfered 5 nuts from another and returned them, believing that a magnanimous person would not hold it against you. Do you not perceive this behavior as wrong? Nor feel any shame? Your logic is utterly befuddling. By the way, do you know how to spell the word logic? As Ask unleashed a few cutting remarks, he added, By the way, do you sense a foul odor? It is nearly suffocating. Is it emanating from you? Have you not bathed in years? Or are you simply contemplating how to respond? For heaven's sake, cease your deliberations. Your foolish essence has permeated all of Hogwarts, and I am on the verge of asphyxiation. Do you intend to sever matters through such means? The sorting hat remained silent for a moment before finally uttering, What must I do to appease you? Ultimately, the sorting hat chose to concede, yet it remained obstinate, for the rules were established by the 4 founders. It could not assign a student to a house against their will. Do you not know what would satisfy me? Asked feigned surprise. The sorting hat fell silent, ceasing its mental probing, and then, like an ordinary hat, it lay motionless atop Ask's head. The hat's unusual behavior bewildered many. For this loquacious headpiece spoke only once a year, and silencing it at such a moment was akin to coaxing the Blood Baron into amiability. However, it appeared that the Blood Baron had indeed greeted Ask with unexpected cordiality. As time ticked away 60 seconds to a minute, 60 minutes to an hour, the sorting hat remained still until an hour and 6 minutes had passed. The new students were nearly dozing on their feet. The upperclassmen were ravenously hungry, and the professors had assumed expressions reminiscent of a certain headmaster's perpetual stoicism. At last, the sorting hat spoke, albeit with a weary tone, Slytherin. Its exhaustion was palpable, easily discernible to all but the deaf. This time, however, everyone seemed to forget to applaud, staring blankly at Ask, as if still in a daze. As Ask stood up with a smile, he applauded himself, filling the auditorium with an odd and eerie echo of his solitary clapping. Welcome to Hogwarts. Just before Ask removed the sorting hat, it spoke to him with remarkable swiftness, expressing hope that this would be their final encounter. Though perplexed by this remark, Ask rubbed his face, having maintained a single expression for too long, resulting in a slight rigidity. He forced a somewhat distorted smile and addressed the sorting hat in a tone laced with malice. Yet I have a premonition that we shall meet again. And not just once. In what seemed to be an effort to compensate for the time previously lost, the sorting hat proceeded with remarkable speed, taking an average of merely 15 seconds for each new student. The cumulative time spent on the subsequent students was less than that of Ask alone, as the entire sorting ceremony concluded in just an hour and a half, with Ask occupying over an hour of that duration. As expected, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor. The sorting hat nearly inquired about his house the moment it touched his head. Surprised by the hat's directness, Harry instinctively nodded, and thus found himself bewilderingly placed into Gryffindor. Once the last new student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin, the sorting ceremony came to a close. According to tradition, it was then the time for Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster, to address the assembly. Dumbledore rose, his face aglow with a radiant smile as he gazed upon the students, arms outstretched, as if nothing delighted him more than the sight of them gathered together. Welcome, he proclaimed. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I have a few words to share. Fools, crybabies, scoundrels, twist. With that, he resumed his seat, and applause erupted throughout the hall. Such was Dumbledore, the vanquisher of the dark wizard Grindelwald, the leader of the Order of the Phoenix in the fight against Voldemort. A legendary figure often regarded as the greatest wizard of the 20th century. Whatever he did was deemed reasonable in the eyes of all, even when he acted foolishly. With the sorting ceremony concluded and Dumbledore having spoken, all students were free to indulge in the lavish spread before them, particularly the first years, who had never experienced such a marvelous banquet, eagerly dug in with great enthusiasm. Ask sat alone at the end of the Slytherin long table, with a distance of 4 seats separating him from the nearest individual. It is worth noting that seating arrangements here were not generous enough for one person to occupy multiple places. The Slytherin students, upon Ask's arrival, regarded him with a rather indifferent demeanor. Their attitude could hardly be described as warm, nor did it border on hostility. Rather, it was an air of disregard, as if he were non-existent within Slytherin's realm. As he tossed a pudding into his mouth, Ask indulged in his thoughts while eating. He found the students' indifference towards him quite tolerable, relishing in his own leisurely solitude. At this juncture, it may be appropriate to formally introduce Ask's identity. Ask Grindelwald, the grandson of the notorious dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald, who was vanquished by Dumbledore in 1945, currently resides in Nurmengard, a prison of his own construction meant to confine opposition, with no indication of his imminent release. Although the elder Grindelwald may be considered Ask's grandfather in terms of lineage, this connection is merely nominal and lacks any blood relation. However, should anyone presume that this distinction renders Ask vulnerable, they are gravely mistaken. Ask is one of the last surviving members of the Grindelwald lineage, and with the elder Grindelwald's inevitable demise, the family's legacy will rest upon his shoulders. Should anything befall Ask, the Grindelwald name would risk being extinguished. Due to the elder Grindelwald's notorious exploits during his youth, he amassed a multitude of enemies across the sea, inevitably complicating Ask's life, particularly following his arrival in Nurmengard from Norway to meet his grandfather for the first time. As a consequence of his proximity, Ask's initial choice for education was Durmstrang, the same institution from which the elder Grindelwald had been expelled due to his dealings with dark magic. At Durmstrang, many of Ask's contemporaries had relatives who perished at the hands of the elder Grindelwald, thus their antagonism was all too predictable. Fortunately, with the elder Grindelwald's formidable presence, they dared not overstep, resorting only to sporadic harassment of Ask. However, an incident arose that, although quelled under the elder Grindelwald's threat, compelled Ask to withdraw from the school and distance himself from the region, ultimately leading him to Hogwarts. After all, Britain was a territory untouched by the elder Grindelwald, and the subsequent rise of Voldemort wielded a far greater influence over its inhabitants. Yet, this perspective holds true primarily for the average individual. For the ancient and intricately connected Pureblood families, the Grindelwald surname remains notably significant. After Ask finished his pudding, he craved a bit more juice. However, the temperature around him suddenly dropped significantly. Turning his head, he noticed that the ghost known as Bloodman Barrow had inexplicably seated himself beside him. "Hello," Ask greeted him. Suddenly recalling that he had yet to learn the ghost's name, he inquired, "What do they call you?" "They call me Bloodman Barrow." The ghost replied in a rather indifferent tone. "Bloodman Barrow? I apologize, but that name is rather lackluster." It was a rare occurrence for someone, no? A ghost, to engage him in conversation. So Ask felt emboldened to ask, "Is the blood on you from a unicorn?" "Not at all." "What blood is it then?" Bloodman Barrow cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Human blood." If it were a typical person, they would undoubtedly take the hint to change the subject or terminate the conversation. However, Ask was evidently no ordinary individual, for he continued with a barrage of questions. "Whose blood? Silver blood? Aside from unicorn blood, this is the first time I have encountered such a thing. By the way, was it always silver? Or did it change after you became a ghost? Also, how did you get blood on you? Did you kill someone? How many? Why did you kill?" Bloodman Barrow paused, momentarily taken aback by the multitude of inquiries, unsure of where to begin his responses. He soon realized that he had no obligation to answer Ask's questions. Faced with Ask's burgeoning curiosity, Bloodman Barrow ultimately remarked, "I never noticed before, but you are quite the chatterbox." Now it was Ask's turn to be stunned. From this statement, it was clear that Bloodman Barrow must have recognized him, similar to the earlier greeting of welcome back to Hogwarts. Yet, Ask had never before encountered Bloodman Barrow. Had it not been for attending Hogwarts, their paths might never have crossed in a lifetime. Upon reflection, it seemed that other ghosts of Hogwarts, even the Sorting Hat, had also acknowledged Ask in some manner. But how could that be possible? After all, Ask was merely 11 years old this year. Touching his face, Ask uncertainly addressed Bloodman Barrow. "Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Bloodman Barrow remained silent for a moment before standing up and departing, neither confirming nor denying the insinuation. As Ask rested his chin on his hand, he watched the bloodied figure of Barlow depart, with lingering questions in his mind. Though disappointment loomed due to the lack of answers, it also provided Ask with a newfound purpose. The unfolding events grew increasingly intriguing, in a bid to compensate for the time previously lost. The Sorting Hat's actions were remarkably swift, averaging merely 15 seconds per new student. The cumulative time spent on the subsequent students was even less than that of Ask alone. The entire sorting ceremony concluded in just an hour and a half, while Ask occupied over an hour by himself. Harry was unsurprisingly sorted into Gryffindor. As the sorting hat nearly inquired about his preference the instant it touched his head, taken aback by the hat's directness. Harry instinctively nodded, and thus found himself bewilderingly assigned to Gryffindor. Once the last newcomer, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin, the sorting ceremony came to a close. Traditionally, it was at this juncture that Albus Dumbledore, as the headmaster, would address the assembly. Rising to his feet, Dumbledore beamed at the students, extending his arms in welcome. As if nothing brought him greater joy than witnessing the gathering of young minds. "Welcome," he proclaimed. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to share a few words. You fools. Crybabies. Rubbish. Twist." With that, he resumed his seat. The audience erupted into applause and cheers. Such was Dumbledore, the vanquisher of the dark wizard Grindelwald. The leader of the Order of the Phoenix in its battle against Voldemort, a legendary figure regarded as the greatest wizard of the 20th century. Whatever he did was deemed perfectly reasonable in the eyes of all, even when he feigned madness, for people would interpret it as a genuine display of character. With the sorting ceremony concluded and Dumbledore having spoken, all students could finally indulge in the bountiful feast before them, especially the newcomers, who had never before experienced such a marvelous banquet, eagerly dug in with exuberance. Ask sat at the end of the Slytherin long table. The nearest person to him, seated a good 4 spaces away. It is worth noting that there was no abundance of space here for one individual to occupy multiple seats. The Slytherin students treated Ask with a distinctly indifferent demeanor. Their attitude could hardly be described as warm yet was certainly not hostile. It was more akin to a deliberate disregard, as if Ask were a mere phantom in their midst, tossing a pudding into his mouth. Ask indulged in his food while lost in thought. He found the Slytherin students' indifference acceptable, as it allowed him the pleasure of solitude and leisure. At this juncture, it may be pertinent to formally introduce Ask's identity. Ask Grindelwald, the grandson of the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald, who was vanquished by Dumbledore in 1945, has been residing in the prison he constructed in Ermengarde to confine his adversaries. Nearly 50 years have elapsed, and he has only recently emerged to rescue Ask from incarceration. While the elder Grindelwald may be considered Ask's grandfather in terms of lineage, it is merely a matter of familial rank, devoid of any blood relation. However, should anyone presume that this connection could impose any constraints on Ask, they would be gravely mistaken. Ask is one of the last 2 living members of the Grindelwald family. And with the inevitable passing of the elder Grindelwald, the family's legacy shall rely upon Ask for its continuation. Should anything befall Ask, the Grindelwald name would be irrevocably tarnished. The elder Grindelwald's notorious exploits during his youth have left him with a multitude of enemies across the Channel, which, in a sense, has burdened Ask significantly. Particularly after he journeyed from Norway to Ermengarde and encountered his grandfather for the first time. Due to the proximity of the school, Ask's initial choice was Durmstrang, the very institution from which the elder Grindelwald had been expelled due to his dalliance with dark magic. At Durmstrang, Ask's peers harbored relatives and friends who had perished at the hands of the elder Grindelwald. Thus their animosity was palpable. Fortunately, the elder Grindelwald's presence instilled a degree of restraint in them. Their harassment of Ask was limited to sporadic provocations. However, an unfortunate turn of events led to Ask's expulsion and subsequent imprisonment, and even after his release, he found no welcome awaiting him there. Ultimately compelled to traverse great distances to Hogwarts. After all, while dark wizards may emerge once in several decades, Britain was a region previously untouched by the elder Grindelwald. And the subsequent rise of Voldemort has clearly overshadowed Grindelwald's legacy in the eyes of the populace. Nevertheless, for those hailing from ancient, intricately woven pureblood families, the Grindelwald surname remains conspicuously prominent. After finishing his pudding, Ask craved a sip of juice. However, the temperature around him suddenly plummeted, reminiscent of the chill he had felt while waiting in the corridor, perhaps even colder. As this wave of coldness reached its zenith, Ask turned his gaze downward to the ground, where a pair of feet hovered in midair. Following the feet upwards, he beheld a transparent figure, or rather, one that seemed to have lost its color, drifting alongside him. The indifferent visage of the apparition was slightly bowed, casting a downward glance at Ask. "Hello," as Ask greeted. He swiftly changed his mind and ladled a generous bowl of steaming soup, drinking it to dispel the lingering chill. With a slight furrow of his brow, he bluntly remarked, "I am a frail constitution and particularly sensitive to the cold. Please maintain your distance." The nameless specter, outwardly embodying the essence of a ghost with an aura that discouraged intrusion, now chose to appear beside the living, sparking a sense of curiosity in those aware of the spirit's true nature. "You are quite rude," the ghost replied coldly, "but I shall not hold it against you." Setting down his utensils, Ask let out a scoff and pivoted on the bench to face the ghost directly. You two lack manners. Not only do you interrupt my meal, but you also show disdain towards me. Mimicking the ghost's phrasing with a tone infused with mockery, Ask spread his arms and shrugged, adding, but I shall not hold it against you. Quarreling with a dead person, TSK, I am not so petty. The temperature seemed to drop further, and the ghost's gaze remained fixed on Ask, its form appearing to flow with pools of silver liquid, akin to a living entity. What is that? Blood? Ask feigned indifference. Yet if one were to peel away his clothing, they would surely discover the goosebumps rising upon his skin, a shiver coursing through him. It seemed evident that you did not meet your demise in a conventional manner. With such a profusion of blood, do you truly wander about unmasked, unperturbed by the fear of being seen as a malevolent spirit? This is not my blood. The ghost's tone grew even colder, a hint of irritation flickering across its frozen visage. Yet Ask appeared oblivious, dismissing it with a smirk. Not your blood? Pray tell, what blood is it then? Pig's blood, cow's blood, or something else entirely? I have heard that a ghost's form typically reflects its final moments in life. Were you perhaps slaughtering a pig when it turned the tables on you? Before he could finish his sentence, Ask's expression shifted to one of unease, as he sensed a palpable murderous intent. If this ghost possessed the means to kill him on the spot, Ask might very well have become a corpse. Judging by the ghost's reaction, it was clear that Ask's words had struck a nerve, and indeed, that was the case. Ask remains oblivious to the fact that the blood of the specter known as Bloodman Barrow is that of another ghost, Miss Grey, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. This Miss Grey was once the beloved of Bloodman Barrow. Forgive my indiscretion. I am known for my forthrightness and warm-hearted nature, always speaking plainly and candidly. Thus, should my words have caused you any discomfort, feel free to disregard them as mere ramblings. Although I sense a murderous intent, what does it matter as long as there is no tangible danger? Ask offered an insincere apology and then retrieved a small heater from his pocket, cradling it with a carefree expression as he regarded the ghost, as if to say that the frigid discomfort he once felt was now of no consequence. I shall remember you, Ask Grindelwald. The ghost's voice sliced through the air like a blade against ice. You will pay for your actions today. I shall remember you as well, nameless specter, Ask mumbled through a mouthful of apple. By the way, is it common for a first year to provoke the headmaster, the head of Gryffindor, and a rather formidable-looking ghost on the very first day of school? This time, the ghost did not respond. Instead, it turned and glided through the wall, vanishing from Ask's sight. It seems the answer has been revealed. Ask continued chewing his apple, pondering. So, the question arises. Is it too late for me to withdraw from this institution? Relishing the free food and drink, Ask indulged himself as if his stomach were a bottomless pit, consuming dish after dish. It was only when he was about 8/10 full that the banquet concluded. As the food and utensils vanished from the table, Dumbledore rose once more. The hall fell silent once again. Now that everyone is well fed and refreshed, I wish to convey a few words. At the onset of the term, I would like to present some important reminders. First-year students, take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students. Some of our students must remember this well. Dumbledore's bright gaze swept towards the Weasley twins. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Those who wish to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you all that those who wish to avoid untimely accidents and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. As Ask's eyes sparkled with excitement, he noticed several other students sharing his adventurous spirit. It appeared that life at Hogwarts was far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. Now, before we retire for the night, let us gather to sing the school song, Dumbledore proclaimed. The faces of the older students and professors became momentarily stiff. Having an eccentric headmaster could indeed be quite a trial. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long, golden ribbon that danced through the air like a serpent, forming lines of text above the grand dining table. Choose a melody of your liking, Dumbledore instructed. Ready, sing. And thus, the entire assembly of students and faculty erupted into song. Hogwarts, 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 bestow upon us wisdom, whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are open to delightful knowledge, for now, they are empty, filled only with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Impart to us invaluable truths, restore what we have forgotten. All we ask is your utmost effort. The rest we shall handle ourselves. We shall strive to learn until we are dust. The song concluded in a haphazard manner, save for the Weasley twins, who continued to sing along to the somber melody of a funeral march. Dumbledore, with his wand, conducted the final few measures for them. And when they finished, his applause was the most resounding. "Ah, music," he remarked, wiping his eyes. "It possesses a charm beyond all we do here. Now it is time for bed. Return to your dormitories." Due to the hour spent with Ask, the night had grown late, and the day's exhilaration had faded, leaving only an indelible weariness. Students from the four houses, led by their prefects, filed out of the hall in an orderly fashion. Gryffindor first, followed by Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and lastly, Slytherin. Ask was the final Slytherin to leave the hall. Before exiting, he turned for one last glance. Many professors had departed, but a male professor with black hair, sallow skin, and a detached demeanor stood beside Dumbledore, engaged in conversation. Both men turned their gazes towards Ask, revealing no hint of disguise even when caught. Was that Professor Snape? As Ask pondered the identity of that individual, he recalled overhearing others during a meal discussing the head of Slytherin, leading him to conclude that this person was not a virtuous character. Based on his initial impression, he found himself in agreement with this sentiment. The man's demeanor was exceedingly unpleasant, as if the entire world owed him money. Realizing he would soon lose his way and be separated from the group, Ask turned to leave. Yet, he could sense that Dumbledore and Snape were watching him intently, as if there were some underlying conspiracy afoot. At times, it was difficult to fault Ask for his suspicions or darker thoughts. The behavior of those two certainly raised questions. Dumbledore, who had vanquished the notorious Grindelwald and imprisoned him, could very well employ means to surveil Ask, a notion that would not surprise him. In fact, it would be quite understandable. The adage that a villain's offspring tends to inherit their parents' malevolence, while a hero's child embodies their virtues, remained a prevalent belief. As the grandson of Grindelwald, Ask found himself unjustly branded with the ominous label of a potential dark wizard, akin to the next Grindelwald. The treatment he had endured underscored the reality that, alongside inheriting Grindelwald's legacy, he also inherited a considerable amount of animosity. Nevertheless, Grindelwald once confided in Ask that Dumbledore was a man worthy of trust, assuring him that he had spoken with Dumbledore, who would look after him. "Treat Dumbledore as you would treat me," Grindelwald had instructed, to which Ask affirmed he had complied, even possessing a lock of Dumbledore's hair, akin to how he regarded Grindelwald. In fact, Ask contemplated whether he should send a few strands of hair back home. After all, he had avenged Grindelwald, had he not? Is he back? Severus Snape observed Ask's departure with a furrowed brow, expressing his discontent to Dumbledore. "You ought to have informed me sooner. Whether it is indeed him remains uncertain." Dumbledore replied calmly. "After all, he cannot return." He stated he would return, Snape countered, though his conviction appeared tenuous, serving more as a self-reassurance. Perhaps they were merely two leaves, similar yet distinct. Dumbledore rose from his seat, turning his back to Snape while holding a phoenix feather. "Severus, do you believe you could pluck a feather from Fawkes without his consent?" Snape shook his head. Not only was he incapable, but even Dumbledore could not achieve such a feat, which was precisely why phoenix feathers were so extraordinarily valuable. Rarity begets worth. Once, a man had requested a feather from Fawkes to craft a wand, yet he ultimately did not retrieve it. Thus, Fawkes owed him a feather. Dumbledore's words caused Snape to startle, raising his head abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Is it him?" Dumbledore offered no reply, instead twirling the phoenix feather between his fingers. Its fiery red plumes shimmered like flowing flames, imbued with immense yet restrained magical power. "I believe we can attempt to transform him into himself, to realize what we have long been unable to achieve." Snape nodded gravely, accepting the phoenix feather from Dumbledore's hand. "Achoo!" Asker sneezed, rubbed his nose, and continued to follow the procession towards the common room. After this brief interlude, it appeared that the banquet was nearing its conclusion. With the disappearance of food and utensils from the tables, Dumbledore rose once more. The dining hall returned to a solemn silence. Now that everyone has had their fill, I wish to address you all with a few words. At the beginning of this term, I would like to present several points of consideration. First, your students. Take heed. Entry into the woods on campus is strictly prohibited. Some of our students ought to bear this in mind as well. Dumbledore's bright gaze swept across the pair of twin brothers from Gryffindor. Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The trials for Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Those aspiring to join the house team should reach out to Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you all that anyone wishing to avoid unfortunate accidents and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Ask curled his lips in disdain. Unless Headmaster Dumbledore truly wished to resign, the situation was undoubtedly more alarming in appearance than in reality. This statement subtly conveyed that we had been monitoring the situation closely, ready to intervene before any danger could befall you. After all, should a life be lost, the parents of the students would not be pacified by your prior warnings. They would not simply dismiss it, and the already dwindling student population would inevitably suffer further repercussions. Although Hogwarts stands as one of the 3 grand wizarding schools in Europe, it is merely one among many. For the magical world is not confined to just these 3 institutions. Now, before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together. Dumbledore proclaimed with great enthusiasm. The faces of the upperclassmen and professors stiffened. At times, having a somewhat eccentric headmaster could indeed be rather burdensome. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon emerged, swirling and twisting above the grand dining table, forming lines of text like a serpent. Choose a melody that pleases you, Dumbledore announced. Get ready, sing. Thus, the entire faculty and student body raised their voices in jubilant song. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Bestow upon us knowledge, whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds can embrace delightful wonders, for now they are empty, filled with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Impart unto us valuable wisdom. Restore to us what we have forgotten. All we ask is that you give your utmost. The rest we shall handle ourselves. We shall strive to learn, until we return to dust. The song concluded in a disarray of voices. Yet the Weasley twins continued to sing along to the somber melody of a funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their final few measures with his wand, and when they finished, his applause rang the loudest. Ah, music, Dumbledore remarked, wiping his eyes. It possesses a charm beyond anything we do here. Now it is time to retire. Please return to your dormitories. Due to the hour lost with Ask, it was now quite late, and the excitement of the day had faded, leaving behind an inescapable weariness. The students of the 4 houses, led by their prefects, filed out of the hall in single file. Gryffindor led the way, followed by Ravenclaw, then Hufflepuff, and lastly, Slytherin, with Ask being the last to exit from Slytherin. Before leaving the hall, Ask turned back for a moment. Many professors had already departed. Yet a male professor with black hair, pale skin, and a cold demeanor stood beside Dumbledore, engaged in conversation. Both of them were conspicuously gazing at Ask, showing no inclination to conceal their scrutiny. Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House and professor of potions, regarded as a demon by other houses, yet the greatest protector and supporter within his own. Ask likely had a notion of the individual's identity. During a meal, he overheard discussions regarding the head of Slytherin, leading him to conclude that this person was far from virtuous. Based on Ask's initial impressions, he found himself in agreement with this sentiment. The man's demeanor was exceedingly unpleasant, as if the entire world owed him a debt. Aware that lingering any longer would result in losing his way back to the dormitory, Ask turned to depart. However, he sensed that both Dumbledore and Snape were observing him intently, an unsettling feeling of conspiracy enveloping him. At times, it was hard to fault Ask for his suspicions or his darker thoughts. The behaviors of those two indeed seemed questionable. Dumbledore had once defeated the notorious Grindelwald and imprisoned him. Should he choose to employ any means to monitor Ask, it would hardly surprise him. In fact, he might even comprehend such actions. The notion that the offspring of malevolent individuals are themselves tainted, while the progeny of virtuous ones remain virtuous, was a widely held belief. As the grandson of Grindelwald, Ask had already been branded with the stigma of a potential dark wizard, the next in line to inherit such a nefarious legacy. The treatment he received reflected not only his lineage but also the deep-seated animosity that accompanied it. Nonetheless, Grindelwald had once confided in Ask that Dumbledore was a trustworthy individual, assuring him that he would look after Ask. Treat Dumbledore as you would treat me, Grindelwald had insisted, to which Ask affirmed he had complied, even possessing a lock of Dumbledore's hair, truly treating him as he did Grindelwald. As Ask pondered whether to send a few strands of hair back home, considering it a form of vengeance for Grindelwald, he sensed a watchful gaze. Severus Snape had been observing Ask's departure, furrowing his brow in displeasure as he addressed Dumbledore. You should have informed me sooner. Is it him? I cannot be certain, Dumbledore replied calmly. After all, he cannot return. He said he would return, Snape countered, though his conviction faltered, sounding more like a self-reassurance. Perhaps they were merely two similar leaves, alike yet distinct. Dumbledore rose from his seat, turning his back on Snape while holding a phoenix feather. Severus, do you believe you can pluck a feather from Fawkes without his consent? Snape shook his head. acknowledging that not only was it beyond his capabilities, but even Dumbledore himself could not accomplish such a feat. This exclusivity was precisely why phoenix feathers were so invaluable. Rarity begets worth. Once, a man had received Fawkes' promise of a feather to craft a wand. Yet he ultimately failed to claim it. Thus, Fawkes owed him a feather. Dumbledore's words caused Snape to start, lifting his gaze sharply towards Dumbledore, his voice low yet intense. "Is it him?" Dumbledore remained silent, twirling the phoenix feather, its crimson plumes resembling flowing flames, imbued with immense yet restrained magic. "I believe we can attempt to transform him. To realize him, to accomplish what we have long failed to achieve." Snape nodded gravely, accepting the phoenix feather from Dumbledore's hand. Achoo! As Ask sneezed and rubbed his nose. He continued to follow the procession towards the common room. The dormitories at Hogwarts typically accommodate 5 students, and Slytherin is no exception in this regard. However, the number of occupants in each dormitory can be decided freely. Theoretically, one might find a solitary occupant in a room, while 6 or 7, or even more, might cram into another. Nonetheless, such scenarios are unlikely to occur, as few would opt for the latter arrangement, which is rather unfortunate. As for the former, Hogwarts resembles a living castle, constantly making subtle yet essential adjustments as needed. To cater to the student's psychological well-being, intentionally creating single rooms can be deemed waste. And waste is an affront to dignity. "So, I am to share a room with this individual?" Draco glared angrily at the Slytherin prefect, a girl named Gemma Farrell. One finger pointed accusingly at Ask, who was busy tidying his bed, while the other clenched into a fist, waving it to express his profound dissatisfaction. What a joke. Why must I become that fellow's roommate? While others may be oblivious, Draco was acutely aware that Ask Grindelwald was an unequivocal threat. A person who ought to have been apprehended long ago, perhaps even confined to Azkaban. Sharing a room with such an individual could potentially sever the Malfoy family's bloodline legacy. The allocation of dormitories is random, with no spare rooms available. Through her thick glasses, Gemma Farrell's gaze remained piercing, imbued with a sharpness that could penetrate the heart. She possessed a formidable presence. Even the most intrepid would find conversing with her daunting. Yet, Draco, filled with anger and trepidation, wholly disregarded this fact. "I refuse to share a room with him." Raising an eyebrow, Gemma glanced at Ask, who was busy arranging his belongings, then turned her attention to Draco and his 2 lackeys, a flicker of disdain crossing her face. "Are you 3 truly afraid of just him?" "Who says I am afraid of him?" Gemma had been waiting for this retort. As soon as Draco finished speaking, she replied with an undeniable tone, "Since you aren't afraid of him, why do you hesitate to share a dormitory?" Although Slytherin is not a house of foolish Gryffindors who mistake stupidity for bravery, it does not welcome cowards who shy away from confrontation. Clearly a provocation, yet remarkably effective. Even if Draco saw through it, his options remained limited. At that moment, not only Draco, but also Gemma and a few others were present, with numerous onlookers feigning interest in the corridor. The inclination to join in the spectacle is a trait to which even the proud and aloof Slytherins succumb. Thus, Draco had no choice but to press on with determination. His belongings had already been delivered to the dormitory. All that remained was to settle in and organize his personal items, a rather simple task. "Humph," Draco scoffed, turning to lead the way into the dormitory. With his head held high, he strode past Ask, like a proud little rooster, until he reached his bed. He turned, sat down, and fixed his unwavering gaze upon Ask. Not blinking once. "I am not afraid of you," Draco declared. Ask neatly folded the blanket, then sat back, half reclining against it, casting a peculiar glance at Draco. "I wonder if you might be misunderstanding something?" Without the need for contemplation, Ask deduced Draco's thoughts solely from his words. It seems the origin of this misunderstanding lay in the judgment document that Ask had shown to Draco, where only a single statement held truth, while the remainder was entirely fabricated. Clearly, the signatures from Wisingamot and the Ministry of Magic led Draco to mistakenly believe that the entire document was authentic. Ask is innocent. This is the sole aspect of the judgment that is both accurate and truthful. However, Draco has misconstrued the situation, and Ask has no intention of rectifying this misunderstanding. This delightful error serves to his advantage, enveloping him in a protective layer akin to a hedgehog's armor, sparing him from considerable trouble. "There are 3 of us, and it is advisable for you to behave, or else Crabbe and Goyle will join us," conveniently shutting the door behind them. Now, Draco holds a numerical advantage over Ask, which has afforded him a sense of relaxation. Yet, Ask suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke, tears streaming down his cheeks. "What are you laughing at? Hey, who was it that snores while sleeping?" Ask's response was somewhat incongruous, leaving Draco perplexed and somewhat irked. After much ado, it became apparent that the other party was entirely oblivious to his name. "I am Draco Malfoy. Remember this name, you impudent fellow," he declared. "Oh, I see," Ask nodded earnestly, as if he genuinely committed it to memory. In the next moment, he inquired, "Drake, do you snore when you sleep?" "I am not Drake. I am Draco. My apologies, you see. Due to some issues here, my memory is quite poor and I often mix up names," Ask explained, pointing to his head and grinning at Draco, revealing a set of exceptionally well-maintained white teeth that gleamed ominously. A shiver ran down Draco's spine, and he couldn't help but recall something he had seen on the judgment document. The name that Ask had just mentioned, Drake, seemed to belong to an unfortunate list. That Drake. What happened to him? Draco tentatively inquired. "I once had a roommate named Drake," Ask reminisced, his expression oddly ecstatic, bordering on maniacal, as his body trembled with excitement. What is wrong with him?" Draco sensed an ominous premonition but pressed on with his questioning. "He snores when he sleeps." "Snore?" Draco suddenly remembered that Ask had indeed asked him whether he snored during slumber. However, he could no longer do so. Why? Draco was beginning to piece together the grim truth. The answer was painfully evident. That individual named Drake was deceased. Continuing to speculate, Draco surmised that perhaps this Drake had been slain for disturbing the madman with his snoring. And this lunatic, under the guise of mental affliction, had somehow evaded retribution, only to be expelled from that very institution, just as the judgment document had indicated. Ultimately, he arrived at Hogwarts, his bloodthirsty desires rekindled, with Draco becoming a potential target. Draco's complexion had already paled, and now it had grown even more ashen. Ask secretly chuckled, sensing the moment was ripe. "Your face is quite pale. Are you feeling unwell?" "No, not at all." "Oh, then I shall continue. Drake has managed to rid himself of the habit of snoring. He no longer snores." Snap! Draco's fragile heart shattered as he gazed, pained, at the smiling Ask, his inner turmoil boiling over, all his grievances condensed into a single lament. "You bully me." In Hogwarts, dormitories are typically shared by 5 individuals, and Slytherin is no exception. However, the number of residents in each dormitory can be freely determined. In theory, it is possible for one person to occupy a room alone, or conversely, for 6, 7, or even more students to cram into a single space. Nonetheless, such scenarios are unlikely, as few would willingly choose the latter miserable arrangement. As for the former, Hogwarts resembles a living castle, perpetually making subtle yet essential adjustments to meet needs. To it, creating single rooms for the sake of students' mental well-being is deemed wasteful, and waste is a disgrace. "So, I'm to share a room with this fellow?" Draco glared angrily at the head of Slytherin, a girl named Gemma Farrell. One finger pointed accusingly at Ask, who was tidying up his bed, while the other clenched into a fist, waving in a display of his profound dissatisfaction. "What a jest! Why must I become this fellow's roommate?" The allocation of dormitories is random, with no extra rooms available. Through thick glasses, Gemma Farrell's gaze remained piercing, sharp enough to cut to the core. She exuded a formidable presence, making most hesitant to engage her in conversation. However, the furious and terrified Draco completely disregarded this fact. "I don't care. I refuse to share a room with him." Gemma raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ask, who was still wandering around the hall. Then scrutinizing Draco and his 2 lackeys, a look of disdain crossing her features. "You 3 are afraid of just him? Who says I'm afraid of him?" Draco retorted. Gemma had been waiting for this very line. As soon as he finished speaking, she replied in an unmistakable tone, "If you are not afraid of him, why do you hesitate to share a dormitory with him?" Slytherin may not be a bunch of foolish Gryffindors who mistake stupidity for bravery, but we do not welcome cowardly scoundrels. It was a blatant provocation, yet effective. Even if he recognized it, his choices remained limited. At that moment, not only Draco but also Gemma and a few others were present, and the corridor was filled with onlookers pretending to be engrossed in the spectacle. The Slytherins, despite their noble and aloof demeanor, were not immune to the allure of a commotion. Draco, isn't this a good opportunity? By sharing a dormitory with him, we can settle the score from before," Crabbe whispered. This remark snapped Draco back to reality, and his earlier anger dissipated, replaced by a cold smirk. Indeed, this was an opportune moment. The luggage had long been delivered to the dormitory, and all that remained was to move in and arrange his personal belongings, a straightforward task. As for the dormitory assignment, Ask merely cast a cursory glance at the bespectacled girl before casually slipping his hands into his pockets and strolling into the room, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Bang! Outside, the head girl, without lifting her gaze, marked a check next to Ask's name in her notebook and proceeded to the next dormitory to continue her distribution duties. As Ask stepped into the room and securely closed the door, he looked up to find Draco regarding him with a malicious glint in his eyes. Behind him, two lackeys were itching for a confrontation, clearly eager to unleash their pinned-up frustrations upon Ask. How fortuitous it is, indeed, that we find ourselves assigned together, Ask greeted with a cheerful smile, extending a hand from his pocket to twist the doorknob, locking the door from the inside. I hope you'll still be able to smile in a while. With a signature cold smirk typical of a villain, Draco gestured for his two henchmen to approach and give Ask a thrashing. Observing Ask's movement toward the lock, he scoffed disdainfully, thinking of fleeing now? Isn't that a bit late? Shrugging, Ask shook his head, still smiling as he responded, I was merely checking if the door was securely locked, not attempting to escape. Moreover, I offer you a chance for mercy, turn back now, and I can pretend nothing has happened. We could still have a pleasant time together. Enough with the prattle. Just hit him. With a playful smile, Ask raised his left hand from his pocket, and a cloud of white powder surged toward the oncoming Crabbe and Goyle. The unsuspecting duo was instantly blinded, and instinctively closing their eyes, they charged headlong into the door, where Ask had just been standing but was no longer present. The commotion caused by the two hefty boys naturally reached the outside, yet everyone who heard it chose to ignore it, engrossed in their books, asleep, or playing games. Don't worry, it's just some flour, Ask remarked to the two sniffling boys, shaking his head. You see, anger is not a good thing. The more force you use to harm others, the more damage you'll inflict upon yourself. Had you not exerted such effort earlier, perhaps you would have noticed. Catching a glimpse of Draco rushing towards him from the corner of his eye, Ask yawned and formed his right hand into the shape of a gun, pulling the imaginary trigger at the approaching Draco. All petrified. History often repeats itself astonishingly. It was no surprise that Draco, taken aback, failed to evade Ask's spell, which struck him with precision just as his fist was a mere foot away from Ask. Ignoring Draco's wide-eyed astonishment, Ask blew on the non-existent smoke of his imaginary gun and leisurely appraised Draco before speaking. Isn't it surprising that I can cast spells without a wand? Although Draco could not voice it, his thoughts were indeed consumed by this very notion. I unleashed my magic at 5, entered Durmstrang at 10, excelling in all my studies. In our year, I was undoubtedly the top student, and now at Hogwarts, I shouldn't be far behind. Having briefly introduced himself, Ask regarded Draco with a contemptuous smile. Perhaps you do not yet comprehend why I am sharing this with you. I possess considerable patience and can explain it to you slowly. Draco's eyes felt unbearably dry. He had not blinked for a full minute, and if he continued, his tears might uncontrollably spill. This was not cowardice but rather a physical instinct. Compared to others, you are indeed quite exceptional, both in family background and personal talent, a figure of admiration for ordinary people, Ask stated nonchalantly. However, now you must learn to view things from their perspective. What do you mean? If Draco could speak, he would undoubtedly pose this question. Ask reached out and gently patted Draco's shoulder, moving to his side and leaning in to whisper with a smile. They are accustomed to gazing up at me from their perspective. Having uttered these words, Ask bypassed Draco, disregarding the two portly boys who had already dried their tears and picked themselves up. He strode directly to his own bed, began to disrobe, and without turning back, remarked, I am not yet capable of wandless magic that rivals the prowess of wand usage. The petrification spell will be lifted in 1 minute. You have a minute to ponder my words, after which you may decide whether to continue with the unfinished business at hand. Changing into his nightwear without attending to his personal hygiene, Ask performed a cleansing charm on himself and climbed into bed. Once nestled beneath the covers, he glanced at the clock on the wall. 35 seconds remain. I reiterate, should you choose to forfeit, I can treat it as though nothing transpired, and we may still engage in merriment together. Ask stretched lazily, then closed his eyes, his fingers intertwined over his chest. After all, unlike you, I do not perceive you as an adversary. Good night. Ask's inaugural lesson at Hogwarts was History of Magic, delivered by the spectral Professor Binns. The students comprised all the first-year pupils from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. It is worth noting that this year's cohort at Hogwarts totaled 40 individuals, with Slytherin boasting the fewest members, while Gryffindor had the largest contingent, a trend that has persisted for quite some time. Slytherin, often regarded as a disreputable house in the eyes of students from other houses, suffers a third of its reputation from Snape's consistent favoritism, another third from the poor conduct of its students, and the final third from the gossip and slander that circulate among the populace. There are no eternally virtuous individuals, nor are there unequivocally malevolent ones. The subject of history of magic, as its name suggests, is primarily theoretical and tends to be rather tedious. Having long recognized this, Ask deliberately chose a dimly lit corner when selecting his seat, thus facilitating his desire for slumber. He even went so far as to bring a pillow from his dormitory, placing it conspicuously upon his desk. As Ask engaged in this endeavor, Draco observed intently, harboring a strong urge to voice his sarcasm regarding Ask's meticulous preparations. However, he ultimately restrained himself and chose a seat in the front row, the farthest from Ask. As Ask shrugged his shoulders, a sense of pride emerged in his smile, an involuntary chuckle escaping his lips, which caused the student beside him to cast a peculiar glance, as if questioning his sanity. To him, synchronizing with others marked the mediocrity of a commoner. Lagging behind signified foolishness, while surpassing them was the hallmark of genius. In his self-absorbed contemplation, Ask believed that by the end of this lesson, the freshmen from both houses would realize the grave error in their initial choices. With this thought, he found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of Professor Binns. Professor Binns arrived shortly thereafter, and it must be said that being a ghost had its conveniences. They could traverse in a straight line, undeterred by walls or any obstacles. As Professor Binns emerged from the blackboard, a mild commotion ensued. "I am Professor Binns, the instructor of the History of Magic course. It is a pleasure to meet you, children of Slytherin and Gryffindor." His voice was, in a sense, rhythmic and articulate, easily comprehensible. However, the monotony of his tone, devoid of inflection or emotion, resembled the relentless ticking of a mechanical clock, which could easily induce fatigue in his listeners. Moreover, his opening statement contained a significant blunder. It appeared that the professor had mistakenly identified Ravenclaw as Gryffindor, leaving Ask to ponder whether it was merely a case of visual impairment or perhaps even color blindness. After all, the stark contrast between red and blue was undeniable. Furthermore, the emblems adorning their robes, a lion and a raven, were hardly indistinguishable. Ask muttered to himself, feeling a sense of foreboding regarding the prospect of being taught by such a professor. This was not the only speculation occupying Ask's mind. Another, even more absurd notion was that Professor Binns might actually be suffering from amnesia. The reasoning was simple. If his eyesight was intact, it would imply a confusion of memories, blending Gryffindor with Ravenclaw. Nonetheless, Ask promptly dismissed this possibility, reasoning that a competent headmaster would never appoint such an individual as a professor of magical history. Yet, he could not help but recall that Dumbledore himself was hardly a conventional headmaster. The subject of magical history, inherently tedious, had transformed into a potent sedative under the tutelage of Professor Binns, who possessed the uncanny ability to make the dull even duller. Given the lack of excitement in the lesson, further elaboration seems unnecessary. Indeed, little transpired during this class, for the relationship between Slytherin and Ravenclaw could best be described as mediocre, not yet approaching animosity. Soon enough, Friday approached, and Slytherin would join forces with Gryffindor under the guidance of their beloved head of house, Severus Snape, for potions class. This was hardly a welcome development for the Gryffindors. This steak is quite delectable, Draco. Pass me that plate over there." With his mouth full, Ask gestured with his greasy hand towards a plate of steak in front of Draco, signaling him to pass it over. Draco's face twitched in agitation. He felt the eyes of Slytherin, indeed the entire hall, upon him, as if a conspicuous label marked him as that person's friend. It is worth noting that the person was hardly a compliment, typically used to describe individuals who defy easy characterization, such as Ask himself. Draco feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear Ask, attempting to play the fool to evade the situation. However, he soon realized how naive his thoughts were. A greasy hand landed on his shoulder, leaving an imprint on his clothing, followed by an overwhelming aroma of garlic invading his nostrils, nearly rendering him lightheaded. "What do you want?" Draco struggled to suppress his anger, striving to maintain a calm demeanor while attempting to appear congenial. "Oh, nothing much, just came to grab some steak." Ask forked a piece of steak onto his plate, casually shooing away Goyle, who was seated beside Draco, and took his place. "While I'm at it, let's have a little chat. I have nothing to discuss." "No worries, I have more than enough to say," Ask replied with a grin. "Who wants to hear you talk?" "You jerk." Draco cursed inwardly, his face betraying no emotion, convinced that his acting skills had improved, all thanks to Ask's incessant harassment. "I heard you know our head of house?" Draco glanced up at Professor Snape, seated at the staff's table, and nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, Draco's relationship with Snape was far more complex than mere acquaintance. Snape had nearly become Draco's godfather. "What kind of person is he?" Ask inquired, his eyes sparkling with an inscrutable light as he tore into the steak. I mean, what is his personality like? What does he like or dislike? Draco hesitated before responding. Cautiously observing Ask. Why do you ask? I wouldn't dare divulge any secrets. I think he has issues, so I want to gather information to devise a plan against him. Ask replied. You've just revealed your intentions, haven't you? Draco retorted, unable to contain his exasperation. That wasn't my true purpose. Ask lifted his head. A piece of steak clamped between his teeth, gesturing for Draco to lean in closer. After a moment's hesitation, Draco complied, pressing his ear near Ask. I believe that Headmaster Snape has problems. Ask asserted confidently, not allowing Draco a moment to react before continuing. His attitude toward Harry Potter is exceedingly peculiar, and his gaze is rather unsettling. What exactly are you trying to say? Draco asked, impatience creeping into his voice. I think Headmaster Snape is actually a pedophile. Whether it was the gravity of Ask's statement or perhaps some other motive, the outcome remained the same. The atmosphere in Ask's dormitory was remarkably harmonious. On the first day of the new semester, as was his custom, Ask rose early, yawning as he glanced at his slumbering roommates before shuffling into the washroom to begin his morning routine. By the time Draco and the others awoke, Ask's bed was already empty, the neatly folded blanket and smooth sheets devoid of any creases, reflecting impeccable tidiness. Rising 30 minutes earlier than the average time, Ask was among the first to arrive in the Great Hall, joined by only a few others, making him a rarity among the new students. Last night, filled with anticipation and excitement for the new semester, it seemed that many had suffered varying degrees of insomnia. During breakfast, Ask spotted Hermione seated directly across from him, separated by a long table. He waved in her direction as a greeting, but Hermione remained engrossed in her food, her attention fixed on the book laid out before her. Utterly absorbed. How disappointing, he muttered, shaking his head as he began his meal, glancing at his class schedule to familiarize himself with the week ahead: history of magic, transfiguration, charms, herbology, defense against the dark arts, potions, and the upcoming flying class in 2 weeks. These constituted his primary courses. In addition, there were a few less significant ones, such as the astronomy lesson on Wednesday night. However, he noted with dismay the absence of several courses, notably defense against the dark arts and dueling, which were undoubtedly the most intriguing subjects. After spending a year at Durmstrang, Ask expressed that his favorite subjects were the aforementioned two. The former teaches one the art of subterfuge, while the latter provides practical opportunities, with classmates as the subjects of experimentation. Thus, theory and practice are intertwined, leading to profound understanding through experience. As he took a spoonful of oatmeal porridge, Ask contemplated the potential outcomes should a conflict arise between the students of Durmstrang and Hogwarts, pondering which side would hold the advantage. As it stands, it appears that at the first-year level, Hogwarts has little chance of prevailing. However, the truth of this assertion will be revealed by the end of the academic year. Ask's first lesson at Hogwarts was history of magic, taught by the ghostly Professor Binns, attended by all the first-year students from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. It is worth noting that this year's cohort at Hogwarts comprises 40 students, with Slytherin being the smallest house and Gryffindor the largest, a trend that has persisted for quite some time. Slytherin is often regarded unfavorably by students from other houses, a perception influenced equally by the Headmaster Severus Snape's consistent favoritism, the poor conduct of its students, and the pervasive gossip and slander surrounding them. There are no eternally good individuals, nor are there absolutely wicked ones. From its name, one might assume that history of magic is a course predominantly focused on theoretical knowledge, rendering it rather tedious. However, at Durmstrang, this subject enjoys considerable popularity as students learn about all the formidable dark wizards recorded throughout history, their rise to power, the notable events during their peak, and their eventual downfall. For some reason, the infamous Gellert Grindelwald is conspicuously absent from the syllabus. While not every student aspires to become a dark wizard, each craves power, for it aids in fulfilling their desires. In this regard, students at Durmstrang grasp the significance of power far earlier than those at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, despite his preparedness, Ask found himself succumbing to sleep during the first history of magic class. This was rather unusual, for Ask possessed commendable self-discipline and had not suffered from lack of sleep the previous night. It was simply that Professor Binns' teaching prowess was remarkably lackluster. As a ghost, Professor Binns' journey to class was particularly straightforward, as he could traverse through walls unimpeded. His emergence from the blackboard indeed caused a minor stir. I am Professor Binns, the instructor for History of Magic. It is a pleasure to meet you, children of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Professor Bin's voice was rhythmic, articulate, and easily comprehensible. However, his tone lacked any inflection or emotional nuance, resembling the monotonous ticking of a mechanical clock, which rendered it quite exhausting to listen to. Furthermore, there was a significant issue with his statement. It appeared he mistook Ravenclaw for Gryffindor. Whether it was a mere oversight or something more troubling remained uncertain. Could he possibly be colorblind? The distinction between red and blue is quite stark, and surely the emblems of lions and ravens are not indistinguishable? Ask muttered to himself, feeling a sense of foreboding regarding the future under such a teacher. This was not Ask's only speculation. Another, more outrageous theory suggested that Professor Binns might suffer from amnesia. The reasoning was simple. If his eyesight were intact, then his memory must be at fault, conflating Gryffindor with Ravenclaw in his recollections. However, Ask swiftly dismissed this possibility. For a competent headmaster would surely not appoint someone with such deficiencies to teach history of magic. Yet, he could not help but ponder that Albus Dumbledore did not seem to fit the mold of a conventional headmaster either. The history of magic course, already tedious in nature, became an almost unbearable existence under Professor Bin's remarkable ability to render the mundane even more monotonous. Due to the course's aridity, I shall refrain from further elaboration. In truth, little transpired during this lesson. The relationship between Slytherin and Ravenclaw could be described as merely mediocre, not yet reaching the depths of enmity. After class, Ask yawned and departed the classroom, clutching his books. Perhaps as a remnant of the experience, he felt an overwhelming desire to return to his dormitory for a nap. A stark contrast to the usual vigor one might expect at this hour. Ask found himself quite curious as to why such a dull course was scheduled for the first lesson of the new students on their very first day. Perhaps it was a form of cold treatment to ease them from their excitement, or perhaps a deliberate malice aimed at the newcomers. Regardless, Ask had already experienced it firsthand. Reflecting on the timetable, he felt fortunate that History of Magic only convened twice a week, once on Monday and again on Thursday. I must retract my previous assessment, Ask mused. If Hogwarts possesses even one student who can attain half the proficiency of that professor, and if they are tasked with teaching History of Magic, Durmstrang would surely be defeated without a fight. I suspect that Headmaster Snape may indeed harbor a peculiar inclination. Ask's remark took Draco by surprise, causing him to spray half of his juice all over Crabbe, who sat across from him, leaving Crabbe bewildered and utterly perplexed by Draco's reaction. You're far too flustered. Such an exaggerated response, Ask chided, producing a handkerchief and tossing it to Crabbe, signaling him to clean his face. Draco, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced around but noticed that hardly anyone had paid attention to the incident. He and Crabbe were seated at the end of the table, a slight distance away from the others. A few who had heard the commotion assumed it was Ask, sitting beside Draco, who was responsible, and thus paid it no mind. After all, such antics were entirely typical for Ask, a first-year known for his amusingly absurd behavior. Per Crabbe. Per Draco, this was likely the sole sentiment shared by the other Slytherins, considering Ask was their housemate and always clung to them. What are you staring at? They must think it was me, Draco thought to himself. Ask, dismissive of Draco's caution, finished his steak with a few bites and, wearing a cheeky grin, remarked, Look, I've taken the blame for you. Shouldn't you consider offering me some form of compensation? Draco contemplated taking a sip of juice and then playfully spraying it all over Ask. However, upon considering that Ask would not be able to return the favor, as the suspect would inevitably become himself, he abandoned the idea. Perhaps he could attempt it when no one was around. Draco reassured himself with this thought, shot a fierce glare at Ask, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and stood up to leave the hall. Crabbe and Goyle remained engrossed in their meal, oblivious to the events, while Ask, after finishing a glass of juice, stared intently at Snape for a prolonged moment before shifting his gaze to Harry and Gryffindor and also rising to depart. Was it truly the case that no one noticed Snape's peculiar gaze directed at Harry? As Ask contemplated while stroking his chin, he recalled that in the days leading up to the commencement of the school year, whenever he meandered through Hogwarts and encountered Harry, Severus Snape would invariably be lurking nearby. Snape resembled an obsessive stalker, perpetually positioned at a distance neither too far nor too close, meticulously observing Harry's every move when the latter was blissfully unaware. While this alone did not particularly concern Ask, it was the duality exhibited by Snape that piqued his interest. Each time Snape materialized behind Harry, Ask noted that his hands were clenched tightly, and his expression was one of palpable displeasure, as though he had witnessed something infuriating yet struggled to suppress the urge to obliterate it. Conversely, when he passed by Harry, his demeanor seemed to soften. Although his face retained its customary scowl, there was a distinct alteration in his gaze. As Ask scratched his head, he pondered how to articulate what he had witnessed. It was truly a gaze that defied description, a look that could best be approximated by the word gentle, yet it bore an impurity, tinged with shades of anger, pain, and regret. This was a man steeped in stories, and it seemed likely that his narrative was intertwined with Harry's. Considering Harry's tumultuous past, having lost his parents and raised in a Muggle household, the only conceivable link to Snape might be through his parents. Ask felt he might have grasped a hint of this story, requiring only validation. To deduce so much from a mere glance was somewhat audacious. Yet Ask's sensitivity stemmed from personal experience. He too had once been regarded with a gaze reminiscent of Snape's, a look that nearly shattered him. He bore no resentment towards that individual, nor did he wish for others to endure similar fates, for he understood that those who inflict pain often suffer the most. Lost in thought, Ask failed to watch where he was going. Though he avoided colliding with walls or stumbling, he did inadvertently crash into a professor, sending him sprawling. Professor Quirrell? Without needing to see his face. The distinctive purple scarf and the pungent aroma of garlic allowed Ask to ascertain the identity of the figure he had knocked down. He shrugged innocently. Who could have known that Quirrell, an adult, would be so frail as to fall from a mere bump by a child? Seizing the moment before Quirrell could see his face, Ask contemplated making his exit, fearing the professor might later hold him accountable. Claiming he had been rendered incapacitated and demanding compensation. Are you all right, Professor Quirrell? Quirrell lifted his head, the first instinct being to check that his scarf remained intact. Once assured of its position, he exhaled in relief. This student made quite an impression on him, having spent over an hour at the sorting ceremony, making it impossible to forget. I am fine, Quirrell stammered as he slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his robes. He looked at Ask and inquired, "You are A, Ask?" Ask, with a forced smile that barely concealed his disdain, found conversing with the stuttering individual to be utterly exhausting. The foul odor emanating from him was reminiscent of decay, leading Ask to ponder whether he might indeed be a zombie. It appeared that the criteria for selecting professors at Hogwarts were non-existent. The forgetful ghost had been appointed as the history of magic professor, while Flitwick, who was barely taller than the table, served as the charms professor. Although the other professors were somewhat better, they still had their share of oddities. Truly, it was a remarkable school of magic. Professor Quirrell, I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Ask hastily bid adieu to Quirrell, eager to depart without lingering even for a moment longer. Quirrell's expression froze. He felt an inexplicable sense of rejection. He had just sustained a painful collision, and his vulnerable areas throbbed with discomfort. After all, he was the one who had been injured. Fool, what are you still doing here? The sudden roar, followed by a wave of pain, jolted Quirrell back to reality, prompting him to hastily exit the premises. After a brief silence, the voice returned, now infused with suspicion and uncertainty. Quirrell, what was that boy's name? Great Master, the boy is called Ask Grindelwald, Quirrell replied with utmost reverence. Grindelwald? What is his relation to Gellert Grindelwald? I do not know, Master. At this moment, Quirrell was no longer stuttering. Investigate. Find out everything. I must have seen that face somewhere before. Curse it, why can't I recall a thing? During lunch, Ask encountered his dean for the first time. While he was dining, Severus Snape vacated the professor's table and approached the Slytherin long table, uttering a few words to the upperclassmen before making his way towards the exit. Passing by Ask. As Snape reached Ask's side, he abruptly halted and glanced at Ask, who was resting his chin on one hand while delicately savoring a chicken wing with a fork in the other. Without saying a word or taking any action, Snape departed. As a figure of considerable attention, albeit negative, every move of Snape was scrutinized by the students, consequently drawing their gaze towards Ask as well. Asker has already gained notoriety at Hogwarts, for the series of events he orchestrated last night has been disseminated among the first-year students. The fact that he inexplicably delayed the sorting ceremony by an entire hour has left many speechless. I believe he should join us, remarked one of the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table. Look, he simply does not fit in with the others. He sits all alone at the end. Given what transpired yesterday, he would be much more suited to our house than to the gloomy, rigid Slytherin. Come on, don't you think that fellow's expression is particularly irksome? Ron, with his mouth full of food, spoke indistinctly, and after swallowing, he added, It's as if he is constantly mocking everyone else. How could I have missed that? That's because you haven't been observant enough, Ron huffed, casting another glance at Asker, who was leisurely enjoying his lunch. Though his mind lingered on the embarrassing situation he had encountered the previous night. After indulging in a feast on the Hogwarts Express, he had forgotten to visit the restroom, leading to Asker's unwarranted delay during the sorting ceremony. which Ron found exceedingly irritating. Hearing her classmates discuss him, Hermione lifted her gaze towards Asker, only to catch a glimpse of him departing. She was uncertain whether to concur with Ron's sentiments, yet she sensed that his observations might not be entirely unfounded. The smile on that person's face did not necessarily convey friendliness. The academic load for first years is relatively light, as reflected in various aspects, such as the arrangement of courses and the assignment of homework, all emphasizing a gradual progression. Life here is leisurely and cheerful, unlike the hurried atmosphere of Durmstrang. Ask was not particularly accustomed to life here. Yet he would not decline the opportunity for a transitional academic year akin to a holiday after what could be described as an exceedingly dreadful year. After the week's charms class concluded, Ask returned to his dormitory early, reclining on his bed while aimlessly perusing a best-selling book about monstrous companions. The narrative was captivating, easily captivating those who had yet to experience the world. The author, one Gilderoy Lockhart, appeared to be a figure of some renown. Indulging in his work posed no issue, as it contained knowledge that could prove useful. In the days preceding, Ask had led a rather monotonous existence, rising early, partaking in breakfast, attending classes or engaging in leisure activities, enjoying lunch, returning to classes or indulging in free time, then finally retreating to his dormitory to occupy himself with various pursuits before succumbing to slumber. This routine was orderly and not overly burdensome, allowing Ask ample time for endeavors of his own. However, he soon found himself at a loss as to what to engage in. Reading? The curriculum of the first year had been thoroughly covered at Durmstrang, perhaps even in greater depth. Should he delve into literature of higher years? While this might be an option, it risked becoming rather tedious. Practicing spells? That seemed a splendid idea. Although the wand he had procured from Ollivander's wand shop had been lost, a spare wand remained at his disposal. The question then arose, which spell should he practice? Drawing the wand from his pocket, Ask grasped it firmly, yet after a considerable pause, he failed to cast a single spell. With a flick of his wand, a sphere of water materialized above his head, held aloft by the magical energies emanating from the wand. Narrowing his eyes, Ask carefully regulated the flow of magic, slowly and cautiously reducing the binding force on the water sphere. This was no simple task. A momentary lapse could result in the sphere plummeting onto his face, an experience he would rather avoid. For novices, the ability to unleash spells exists alongside the possession of a wand suited to their affinity. Yet the successful execution of spells is not guaranteed. The successful casting of a spell is merely the initial step. The second involves enhancing the success rate. It is well known that diligent practice and the rectification of improper gestures and pronunciations during spell casting are essential. The third step, which Ask was currently undertaking, involved mastering the control of magical energy. To quantify this, a spell like the water conjuring charm consumes 5 units of magical energy, and to sustain the sphere in midair theoretically requires a minimum of 2 units. Many beginners, however, expend at least 7 units simply to maintain the levitating sphere, a clear waste as the surplus energy could be utilized to conjure another. This inefficiency stems from a lack of control over one's magical abilities. Accomplished wizards are those who can deftly release the most necessary spells at the opportune moment, understanding that every unit of magic is precious. A critical moment could very well be a matter of life or death. The 5 units of magic that Ask could manage during his time at Durmstrang represented his utmost limit. In the context of combat, such finesse was rendered nearly useless. The emphasis lay in unleashing the most powerful spells in the shortest time possible, regardless of energy expenditure. What depth of technique could a first-year student truly attain? As Ask concentrated his attention, the water sphere began to tremble in midair. This represented the pinnacle of his previous capabilities, and at that juncture, he had struggled to maintain it for long before it ultimately fell. Had he made progress? Ask's expression resembled that of a daze. His gaze fixated solely upon the water sphere suspended less than a foot from his head, if one were to be precise to the decimal. He had managed to reduce the magical energy sustaining the sphere to 4. 7. Given the current rhythm, it was not inconceivable for him to achieve a level of 4. 5, or even lower in one breath. However, at that moment, his right hand, which gripped the wand, suddenly sensed a faint disturbance, not from the outside, but emanating from the wand itself. Though subtle, this disruption undermined the stability Ask had diligently maintained, causing flaws in the circulation of his magical energy. With some areas becoming obstructed and hindered, this already signaled the failure of Ask's efforts. Without a word, his eyes narrowed, and he amplified the magical energy to 10. The water sphere did not diminish, but instead ascended, shooting straight up to collide with the ceiling. With a resounding splash, droplets scattered in all directions, transforming the ceiling into a constellation of glimmering water beads. Under the influence of gravity, they began to descend, only to encounter an invisible barrier, momentarily suspended in midair. It was as if they were gently pinched together by an unseen hand, reuniting into a sphere, which then gracefully descended into the basin held by Ask. Ah, so close yet so far. With a tinge of regret, Ask muttered to himself as he set down the basin and picked up his wand, scrutinizing it closely. The sleek obsidian shaft glistened like polished jade, yet a minuscule, almost imperceptible crack marred its flawless surface, although it had undergone repairs by a master craftsman. This wand had undeniably lost some of its prestige, relegated now to the status of a mere auxiliary wand. The impetus behind his visit to Ollivander's to procure a new wand stemmed from the fact that the current one had developed issues, rendering it unsuitable for continued use. Naturally, the sooner he replaced it, the better. Acclimating to a new wand would require time. With a sigh, Ask set the wand aside and rubbed his slightly dizzy head. Resolving to retire early that night, he had made only a few modifications today, but a careful examination of the content would reveal that it was tantamount to crafting 2 new chapters. He had incorporated elements related to spell practice. Focusing on the essence of magical power, technique, and incantations, these 3 fundamental components serving as the foundation for his discourse. He had no intention of elaborating on upgrades. Having optimized the strength of the previous version, at present, he was merely at an ordinary 3rd-year level, adequately equipped to handle the challenges ahead, with further enhancements to be considered when necessary. In Ask's mind, time resembled a river, its liquid akin to mercury, viscous, shimmering with silvery light, and possessing an immense density. Flowing smoothly and without turbulence, Ask once pondered what it would be like to cast a stone into the river of time. A notion that remains beyond the realm of empirical validation. However, he could not fathom the implications of such an act, at least not at this moment. The one embroiled in the experience is often oblivious to the consequences, while the onlookers perceive the unfolding events with clarity. On a serene Friday afternoon, the sky was clear, and the autumn breeze of September whisked away the lingering heat of August, sowing a new batch of seeds at Hogwarts, a cycle that continued unabated. With a soft creak, Severus Snape pushed open the door. The potions classroom, located in the depths of the castle, was a mere 7 minutes and 437 steps from his quarters. True to form, he arrived punctually, treading the path carved over the past decade. His heart was tranquil, his expression impassive, and his mind a blank slate. Perpetually employing the defensive arts of his intellect, numbing his thoughts with means more potent than alcohol. Yet, everything shattered the moment he opened the door. Those green eyes, akin to emeralds, were exquisitely beautiful, never fading from Snape's heart. A smile, unexpected even to himself, curved at the corners of his lips. But the commotion in the classroom had yet to abate with his sudden entrance. Most students were oblivious, failing to notice the gentle smile gracing his features. No. Perhaps one individual did notice. Following an audacious gaze, Snape found its owner, furrowing his brow slightly before turning away, as if dismissing the cheeky grin directed at him by the boy whose presence filled him with discomfort. Disgust. A whirlwind of thoughts coursed through Snape's mind, and unease crept in as he questioned the wisdom of Dumbledore's decisions. A pang of regret struck him. Perhaps that individual would not return. Anger simmered within him, for that boy seemed to tarnish the very essence of his being, representing a facade he loathed. With a huff, Snape briskly ascended the podium, his robes billowing like a bat in flight, a fitting moniker that had earned him the nickname the Old Bat. Grabbing the attendance sheet, he perused the names he had long memorized, pausing over 2 in particular before commencing roll call. Lavender Brown, the first-year Gryffindor, unaware of Snape's fearsome reputation, was engaged in conversation with her classmates, merely raising a hand to indicate her presence. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape's gaze remained fixed on the list, his voice devoid of inflection. Have your foolish upperclassmen not informed you of the decorum expected in my classroom? Raising his head, he sneered. Is your meager intellect so limited that it can accommodate nothing beyond the trifles of eating, drinking, and sleeping? Also using the restroom, Professor, a voice chimed in, which could be deemed courageous or foolishly reckless. Grindelwald, Snape's eyes locked onto the boy's mocking expression, unyielding in his disdain. I believe my classroom does not require superfluous noise. Ask shrugged his shoulders and ceased to speak, mimicking a zipper motion near his lips to signify his silence. Snape did not pursue the matter further, nor did he deduct any points. However, no student dared to express discontent, as if Snape's evident favoritism was a matter of course. As Snape continued to call the roll, The subsequent students behaved themselves more obediently, causing no further disturbances. The name Ask was skipped without anyone taking note, and this strange tranquility persisted until it reached Harry. Ah, yes, Harry Potter, the illustrious newcomer. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle stifled laughter behind their hands, as if Snape had shared a particularly amusing jest. Once the roll was completed, Snape lifted his gaze to survey the class, his eyes dark and devoid of warmth, cold and hollow, resembling two pitch-black tunnels. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making, Snape commenced, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in the ears of every student. In this space, where no foolish wand-waving occurs, many of you may struggle to believe this is indeed magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite essence of the simmering cauldron, billowing with fragrant vapors that tantalize the senses. You will not comprehend the miraculous liquid flowing through human veins, enchanting and bewildering the soul. I can teach you how to elevate your prestige, concoct glory, even halt death itself, but there is one stipulation: you must not be the kind of fools I often encounter. After delivering this brief introduction, the class fell into a profound silence. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows, exchanging glances, while Hermione nearly perched on the edge of her seat, leaning forward in eager anticipation to prove that she was not a fool. As for Ask, he merely yawned in boredom, feeling a bit drowsy. Acting on impulse, he produced his personal pillow designated for classroom slumber, placed it on the table, tested its resilience with a few presses, and, satisfied, laid his head upon it. Hermione and her companions beside Ask were left astounded, as were a group of new Slytherins who were aware of Ask's penchant for sleeping in class with audacious nonchalance. Yet, this was Snape's class. Hermione thumped her head in disbelief, confirming she was not dreaming. However, from the hand that had crossed the boundary onto her book, rhythmically tapping away, it seemed that if Ask was not merely fidgeting in his sleep, he was indeed feigning slumber. With a swift motion, Hermione extracted her book and discreetly brought it down heavily upon the offending hand on the table. The sound was not loud, as the impact was concentrated upon the hand, and the quality of the book absorbed much of the noise, but it was undeniably painful. Ask's hand lay still, as if lifeless, resembling a puddle of mud sprawled across the table without a hint of movement. Humph! Hermione let out a soft huff, perhaps considering this her own form of retribution for Gryffindor. Snape remained oblivious to the spectacle, while Harry had firmly grasped hold of his animosity, the dark hair and glasses stirring unwelcome memories. Potter, what would result from adding daffodil root powder to mugwort infusion? I do not know, Professor. If I instructed you to fetch a piece of beeswar, where would you seek it? I do not know, Professor. Then, elucidate the differences between aconitum and wolfsbane. I do not. With each successive inquiry, Harry's voice dwindled, eventually falling silent, as the answer remained unchanged. Snape chuckled with delight. He had every reason to be pleased, for this was an opportune moment for revenge. As the adage goes, a debt incurred by a parent must be repaid by the offspring. It was hardly unjust for James's transgressions to be answered by his son. Even Dumbledore would have no grounds to dispute this. Let us first gather some interest. Such deep-seated enmity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Aska's first potions class at Hogwarts was scheduled for Friday morning, and soon enough, Friday arrived. Slytherin would be studying potion making alongside Gryffindor under the guidance of their esteemed head, Severus Snape. This news was not particularly favorable for the Gryffindors. Curiously, people tend to disdain those who are unattractive or have fierce appearances, while favoring those who appear kind or handsome. Although first impressions hold significant weight, they are not ultimately decisive. However, any Gryffindor harboring such beliefs would quickly dismiss the latter part of that notion when confronted with Snape, accepting the former as an undeniable truth. Relentless destruction that encapsulates Snape's approach towards certain individuals. If Hogwarts students symbolize the future blossoms of the wizarding world, then Snape often seems to be a ruthless gardener, intent on plucking them before they bloom. The afternoon heralded the potions class, the headmaster's class. The only ones who seemed to retain any excitement were the Slytherin snakes. As per tradition, they enjoyed Snape's protection, while their Gryffindor counterparts were targeted for scrutiny. This was simply abysmal. Ron glanced at the schedule resting beside Hermione, letting out a lament. He had heard tales from his older brothers about Snape before arriving at Hogwarts. As the saying goes, one can evade misfortune at the beginning of the month, but not in the middle. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. After breakfast, which felt akin to a last meal. The Gryffindor first years ambled towards the potions classroom in small groups, their demeanor starkly different from that of other classes. Resembling a procession to the gallows, faces somber, they would head to Hagrid's later. Oh, normally, Harry and Ron might have discussed the delightful activities at Hagrid's or the sweet treats awaiting them at tea time, but now, it was all rather dreary. A boy adorned with Slytherin insignia brushed past Harry, muttering a complaint that reached his ears. Observing the boy's retreating figure, Harry turned to Ron, noting the anger that had replaced his earlier numbness. Harry began to comprehend Ron's fury. The boy was Aska, a Slytherin first year. The name Slytherin sprang from Ron's clenched teeth, his fists tightening as if ready for a fight. Harry's concern for Ron mounted, yet he was at a loss for words, aware that any utterance could provoke an adverse reaction. However, Harry was also in a foul mood, as his encounters related to Slytherin had been far from pleasant. The house left an exceedingly poor impression on him. With a myriad of emotions swirling within, the last class of the week, the most arduous one, finally commenced. The potions lesson took place in a subterranean classroom, considerably colder than the castle above, with glass jars lining the walls, containing preserved specimens that would send shivers down the spine of the faint-hearted. As the students settled into their seats, Snape had yet to arrive. But he made his entrance precisely as class commenced. His footsteps were hurried, almost as if he were running. The hem of his robe fluttered behind him as he walked briskly. Snape's entrance lacked any flourish. Yet his presence exuded an aura reminiscent of a vampire from a Gothic novel, not in a romanticized manner, but rather in a terrifying one. Aska rested one hand on his chin, while the other fiddled with several snake fangs scattered across the table. Upon Snape's entrance, he slightly lifted his gaze, briefly acknowledging him before lowering his head once more, as if the rudimentary materials before him held far greater intrigue than Snape himself. Some teachers would take attendance before class, and Snape casually seized the roster, having memorized the names long ago. Pausing over one particular name, he began to call the roll. Lavender Brown. Perhaps due to her overwhelming nervousness, the curly-haired girl merely raised her hand to indicate her presence. Aside from her somewhat rigid gesture, there was little else. Professor Flitwick, who taught charms, had also taken attendance in a similar manner. 2 points deducted from Gryffindor. Snape intoned, his eyes fixed on the list, his head remaining unbowed. Did your dim-witted upperclassmen fail to inform you how to conduct yourselves in my classroom? Or perhaps, he raised his gaze, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Your pitiable intellect can accommodate nothing beyond the trifles of eating, drinking, and sleeping? The classroom fell into a profound silence, with the Slytherin students displaying a relaxed demeanor, their faces devoid of any emotion save for amusement, while the Gryffindors seethed in muted outrage. Ask cast a fleeting glance at the girl named Lavender Brown. Perhaps due to the overwhelming fright, she had even forgotten to cry. How petty it was to harbor such resentment. Shaking his head, Ask continued to play with the snake fang, his expression one of indifference. He had resolutely decided that after the potion class concluded today, he would seek out Snape to apply for a grade advancement. The first-year curriculum at Hogwarts held no significance for him anymore. Continuing would merely squander his time and energy. Stretching out his hand to rub his shoulder, a subtle smile lingered on Ask's face, perfectly maintained. If all went well, in a few years, when he returned the pain and humiliation he once endured, his smile would reflect that very triumph. 7 years to graduate from Hogwarts was far too long. He could not afford to wait. After a stern lesson, Snape resumed calling the roll, and the subsequent students seemed to experience a moment of clarity, understanding what was expected of them, thus avoiding any further disruptions until Snape called out Harry's name. Ah, yes, Harry Potter, the illustrious newcomer. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle stifled their laughter, as if Snape had uttered a particularly amusing joke. Once the roll was complete, Snape raised his gaze to the class, his eyes dark and devoid of warmth, cold and hollow, resembling 2 inky tunnels. You are here to study the intricate science and rigorous art of potion-making, Snape began, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly for all to hear. Given that there will be no foolish wand-waving here, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite nature of the simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant wisps of steam. You will not fully comprehend the wondrous magic of the liquid that courses through human veins, enchanting and disorienting. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. However, one condition must be met. You must not be the foolish imbeciles I often encounter. After delivering his brief introductory speech, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows, exchanging glances, while Hermione nearly perched on the edge of her seat, leaning forward eagerly, seemingly desperate to prove she was not one of the imbeciles. Aska opened the potions textbook and gazed at the names of the potions listed in the table of contents, a smile still gracing his face. With the introduction concluded, Snape commenced the task he had long desired to undertake for over a decade. Suddenly, he turned to Harry and inquired, "Potter, what would be the result if I were to add powdered daffodil root to the infusion of mugwort?" Ask's voice was not particularly loud. However, in Snape's classroom, his utterance was sufficient for anyone with functional hearing to discern clearly. Naturally, each listener harbored differing thoughts. The majority dismissed his words as mere lunacy. Although slightly taken aback, they deemed it somewhat normal given the eccentricity of the speaker. Yet, to utter such grotesque threats as gouging out eyes or dismembering a person to feed dogs, scenes typically reserved for the most sensational of films, raises genuine concerns. Was it an overindulgence in cinematic fare or a reflection of the speaker's inherently anti-human tendencies? Furthermore, such an audacious and dismissive demeanor towards Snape, as if he were inconsequential, prompts one to wonder, does Ask's family have any inkling of this? Snape, taken aback, could hardly be blamed, for the matter at hand was known only to him and Dumbledore. Yet now, an unrelated individual had brazenly brought this to light, exposing it for public scrutiny. Anyone would be astounded, especially when uncertain whether the words were mere ramblings, wild conjecture, or if he truly possessed knowledge and evidence. At that moment, Snape was seized by an impulse to silence Ask permanently. The temperature in the classroom plummeted. Situated underground, it was already dark and dry, purposely maintained at a low level to preserve potions and materials. However, following Snape's murderous intent, the chill deepened considerably. Sensitive to temperature shifts, Ask instinctively recoiled, mimicking the action of pulling up a blanket, only to have his hand met with a sharp reprimand from Hermione. Water, like a spring, rapidly cool. Snape waved his wand at Ask. As a reticent and acerbic figure, he did not theatrically proclaim the incantation, yet the results suggested the employment of two particular spells. A large sphere of water hovered precariously above Ask's head, teetering ominously. Then, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing the water's temperature to plummet, emanating a faint chill. With a sudden motion of Snape's wand, the water plunged downward, striking Ask's head. Neither Snape nor Ask could foresee that, 2 decades hence, a game resembling this would emerge, captivating the world. Snape's actions mirrored those of Ask in the past, albeit directed at a stray cat, a rather cruel act. Previously, when that sunbathing feline encountered such an assault, it erupted in fury, leaving Ask with several scratches across his face. This incident served as a lesson for Ask, prompting him to amend his ways. Thereafter, whenever he toyed with the cat, he would fortify himself with protective measures. Eventually, Ask ceased this game, not out of maturity or the realization of his previous misdeeds, nor from a newfound understanding of harmonious coexistence with animals. Rather, the simplicity of the matter was that he had grown, and so had the cat, which ultimately passed away. In the East, there was a monkey that witnessed the death of an elder monkey. This event catalyzed a profound awakening within it, leading the young monkey to seek a different destiny. It ventured away from its homeland, ultimately achieving enlightenment and becoming a member of a celestial zoo, immortalized for eternity. From the narrative, one might conclude that Ask's enlightenment pales in comparison to that of the monkey, yet, in the grand scheme of the tale, he surpasses the monkey in several respects. Unintentionally, I have elaborated for several hundred words, transitioning from Snape's spell to the Ice Bucket Challenge, which ignited a memory, leading to a story, and culminating in an inexplicable summary. Therefore, crafting compositions is no challenge for me. It merely involves embellishing a few hundred words, an effortless task. It is evident that I possess the potential to be an author from a very young age. The preceding 2 paragraphs do not count towards the main text. As previously noted, Ask is highly sensitive to temperature. When Snape invoked the rapid cooling spell, Ask had already sensed it. However, given the confined space and the water sphere's proximity, he lacked sufficient time and space to react, thus falling victim to the spell. Ask was drenched to the bone, trembling uncontrollably as the icy water cascaded down from above, effectively cooling him down. His clothing did little to impede the relentless seepage of the water, as the frigid liquid greedily siphoned away the warmth from his skin, leaving nothing but a chilling embrace. Ah, how cold! Ask sprang up, leaping onto the table, vigorously shaking his garments and shaking his head, as if this action could rid him of the icy water and restore warmth to his body. The table groaned under the strain of his movements, resembling a dog freshly emerged from a bath, with tiny droplets splattering onto the faces and heads of the students nearby, inciting a measure of resentment. Humph. Snape let out a disdainful huff and addressed Ask, saying, "In my classroom, slumber is strictly prohibited. Furthermore, Grindelwald, should you fail to control your tongue, I can concoct a potion to alleviate your troubles." Ask nodded repeatedly, clutching his shoulders and shivering, while forcing a stiff smile at Snape. It was indeed quite cold. Snape gestured for Ask to take a seat, and with a flick of his wand, droplets of water began to levitate from Ask's body, reconstituting into a sphere of water, which Snape nonchalantly discarded onto the floor. This was a form of intimidation. Or perhaps a warning. Anyone contemplating disruption in Snape's class would do well to consider the consequences of incurring his wrath. Ask felt a slight chill in the air. Yet it was evident that Snape was not the kind of individual to offer help in times of need. Rather, he indulged in mocking Harry with scathing remarks, occasionally delivering sharp critiques aimed at a certain someone without naming them. Once he was marginally satisfied, Snape commenced instructing the students on the preparation of the cure for Boyle's potion. Cure for Boyle's time required: 33 to 45 minutes. Ingredients: slugs with antennae, porcupine quills. Snake fangs procedure: place 6 snake fangs in a mortar and grind them. Add 4 portions of the powder into a cauldron and heat for 10 seconds. Subsequently, introduce 4 slugs and 2 porcupine quills into the cauldron, stirring clockwise 5 times to complete the potion. This straightforward concoction demanded little from its creator. With the majority of time spent on ingredient preparation, the actual brewing process was brief, requiring minimal attention to heat, making it suitable for beginners. The cost of ingredients was also low, as one could acquire 16 portions of porcupine quills and snake fangs for a single gallon. While the slugs were conveniently captured by students who had incurred Snape's displeasure, however, it was crucial during the potion's creation to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills. Otherwise, the liquid would boil violently and splatter. At this stage, the liquid, commonly referred to as the boil maker, was highly corrosive and toxic, capable of causing boils upon contact with skin. Having spent a year at Durmstrang, Asker possessed a fundamental understanding of potion making. Despite being the only one present and lacking a partner, he successfully completed the potion. The amber-hued liquid gradually cooled in the cauldron, with Asker being the first to finish, yet he received no praise from Snape. In fact, Asker harbored doubts about whether Snape was even capable of complimenting anyone. It seemed that this particular lesson was destined for turbulence. After most students had completed their potions, Neville, the chubby boy who had once shared a compartment with Asker, encountered a mishap. His improper handling caused the potion to bubble over, corroding the stand and causing the cauldron to tip and spill its contents all over him. "Oh no!" Neville screamed, his arms and legs covered in swollen boils, crying out in agony. Perhaps inspired by Asker's earlier actions, he flailed his arms, attempting to shake off the potion from his hands. Ask, feeling helpless, extended a hand to block Hermione's path. The chaotic potion was intercepted by his hand, which soon developed several sores that swiftly ruptured, oozing yellow pus. "Damn it!" Ask struck his forehead with his other hand in frustration, his lips twitching as he gazed at the books on the table, lamenting, "I ought to have used the book as a shield." Hermione rolled her eyes, utterly speechless. What was this nonsense about mixing some grassroots powder into a solution? Harry cast a glance at Ron, who, like him, was taken aback. Hermione raised her arm high into the air, yet Snape seemed oblivious to her gesture. Ask possessed the knowledge of the answers, which resided within the pages of the potion textbook. Perhaps someone like Hermione, having perused the text, might have been aware of the solutions. However, Harry was certainly not among them. As anticipated, he promptly replied, "I do not know, sir." Snape curled his lip in disdain, though a fleeting glimmer of disappointment and pain flickered in his eyes. It seems that fame does not equate to omniscience. This was not the conclusion. Without affording Harry a moment to breathe, Snape continued his barrage of inquiries. "If I were to ask you to procure a piece of beeswar, where would you search?" "I do not know, Professor." "Then tell me the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane." "I do not know." With each successive question, Harry's voice dwindled to a mere whisper, ultimately falling silent, for he knew his response would remain unchanged. Snape chuckled with delight. He had every reason to revel in this moment, for delayed vengeance is still revenge. And the taste of it was exquisite. There exists a saying, debts incurred by the father must be repaid by the son. In this tumultuous world, retribution is inevitable. It was hardly excessive for James, that scoundrel, to have his son atone for his past misdeeds. Even Dumbledore could not contest this notion. Let us collect a bit of interest for now. A scornful yet gleeful gaze swept over Harry, prompting the Gryffindor students to lower their heads, avoiding Snape's penetrating stare. While the Slytherin students reveled in the spectacle, nearly applauding in delight. After casting a glance at Ask, Snape suddenly turned back and queried, Grindelwald. What were the answers to those 3 questions? As Ask lifted his head and cast a glance at Snape, he replied. A concoction of daffodil root powder and mugwort can yield a potent sleeping potion, scientifically known as the elixir of death, Bezoar. A stone extracted from the stomach of a cow possesses remarkable detoxifying properties. As for the aconite and wolfsbane, they refer to the same plant, commonly known as aconite. Having uttered these words, Ask lowered his gaze again, seemingly indifferent to the assortment of items on the table. Satisfied with Ask's response, Snape nodded approvingly and addressed the students, who appeared utterly clueless about what to do at that moment, exclaiming, Aren't you all writing this down? Amidst the hurried scribblings, Draco patted Ask on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. This marked the first instance in recent times where Draco had taken the initiative to engage with Ask previously. They had seemed like inhabitants of 2 disparate worlds, cohabiting the same dormitory yet entirely unaligned. With a faint smile, Ask turned his head back to focus on the tabletop. In truth, Ask was feeling quite irritable. Had he been a middle school student thrust into a first-grade classroom to learn alongside others, he would likely have been even more vexed. Having achieved top marks in his first-year courses at Durmstrang, Ask harbored no interest in them. His patience, dwindling from Monday to Friday, was nearly exhausted. After instructing the newcomers, Snape, feeling somewhat satisfied, commenced teaching the students how to brew a scabious potion, a basic introductory elixir. Scabious potion, cure for boils. Duration, 33 to 45 minutes. Ingredients, slugs with tentacles, porcupine quills, snake fangs. Procedure, place 6 snake fangs into a mortar and grind them. Then add 4 parts of the powder into a cauldron and heat for 10 seconds. Next, introduce 4 slugs and 2 porcupine quills into the cauldron, stirring clockwise for 5 rotations, and the potion will be complete. This straightforward potion requires minimal skill from the maker. Most of the time is devoted to preparing the ingredients, with the brewing process being rather brief and the temperature not particularly demanding, making it suitable for novices. The cost of materials is also quite low. Porcupine quills and snake fangs can be purchased at 16 portions per gallon, while the slugs are conveniently caught by students facing Snape's punishments. However, a critical point in the potion-making process is that when adding porcupine quills, the cauldron must first be removed from the fire, otherwise, the liquid within will boil rapidly and splatter. At this stage, the liquid is commonly referred to as the scabious maker, which is highly corrosive and toxic, capable of causing boils upon contact with the skin. Having skillfully prepared all the necessary materials, Ask began to add the components. This simple potion did not demand much effort. Yet Ask nearly made an error. As previously mentioned, the cauldron must be moved away when adding porcupine quills. Otherwise, the result would not be the scabious potion, but rather the scabious maker. Due to habit, Ask proceeded as though he were concocting the scabious maker, and upon placing the porcupine quills into the cauldron, the rapidly boiling liquid and the familiar scent alerted him that he was not preparing the potion intended for his classmates. What to do? In truth, it was not difficult. One might even say it was quite simple. Ask became more serious, swiftly covering the crucible with its lid, pressing down to prevent the boiling liquid from splattering. With his other hand, he grasped the crucible's circular handle and removed it from the tripod to prevent further heating. He placed the crucible on the table, pressed down on the lid, and after a brief pause, feeling the tumultuous boiling within, he allowed a small gap for the high-temperature gas to escape before finally lifting the lid. The formula remained unchanged, and the familiar aroma wafted through the air. With a self-deprecating smile, Ask retrieved a specially crafted vial from his pocket and carefully transferred the scabbard's creator into it. Although the scab potion had not succeeded, the byproduct proved useful. With previous stocks and collections depleted, he realized that rebuilding them would require considerable time and patience. No one noticed Ask's failure, as everyone was engrossed in their own potion-making endeavors. Snape had the potential to discover it, but at that moment, he was busy sneering at Harry. By the time he caught a whiff of the scabbard's creator, Ask had already begun adding new materials to the crucible. This time, Ask committed no errors, but another did. After most students had finished, Neville, who had once shared a compartment with Ask, mishandled his potion, causing it to boil over and corrode the stand. The crucible tilted and toppled, splattering the scabbard's creator all over him. Ah! Neville screamed, his arms and legs covered in swollen, red welts, crying out in pain. Given the ample time and materials, Ask's scab potion was actually more than double that of others, leaving behind a normal portion while pocketing the rest. Upon hearing Neville's cries, he stood up, pushed through the students blocking his path, and approached Neville silently. Without uttering a word, he retrieved the vial containing the scab potion from his pocket, opened it, and poured it onto Neville's affected arms and legs. As he opened the vial, Snape arrived, frowning and seething with anger. Before he could unleash his wrath, he observed Ask administering rudimentary treatment to Neville. "What are you doing, Grindelwald?" "Testing the efficacy of my scab potion." Ask spoke without lifting his head, while Neville's complexion, which had improved somewhat, suddenly turned ashen. After much ado, the potion applied was not an antidote but rather a concoction that Ask had just concocted in class. Stammering, I found it increasingly difficult to articulate my thoughts, yet Snape came to Neville's aid. He abruptly seized the potion bottle from Ask's grasp and, with a scowling countenance, commanded Harry and Ron, "What are you dawdling for? Take this fool to the infirmary upstairs." Although being called a fool stung deeply, escaping the confines of the potions classroom was, in fact, a blessing. With clenched teeth, I envisioned delivering a sound thrashing to Snape in my mind. While Harry and Ron supported Neville as they exited the potions classroom, leaving Ask to face Snape's wrath, Hermione gazed anxiously at Ask's profile. Perhaps others would accept his explanation. But she firmly believed that Ask genuinely intended to assist Neville. Why did she think so? It was merely a feeling, devoid of reason or evidence. Yet the typically rational Hermione chose to trust her instincts. Once again, 2 chapters had essentially been rewritten. Fool. Snape could not help but utter a curse. There is a distinction between cursing and wielding a sharp tongue. One is an uncontrolled outburst, the other a habitual response. "I feel quite foolish myself," Ask said dejectedly. He turned and extended his uninjured hand towards Hermione, requesting, "May I borrow your wand?" Though she questioned the necessity of her wand, Hermione readily handed it over to Ask. He accepted the wand but did not rush to use it. Instead, he scrutinized it carefully for a moment. During this time, his left hand, afflicted with sores, continued to ooze pus, emitting a foul odor. Theoretically, any 14-year-old boy would have cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face, yet Ask remained remarkably composed, as if that hand were not his own. Grapevine wood, dragon heartstring, 12 3/4 inches long, Ask evaluated with a tone of expertise after a period of contemplation. "To be honest, I believe a wand made of fig would suit you better." Although Hermione found Ask's assessment intriguing, she felt compelled to interrupt. Pointing at his left hand and speaking in a peculiar tone, "Is that truly your hand?" "Of course." As Ask turned his gaze towards his decaying left hand, he pondered deeply, furrowing his brows as if earnestly contemplating a resolution. At that moment, Snape was tending to Neville's injuries. After a brief examination, he instructed a Gryffindor student to escort him to the infirmary. Once that matter was settled, Snape turned his attention to Ask, scrutinizing him intently for a considerable time. "Grindelwald, what are you doing?" he inquired. "I am contemplating a conundrum," Ask replied. "Have you found an answer?" Snape appeared unperturbed, engaging in a casual exchange while his gaze remained fixed upon Ask's arm, lingering on the area afflicted by the scabies. It was a grotesque and terrifying wound. Yet it was not the injury that captivated Snape's interest. Rather, he was focused on what lay beneath the surface prior to the emergence of the scabies. "Not yet, Professor," Ask responded, shaking his wand to extract a portion of the scabies potion from the cauldron, which he then applied steadily to the wound. "However, it matters not. Some questions are inherently devoid of answers." Humph. It seemed Snape had perceived something. His objective achieved, he ceased his observation. Ask proceeded to tend to his own injuries, sparing Snape further intervention, and turned towards the podium. "Gryffindor loses 5 points. Slytherin loses 1. Grindelwald, refrain from showcasing your cleverness next time." Ask shrugged his shoulders. Returning the wand to Hermione, his gaze fixed on his left hand in a daze. Potions, after all, possessed a certain magic. The wound on his left hand was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, and some features lost to scabies began to reemerge. Hermione cast a curious glance at Ask's left hand, or more precisely, the inner side of his left arm, where a tattoo-like mark resided, a skull with a gaping mouth, from which a serpent-like creature seemed to extend half its body, flicking its tongue as if it sought to devour. "What a peculiar tattoo," Hermione mused. Realizing her knowledge was insufficient, someone with even a modest understanding of that dark history would instantly recognize this mark as one that condemned its bearer. The Dark Mark. 11 years ago, after the inexplicable downfall of the Dark Lord Voldemort, any wizard bearing this mark was apprehended and subjected to interrogation, with many imprisoned without trial. In that era, possessing this tattoo was tantamount to guilt. Regardless of whether one was truly a Death Eater, they were deemed guilty. Ask was fortunate. Snape beheld the dark mark, yet he would divulge this knowledge to no one but Dumbledore. Hermione also witnessed it, though she remained unaware of its significance. Ask's left hand quickly healed. He had merely come into contact with a few drops of the scabious creator, unlike Nawi, who had nearly bathed in it. Wiping away the excess potion with a handkerchief, Ask loosened his sleeves and nonchalantly rested his chin on his hand, staring blankly at the book before him. As for the dark mark on his hand, Ask was well aware of its significance, yet he could not fathom why it had manifested upon him. For he did not recall ever having a tattoo, nor was he a Death Eater. The exact moment the dark mark appeared remained a mystery to Ask. Just as he had articulated, some questions may inherently lack answers. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. It was only after Professor Snape announced their release that the students exhaled in relief and departed the classroom. For them, this lesson had been nothing short of a nightmare. And such nightmares would persist weekly for the next 7 years. Thank you. As Ask raised his head, he found Hermione standing before him, looking somewhat awkward as she gazed at him. The barely audible thank you she had just uttered might have been her utmost effort. What did you say? Repeat yourself. But louder. Ask feigned ignorance, gesturing for Hermione to speak again. He was indeed a person of unpleasant disposition, utterly incorrigible. Humph. Hermione stamped her foot in annoyance, glaring at Ask to express her dissatisfaction, the underlying message being, don't push your luck. Let us return to our previous topic. Ask cleverly redirected the conversation. He produced a small notebook from seemingly nowhere, flipping it open and reading from it, as if it were a textbook. The fig tree can be used to create wands that yearn for exploration. They crave new experiences. Engaging them in mundane tasks would squander their talents. Among elegantly crafted wands, they possess unique characteristics. If they become bored, they will spontaneously combust. The ideal owner for a fig tree wand is someone curious, vibrant, and adventurous. When they encounter a suitable master, they demonstrate remarkable learning and adaptability. The text was brief, and Ask concluded his reading in 3 minutes. He then tucked the notebook away and, striking a pose of expertise, remarked to Hermione, You see, the fig tree is far more suitable for you than the vine would. It sounds perilous. It could spontaneously combust, Hermione replied, frowning. Provided it feels bored, Ask corrected, suddenly reminded of a joke that made him chuckle. What are you laughing at? Hermione assumed Ask was mocking her, feeling a bit displeased. Do you know the secret to living 100 years? Ask inquired. A glass of milk every day for 100 years, Hermione answered, finding nothing amusing about it. And how to prevent the fig tree wand from igniting? Ask posed. Then answered himself, simply ensure it does not become bored. He laughed again, while Hermione rolled her eyes, thinking that indeed, the world of the eccentric was beyond ordinary comprehension. Well, it's merely a suggestion. The decision rests with you, Ask told Hermione as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Hermione said, somewhat puzzled as she looked at Ask, voicing her queries. What is that mark on your hand? How do you know the material of my wand? Where did you learn about the properties of wand materials? And finally, why did you not use your own wand just now? Ask pondered for a moment before responding, Well, I once intended to craft a wand for myself. So I gathered information on the subject. I have a modest understanding of wand lore. As for the dark mark on my hand, to be honest, I have no idea what it is. Lastly, regarding why I did not use my wand, Ask paused. It's because I left it in my dormitory. Among his responses, some were truthful while others were not. He possessed a remarkable talent for performance, and his expression revealed nothing of his deceit. Hermione did not dwell on it too much. Although she found it absurd that Ask had left his wand behind, it was at least an explanation. Well then, goodbye. Goodbye. Snape was furious. This time, he showed no favoritism and directly deducted 5 points from Ask. The incident was rather intriguing. In Potions class, the student with the highest point deduction was from Slytherin, despite being aimed at Gryffindor. As a Slytherin student, perhaps the only privilege Ask enjoyed was the deduction of points without enduring Snape's scathing remarks. After all, some students would rather lose points than face his barbed tongue. For many, this class was a torment, but fortunately, such torment occurred only once a week for just over an hour, unlike herbology, which met 3 times weekly. Perhaps students wishing to transfer from Hogwarts needed to queue for application forms. After class, students fled the room, leaving only Ask, who leisurely organized his belongings. Then instead of departing, approached Snape. Hermione noticed Ask's unusual behavior, but when she met Snape's gaze, like the other students, she chose to leave the classroom immediately. Fear was a minor factor. More prevalent was disdain. Soon, only Snape and Ask remained in the classroom. Without pleasantries or circumlocution, Ask spoke directly. "Professor, I wish to apply for advanced placement." "No," Snape replied expressionlessly, his hands pressing against the desk as he regarded the calm Ask. "I reject your application for advancement. I haven't even stated my reasons for wanting to advance. You are dismissing my request too hastily," Ask responded, seemingly unfazed by Snape's reaction. "Perhaps you should hear my rationale. I have no interest in your reasons for requesting advancement, Grindelwald." Snape leaned slightly forward, his towering figure imposing alongside his cold demeanor, creating a potent air of intimidation. "I simply refuse your application. It is my prerogative. I have completed all first-year studies at Durmstrang with top marks," Ask continued, undeterred by the pressure emanating from Snape. "After this week, I have confirmed that the first-year curriculum holds no further benefit for me. Continuing would merely be a waste of time." A hint of a smile crossed Snape's face, though it was far from friendly, brimming with sarcasm. He averted his gaze, closed the book, gathered his belongings, and turned to leave the classroom, ignoring Ask entirely. Ask turned his head to glance at Snape's silhouette, and suddenly a soft chuckle escaped his lips. Shaking his head, he proceeded towards the classroom door. Snape had denied the request for acceleration. What should he do next? Surrender? Persist obstinately? The former would be a grave underestimation of Ask, while the latter would equally belittle Snape. The potions classroom was located one level below ground, as was the Slytherin common room. To return to his dormitory, one merely needed to exit, turn right, and follow the corridor to its end, whereupon he could utter the password for the day. Ask chose to turn left, which led back to the ground level, simultaneously passing by Snape's office. Ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Ask spotted Hermione standing at the landing, cradling her potions textbook in her arms, as if she were awaiting something. "Good morning." As Ask greeted her, Hermione immediately turned around. Upon seeing that Ask was unharmed, she visibly sighed with relief but still inquired, "Snape did not punish you, did he?" Instantly realizing what Hermione truly meant, Ask chuckled softly and shook his head, then pointed to the emblem on his chest, saying, "At least I am still a member of Slytherin. It is not as dire as you imagine." After a brief pause, Ask continued, "However, I appreciate your concern. It's nothing. I merely acted out of gratitude for your previous assistance to Neville," Hermione replied, her thoughts drifting to Neville, who was still in the infirmary. A frown creased her brow as she wondered about his current condition. As soon as Ask glanced at Hermione's expression, he discerned her thoughts, reassuring her that all would be well. Nodding in acknowledgement, Hermione cast a fleeting glance at Ask, ultimately unable to restrain her curiosity. "What were you thinking at that moment? What did it mean? Why did you choose to use the results of the potion class to treat Neville?" Ask stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied with a smile. "I had already mentioned that I was testing the efficacy of my potion." Hermione furrowed her brow and responded, "That's not quite right." Ask retorted with a smile, "What is amiss? I am a Slytherin after all. Even if there were issues with the potion, the outcome would hardly be dire, especially with our headmaster present. He is, after all, the professor of potions. From a motivational standpoint, my actions are entirely justifiable." Hermione, suddenly irked, responded, "This is not right. I am aware it is not right. Yet it is undeniably amusing," Ask remarked with a grin that made Hermione wish to strike him. "Moreover, I possess great confidence in the potion I concocted. Theoretically, there should be no issues. This is not a matter to be trifled with," Hermione exclaimed. Shrugging innocently, Ask replied, "If I do not seek out something entertaining, I shall perish from boredom. Speaking of which, you are here waiting for me for two reasons, are you not? Besides the matter concerning Neville. You must be quite curious about my purpose in seeking out Snape, correct?" Taking a deep breath, Hermione nodded, "Indeed. Initially, I thought Snape intended to punish you. But since you indicated otherwise, I am genuinely curious about what transpired after I departed." Ask chuckled softly, then shook his head, remarking on the insatiable curiosity of girls. "It's merely curiosity," he added. Hermione, however, appeared quite composed, stating, "Whether or not you choose to share is entirely up to you. I shall not compel you. It is not an unspeakable matter, so revealing it would be inconsequential." Ask replied, "I simply wish to submit an application for grade advancement to directly enter the second year. That is all." Once Hermione confirmed she had not misheard, she immediately inquired, "Grade advancement? You wish to skip a year? Why such astonishment?" Ask observed the myriad emotions playing across Hermione's face, smiling gently as if to explain or comfort her. "Before arriving at Hogwarts, I completed my first year at Durmstrang. Thus, Seeking to advance a grade upon my arrival here seems quite reasonable, does it not? If it were you, would you not find it tedious to repeat the first year? It would merely be a waste of time. Hermione nodded in agreement. Having already completed the first year, it indeed seemed unnecessary to retake it unless one was struggling academically. Otherwise, one must consider the unfairness of the situation, particularly in relation to peers. Once Hermione had absorbed this information, Ask continued, however, Professor Snape declined my application. Why? Who can say? Perhaps I displeased him today. Ask shrugged nonchalantly and gestured toward the ceiling. Yet, there is another individual who might consent to my application. You mean however? If he too refuses, I shall have no choice but to transfer to another school, Ask said cheerfully. In that case, I could attend Beauxbatons, which has long been my aspiration. Time had slipped away. It was already Thursday, and he noted with mild surprise how swiftly the week had passed. Draco could only chuckle dryly. For someone who sleeps 16 hours a day, time certainly does fly for you. Do you not find it burdensome to sleep so long? I truly envy you, living a life devoid of responsibilities and cares. Flying class? Perhaps this will prove useful, Ask mused, rising to retrieve a broomstick from his pocket. Draco, expressionless, watched Ask's actions. In a little over a week, he had come to accept many things he once could not. What was so astonishing about retrieving a broomstick from one's pocket? Even if Ask had produced the sorting hat, Draco would not have been surprised. I understand now why you did not pack your belongings in a suitcase, Draco remarked, for there simply is no container large enough to accommodate your possessions. Especially with all the contraband you've brought. Contraband? Ask scoffed, tossing the broomstick to Draco, nearly striking his eye. This is contraband in my possession. But not for students in the second year or above. As long as I claim it is theirs and that I borrowed it for fun. The school regulations cannot touch me. Moreover, Professor Snape has shown favoritism towards us for quite some time. Your considerations are quite thorough, Draco conceded. Lowering his gaze to examine the broomstick. A well-informed individual, he quickly recognized it as a relatively new model, the Stark 1314. Though its name was rife with ridicule, it was, aside from the newly released Nimbus 2000, the finest broomstick available. What is this? Draco inquired, spotting two letters on the broomstick, K and V, likely initials. Yet, Ask's initials should have been A. Gee, I never claimed this broomstick belonged to me, Ask replied with nonchalance. It belongs to someone else. I borrowed it and simply forgot to return it. Are you quite certain it was merely forgetfulness? Draco queried skeptically. Would I admit to you that I deliberately withheld it? And that I coerced him into lending it to me? The audacity of such an admission was staggering. Well, I am a person of integrity, of noble character and honesty. If you truly embody such virtues, I suggest you take that broomstick to the Ministry of Magic and confess, seeking leniency. Ask disdainfully shook his head, turning to stride towards the door while remarking, I am ill. Whatever a patient does is justifiable, and the regulations of the Ministry of Magic cannot govern me. Draco felt at a loss for words. This was not the first instance of such a proclamation. Whenever debates reached a certain intensity, Ask would utter this phrase, displaying an utterly brazen demeanor. Yet, what did it truly signify? Draco furrowed his brows, gazing at the solitary figure, pondering whether he intended to abandon me. It was a bright day with a gentle breeze. As the students hastily descended the sloping grass, heading towards a flat expanse on the opposite side. The blades of grass beneath their feet swayed slightly, while beyond the lawn lay the forest, where the towering trees danced in the wind. Draco scowled. His face clouded with irritation, he stomped on the grass beneath him, nodding furiously. Earlier at lunch, he had snatched Neville's memory ball, which resulted in a confrontation with Harry, Ron, and other Gryffindor students. At a crucial moment, Professor McGonagall intervened, chastising both parties and deducting points. To be honest, you were at fault first. I was not. You were not at fault. The world is to blame? Ask shook his head, speaking earnestly. Even if you wish to provoke others, one must possess a modicum of finesse. It is best to ensure that the other party suffers in silence. Much like what you frequently do to me. Draco retorted with a look of disdain. However, he seemed to grasp the underlying message, and his previously tense demeanor softened considerably. Ask fixated on the Gryffindor student across from him, deliberately lingering on Neville's anxious, pallid face for a moment before cheerfully remarking to Draco. I wager a knut that Neville will have an accident today. He spoke without lowering his voice, ensuring that everyone present heard him. All but Neville erupted in laughter, including his fellow Gryffindors. Neville's complexion grew even paler, sweat dampening his hair, which clung to his forehead, his body trembling slightly, and his lips moving in a silent murmur. It seemed that Hermione, who had been recently attentive, grasped some of his words, reminiscent of the Quidditch origins she had read that morning. Per Neville, Hermione sighed gently. Realizing that some matters she wished to assist with were beyond her reach, he had to rely on himself. Relax, Neville, Hermione consoled. Yet, Neville was so tense that he could barely articulate a response, and with classes yet to commence, one could only wonder if he might faint once they did. What a disgrace for a wizard, Draco scoffed, watching as Neville's face shifted from white to red, then back to white again. As if his complexion could change like that of a chameleon. What did you say? Ron, who had always been at odds with Draco, raised his voice in protest, rolling up his sleeves as if prepared to teach Draco a lesson with his fists. Good afternoon, Madam Hooch. Ask suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, calling out towards Ron's back. Ron, taken aback, quickly let his sleeves fall and adjusted his attire, feigning nonchalance. Soon, a chorus of laughter ensued. Upon turning around, he realized the truth. Madam Hooch had not arrived at all. Don't look at me like that. I was just joking, Ask replied with a grin, meeting Ron's furious gaze. He then turned to Draco and remarked, See? It's that simple. Can we do it again? Draco laughed heartily, his earlier irritation dissipating. Of course, Ask replied, again fixing his gaze on Ron for an extended moment before exclaiming, Good afternoon, Madam Hooch. You think I would fall for that again? Ron scoffed, glaring at Ask as he flexed his joints and strode purposefully toward him. Today, I'm going to give you a thrashing, no matter who shows up. The smile on Ask's face blossomed ever more radiantly, causing all the Slytherin students to erupt in laughter. What does it matter who arrives? A voice suddenly resonated behind Ron. Mr. Weasley, I believe I am the one in charge during flying lessons, am I not? Ron froze, his gaze fixated on Ask's cunning grin. And an ominous premonition washed over him. Competing with me? Huh, you are far from ready. Dumbledore's office resided on the 8th floor. Although the exact nature of the headmaster's daily duties at Hogwarts remained a mystery, it was evident that Dumbledore was quite occupied. During Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, Ask learned that one needed a password to access the headmaster's office. Not just anyone with a concern could approach Dumbledore directly. Issues were to be addressed first with each house's head, who would then relay matters to Dumbledore if they could not be resolved. However, there were opportunities to encounter Dumbledore outside his office 3 times daily during mealtimes, for even he required sustenance. On Friday noon, Ask sat at the Slytherin table enjoying his lunch, yet his peripheral vision continually monitored Dumbledore's table. Today, the headmaster seemed to have a diminished appetite, consuming only a small portion before rising from his seat and exiting through a side door. Almost simultaneously, Ask also set down his utensils, tidied up briefly, and departed the hall through the same exit. As he left, Snape glared at Ask's retreating figure, his expression even more menacing than during potions class that morning. Dumbledore, tall and long-limbed, was already on the 4th floor landing when Ask caught up with him. Headmaster Dumbledore, I wish to discuss something with you. Catching his breath from the exertion of pursuit, Ask approached Dumbledore and looked up to speak. My grandfather advised me before I came to Hogwarts that if I had any problems, I could seek your assistance. With that statement, Ask focused intently on Dumbledore's face, observing the subtle shifts in his expression. As Ask harbored a profound curiosity regarding a particular matter, it centered on why the venerable Grindelwald would willingly submit himself to Dumbledore, the very individual who had vanquished him. The fateful duel of 1945 not only forged one of the greatest wizards of contemporary times, but also bore witness to the descent of a Dark Lord into captivity. Amidst a plethora of rumors, the nature of the relationship between these two figures varied widely. However, Ask had never heard Grindelwald utter a single word about his past with Dumbledore, which only intensified his intrigue. Dumbledore, with a gentle smile that bore no distinction from his usual demeanor, replied, Of course, if you do not mind, you may accompany me to my office, where we can sit down and engage in a thoughtful discussion. As Ask nodded and fell into step with Dumbledore, he noticed that the headmaster's pace had significantly slowed, likely to accommodate him, allowing Ask to walk without haste. The journey from the 4th to the 8th floor was brief, and soon they arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office, where a stone guardian stood sentinel, requiring the correct password for passage. Such arrangements were commonplace throughout Hogwarts. The passwords for Slytherin, Gryffindor, and Hufflepuff were typically fixed, changing daily, while Ravenclaw's passwords consisted of various unpredictable questions that one had to answer correctly to gain entry, without restricting access to students from other houses. Lemon Drop. Note: the choice of Lemon Drop over the more generalized Lemon Sorbet was made after careful consideration. The former originates from the English term sherbet lemon, and the sherbet lemon sold at Honeydukes in the theme park is indeed Lemon Drop. featuring a sugary outer layer with a soft center. Ultimately, authenticity is paramount, relying on English editions and officially licensed merchandise. The commonly accepted translations in the domestic market appear to stem from English to American translations and then into Chinese, a convoluted process I haven't delved deeply into. Yet I have occasionally noted analyses that sparked my attention. Upon uttering the password, Dumbledore pushed the door open and entered, gesturing for the curious Ask, who lingered at the threshold eyeing the stone guardian, to follow him inside. Ask had already been brought here by Fawkes the night before the official commencement of the school year, so he was not as astonished as he might have been on his first visit. Approaching the desk, he drew out a chair and seated himself without superfluous conversation. Directly addressing Professor Dumbledore, "Professor Dumbledore, I wish to apply for acceleration in my studies." Dumbledore removed his glasses, casually took a cloth to polish the lenses. Casting a brief yet penetrating glance at Ask before diverting his gaze, he then nodded and inquired, "Have you discussed this matter with Severus?" He declined. Ask replied, "Oh." "What did he say?" Dumbledore probed. "He stated that it was his prerogative." Ask shook his head, his tone remaining calm. "However, since he disagrees, I shall seek approval from someone who will consent. That is also my right." After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore remarked, "You studied at Durmstrang for a year and excelled academically. If you were transferring to Hogwarts, it would indeed be appropriate for you to start in the second year." He paused slightly before looking at Ask with a hint of regret, adding, "Yet, you were expelled from Durmstrang, and you did not complete the final examinations for the first year, which is why we have placed you in the first year. The curriculum of the first year holds no utility for me." Ask met Dumbledore's gaze, resolutely shaking his head. "Spending another year on first-year studies would merely squander my time, devoid of any significance. Professor Dumbledore, I hope you can comprehend and subsequently approve my request." "I can understand." Dumbledore conceded, "But you are only 11 this year, are you not?" Upon Ask's nod, Dumbledore continued, "Once, I too was eager to graduate and leave school to embark on grand endeavors. Yet, in retrospect, those years spent studying at Hogwarts were perhaps the most joyful of my life." "Professor Dumbledore," Ask interjected, his tone tinged with impatience, "you must surely recognize the true reason behind my desire to accelerate. Perhaps when I reach your age, I will share similar sentiments. But that is a matter for the future. For me, nothing is more paramount than graduating as swiftly as possible." Dumbledore paused in his cleaning of the lenses, inhaling gently upon the glass before donning his spectacles and adjusting them. "Indeed, I am aware of the genuine motivation behind your request to advance. However, it is precisely for this reason that I have not provided an immediate response. I hope you might consider a few more aspects." Once more interrupting, Ask's tone had hardened considerably. "If you do not wish for me to advance, it is simple. You may reject my application." "I will not do so," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head, his wise gaze penetrating Ask's intentions. "If I were to deny your request, you would inevitably choose to withdraw and seek a school that would accommodate your aspiration to accelerate, perpetually advancing until you graduate. And that would merely be the beginning. Then, Professor Dumbledore, what will your choice be?" Ask stood, forcefully placing his hands upon the table. "Will you grant or deny my request?" Dumbledore continued to regard Ask with gentleness, unperturbed by the latter's rudeness. "My choice." Dumbledore retrieved an iron box from his drawer and placed it before Ask. "I hope you will not come to regret today's decision. At the very least, do not emulate my own past mistakes." At last, a smile blossomed on Ask's face. The absence of updates over the past few days was due to an overwhelming number of tasks and considerable fatigue. Sighing, he acknowledged that after this chapter, the book would essentially be rewritten, although the main plot and unresolved issues would remain unchanged. The flying instructor, Madame Hooch, sported a head of short gray hair and piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, possessing a stern visage that commanded respect without uttering a word. Ron, predictably, found himself reprimanded, yet miraculously no points were deducted. This was not merely a stroke of luck for him or a sign of Madame Hooch's leniency. She was no fool, having quickly grasped the situation's essence. Indifferent to the petty rivalries between Slytherin and Gryffindor, she chose to let the students squabble as long as no significant incidents occurred. TCH, all she did was scold him without penalizing him, Draco remarked, somewhat disappointed. "It matters not. My objective has been achieved. He must loathe me now." Ask yawned, pondering. Yet even so, what can he do to me? Ron stood opposite Ask, having overheard every word of their exchange with Draco. Frustrated, he forced himself to devise a suitable retort. After all, Enduring such a silent humiliation without retaliation would lead others to believe he was intimidated by Ask. During the first flying lesson, Madame Hooch intended to instruct the students, many of whom had never encountered a flying broomstick, on its proper usage and precautions, allowing them to experience the thrill of flight firsthand. However, their altitude was limited to a mere 6 feet above the grassy field. Slytherin and Gryffindor faced each other in 2 lines, each student standing beside an ancient, dilapidated broomstick that seemed fit for a museum. Ask, let us swap, Draco proposed. Not a chance. I refuse to use your decrepit broomstick, Ask retorted decisively. Thus, Draco was forced to exchange his broom with Crabbe's, which, while not as worn, was still significantly shorter due to a break in the handle. I demand to file a complaint. After all the funding, why are the brooms in such deplorable condition? Draco muttered under his breath. Ask rolled his eyes, aware that Draco's father held considerable influence on the school board, indicating that Draco's privileged attitude had resurfaced. Nonetheless, it was true that these broomsticks were in dire need of replacement. Was it possible that funds had indeed been embezzled by Dumbledore? Achoo. Snape wiped an unidentified substance from his face, glaring at Dumbledore as though he were about to unleash his fury upon the elderly wizard. I apologize, Severus. I have not been well lately, Dumbledore said, extending a handkerchief toward Snape. Rubbing his nose, his blue eyes reflected a mix of helplessness and confusion. Though he did not rule out the possibility of others speaking ill of him behind his back. I would prefer to believe the former, Snape replied, closing the window to block the howling wind, slightly raising the temperature in the room. If it were the latter, Hogwarts would likely have been blown away by your sneezes. Dumbledore chuckled heartily. Snape maintained his usual stoic demeanor, unimpressed by Dumbledore's humor, for he spoke the truth. The number of individuals gossiping about Dumbledore could stretch from Hogwarts to the Hog's Head Inn and Hogsmeade. From the window of the headmaster's office, the events unfolding on the lawn were clearly visible. Snape leaned forward, one hand resting on the windowsill, his gaze fixed intently below. Dumbledore stood beside him, intrigued by the scene but presently focused on another matter. Severus, you mentioned that Ask bears the dark mark on his arm? I would not mistake it, Snape affirmed. No. I do not doubt your observation. I merely inquire whether his mark resembles the one you mentioned. Dumbledore probed. Identical, Snape confirmed. Is that so? Dumbledore removed his glasses, unimpeded by the lenses, allowing him to observe more clearly. The boy on the lawn had once graced Hogwarts over 20 years prior, standing beside Snape. While across from them stood the traitor now imprisoned in Azkaban, flanked by Harry's father, the youthful James Potter. 2 decades had elapsed. The boy had matured into a valiant warrior, wed to his beloved, and they had welcomed a charming son, leading a blissful and fulfilling life, until the fateful day when his companions turned against one another, some perishing, others losing their freedom. His adversaries faced lost loves, while some treaded perilously close to destruction. We have found him, Dumbledore exclaimed, a sense of relief washing over him as he finally unburdened himself of a heavy weight, allowing for a restful night's sleep. Answer Shafik. Perhaps he is not, Snape replied coldly. Aside from his appearance, he bears no resemblance to Answer. Answer was a quintessential Slytherin, while he is merely a pompous jester. Ah, you recall quite vividly, Dumbledore replied with a smile. It seems Answer had a son around Ask's age. Helena, frail and ailing, tragically passed away during childbirth, and on that same day, Answer's child was also lost. Never even born. Snape turned to Dumbledore, insisting, he is not Answer. I would rather believe that Answer's son survived, or that he remarried and had another child. Very well. He is not Answer, Dumbledore sighed, patting Snape's shoulder. My old friend has written to me, stating that Ask is indeed not of Grindelwald's bloodline. Yet he will inherit the Grindelwald legacy. Pausing for a moment to allow Snape to absorb this revelation, Dumbledore continued, Answer shared a deep bond with my old friend. The implications are unmistakable. Ask is Answer's son. And so what? Do you believe in fate? Dumbledore countered. Since fate decreed Lily's demise, I harbor nothing but resentment and curses towards it, Snape replied. Voldemort shall meet his end by their hands. That is the destiny I wish to witness, Dumbledore declared gravely, gesturing toward the students on the lawn. One day, our lives will reach their conclusion, and they shall bring closure to the tasks we could not finish. Perhaps they will perish before us, Snape bluntly interrupted, shattering the hopeful atmosphere Dumbledore had crafted, particularly in your narrative. That would be most unfortunate. The flying lesson continued, with Madame Hooch successfully instructing the students on the use of broomsticks and related precautions. Thus far, no accidents had occurred, marking a promising beginning. At this moment, Ask remained unaware that he had just gained a father who had unwittingly left him with a plethora of complications. An elderly man had set his sights on him, arranging a role without his consent and compelling him to perform without reward. For Ask, arriving at Hogwarts might ultimately become the gravest regret of his life, for it was here that Dumbledore resided. "Rise, dear." Ask gazed tenderly at the broom beneath him, as if admiring a charmingly alluring maiden. His voice was soft and sweet, resonating with a delightful mellifluence that made mere listening a pleasure. Since his birth, Ask had never spoken in such a manner. This was indeed his inaugural attempt. Unable to contain his amusement, Draco stifled a laugh. Grasping the flying broom and gently patting Ask on the shoulder, he remarked with a smile, "Ask, perhaps you should conserve your energy. It may be that this broom is simply malfunctioning and thus unresponsive." "My dear, rise." Ask had adopted a new moniker, and this time, the smile that adorned his face had grown somewhat colder, with hints of impatience seeping into his tone. In truth, it was quite rare for Ask not to leap up and stomp furiously upon the broomstick at this juncture. Anyone in his position would undoubtedly feel an immense frustration after speaking to a broom for 5 minutes with no reply. Just like before, the broom beneath Ask's feet remained utterly still, akin to an ordinary broom. However, if this were genuinely just a mundane broom, Ask would not have been foolish enough to engage it in conversation for 5 minutes. Perhaps this flying broom had indeed malfunctioned. "Rise." He glared intently. Draco, grasping a broom in each hand, wore a peculiar expression, gazing at Ask as if witnessing a fantastical creature. Yet, the look Ask directed at Draco made the latter's legs weaken, nearly causing him to kneel. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I was impulsive. I beg for mercy." Ask seized the flying broom and tossed it to the ground, subsequently casting a warning glare at Draco. "Get up." The broom remained still, prompting Ask to chuckle dismissively. In a tone that was light and conversational, he attempted to intimidate the broom beneath him. "I know you are not malfunctioning," Ask stated. "If you refuse to heed my commands and do not comply with my instructions, you are not a good flying broom, and that is quite unfortunate." Draco, wishing to remind Ask that the broom had no ears to hear his words, merely thought, "However, I am merciful. I have decided to grant you one final opportunity. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Ponder it carefully, for this is of great importance to you. Your future hinges upon your forthcoming actions." Ask's tone softened further, his smile radiating more brightly, yet Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle simultaneously shivered. What was he doing? Intimidating a flying broom? At that moment, Ask was the only one unable to control the broom, and all students' attention, including that of Madame Hooch, was fixated upon him. Ask's performance delighted Ron, who perceived this as a manifestation of Ask's lack of talent. How pathetic, unable to even manage a broom. "If I were you, I would find a restroom to cry in." Ron expressed this sentiment with a smirk, yet Hermione beside him bore a displeased expression, having barely managed to control her own broom. Although she understood Ron's jibe was directed at Ask, she felt a tinge of discontent. Likewise, out of sympathy and understanding, she offered rare encouragement to Ask. "Ask, just relax, give it a few more tries." Ask lifted his head, casting a glance at Hermione and then at Ron, shaking his head as he continued to issue threats and intimidations regarding the flying broomsticks. "Whose side are you on?" Ron exclaimed angrily. "Humph." Hermione offered no explanation, turning her head away to avoid looking at Ron. The flying broomsticks remained still for the time being, and many believed they would remain so indefinitely. However, Ask harbored no intentions of surrendering. "I know you, and I am aware of your residence," he chuckled ominously. "You can refuse me. If you possess the confidence to evade my retribution, feel free to continue your refusals." After a brief pause, Ask continued. "There exists a designated room on the ground floor of the castle for housing the flying broomsticks. I once passed by there and, out of curiosity, examined the lock, fortuitously. I possess the means to unlock that door." "Ahem. Ask, we are still in class," Draco whispered, but his well-meaning caution was disregarded by Ask, who paid no heed to Professor McGonagall's expressive countenance and continued, "I am a person of extremes. I either do not act, or I act with absolute resolve. Perhaps you may evade this instance, but believe me, this is merely the inception of your nightmares. I am still young, only 11 years of age. If I am to live until the age of 80, I have 69 years remaining. 69 years, a span of 69 years in which I can pursue you. Once I find you, I shall extract your branches one by one with a pair of small scissors, slicing your trunk into segments, which will then be sent to a paper mill, where I shall ensure you are made into a roll of toilet paper." Ask had only uttered so much, And although many curious students were eager to discover the extent of his abilities, the flying broomstick had already made its decision. "TCH, what a spineless creature," Ron scoffed. His disdain directed not at Ask himself, but rather at the broomstick in his grasp. Just moments ago, the broomstick had autonomously soared into Ask's hand, an event that was recorded as one of the 7 wonders of Hogwarts that year. Draco could only chuckle. He shared Ron's sentiments, thinking what a feeble broomstick it was. Ask let out a cold snort. The flying broomstick and the sorting hat are sometimes akin to people. The saying a petty person is merely being pretentious applies to them as well. Well then, are we all prepared? Madame Hooch called the students' attention back, clapping her hands while demonstrating with a flying broom. The movements were not difficult to learn. Once the students mastered the technique, she instructed them, "All right, when I whistle, you will push off the ground with your legs. Remember to push hard. Hold your broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward and descend vertically back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. However, Neville was too anxious, fearing he would be left on the ground. Thus, before the whistle even reached Madame Hooch's lips, he pushed off with all his might and soared into the air. "I won." Ask laughed heartily, extending his hand to Draco, "A copper knut." "I won." Although a copper knut was of little value, Draco also smiled, a glint of cunning in his eyes, but I wagered that Neville would surely get into trouble. "TCH, let's have another round. I bet Neville will come through unscathed." "How much?" "A galleon." "Fine. I bet Neville will definitely get hurt." "Hee hee, you're bound to lose." In 1983, a man with a fruit knife stuck in his head walked through 7 streets. In 1984, a car accident victim with shards of glass embedded in his face ran through a flea market. On Christmas Day in 1990, a peculiar figure appeared on the street, his eye sockets filled with 2 dice, forcefully inserted by someone. Sometimes, human resilience is astonishing. He was first taken to the hospital, and after 6 months of bedridden recovery at home, he passed away. His last words to his son were merely 2, "Do not gamble." Some say that if you take a single dollar bill to Las Vegas, bet on odd or even, and win 28 times in a row, you could conquer the entire city. It sounds beautiful, doesn't it? To maintain a winning streak at the casino requires not only skill, but also a dash of luck. Occasionally, luck implies uncertainty, and when certainty is needed, one must employ alternative methods, a little trickery to assist oneself, often referred to as cheating at the gaming table. When betting against Draco, Ask had already resolved to resort to such tactics. This day could become a nightmare for Neville, and for Ron, it might not be pleasant either. For he had provoked someone he shouldn't have, as Neville flew freely through the sky on his broom. It seemed less like he was riding the broom, and more like the broom was riding him. Without delving into details, after several minutes in the air performing various difficult maneuvers, to the astonishment of the onlooking students, Madame Hooch was left trembling, and the broom, with Neville aboard, prepared to conclude the performance with a spectacular landing. "Help!" Neville's voice was nearly hoarse, his chubby little face glistening, indistinguishable between sweat and tears. His round eyes wide with fear and tension, almost driving the adorable little chub into madness. "You'll be fine," Madame Hooch exclaimed, brandishing her wand at the descending Neville. However, Ask noticed that Madame Hooch seemed utterly unprepared to help Neville dismount from the broom. TSK. Ask shook his head and turned to Hermione. "May I borrow your wand?" "What about yours?" "Left it in the dormitory." Hermione rolled her eyes, disdainfully replying, "Another excuse." "Why don't you say you lost your wand?" Just as she finished speaking, Ask feigned surprise. "How did you know I lost my wand?" Hermione initially dismissed his insincere response, but upon seeing Ask's expression, she sensed he was not lying. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Did you really lose it?" "If I'm lying, that red-haired boy will have hell to pay," Ask replied solemnly. "Enough." Hermione couldn't help but shout, glancing around to ensure everyone's focus remained on Neville's antics, then lowered her voice. "What do you intend to do?" "Save him, of course," Ask replied matter-of-factly, pointing at Neville. Just moments ago, Neville had rushed through the crowd, causing Madame Hooch to sidestep, missing a prime opportunity. "Just you?" Hermione's tone was filled with skepticism. After all, if the teacher couldn't resolve the situation, how could a first-year student? "Hey, what's with that expression?" Ask retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Hurry up. If you won't lend it, I'll find someone else." Hermione withdrew her wand and tossed it to Ask, directing him towards the plummeting Neville. "Do you think you're so capable? Who do you think you are? Someone who can even misplace their wand? Can we not discuss that?" Ask lamented, clearly pained by the memory, which was a rather embarrassing chapter in his history. "Fine, if you're so great, go save Neville." Hermione's demeanor shifted, exuding an intensity as though she had transformed into a different person. Ask merely scoffed, muttering under his breath as he made his way toward Neville. So fierce. Not a hint of gentleness. No one will want you after this. Say that again. Only a fool would repeat themselves. Ask muttered to himself, sticking out his tongue and making a face, knowing that Hermione, being behind him, could not see his antics. Make way. Quickly disperse. As Neville charged towards the crowd, Madame Hooch urged the students to scatter. However, contrary to the directive, Ask made his way towards Neville. Get out of the way, Madame Hooch shouted. Ask shrugged his shoulders and raised his hand, the wand within it undulating through the air before coming to a sudden halt, aimed at the descending Neville. Disarm. A beam of white light shot towards Neville, causing the broom he had tightly gripped to abruptly fly from his hands and land in Ask's grasp. While it was undoubtedly a relief to be rid of the erratic broom, plummeting from a height of 7 or 8 meters left Neville on the brink of unconsciousness. With the flying broom secured, Ask wasted no time in directing his wand at Neville, swiftly tracing a few motions in the air. Wingardium Leviosa. The speed of Neville's descent dramatically decreased, yet Ask struggled to maintain the spell due to Neville's weight. After a moment's consideration, he adjusted his angle, lifting Neville from a lower side to glide downwards. The intention was sound, but lacking familiarity with the wand. Ask's first attempt at such a maneuver led to a slight mishap. Oh my goodness. Ron, who was watching the spectacle from the crowd, suddenly realized that his friends had fled. With a delay in his reflexes, he barely lifted his head in time to see Neville hurtling towards him, speechless. Bang. Combat log. Neville successfully struck Ron, inflicting 250 points of damage. Ron suffered a fractured forearm and a sprained leg, rendering him incapacitated and withdrawing from combat. Ask has gained 9 experience points, while Ron's affinity has decreased by 50 points, resulting in a hostile relationship. Ask has achieved the remarkable feat of doing it intentionally. Everyone stands in astonishment. This is, as Ask discovered a hastily scrawled line of writing on the broom. Its illegibility was apparent. However, he was no stranger to its purpose, having engaged in similar actions himself. You are in deep trouble. Before Ask could ponder further, Hermione rushed over with fervor, snatching the wand from him and exclaiming, Ron has fractured his arm. Oh dear. Ask responded with a brief acknowledgement, discreetly wiping away the inscription on the broom. The matter of Ron's fractured arm was of little concern to him. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed the betting incident to be of greater significance. Thus he inquired, Is Neville unharmed? He's fine. But Hermione's words were interrupted by Ask, who retorted, Well, that's all that matters. I merely stated that we should save Neville. As for Ron, he can only blame his own misfortune. After all, he chose to remain stationary while others evaded danger quite successfully, didn't they? That is an utterly specious argument. Hermione exclaimed, her anger palpable. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, beneath her ire lay a thread of concern for Ask, fearing he might face repercussions. Nevertheless, Ask's nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate her further, and in a fit of indignation, she departed, leaving behind a final declaration. I shall not concern myself with you any longer. Even if you are expelled, it matters not to me. Ask scratched his head, a bemused expression crossing his face as he watched Hermione depart. He muttered softly to himself, Who do you think you are, my mother? This is utterly absurd. Ask, if you cease to feign ignorance, we might still be friends. Otherwise, our camaraderie is at an end. For Neville and Ron, this was an utterly dreadful flying lesson. Yet for others, it proved to be quite entertaining. Ha ha, I have triumphed, chuckled Ask, his eyes squinting with delight as he pointed at the pale-faced Neville, who stood beside Ron. You see, he is perfectly fine, merely startled. He faced no real danger. You cheated. Draco reluctantly tossed a galleon to Ask, his gaze fixed defiantly upon him. If it weren't for your assistance, he would have a broken arm right now. Indeed, had I not intervened, Neville would likely have sustained injuries. Ask kissed the galleon and carefully tucked it away. However, the terms of our wager did not stipulate that I could not intervene. I have the option to assist Neville, just as you could choose to hinder me or allow Neville to plummet from a great height. You are being unfair. This is strategy. Take note, young one. Ask chuckled as he patted Draco on the shoulder, then walked towards Neville, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Madame Hooch bent down to examine Ron, whose face mirrored the pallor of her own. His wrist was broken. After confirming Ron's injury, Madame Hooch reassured him. There. Dear child, you shall be fine. Rise now. Turning to the other students, she declared, I shall escort this child to the hospital wing. None of you are permitted to move. Return the broomsticks to their rightful places. Otherwise, before you can utter Quidditch, you will find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. Now, come along, dear. Ron's complexion was ghastly, contorted in pain as he clutched his wrist, limping alongside Madame Hooch. As they passed Neville, he murmured an apology. But Ron shot him a venomous glare, unabashed in his disdain, and retorted, "Stay away from me. Useless." Neville trembled at the harshness of Ron's words, stifling a sob, while Ron shook his head and continued toward the infirmary with Madame Hooch. "Who is the useless one?" A voice suddenly piped up, to which Ron instinctively replied. "The useless one is Neville." "Ah, the useless one, hello, and goodbye." Ask emerged from the crowd, waving cheerily at Ron. The saying goes, when enemies meet, tears flow. And upon seeing Ask, Ron's fury ignited. The agony of his fractured arm paled in comparison to the humiliation he felt. He strode toward Ask. His remaining functional hand clenched tightly, eyes wide with rage, his expression twisted as if he yearned to devour Ask whole. "What? Looking for a fight?" Ask raised his chin. His nostrils flared at Ron. The left side of his face seemed to beckon for a smack, while the right side invited a blow, tauntingly asking, "Does your arm hurt? Hey, I imagine you're struggling to endure it. Shall I call your mother to comfort you?" Mimicking Ron's posture of cradling his arm, Ask exaggeratedly whined, "Mommy, it hurts so much. That person is bullying me. Please help me beat him." "All right, my little darling, stop crying. Mommy will soon go and avenge you." Ask mockingly imitated Ron's mother, then shifted to a fearful demeanor, cradling his head with trembling hands, whimpering, "Oh dear, I'm so scared. I dread your mother coming to strike me." "Oh no, your mother just slapped me." Ask flung his head aside, covering his face, and sobbed, "Ouch, it hurts. I too shall seek my mother." Laughter erupted among the students. If Ron knew how to wield the killing curse, one might surmise he would not hesitate to send Ask straight to the underworld. Of course, his inability to perform such magic did not imply he lacked other means. Yet, before he could act on his vengeful thoughts, Madame Hooch positioned herself firmly in his path. "Mr. Weasley," she admonished, shaking her head, her tone resolute. "You must proceed to the hospital wing at once." But Ron pointed an accusatory finger at Ask, gritting his teeth, ready to lunge at him. "For your previous conduct, Mr. Grindelwald, I can overlook what just transpired, but do not push your luck." Madame Hooch turned to Ask, stating, "This is a warning. A sensible person would understand how to behave." "Well, it is better you pretend you did not see," Ask pondered for a moment, then looked up with an innocent smile at Madame Hooch. "You see, I just insulted that coward hiding behind you and his mother. I believe I have violated Rule 58 of the school regulations, deliberately inciting student conflict. Thus, it seems only fair that you deduct a few points from me and assign me some detention. I think cleaning the trophy room would be quite commendable." "Are you serious?" Madame Hooch inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ask's behavior was peculiar. Who willingly requested punishment? "Absolutely. I am a person of noble character, and I genuinely regret my earlier actions. Thus, I humbly request your reprimand." Ask feigned an expression of deep remorse, appearing as though he truly regretted his previous behavior. "Pa." Hermione spat softly, nearly retching at Ask's words, pondering how thick-skinned one must be to utter such nonsense. "What madness has overtaken you?" Draco tugged at Ask's sleeve, whispering inquisitively. Ask smiled silently. Perhaps he truly had lost his mind. "Well, as you wish. Since Ask has said so, if Madame Hooch were to retreat any further, it would only appear that she favored Slytherin. 5 points from Slytherin, Mr. Grindelwald. You know the way to the trophy room, don't you? It's down the corridor on the left on the 3rd floor, where the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and the teacher's office are located," Ask replied. "Very well." Madame Hooch nodded. After a moment's hesitation, she added, 5 points to Slytherin for your previous excellent and courageous performance." "Thank you, Madame Hooch." With that, the matter reached a temporary conclusion. The villainous Ask received his just punishment, and the injured Ron was taken to the infirmary for treatment. However, shortly thereafter, the restless Draco instigated another incident, prompting the lesson to be interrupted. Harry soared past Professor McGonagall's office window on his broomstick, catching the memory ball that Draco had thrown, which he had seized from Neville. Once again, Professor McGonagall thought the figure before her seemed somewhat familiar. In a fleeting moment, she thought she saw another person. Reason brought McGonagall back to reality as she observed the boy gracefully maneuvering through the sky on his broomstick, and she sighed. "No, that is Harry." Under the watchful eyes of the Slytherin students, Harry was taken away by Professor McGonagall. In their eyes, the professor, who was typically more stringent with her own house students than with those from other houses, would undoubtedly impose a severe punishment on Harry, possibly even expelling him. However, this line of thought did not include Ask, who felt no schadenfreude or joy. Instead, a sense of unease suddenly enveloped him. as if something was about to transpire. "Why do I have such a dreadful premonition?" Ask suddenly remarked to Draco, who, bewildered, could only stare at Ask in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Rubbing his head in frustration, Ask furrowed his brow as he walked towards the castle. Since the lesson had concluded, he planned to return and rest. Taking time to process the events of the day, Ask came to a halt, noticing a flying broomstick on the ground ahead, a broomstick once wielded by Neville, one that had been tampered with. As Ask furrowed his brows tighter, he realized he was confronted with a perplexing conundrum, one that eluded his immediate understanding. To delineate the entire affair, a malfunctioning broomstick led to Neville's mishap, though fortunately, it ended without grave consequences. However, Ron bore the brunt of the misfortune. This encapsulates the essence of the matter. If someone had tampered with the broomstick, their intentions would be glaringly obvious. Given Neville's predicament, it could have resulted in at least a broken limb, if not worse. The perpetrator, evidently, was not motivated by altruism or benevolence. Rather, they harbored malicious intent. Thus, a pressing question arose. Whom did they intend to harm? This query lacked a definitive answer for the moment, and ultimately, the identity of the target seemed inconsequential. What intrigued and baffled Ask was how that individual could ascertain that their intended victim would indeed select that particular broomstick. It is worth noting that this was the inaugural lesson, with all participants assigned randomly, and the broomsticks arranged haphazardly. At present, Ask could not fathom how such an objective could be achieved. Moreover, it appeared that he had miscalculated, for it was Neville who had claimed the broomstick. As Ask strode past the flying broomsticks, he mused that if anyone sought to harm Neville in such a manner, their intellect must have been trampled by a dragon, as countless more convenient and stable methods existed. Furthermore, Neville did not strike him as someone with a multitude of enemies. In contrast, Harry seemed a far more plausible target. If Harry were indeed the intended victim, many aspects would fall into place. Clearly, the perpetrator had not established a reliable method to determine who would wield that broomstick. If he could not conceive of it, then surely the assailant could not either. Indeed, it seemed he had been overly concerned. Yet, such a rudimentary and unsophisticated trap indicated that the individual's intellect might be lacking, as they had failed to consider the teacher's capabilities and the student's responses. At this juncture, Ask's greatest curiosity emerged. What precisely did the clandestine saboteur hope to achieve? Was this farcical trap merely a showcase of their intellectual deficiency? No. Why should I ponder this further? This matter bears no relevance to me. Suddenly, Ask slapped his forehead in epiphany. Logically, he should anticipate that individual creating a greater commotion. Why should he interfere? With that, he cheerfully resolved to distance himself from the affair, allowing the perpetrator to proceed as they wished. They say that a carefree spirit is unburdened. However, despite Ask's outward appearance of ease and nonchalance, the disquiet within his heart had yet to dissipate. Ask is still too young. He is overly careless, excessively complacent, and tends to make assumptions, which sows the seeds of future misfortune. On his way back to the Slytherin common room, Ask encountered Quirrell once more, who was pacing back and forth in front of Snape's office door. As if he were awaiting someone, Ask pretended not to notice, stealthily edging along the wall, distancing himself from Quirrell. He exerted great effort to remain silent, and indeed, he succeeded. However, Quirrell suddenly turned around, a look of anxiety etched across his face, even drawing out his wand. "Ah, good afternoon, Professor Quirrell," Ask greeted. Quirrell, drenched in sweat, struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately managing only an awkward smile, his expression one of innocent simplicity. "Are you looking for Headmaster Snape?" Ask inquired. "Why, yes, but he is not here." As Ask's lips twitched in frustration, conversing with a stutterer proved to be quite a challenge. However, the arrival of Chilo seeking Snape's counsel was indeed amusing. What might transpire between a stammerer and a sharp-tongued individual? One could only wonder. Is Headmaster Snape not present in his office? I knocked, but received no response. "Oh, I see. Snape is, in fact, absent from his office. For he is currently in Dumbledore's chamber, fuming with rage. What could that old woman possibly be thinking?" Snape paced agitatedly, resembling a headless fly. Could she truly desire to have Potter join the Quidditch team? Has she lost her mind? Dumbledore observed the flustered Snape with a serene smile, appearing utterly at ease as he lifted his cup, taking a sip before releasing a plume of crimson smoke, followed by a resounding belch. Dumbledore, in asserting his presence, inadvertently summoned Snape's ire, which promptly shifted towards him. "Dumbledore, have you lost your senses? How could you acquiesce to such an absurd request?" Snape, bold and fearless, dared to chastise Dumbledore directly, a feat only a handful could accomplish in this world. Fueled by fury, Snape unleashed his acerbic wit to its fullest extent, delivering a relentless barrage of sarcasm and scorn that persisted for a full 10 minutes, only halting when he began to feel parched. Dumbledore chuckled softly, maintaining his composure with an air of dignity, as if he had triumphed without a battle. "Lower your voice, Severus. I am not deaf," Dumbledore remarked. "Likewise. I am not mad. I am fully aware of my actions." Snape glared at Dumbledore, his expression conveying disbelief. Merlin once said, to bring about someone's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. That phrase was not uttered by Merlin. Snape interjected. "Do not concern yourself with the details, regardless of the speaker. The sentiment holds truth, does it not?" Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. "My dear Tom, he is not yet mad enough. He is still cowardly. Much like when he first arrived here." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly, his demeanor shifting to one of solemn seriousness, momentarily embodying the greatest wizard of the 20th century. Yet, as he had often displayed, he lacked the requisite steadiness, patience, and cunning. Perhaps he believed himself to possess such qualities. He was a man of great confidence, verging on arrogance, convinced that no one but himself was worthy of being his rival. Dumbledore's smile gradually cooled, a hint of derision creeping into his expression. Tom is still naive. Even in such a weakened state, he dares to return to Hogwarts, truly a path to self-destruction. "Ah, I believe I grasp your intent. You plan to duel that Harry tonight?" In the Slytherin common room, a few sofas encircled the fireplace, and on the largest, Ask was engaged in hushed conversation with Draco. "Something along those lines," Draco responded vaguely, averting his gaze from Ask's penetrating stare to fixate on the fireplace, as if experimenting with igniting the kindling through sheer will. Ask stroked his chin, closed the book in his hands, and set it aside. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Surely you are not foolish enough to roll around on the floor with those Gryffindors in a deserted place at midnight, are you?" "What rolling on the floor?" "That is called a duel." Draco snapped back, glaring at Ask. "Dueling is sacred." With a knowing glint in his blue eyes, Ask smiled slightly and said, "I wager a knut that your plans for rolling on the floor will surely come to naught." "I told you, that is not rolling on the floor. It is a duel," Draco retorted. "Is there truly a difference for you?" Ask regarded Draco with an odd look, as though he were observing a particularly delusional individual. "Isn't your so-called duel merely two people colliding, falling, and then rolling around on the floor, with you on top of him, and then vice versa? Both of you utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and eventually collapsing on the ground?" "Stop." Draco hurriedly attempted to cover Ask's mouth, but Ask deftly evaded him, instead seizing Draco's hand and pinning him down. "Just like this," Ask smirked, disregarding Draco's mortified glare. The warmth of the human cushion beneath him was surprisingly comfortable, and he unceremoniously pressed down with his full weight. Draco's face flushed, partly from embarrassment and partly because he thought Ask could use a bit of weight loss, as he was nearly gasping for air underneath him. "Quite comfortable." Ask shifted slightly, adopting a tone of casual nonchalance. "Draco, you ought to exercise more and eat something. You are far too thin. Your bones are digging into me." "Well, I apologize for being so thin," Draco replied with a forced chuckle. "It's fine. I can manage." Ask remarked indifferently, "See, I haven't even exerted myself, and you are already down. If you truly wish to duel that Potter, I suspect you would tire out long before he does. Dueling is not merely about brute strength," Draco countered. "There is also intellect. Those foolish lions do not think at all. Thus, they would never suspect that you tipped off Filch beforehand. They will naively run into his trap, only to be caught and punished for violating school rules." Ask spoke rapidly, maintaining a stoic expression that reminded Draco of Snape. "You knew all along," Draco said glumly, resembling a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing. "Foolish." Ask scoffed, a derisive smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Such a shallow trap, riddled with flaws. Whether it will be seen through is another matter. Did you ever consider what if Filch fails to catch them?" "Filch cannot be that incompetent," Draco muttered softly, still somewhat proud of his trap, though Ask's analysis had dampened his spirits, revealing it to be childishly simplistic. "That Ron, his two brothers have been outsmarting Filch for years. It is not impossible for them to share some tips on evading him." Ask snorted, "If they are caught by Filch, then so be it. Although your methods may lack integrity, we are Slytherins, and employing any means necessary is to be expected." Casting a glance at Draco, who appeared as subdued as a quail, Ask continued, "However, if Filch does not catch them, your troubles will be immense." "What will happen?" Draco swallowed hard, stammering. "To achieve one's ends, one must resort to any means necessary," Ask enunciated deliberately, fixing his gaze on Draco with an unsettling expression. Do you know why the Dark Lord is considered malevolent? Which Dark Lord do you mean? Your grandfather, or... Never mind, I did not expect you to grasp the answer, Ask retorted sharply. Draco could only manage a nervous smile, for they failed, thus they are deemed wicked. Because they are deemed wicked, they failed. Though I do not fully comprehend your words. They certainly sound impressive, Draco replied earnestly. Ask remained silent for a long moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Are you suggesting that I have not articulated my thoughts clearly enough? Answer me. Draco chuckled awkwardly, drenched in sweat, and after a prolonged struggle, he finally conceded. What you say makes perfect sense. I am at a loss for words. Very well, I shall take that as a victory, Ask said with a resigned expression. In any case, employing underhanded tactics is permissible, but should you fail, you will be met with scorn and contempt from all, for in failure, you are deemed weak. I may not necessarily fail, and besides, this matter is quite secretive. Not many are aware, and Potter and his friends would not dare disclose it to others, for they have indeed violated school rules. Draco, regaining his composure, spoke with clarity, which relieved Ask, indicating that there was still hope, as long as they did not abandon their efforts. Not many know? Ask countered, pointing to himself. Then how is it that I am aware? You were following me, Draco exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, followed by irritation. You actually followed me. Followed you? Nonsense. Ask spat, accidentally spraying Draco with saliva. I have been in the common room all day. I didn't even go to dinner. But no one can vouch for that, Draco argued. It is entirely possible that you secretly trailed me. His reasoning began to spiral, growing more animated as he spoke. Ask furrowed his brow, pondering why this individual only displayed intelligence at this moment. Had his intellect gone off for a midnight snack just earlier? In any case, there are quite a few who are aware of this matter. Ask interjected, if you fail, you will become the subject of ridicule. However, that can't be right. Isn't it only you who knows? Ask found himself utterly speechless, just as he was about to elucidate the meaning of walls have ears. A chilling female voice suddenly pierced the silence. Excuse me, I believe I am already aware, she stated, her tone unwavering. Emerging from the shadows was Gemma Farrell, making her way towards them slowly yet resolutely, instilling a sense of apprehension in both Ask and Draco. Curiously, this area of the hall, typically vibrant at this hour, was now desolate, leaving only the three of them present, whether by coincidence or some other reason remained uncertain. Gemma Farrell, the head girl of Slytherin, possessed a stern demeanor, serious and meticulous, seemingly treating herself as one of the men. It was rumored that her ambition was to ascend to the position of director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, idolizing the current director, Susan Bones. Herself a formidable woman, clad in a black nightgown, her long, raven hair cascaded down to her waist, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Her footsteps were utterly silent, akin to a specter. In her hand, she clutched a notebook and a quill, seemingly documenting something, her movements unceasing even as she walked. The sound of the quill scratching against the parchment echoed softly as Gemma fixed her expressionless gaze upon the entwined forms of Ask and Draco. Beneath the thick lenses of her glasses, a glimmer of insight flickered in her eyes, and her writing hastened. Clearing his throat, Ask feigned calmness. Good evening, Senior Farrell, he announced with a forced cheerfulness, projecting an air of nonchalance, as if this encounter with Gemma was merely fortuitous. However, with Draco positioned beneath him, the scene was imbued with a peculiar dissonance. Good evening, Mr. Grindelwald, Gemma acknowledged with a slight nod. You may call me Ask, he replied, attempting to forge a closer connection. He exchanged a glance with Draco, yet the latter appeared paralyzed with shock, rendered speechless and gaping. Gemma's voice broke through the tension, indifferent yet piercing. How long do you intend to maintain this position? She inquired. I just overheard that you were planning to roll on the floor together. Ask nearly sputtered in shock, hastily rolling off the sofa and scrambling to the opposite side to settle himself. He turned to Jamar, imploringly explaining. It is not as it seems. Please allow me to elucidate, Senior Farrell. Is the situation truly different from what I have described? Jamar cast a glance at Ask, pondering for a moment before raising the notebook in her hand towards him, stating, Though I did not hear everything, the notes contained herein should be accurate, should they not? As Ask came to understand, it was indeed true that Gemma had been documenting this all along. He let out a slight sigh of relief, thankful that he had refrained from uttering any discordant words. However, after merely glancing at the content, the urge to vomit blood surged within him once more fiercely than before. Sister Farrell, may I inquire if you are a novelist? Asked, his expression one of exasperation and sorrow. I merely have a slight fondness for writing, Jamma replied, retrieving her notebook, adjusting her glasses, and then proceeding to inscribe a lengthy series of words upon it. Ask's lips twitched slightly as he covered his face, his tone filled with sorrow as he lamented, Senior Quirrell, you have utterly destroyed my innocence. Why do you say that? Jamma inquired with a hint of curiosity. Your innocence? Forgive me, but do you truly possess such a thing? Ask lowered his hands and stared at Jamma for a long while, confirming that she was not jesting but rather earnestly and solemnly discussing the question of his innocence. Suddenly, Ask recalled Draco's previous words. Your reasoning is so compelling that I find myself at a loss for words. Even if you praise me so, I shall not feel elated. Jamma replied coolly. Ask, rendered speechless, could only gaze pitifully at Jamma, his expression one of innocence. Senior Quirrell, the things you write, this is a diary. You wouldn't show it to anyone, would you? A flicker of hope ignited within Ask. He could not fathom how he would confront such a cruel fate if its contents were to be revealed. Would you truly share your diary with others? Jamma countered. Ask fell silent once more, recalling that she had indeed just shown him her diary. Suddenly, Ask found Jamma's words to be rather dubious. However, I intend to compile my diary into an autobiography for publication in the future. As Ask's lips twitched slightly, he realized that placing any faith in Jamma was futile, as she would inevitably dismantle it in the next moment. However, that would have to wait until I become the head of the Magical Enforcement Office, Jamma added. Merlin above. May this woman never ascend to that position. Ask silently prayed, while wearing a cheerful smile on his face. He inquired of Jamma, Senior Quirrell, do you require our assistance? Originally, no, but now I do, Jamma replied, glancing at Ask and then at Draco. I do not wish to meddle too much in your affairs, but remember, you are Slytherins, noble Slytherins. Do not lower yourselves by mingling with that rabble. I haven't. Ask quickly retorted, pointing at Draco. It's all his doing. I don't know what's wrong with him, always at odds with the Gryffindors. Without hesitation, Ask threw Draco under the bus. In truth, it was hardly a betrayal, as anyone with eyes could see Draco's actions. However, Ask's boldness in so shamelessly selling out his teammates certainly opened Jamma's eyes. You possess an impressive audacity, Jamma remarked. Her tone is neutral as a comment on the fine weather, devoid of discernible praise or criticism. You are gifted in thick-skinned matters. I merely wonder how well you grasp dark ones. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Quirrell. I shall strive to improve. Ask replied, his face beaming with pride as he feigned humility. I have devised a splendid plan. I believe, if you are referring to cornering those foolish Gryffindor lions into that corridor on the 4th floor, compelling them to breach school regulations, and subsequently catching them red-handed. I suggest you reconsider your strategy, Jamma interjected, closing her notebook and addressing the astonished Ask. As far as I know, the Gryffindor twins have already been there and were discovered. However, they faced no repercussions, merely being asked to keep the secret and not disclose it to others. Aska's expression grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Quirrell, since they have all kept their secrets, how did you come to know? Aska's eyes suddenly brightened with a revelation. Could it be? Indeed, I was there as well, Jamar admitted calmly. The moment I pushed open the door, I saw Professor Dumbledore inside. Behind that door was the Headmaster's office. This cannot be, Aska exclaimed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Jamar replied unfazed. I believe others have seen similar things. The question remains, if that door merely led to his office, what significance do his words at the beginning of term hold? Was he merely jesting with us? Aska retorted. More as a question to himself. There must be another reason. What is the truth? What secret lies behind it? I am uncertain. However, Jamar paused and said, Aska, I must inform you of something, a piece of good news. Why do I have an ominous feeling? Aska replied, stroking his chin. Congratulations. Professor Snape has approved your application to join the Quidditch team. Aska's intuition proved correct. Suddenly, a distant chime echoed, marking the end of the day, and the next day would arrive as scheduled, never arriving late, be it in the past, present, or future. It was midnight. Harry, Hermione, and Neville cautiously traversed the corridor, striving to make not a sound. Their destination was the trophy room on the 3rd floor. They needed to evade anyone who might discover them. And only at this moment did Harry truly comprehend that Hermione's warnings were not entirely superfluous. I think we should return immediately, Hermione insisted for the umpteenth time. By now, even she doubted Harry would heed her advice and return to bed, but her sense of responsibility compelled her to repeat it tirelessly. And then what? Harry countered without turning his head, his ears twitching, capturing every sound. At the slightest rustle, he would halt, meticulously surveying his surroundings before proceeding. "We can wait there. The fat lady might return soon," Hermione replied without hesitation. "What if she is out socializing and forgets to come back?" Harry questioned. "Then we would have to linger at the entrance all night, and by morning, our escapade beyond the curfew would be common knowledge throughout the school. Honestly, I don't see how that would be better than being caught roaming around outside." Hermione fell silent, wishing she hadn't meddled. For now, returning seemed impossible. However, given another chance, she might still intervene, albeit with a firmer approach, perhaps petrifying Harry in place with a spell. "I miss my grandmother," Neville lamented from the back, his voice tinged with tears. He was particularly unfortunate, having forgotten the password and thus remained outside until midnight. Although he eventually learned the password from Harry and the others, the fat lady's absence meant he could not return. In this regard, perhaps Ron was fortunate. He had intended to join them but remained in bed, his arm still healing. Nonetheless, Ron provided Harry with moral support, the only contribution he could offer. "We have arrived," Harry whispered, relieved that they had safely reached the trophy room. The crystal display cabinets sparkled under the moonlight, illuminating the trophies, shields, medals, and statues in silver and gold hues. The trio pressed against the wall, eyes fixed on the doors at either end of the room. Harry drew his wand, prepared for a potential confrontation with Draco. Seconds ticked by in tense silence. "Why did you choose to duel here?" Hermione asked, puzzled, as she brushed her hand against a trophy, thick dust indicating it had been untouched for quite some time. "Don't ask me. The location was chosen by Malfoy," Harry shrugged in response. "Aren't you afraid this might be a trap?" "What sort of trap?" Harry retorted. Confusion etched across his face. He still did not comprehend. In Dumbledore's words, Harry's naivety was evident, as even the worst of his past encounters had not involved any schemes or traps. "If I were Malfoy, I would lure you here and then alert Filch or another teacher. You would be caught red-handed." Hermione elucidated. "Malfoy doesn't strike me as particularly clever," Harry remarked, though a hint of apprehension lingered. "But there is another Slytherin. He is far more cunning," Hermione said earnestly. "Aska. He is exceedingly sly and unscrupulous. You have witnessed his actions during the day. He is no ally of Gryffindor. Perhaps he is your friend," Harry muttered quietly. "What did you say?" Hermione asked, not hearing him clearly. "Nothing," Harry shook his head. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the adjacent room, startling him. Just as Harry raised his wand, he heard someone speaking, and that individual was clearly not Malfoy. "Let us search around, my dear. They may be hiding in some corner." This voice was familiar to Harry. It was Filch conversing with Mrs. Norris. "Filch! Damn it, we must leave at once," Harry exclaimed, a mix of anger and panic directing his shouts towards Hermione and Ron. He turned and discerned the right direction, sprinting deeper into the trophy room, recalling that Ron's twin brothers had mentioned another exit leading to the charms classroom. In the darkness, sound was amplified. Harry could hear Filch drawing ever closer. Suddenly, Neville could no longer contain himself. He emitted a terrified scream and bolted, only to trip and lose his balance, ultimately crashing into a suit of armor. The resulting clatter echoed loudly enough to awaken the entire castle. "Run!" Harry shouted, and the three dashed down the corridor, not daring to look back to see if Filch was in pursuit. They navigated around pillars and rushed through corridor after corridor, with Harry leading the charge, finally emerging near the charms classroom, where they could finally pause to catch their breath. "I think we have lost him," Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Neville bent over, gasping for air, still incredulous that he had managed to endure this ordeal. "I told you," Hermione gasped, clutching her shirt at the chest. "I warned you. We must return to Gryffindor Tower." Harry, somewhat impatient, interrupted Hermione, insisting, "The sooner, the better." "Malfoy deceived you," Hermione retorted. "Do you understand now? He never intended to meet you there. Filch must have learned of your plan to enter the trophy room, and it was undoubtedly Malfoy who disclosed that information." Harry believed Hermione might be correct, yet he hesitated to express this thought, fearing it would imply he had been outsmarted by Malfoy. "Let us proceed," he suggested. However, the situation was far from straightforward. After merely a few steps, the distinct sound of a spherical doorknob echoed, and something darted out from a classroom before them. It was Peeves, annoying first years wandering about at such an hour. "TSK, TSK, TSK, naughty, naughty, you shall be caught." Peeves cackled, his small eyes glinting with malice, appearing exceedingly mischievous. "You ought to inform Filch, indeed." he added with an air of seriousness, though a playful glimmer danced in his eyes. This is for your own good, you know, if you dare to continue. I assure you that the Bloody Baron will ensure your demise is most rhythmic. A voice, more arrogant and sinister than Peeves, suddenly pierced the air. Who dares? Peeves called out into the shadowy corridor. Do not try to frighten me with the Bloody Baron. Peeves the poltergeist fears no one, for I am the mightiest in Hogwarts. Baron, it seems someone disputes your supremacy, came a chilling voice, sharp as a knife slicing through ice. The Bloody Baron emerged slowly from the darkness. His cold gaze fixed upon Peeves. So, you have never feared me, have you? Peeves' eyes darted around frantically before he promptly turned and chose to flee. Though Peeves had scurried away, Harry and his companions found little comfort in the situation. The Bloody Baron was indeed an unexpected presence. He had sent Peeves packing and now tilted his head to glance at Harry and the others before moving in the direction Peeves had taken. Thank you, Baron, Harry called. But the Bloody Baron did not acknowledge the gratitude, seemingly deaf to the words. Yet, the expressions of Harry and his friends varied. As two more figures emerged from the shadows, Ask and Draco are here. Good evening. Ask greeted with a beaming smile. His eyes narrowed into slits as he stared intently at Harry for an extended period, making Harry exceedingly uncomfortable, yet unable to express his displeasure. However, while Harry refrained from reacting, Hermione was unperturbed by the situation. Ask stared, perplexed, at Hermione, who was seething with the fury of a mother lion. He stroked his chin and uncertainly inquired, "What's the matter? Did you inform Filch?" "Indeed, it was I," Ask replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He cast a glance at Harry, who was gritting his teeth, fist clenched tightly, seemingly ready to pounce upon him in a fit of rage. A similar expression adorned Hermione's face, while Neville appeared somewhat more composed, merely standing there in silence, possibly still trying to comprehend the unfolding events. "Do you still have the audacity to admit it?" Hermione demanded. "Why should I lack the audacity to admit it?" Ask retorted, seemingly unfazed. "I never said it was unacceptable. If you disagree, you may act accordingly. Should we find ourselves at a disadvantage, we shall accept the consequences of our gamble." "But this is a duel," Harry exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. "I never claimed it was not a duel." Ask paused momentarily. "That was merely part of the duel. My apologies, in the first round of wits, you lost. If you are dissatisfied, there is still a second round Alohomora." With a casual wave of his wand, Ask opened the door with a click, the heavy entrance swinging wide. Standing at the threshold, the inky darkness within rendered everything invisible. Darkness is one of humanity's greatest fears. Deprived of the comfort of sight, an involuntary dread creeps into the hearts of all. In such an atmosphere, the slightest sound is magnified, and coupled with human imagination, most would find themselves startled. Who will venture inside first? Ask tossed his wand to Harry, stretching lazily and yawning, exuding an air of lethargy. "Do we really have to go in?" Draco wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression stiff with trepidation. His demeanor betrayed his fear. Yet none mocked him, for the others felt similarly. "Certainly, this is part of the duel, is it not? Gryffindor is renowned for its bravery. Surely you are not afraid? This isn't merely a matter of fear. The crux is that Professor Dumbledore stated we cannot enter." Hermione exclaimed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "This would be a violation of school regulations. You are free to stay out, Hermione. However, if you choose not to enter, I shall assume you forfeit." Granting Draco the victory of 2 rounds, Ask replied, rummaging through his pocket without lifting his gaze, fully aware of Harry's likely decision. "Why must I be the first to enter?" Harry took a deep breath, directing his question at Ask, whose response indicated that Harry had already made his choice. "It is a simple principle. If the room holds nothing, and both of you enter without incident, how then would we determine the victor? In truth, the first to step inside bears greater risk and pressure. Should the scenario I mentioned occur, the one who entered first would undoubtedly be the braver, would they not?" Ask's brow furrowed as he delved deeper into his pocket, straining to extract what he required from the clutter. "I am being fair. You claimed I cheated in the first round by not disclosing the rules. Now, I offer you the chance to enter first, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, you will not suffer loss. If fortune favors you, victory is all but assured." "If there is indeed danger within," Hermione said, anxiety flickering in her eyes as she glanced at Harry, "the first to enter, if anything were to happen, would bring trouble to Hogwarts and to Dumbledore. Especially since you are the renowned Harry Potter. If you truly are Harry Potter, you will surely be fine. After all, you have defeated him before, have you not?" Ask replied, his tone laced with jest, clearly agitating Harry. However, The prospect of entering that potentially perilous dark room alone seemed to overshadow his discomfort. "Harry, don't go in." Hermione glared at Ask with indignation, stepping forward to shield Harry. "Ah, indeed. Upon joining Gryffindor, Hermione, has your intellect also plummeted below normal levels?" Ask chuckled, inciting further ire in both Harry and Hermione. Yet, it appeared that Ask had not performed any actions to please them this evening. "Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly, for I am eager to return and rest." As soon as Asker's words fell, Harry whispered, "I've made my decision. Hermione, step aside." "No. Move quickly." "No." As Ask touched his chin, he beckoned Draco, who promptly handed him his wand. Hermione, clearly noticing this gesture, drew her own wand and pointed it at Ask, exclaiming, "Don't move. Surrender your weapon." With a slight flick of his wrist, Ask sent a beam of white light towards Hermione's wrist, forcefully disarming her as her wand flew into his grasp. "I am the referee. You and Neville are merely spectators. Only Draco and Harry are the participants, are they not?" Ask held one wand aimed at Hermione and the other at Harry, disregarding Neville entirely. "By the way, Hermione, if your interference causes Harry to lose, leaving him unable to hold his head high in front of Draco, do you truly believe he would be grateful to you for that?" Hermione fell silent, recognizing that often good deeds go unappreciated, much like what Ask had stated. However, to turn a blind eye to certain matters because of this could be detrimental. "Here, take this. It may prove somewhat beneficial." Ask suddenly set aside the wand directed at Hermione and retrieved a small lantern, crafted from bronze, heavily tarnished, and possessing an antiquated design that resembled more of a relic than a mere tool. He fumbled with the base of the lantern for a moment, as if activating some hidden mechanism, and suddenly it illuminated, casting a feeble glow that reached only about half a meter into the surrounding darkness, barely enough to combat the pervasive gloom. This was a cherished heirloom. Steeped in history and endowed with formidable powers, the oil within being mermaid oil, reputed to last for centuries. The lantern itself was imbued with protective enchantments, designed to safeguard its bearer in times of peril. As Ask extolled its virtues for several minutes, he portrayed the lantern as nothing short of a divine artifact. Draco rolled his eyes, fully aware that this so-called relic was nothing more than a shabby lantern they had discovered while organizing their dormitory upon their arrival at school. Far from being a miraculous object, it was barely worthy of mention, more akin to a piece of discarded junk. One could only wonder how this item, which should have been relegated to the trash, ended up in Ask's possession. His eloquence was wasted. He could undoubtedly thrive as a merchant. Perhaps, after graduation, he could assist with the family business. Unbeknownst to Harry, the true nature of the lantern, upon receiving it, he felt a warmth enveloping him, a renewed vigor coursing through his body, and an awakening of courage within him. Perhaps, indeed, this lantern possessed a touch of magic. Ask silently reveled in laughter, for Harry's expression clearly indicated that he genuinely believed this lantern possessed magical powers. Little did he consider that, as a rival and adversary, Ask could never be so benevolent as to bestow such a remarkable item upon him. Just 1 minute. Merely 1 minute is all you need to spend inside. As Ask lightly encouraged Harry with a pat on the shoulder, he seized the opportunity to discreetly pluck a few strands of Harry's hair, concealing them in his palm. After all, they belonged to the illustrious Harry Potter and could fetch a handsome price, particularly from the Death Eaters, who were wealthy and harbored an intense hatred for Harry. Oblivious to Ask's malicious intent, Harry inhaled deeply, grasped his lantern, and cautiously made his way into the house. The flickering light surrounding him was swiftly engulfed by the encroaching darkness, vanishing from sight. "That door is not what you think," Draco whispered from behind. Ask shook his head in response and gestured for Hermione, who was watching them intently, to be silent. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. This matter was intrinsically linked to Harry. Ask mused internally, having validated one of his theories. Now it was a matter of gathering sufficient information to ultimately arrive at a conclusion, akin to solving a mathematical problem. However, one must ponder, did Dumbledore truly orchestrate such fervor because he had not perished and had returned? The individuals who understand you best are often your adversaries. This holds true for most, as many lack self-awareness, blinded by their own perceptions. What they see in themselves may not represent the truth or the entirety of their being. Dumbledore, however, was not an ordinary individual. He possessed self-awareness and did not require others to remind him of his nature. He viewed himself as a confident, obstinate person, one who would invariably make the most correct decisions. Such a person would never engage in superfluous actions. Every endeavor he undertook was imbued with profound purpose. While some motivations might be inscrutable at present, The repercussions of his actions would one day manifest before the world, affirming that Dumbledore was perpetually right. The aforementioned sentiments reflect the assessment of Grindelwald, Dumbledore's once invincible foe and former closest friend. If this is indeed accurate, then the remarks Dumbledore made at the commencement feast must bear significance, and the door in the corridor on the 4th floor undoubtedly conceals a secret. To the public eye, Dumbledore has had two principal adversaries, Grindelwald and the Dark Lord Voldemort, who inexplicably faltered 11 years prior. The former's fate is now widely known, confined to a solitary cell. As long as Dumbledore remains alive, Grindelwald shall not re-emerge. The latter, though many believe he has perished, was once the formidable Dark Lord, even years after his defeat. People hesitated to speak his name. Voldemort remains a figure for whom many still harbor the belief that he did not die, but rather suffered a grievous wound and is lurking in the shadows, nursing his injuries, poised to return at any moment. In Ask's estimation, it is evident that Voldemort has not succumbed to death and is recovering well. He possesses the capability to arrive at Hogwarts. Driven solely by the desire to acquire the object that lured him here, the one concealed behind that door in the 4th floor corridor, Ask felt a renewed sense of gratitude for the choices he had made. He was an individual who detested solitude, even though he could endure it better than most. Life at Hogwarts was vibrant, devoid of any descriptors such as dull, tedious, or monotonous. Residing there was truly a delight. It has been a minute, Draco remarked, though he possessed no timepiece, merely relying on instinct. In reality, only 20 seconds had elapsed, a mere third of a minute. Fine, you go in first this time. And wait for 1 minute. Suddenly, Ask paused, tilting his ear as if attuned to some distant sound. His expression gradually turned grave. What is it? Hermione inquired. Didn't you hear it? Ask retorted, to which everyone shook their heads, for they had perceived nothing. It has awakened, Ask declared, and Hermione was the first to react, her complexion shifting dramatically as she hurriedly turned and dashed towards the room. However, Ask was swifter. He seized the wand from Draco and, leaping over Hermione, entered the room, shutting the door with a decisive motion. What happened? Neville inquired, bewildered. Draco, recovering from his shock, appeared even paler, devoid of any color in his face. His voice trembled slightly. Yet he feigned calmness, responding in a nonchalant tone. Nothing. Ask will handle all the troubles. Hermione attempted to pull the door open, but it would not budge. She had also tried Alohomora, but to no avail. In her desperation, she overheard Draco's words and, without much thought, instinctively believed that both Ask and Draco were already aware of what lay beyond. What exactly is out there? Hermione's tone was somewhat assertive. Draco, feeling uncomfortable, merely huffed, turning his head away, showing no intention of answering. He was at a loss for words himself, as he had no knowledge of what was present. Draco's demeanor infuriated Hermione. Without hesitation, she pointed her wand at him, demanding fiercely, "Speak. What is there?" Draco was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining composure, he let out a scoff and maintained his silence. He doubted Hermione would dare to cast a spell on him, especially since they had not learned any spells capable of harming others in the past fortnight. Rather than using a wand, it would be more effective to resolve matters with brute force. Fury surged within Hermione, ignited by her scholarly prowess. P.S. Scholar S. Fury. The next physical attack is guaranteed to hit. Spell casting is assured to succeed. Note, I am a scholar. Are you afraid? Bayou. Disarm. This spell, Hermione had seen in a book. Although she knew the steps, she had never employed it before, having only witnessed Ask use it twice, once on Neville and once on herself. A beam of white light struck Draco forcefully, sending him crashing against the wall. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Ask, dragging Harry, emerged hastily. After pushing Harry aside, Ask turned back, wielding his wand with determination, all petrified. A gray light erupted from his wand, targeting the monstrous entity that was now at the door. Yet, the creature merely shook its head, the petrification charm affecting it as if it were merely a tickle, having no effect whatsoever. What is that? Neville asked, helping Harry to his feet and urging him backward. Hermione lingered at the rear, her hand trembling as she held her wand, facing the beast. Are you blind? It's a three-headed dog. Of course, it's a Cerberus. Ask bellowed. 3 enormous heads, each with gaping maws dripping with saliva. And 6 basketball-sized eyes appeared before them. This was indeed a Cerberus, a creature often depicted in mythologies associated with the underworld. The Cerberus seemed agitated, attempting to charge out of the room, but its 3 heads were too large. Only one could extend out, yet all 3 desired to emerge, resulting in it becoming wedged, unable to free itself. This presented an excellent opportunity, Ask realized. The roar of the Cerberus would undoubtedly attract Filch and potentially other professors as well. He needed to seize this moment to swiftly resolve the predicament. And there was also this. As Ask's eyes sparkled with determination, he dashed to the rear of the door, finding a blind spot beyond the reach of the three-headed beast. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he rummaged through his pocket and, with a pained expression, extracted a slender, white filament. After a moment of searching, he produced a small vial from within his pocket. It was time to take a gamble. Ask placed the white beard into the bottle and, after a few shakes, drank it in one gulp. Although it was not his first experience with this concoction, each time he partook, he felt an overwhelming urge to expel his bile. Once the wave of nausea subsided, Ask sensed his body beginning to expand. His clothes quickly became constricting, ultimately tearing apart. The transformation extended beyond mere size. Ask's appearance also altered, his hair lengthened. Shifting from golden to white, his skin began to wrinkle. A white beard sprouted from his chin, and his nose appeared to have been struck, tilting to one side. Is that Professor Dumbledore? Professor Dumbledore? Harry's voice sounded somewhat unnatural, his complexion far from favorable. At that moment, his thoughts were not occupied with why Dumbledore was present, but rather with how Dumbledore would reprimand him. However, his anxieties were short-lived, for Hermione quickly grasped the situation and utilized her knowledge to aid Harry in escaping his predicament. That is not Professor Dumbledore, Hermione asserted confidently. That is merely the effect of the polyjuice potion. Ask has consumed the potion and is masquerading as Dumbledore. Polyjuice potion? What is that? Do you believe this is the appropriate time for such a discussion? Hermione paused, leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. At that moment, Ask, now resembling Dumbledore, stood before the three-headed dog. From a distance, the details were obscured, but it was evident that Ask was issuing commands to the beast. The fierce and terrifying three-headed dog appeared as docile as a kitten before Dumbledore. Though it likely wondered why the previously bothersome golden-haired boy had suddenly vanished, it still harbored a sense of fear towards Dumbledore. Why would the three-headed dog fear Dumbledore? Have you considered how the creature ended up confined in such a small chamber? It remained faithfully stationed there, exhibiting no unnecessary movements, dutiful and loyal, despite Hagrid's absence. How did it suppress its wild instincts, curling up in the darkened room? Fists represent justice. Return. Ask was also drenched in cold sweat, gripped by fear, and even now he felt that his actions were lacking in foresight. Nevertheless, before the three-headed dog, Ask maintained a stern demeanor, commanding the creature to return to the dark room. He could not show a trace of trepidation. He had to embody the essence of the true Dumbledore. Though appearing aged and frail, resembling an ordinary old man, he was, at his core, more resilient than anyone else. This was the pride that belonged to Dumbledore. The three-headed dog lowered its head, resting its chin on the floor, gazing at Ask with innocent and pitiable eyes. It had not eaten for an entire day, and the pangs of hunger tormented it incessantly. It hoped that Ask would grant it a morsel of food, just as it had been accustomed to after enduring a beating, a sumptuous feast following the ordeal. Unfortunately, Ask was but an impostor, unaware of the significance behind the three-headed dog's display of helplessness. Seeing that the creature did not obediently retreat to the dark room, Ask grew anxious, his tone shifting to one of impatience. Return. Instantly. At once. The three-headed dog, filled with sorrow and dismay, let streams of tears flow from its eyes. In these times, was it easy to be a guardian dog? It began to miss Hagrid, for although that clumsy, slow-witted individual often misinterpreted its intentions, at least in his company, it could secure a decent meal. The tears of the three-headed dog. As Ask's eyes transformed into a golden hue, he swiftly retrieved a round bucket from his pocket. Embracing the vessel, Ask rushed to the three-headed canine, collecting every tear that fell, even those that touched the ground. The creature ceased its weeping. Feeling as if its mind were overwhelmed, 6 large eyes fixated on Ask, filled with curiosity about his intentions. Why have you stopped crying? The three-headed beast remained silent, leaving Ask in a state of distress, despite his persistent urging. The creature could only blink in confusion. By the decree of King Gallon, you leave me no choice. As Ask clenched his teeth, a hefty wooden club materialized in his hand. He aimed with precision and struck fiercely at the fangs of the three-headed dog. The creature's teeth, fur, blood, and saliva were all in a frenzied display. Ask's movements were remarkably swift, wielding a club in one hand and a knife in the other. He brazenly plundered everything he desired from the three-headed beast, emboldened by his guise as Dumbledore. In Ask's eyes, the three-headed dog represented a veritable treasure trove of galleons, and he felt justified in seizing some gains to compensate for the loss of Dumbledore's whisker. In the distance, Harry and his companions shivered in trepidation at the sheer brutality of this man. In this state, Ask was utterly terrifying. Not only Harry and his friends, but Dumbledore, who had been observing them closely, was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Ask's audacity. His willingness to forsake everything for money was shocking. This was starkly different from Answer. Could he truly be Answer's son? Dumbledore found himself wavering, for the disparity between Ask and his father was glaringly evident, with no semblance of similarity in their temperaments. Aside from their appearances, Ask and Answer appeared to share no connection whatsoever. Perhaps you can achieve what your father could not, Dumbledore mused to himself. Meanwhile, Ask had already amassed considerable spoils, yet his greed urged him to acquire even more. However, the approaching footsteps gradually reminded him that it was time to depart from this place. Get back. Ask kicked the three-headed dog squarely on the nose, stumbling back a few steps before delivering a forceful kick to the door and then sprinting away. Harry and the others awaited him just around the corner, and Ask soon arrived there, coincidentally as the effects of the potion began to wane. Ugh, Hermione spat, quickly turning her head. At that moment, Ask was clad in nothing but tattered remnants, and Hermione did not possess the audacity to gaze at him. Let us go. What are you lingering for? Ask casually draped a jacket over his shoulders and led the way forward. The others exchanged glances, shook their heads, and followed suit. The bell tolled once more, and Ask and his companions had reached the staircase, ready to part ways. All right, farewell. I shall return to my slumber now. As Ask prepared to depart after exchanging a brief greeting, he found that leaving was not as simple as he had anticipated. You know what lies ahead, don't you? Hermione inquired, echoing a question that lingered in the minds of many. Ask maintained an air of calm composure, as if he were already privy to the secrets that awaited them. I am aware of what is there, yet I do not know what it truly is. Ask replied candidly. This was the truth. He understood that behind that door lay guardians, be they human or otherwise. A notion as elementary as the existence of a watchful dog. You nearly put Harry in peril, Hermione exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation. Ask shrugged noncommittally, casting a glance at Harry and then at himself, a wry smile playing on his lips as he remarked, Well, I too am quite curious as to which one of us nearly met their demise. Who chose that dreadful place, anyway? Am I to blame? He shook his head, exchanged a knowing look with Draco, and turned to depart from the scene. Before leaving, he left behind a parting remark. The courage of Gryffindor? It is hardly impressive. The following day, Friday, marked a day of great disdain for the students of Gryffindor, as they were to attend potions class alongside their counterparts from Slytherin. Ask had dined at noon and, feeling devoid of any inclination to slumber, he arrived early at the potions classroom, a space typically bereft of visitors, thus offering a serene atmosphere. When passing by the door of Snape's office, Ask hesitated, contemplating whether to seek an audience with Snape in hopes of persuading him to rescind the decision that had placed him on the Slytherin Quidditch team. Quidditch held little allure for Ask. He much preferred to dedicate the time that would be spent on the sport to other pursuits, such as uncovering the secrets of Hogwarts or simply indulging in a leisurely nap. Ask has always held the belief that, apart from himself, no one possesses the power to compel him to undertake any action he does not wish to pursue. Ask knocked gently on the door. This afternoon, Severus Snape had not attended lunch, and according to his routine, he should be in his office at this hour. In Ask's eyes, Snape was an exceedingly dull individual, devoid of any discernible life ambitions. He resembled a wooden toy, wound tightly, mechanistically navigating through existence until the very end. Perhaps only one person could incite a change within Snape. Ask mused. Harry, perhaps only this boy could elicit a rare moment of vulnerability from Snape. James Potter, Lily Evans. Ask reminisced about two names he discovered etched into a wall in a secluded corner of Hogwarts, reminiscent of a whimsical declaration of presence. As he traced the carvings with his fingers, he could almost sense the joy that enveloped the individuals who inscribed these names, their hands trembling with either anxiety or exhilaration. The handwriting differed markedly. One was hasty and scrawled, while the other was elegant and refined, clearly belonging to a man and a woman. Alongside these names appeared the word love. The names of Harry's parents were not shrouded in secrecy. Ask was well aware of this, as many aspects of their lives were chronicled in literature. They were known to be valiant Gryffindors, to have fallen in love at first sight, and to have persevered in their affection despite Voldemort's malevolence. Stripping away the falsehoods, exaggerations, and hollow accolades, Ask discerned merely a few names from the texts, intertwined in a narrative that transcended the limitations of language. Among these, the name that captured Ask's attention most was Severus Snape. Clearly, This figure was only briefly mentioned in the texts, appearing solely on the enrollment list of that year. Yet he was the one who piqued Ask's curiosity the most. Asko knocked on the door several times, yet there was no response, as if Snape were not present in his office. "What are you doing, Grindelwald?" Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Asko, and upon turning in a flurry, he found none other than Snape, standing behind him. "Good afternoon, Headmaster." Ask forced a smile and greeted him, but then found himself at a loss for words, left standing in silence. Snape towered over Ask, and from his vantage point, all he could see was Ask's tousled hair, golden and beautiful, warm in its disarray, yet not at all unappealing. After a moment of silence, Snape finally produced a key, inserted it into the lock, and opened the door. "Do you require my assistance? Please, step inside." Ask raised his head in confusion. "Just moments ago." Snape's tone had been surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor he typically exhibited. However, it seemed Snape was either oblivious to this or simply indifferent. He bypassed Ask altogether and entered his office without casting a glance in his direction. A sense of unease gnawed at Ask, and he felt a headache brewing. Despite his discomfort, he followed Snape into the office. As soon as he stepped inside, the door closed automatically behind him, and several locks clicked into place, sealing the room from any intruders. Snape's office was quite austere, furnished with only a desk, a chair, a bookshelf, and a bed discreetly concealed behind a curtain. There was a noticeable absence of abundance. Everything was singular, leaving Ask to stand before Snape's desk, grimacing as he observed Snape reclining comfortably in his chair. "Would you care for something to drink?" Snape's tone returned to its usual iciness as he poured himself a cup of black coffee, taking a small sip before addressing Ask. No thank you." Ask hastily shook his head, recalling that he had once wronged Snape and deciding it prudent to exercise caution. After all, it would be all too easy for an expert in potions like Snape to concoct something detrimental for him. "Very well, then," Snape replied, completely disregarding Ask's refusal and pouring a cup of black coffee, which he placed before Ask. "Will you drink it or not?" Ask had always considered himself to be clever, so he cheerfully lifted his cup of black coffee, only to inadvertently let it slip from his grasp, shattering upon contact with the floor. "Wait a moment." Ask gazed at the ground for a full minute, ascertaining that, in addition to the coffee, there lay an unfamiliar skull. He then lifted his head to fix his gaze upon Snape for another minute. "Whose skull is that?" Ask inquired. "It is the skull of a porcupine," Snape replied. "Oh." Ask nodded, bent down, and picked up the porcupine skull. He then hurled it forcefully to the ground, feeling unsatisfied, and leapt upon it several times. "Snape, how dare you play me for a fool? The Headmaster, your transfiguration skills are quite impressive." After venting his frustration, Ask casually addressed Snape. "However, can you restore that?" He gestured towards the pile of shattered bones on the floor. Snape did not even glance at the remnants. Instead, he spoke in a tone tinged with either disappointment or nostalgia, recounting an unrelated tale. Once, the Dark Lord invited a young man to drink, and the youth, without hesitations, consumed the offered beverage. Subsequently, the Dark Lord revealed that the cup he had used was crafted from a human skull, and it was fresh. The young man merely smiled faintly, raising the now revealed, bloodied skull cup, and inquired of the Dark Lord, "This is quite a fine wine. Do you have more?" "How disgusting." Ask remarked with a furrowed brow, his expression one of utter disbelief. That person must be mad to drink such a thing. Snape refrained from commenting and continued his narrative. The Dark Lord was pleased and bestowed the cup upon the young man. After the young man departed, he remarked to his followers, "This individual is worthy of becoming my successor." And then this individual was eliminated by the Dark Lord? "That young man was your father. That young man was your father." Ask was momentarily taken aback. His first instinct was to believe that Snape was jesting. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that Snape's persona did not lend itself to frivolity. The notion of suddenly acquiring a father figure was not entirely foreign to Ask, for upon arriving at Hogwarts, he had already begun to speculate after many ghosts, including the present Snape, mistook him for another individual. Perhaps, he mused, his father had truly spent time here. This was the initial thought that crossed his mind. Yet, at this moment, it appeared that his father was no ordinary man, and Ask felt certain that such a figure would not be entirely unfamiliar to him. He had perused the genealogy of the Grindelwald family, which, aside from the elder Grindelwald, revealed no notable individuals, of course, excluding his father, who was not listed in the family lineage. Who was he? Ask found himself curious. Regardless of the truth of the matter, he was intrigued by this enigmatic figure, particularly given his obscurity. Snape fell silent for a moment, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his arms. Observing Ask's reaction closely, Snape noted when Ask instinctively covered his wrist. A fleeting smile crossed Snape's face, albeit a somewhat stiff and bitter one, for it had once been so. Ask stroked his chin. His gaze fixed upon Snape's arm for an extended period. The skull and serpent emblem mirrored that on his wrist, once a symbol of an individual, now a badge of a collective. Death Eaters? Ask inquired, his tone surprisingly calm, even to himself. Yes. You too? Yes. Does Dumbledore know? Ask asked. Not pausing for Snape's response, continuing instead, he must be aware of what transpired in the past. I am not entirely certain of the details, he said, furrowing his brow, beginning to grasp the source of his unease. What do you wish to achieve? The truth. The truth? You have the right to know the truth. And we shall enlighten you, Snape replied with an unruffled demeanor. Ask lowered his head, and beneath him lay fragments of bone. Mere moments ago, it had been an intact porcupine skull. Just a few moments prior, Ask had been contemplating how to persuade Snape to reconsider, abandoning the notion of enlisting him for the Quidditch team. In the span of mere minutes, so much had transformed, both regarding the porcupine skull and within Ask himself. Since I possess the right to know, Ask raised his gaze to meet Snape's eyes, both pairs reflecting clarity akin to still waters, untroubled and serene. I also hold the right to refuse. Refusal? Snape appeared taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated, for indeed, from the very beginning, things had diverged from his expectations. Ask nodded, earnest and resolute, betraying not a hint of hesitation or regret. My father, well, I still do not know his name. I can only refer to him as he. It should be said that I have no interest whatsoever in him, be he a Death Eater or not. And whatever deeds he may have committed hold no intrigue for me. I assumed you would be interested in the unknown, in a father whom you have never met. I thought you would care. In truth, there is another reason. Ask suddenly chuckled, a genuine smile illuminating his face, and then, in a rather unfriendly gesture, he raised his middle finger towards Snape. I do not trust you. I harbor no trust for Dumbledore either, nor for any of you. None whatsoever. Ask waggled his middle finger defiantly. Why should I place my faith in your words? Human hearts are treacherous. What do you possess that would earn my trust? In comparison to you, I would sooner believe that the Dark Lord was indeed vanquished by Harry. I can swear that every word I speak is true. Ask shook his head vigorously, unwilling to hear a single word. Snape could only remain silent. Then Ask spoke. What you say may indeed be entirely true, however. I still do not believe you. It is said that the most cunning lies contain one falsehood amidst 10 truths. Yet, why can't all 10 statements be true? Constructing a deceptive facade with genuine words? Ask shrugged, gesturing to himself and then to Snape. A true lie, perhaps you might present such to Harry, but for me, I'm afraid I will not grant you that opportunity. Therefore, do you refuse? As Ask smiled and nodded, he self-deprecatingly remarked, in truth, this is a manifestation of my own insecurity, for I am uncertain of the decision I might make after hearing your words. Perhaps I might unwittingly sell myself, which would certainly not bode well. That said, have you not, in moments of unawareness, also sold yourself to Dumbledore? You seem intent on sowing discord between him and me. Severus, with an air of indifference, replied, it is rather amusing. My relationship with Dumbledore is far less intricate than others might presume. Such a bond cannot, nor will it ever, be severed. Ah, I assure you, that was not my intention, Ask replied, shaking his head. As for my father, who he truly is, if I desired to uncover that, I would do so myself. Dean, you cannot claim that what you know about my father is necessarily accurate. The reality is this, aside from my father himself, I dare say no one is qualified to profess an acquaintance with him. Like you, I am equally in the dark regarding his true nature. We are all starting from the same line. At the very least, we know his name. Severus, with a hint of implication, responded, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips, albeit only at the corners. His name is Shafik. The smile of Ask froze, and Snape felt a sense of satisfaction. His previous retreat had merely been an impromptu performance. To achieve his objectives, a methodical approach was not the sole option. Now you are aware. Snape felt a twinge of pride. Even if you were unwilling, you still knew the truth. Unless you rendered yourself deaf and blind, a mere shell of existence, you would always be aware, as long as we are willing. Answer? Ask raised his head with an odd expression, and Snape felt a sudden jolt in his heart, his earlier pride dissipating. Ask scrutinized Snape for a long while before finally shaking his head, seemingly filled with regret as he remarked, so, Dumbledore does not trust you either. 1 year ago, in a shadowy corner, Ask leaned against the wall, coldly mocking the bearded Auror standing before him, his face etched with indescribable scorn and disdain. Ask Grindelwald, do you have anything else to say? The Auror's voice was frigid. For a prisoner accused of heinous crimes, there was no need for cordiality. Of course, I deny all accusations against me. Those 4 unfortunate souls were not slain by my hand. I am innocent. We possess ample evidence. Ask interrupted without reservation. Surely you must be aware that I am unwell. Possessing a figment of a personality, a fanatical, brutal, and merciless butcher. Indeed, perhaps those 4 unfortunate souls met their demise at his hands. How can that be attributed to me? The bearded Auror suppressed his fury, already cognizant of the verdict. An accord had been reached within the confines of the Wisengamot. This murderer would be exonerated. You are merely evading responsibility. The physicians at St. Mungo's have conducted their examinations, and you are undoubtedly aware of the results. I trust one need not reiterate the findings. Were it not for your grandfather, that accursed old man, who employed threats and intimidation against the Ministry of Magic and St. Mungo's. Ask disdainfully curled his lip, rendered speechless by the intelligence of this Auror. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude for the favorable news brought by the Auror. I wager a copper canute that you shall meet a most unfortunate end. This time, the bearded Auror could no longer contain himself, rolling up his sleeves and seizing Ask. A month later, TSK, I told you, you are destined for misfortune. He glanced at a piece of news tucked away in the corner of the newspaper, chuckling softly before casually tossing it into the waste bin. The motion sent a twinge of pain through his still-healing wounds. However, the exhilaration of revenge dulled the ache, leaving Ask in high spirits. I can no longer stay here, so farewell. What did you say? As Ask stroked his chin, a playful glint in his eyes as he gazed at Snape, he had no intention of answering his question. Revealing the answer so readily would render it rather mundane. Wouldn't it? Headmaster, I must confess that I harbor no interest in Quidditch. I do not wish to join the Quidditch team. So I kindly request that you remove my name from the roster. Ask recalled the true purpose of his visit, disregarding Snape's current thoughts, and stated it unequivocally. Your father was once the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Ask could not help but chuckle, shaking his head with a sympathetic expression towards Snape. So, it seems Dumbledore truly does not trust you. He never informed you of the kind of person I am, or at least the kind I once was, did he? Snape nodded in acknowledgement. I possess no innate talent for Quidditch. I am rather clumsy regarding this sport, likely only marginally better than Neville, certainly inferior to most. Ask remarked with a smile, yet Snape's countenance darkened. Nevertheless, Ask continued, thus, I am genuinely astonished by your decision to place me on the Quidditch team. No one has ever valued me in such a manner before. Do you intend to provoke me into expelling you from the Quidditch team? Snape replied coldly. If so, well, perhaps my fondness for you could increase a smidgen, Ask said earnestly. If you disagree, I am indifferent, after all. As long as it is something I am unwilling to do, no one can compel me. If I insist on not joining the Quidditch team, what can you do to me? Deduct my points? I suspect you would exhaust the Slytherin points in the process. Punish me? Would Dumbledore permit such actions? The last individual who treated me in that manner met a rather unfortunate fate. Expel me? That would be splendid. Perhaps I could strive at Beauxbatons to ensure they expel me as well, thereby becoming the first student to be expelled from all 3 major wizarding schools. Beauxbatons only admits female students. Snape's voice turned icy, filled with undeniable anger, yet rendered powerless. He realized that he was utterly helpless against Ask. He was a person impervious to both coercion and persuasion, at least for the time being. Ask shrugged his shoulders, suddenly recalling Draco, who had long aspired to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. Considering his compliance and obedience, perhaps he might lend him a hand this time. With this thought, Ask spoke. In truth, Draco is quite a commendable candidate. It is said that his father shares a close rapport with you, and he himself possesses considerable talent. If one were to select a Slytherin to counter Harry, Draco would be the prime choice, would he not? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Snape's tone was decidedly unwelcoming. If that is your perspective, I have nothing further to say. However, I shall not be joining the Quidditch team. This is not a request, but a notification. Ask replied with a smile, glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, adding with a hint of regret, it is truly unfortunate. Class is about to commence, and we cannot linger any longer. You are always welcome here. That is hardly feasible. I have already offended you. Perhaps next time I arrive, I shall be greeted by Veritaserum, soul-sucking spells, and the Cruciatus curse. Ask feigned fear, then adopted a cheeky expression. Nevertheless, I personally advise against such measures. For this is not the first occurrence of such matters, and yet here I stand, conversing with you in good health." Snape's expression reverted to its usual stoic demeanor, his tone returning to its customary indifference. He coldly remarked, "Dumbledore is mistaken. You are not the individual he requires." "Isn't that a good thing?" Ask replied, grinning broadly. "You do not comprehend Dumbledore." "Not in the slightest," Snape retorted, dismissing Ask. "Class is approaching. Are you not leaving?" "Of course, I do not wish to be late." "That would result in a deduction of points. What a troublesome child you are." The crystal ball before Dumbledore gradually dimmed, the final image being Ask's provocative smile. Such a distinctive character. In Dumbledore's office, there was another guest who observed Ask's visage with keen interest, unreserved in his admiration. Gellert had a remarkable grandson. He was assuredly well suited for the future. The next Dark Lord? Dumbledore rubbed his eyes, offering a wry smile. "This is hardly encouraging news. By the time this child matures, we may very well be displayed as relics on the wall. Who could possibly thwart him then? He may be young, yet he continues to grow. Youth is an advantage. Even if he does nothing, we shall all succumb to age before him. If only he were my grandson, everything would be considerably easier." "Well, that seems unattainable. Alchemy cannot achieve such a feat, but I possess a rather unconventional suggestion." "Do share." "Why not marry Gellert? That way, you would become his grandmother." "Why not grandfather? Does he not already have one?" Recently, Draco had been in high spirits, as Snape had permitted him to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. He was the first student in nearly a century to join the team in his first year, a supreme honor, at least in Draco's eyes. However, for Ask, such so-called honor was merely worth 10 galleons. Quidditch practice occurred weekly, and naturally, Draco was no exception, which often left Ask alone in the dormitory, providing a measure of peace. Life seemed to settle into a tranquil routine, each day comprised of attending classes, dining, completing assignments, playing, and sleeping serene and uneventful. Ever since that day when he nearly quarreled with Snape, Ask had become considerably more subdued, resembling an ordinary student, leading an unremarkable academic life, adhering to the rules, and refraining from any unruly behavior. Ask has recently been frequently engaging with the phantoms dwelling within the castle. He endeavors to connect with any spirit he can reach, and from their lips, Ask has gleaned a wealth of information, both valuable and trivial. These specters span a timeline from a millennium ago to just over a century past, and there exists scarcely a tale from Hogwarts that eludes their knowledge. Do not be deceived by my current demeanor. I was once a formidable knight, until an arrow struck my knee. This boastful tone inevitably brought to Ask's mind a certain individual. With a sense of curiosity, he ventured to inquire, "Pardon my impertinence, but what is your connection to Don Quixote?" "Don Quixote?" Sir Cadogan, residing on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, widened his eyes in surprise. He scratched his somewhat balding head, pondering for a considerable time before responding. "I do not know. Was he also a knight?" Ask nodded, and Sir Cadogan inquired, "Is he formidable?" "He must be quite impressive." "Excellent," Sir Cadogan exclaimed with enthusiasm. He let out a whistle, and a diminutive steed galloped from the distant meadow. Sir Cadogan mounted the horse and declared, "I shall go forth to challenge him." Ask rolled his eyes in exasperation and inquired, "Do you know where he is?" "I have no idea," came the reply. "Then how do you intend to duel with him?" The response from Sir Cadogan left Ask astounded, fundamentally altering his expectations of these spirits. "If he does not arrive to duel with me within 3 days, then he is a coward, a craven." Ask stroked his chin, too weary to utter a single word, and turned to leave. "Ha! Is this what one calls the Knights of the Round Table? Lancelot, Bedivere is but your younger brother. Ooh. And Merlin is your elder brother. Ha ha." Ask extracted a small notebook from his pocket, densely filled with numerous accounts of specters. Behind Sir Cadogan, Ask recorded the knight's self-narration, subsequently appending the term fraud. Indeed, Sir Cadogan was a member of the Round Table. If one were to strip away the embellishments of his tales, a substantial portion would still hold truth. After fervently scribbling for a considerable time, Ask reluctantly realized that the intelligence he had gleaned from Sir Cadogan was perhaps only the location of Merlin's grave that held any significant value. He mused that it might be worth a visit, as he could potentially encounter the phantoms of Merlin and Vivian there. "What are you up to?" "Oh, good afternoon, Barrow." Ask closed his notebook and greeted the sanguine gentleman, who he had intended to converse with as well. The weather was delightful. Perhaps they could indulge in some afternoon tea? "I am but a spectre, able only to observe, not to partake," Barrow replied. "You seem to have been in frequent contact with the ghosts of Hogwarts lately. Is that not a good thing?" Ask retorted. Barrow's hollow eyes betrayed no emotion as he merely shook his head. "Your inquiry will yield no revelations. They have been consistently secretive regarding that matter." "What matter?" The very matter you wish to know, Barrow responded. Ask stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before inquiring. Why? That is part of the matter, and thus I cannot disclose it to you. With an air of mystery, Asko pursed his lips and sighed. Given that Bloodman Barlow had stated such, it seemed indeed challenging for him to obtain what he sought from the ghost. Nevertheless, he posed another question to Bloodman Barlow. What can you reveal to me? Why is it that other professors exhibit no reaction upon encountering you, while Snape, Dumbledore, and our ghost display such peculiar behavior? Bloodman Barlow responded, Am I renowned? Your father is quite famous, came the reply. Is that so? Asko shook his head. I have already perused the library. The individual known as Answer Shafik appears to be an utter nobody, with no records pertaining to him. I reviewed the list of Hogwarts students from the past century, and there was no trace of this person. He cast a glance at Bloodman Barlow. Either Answer Shafik is a pseudonym, or someone among you is lying, or perhaps I have said nothing at all. Bloodman Barlow turned and gradually departed. As Asko watched him leave, he retrieved a small notebook and gazed at it for a long time. Suddenly, flames ignited in his hand, and the notebook was set ablaze, reducing it to ashes that were carried away by the wind. I refuse to believe that nothing remains. Next week marks Halloween. Ask raised his head, gazing at Draco, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and replied somewhat exasperatedly, I am aware that next week is Halloween. Next week is Halloween. I know. Next week is Halloween. I know. Next week is. Ask sighed, extending his right hand and drawing a circle in the air with his index finger. He cast a spell without a wand, closing his ears to the cacophony around him. Suddenly, the world fell into a serene silence. He cast a glance at Draco, who was still muttering incessantly, and returned to his task. The 6-inch paper required embellishment to meet the length requirement. However, Draco's constant questioning about the meaning of Halloween lingered in the air. Would there be some delightful surprise on that day? It had been over a month since he last visited that place. Perhaps he should consider going back. As Ask bit down on his quill, he stared at the blank parchment, feeling a surge of indecision. Curiosity urged him to act swiftly, yet reason cautioned that this was not the right moment. After pondering for a while, Ask retrieved his lucky coin from his pocket, weighing it in his hand before tossing the golden galleon high into the air, allowing it to fall upon the table. Clink, heads up. Ask smiled faintly. The outcome aligned perfectly with his expectations. Perhaps even the Almighty deemed such mundane days excessively tedious, prompting him to add a touch of drama this Halloween, truly instilling fear among the denizens of Hogwarts. The troll, lurking in the underground classroom, left behind a cryptic remark before collapsing to the floor, unconscious, an utterance from Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor. The students in the Great Hall were initially stunned, caught off guard, many of them oblivious to the true nature of a troll. However, after some elucidation from their older peers, they soon grasped the terrifying reality of the creature. Behold, even the professor of dark arts had succumbed to fear, no, to fainting. A collective gasp erupted from the students, many tossing their half-eaten food aside in a frenzy, scrambling to their feet as if they might flee like startled rabbits at any moment. Dumbledore, surely unperturbed by the troll, recognized that the chaos among the students required immediate and careful management. Silence. Dumbledore's voice resonated powerfully, cutting through the clamor and successfully redirecting the students' attention to him. Prefects, he commanded, his tone deep and authoritative, casting a stern gaze across the heads of the 4 houses. Lead your respective students back to their dormitories. Without hesitation, the prefects sprang into action, guiding the students away from the hall in an orderly fashion, forming lines as they made their way to their common rooms. In the Great Hall, Dumbledore addressed the remaining professors. As for you, join me in the underground classroom. He then strode from the hall, never casting a glance at the unconscious Quirrell. Although the other teachers were filled with questions, they obediently followed Dumbledore's lead, exiting one by one, except for one, Snape. While the other professors headed toward the underground classroom, he mingled among the students, hastily making his way upstairs. Few noticed this peculiar behavior, but Harry did. What is he doing? Harry murmured. Why isn't he with the other professors in the underground classroom? How should I know? Ron replied indignantly. Well, it doesn't matter. What is crucial is that we must find Hermione first. Reluctantly, Harry abandoned his plan to follow Snape, feeling in his gut that something clandestine was afoot. Quietly, Harry and Ron crept along another corridor, striving to remain silent. Suddenly, Ron raised his hand, his brow furrowed as he looked at Harry. Can you smell that? Harry inhaled deeply. A repugnant stench assaulted his nostrils, reminiscent of a combination of dirty socks and a perpetually unkempt public restroom. Then, They heard a low grumbling and the sound of heavy footsteps dragging across the floor. Ron noticed a massive figure moving toward them at the end of a corridor on the left. They quickly retreated into the shadows, watching as it emerged into the moonlight. The sight was utterly terrifying. It stood 12 feet tall, its skin dull and grayish like granite, its enormous, clumsy body resembling a mound of gigantic rubble, topped with a small head akin to a cocoa bean. Its short legs were as stout as tree stumps, ending in flat, calloused feet. The stench emanating from it was nauseating. Clutched in its hand was a hefty wooden club, dragging behind it due to its long arms. A troll. The troll halted beside a door, peering inside, its long ears twitching as it made a decision with its small head before lowering itself and slowly entering the room. "The key in the lock," Harry whispered excitedly, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "We can lock it inside." "Good idea." Thus, the two reckless boys sidled toward the ajar door, their mouths dry, fervently hoping the troll would not suddenly charge out. Harry took a bold leap, grasped the key, and forcefully slammed the door shut, securing it tightly. "Done. 5 minutes earlier. Are you hungry? I have a piece of chocolate cake here." Ask knocked lightly on the door. Unsurprisingly, the words that emerged from within were concise, yet profoundly expressive of the speaker's emotions. "Go away." "How rude." Ask shook his head, utterly oblivious to how inappropriate the timing, location, tone, and circumstances of that statement were. "Hey, Hermione, how long do you intend to remain in there crying?" "I'm not crying." "I bet a bronze knut that not only have you cried, but you are also quite heartbroken." Ask leaned against the door, his gaze fixed on the torch affixed to the wall, while his ears remained attuned to the sounds behind the door. They all said Hermione had fainted from crying in the restroom. "I am not crying." "Oh, really?" Ask chuckled, tapping the door a few more times. "Then could you enlighten me as to why you have spent an entire afternoon in the restroom, even missing a class?" "I am not crying." "Hey, that is not what I am asking you." "I am not crying." "Who are you trying to fool?" "You are crying right now." Ask, both amused and slightly irritated, remarked that he was not deaf. How could he possibly be unaware of whether the person inside was crying? Ask felt a twinge of headache, overwhelmed by the sound of weeping emanating from the adjacent cubicle. Although he was aware that Hermione's tears were not a result of his actions, he could not shake off a sense of guilt, as if he were somehow responsible for her distress. It was as though he had inadvertently become the scapegoat for someone else's troubles. The cries grew louder in his ears, intermittently punctuated by fragmented phrases. Yet after listening for what felt like an eternity, Ask could not comprehend a single word. After merely 20 seconds, he could no longer endure the situation. He rapped sharply on the cubicle door, and the sobs diminished slightly. "Who has upset you?" Ask inquired, fully cognizant that this was a rhetorical question. For it was likely that the entire Hogwarts community was already aware that Ron was the one who had caused Hermione's tears. "You," came the retort. "Hey, speak with integrity. How could I have possibly upset you?" "It was you." Clearly it was Ron. "I refuse to bear the blame for that fool." Ask, somewhat irate, exclaimed, "What a joke. Why should I bear the brunt for that fool, Ron? I can tolerate many things, but not this. Ron is a scoundrel, and so are you. How dare you liken that imbecile to me?" Hermione's voice abruptly ceased, and after a moment, she replied, "Ron may indeed be a scoundrel, but in comparison to you, he is nothing." "Thank you for the compliment," he retorted. "How shameless." Hermione shouted in anger, yet this time Ask did not respond immediately. Before Hermione could speak again, a foul stench wafted into her nostrils, nearly causing her to retch. Just then, the door was knocked upon several times. It seemed that I was not the only one wishing to explore the ladies' restroom today. "Hey, Hermione, if you wish to survive, do stay hidden inside." Ask's voice resonated once more, devoid of any levity or mockery this time. His tone was calm and unequivocal, prompting Hermione to instinctively nod in agreement. "Then petrify them all." A beam of gray light burst forth. The troll is a fearsome creature, towering at 12 feet and weighing over a ton, renowned for its immense strength. It is equally notorious for its sheer stupidity. It frequently resorts to violence, striking without warning, and its tough hide renders ordinary spells and physical attacks largely ineffective against it. A fragment of information flickered through Ask's mind. Confronted with this fearsome behemoth, he experienced an unsettling sense of familiarity, for in a certain sense, this creature was akin to his kin. The behemoth, native to the Scandinavian peninsula, had once been sighted in Ask's homeland of Norway, where he had personally witnessed a coven of sorcerers capturing one of these colossal beings. Its vulnerabilities lay in its eyes, nose, and the back of its head. The petrifying curse cast by Asker struck the giant's nose, yet yielded little effect. The colossal creature merely rubbed its nose a few times before furiously swinging its club towards Asker. With a thunderous crash, the floor was dented by the giant's blow, and the debris scattered, leaving Asker in pain all over, having neglected to cast a protective iron armor upon himself. Iron armor. As Ask drew several strokes upon his own body, an ethereal suit of knightly armor enveloped him, offering protection without impeding his agility. The language of the giant was rudimentary, comprising nothing more than grunts and huffs. It was said that some wizards could decipher this tongue and tame giants for their own purposes. Here stood a mountain troll, one of the branches of giants, the others being forest trolls and water trolls. Among them, the mountain troll was the most brutish and the most dim-witted. While wizards might scorn the troll's intellect, its formidable strength and thick skin rendered it one of the most troublesome creatures for them to contend with. If a mountain troll could articulate its thoughts in human language, its mantra would undoubtedly be, muscle over intellect. Turn to stone. This time, Ask aimed for the giant's eye. He did not miss, yet the giant merely closed its eyelids, rendering Ask's petrification spell ineffective. In that moment, due to a slight delay in his movement, the giant's club came crashing down beside him, nearly crushing him. The giant raised its club high, thumping its chest vigorously as if to assert dominance. Ask's repeated attempts to harm it proved futile, and the giant's vigilance began to wane. It started to toy with its prey. This behavior mirrors the instinct of many animals. Cats, for instance, often release a caught mouse only to pounce on it again, allowing it to escape repeatedly until it succumbs. Indeed, the foolish giant began to mock the cunning wizard, a most ironic twist of fate. Understanding the giant's intentions, Ask complied by fleeing in a disheveled manner, his appearance becoming increasingly ragged. The giant, akin to a game of whack-a-mole, swung its club with vigor, lifting it high only to bring it down with great force, intentionally slowing its strikes just as they neared Ask to afford him a chance to escape. After a time of this relentless battering, Ask managed to circle around to the giant's side. Pressing his back against the door, he bent low, taking a deep breath in preparation to surge forward for a surprise attack on the back of the giant's head. Suddenly, the door burst open. Bang! Hermione. We are here to rescue you, Ron shouted as he charged in, only to be met by an unidentified object that struck him squarely, knocking him to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Ron heard a sharp crack, followed by a familiar, excruciating pain in his arm that dredged up a dark memory. Not again, Ron remarked with an unsettling calmness, before his head tilted to the side and he lost consciousness. Ron, Harry cried out, entering the scene to find a figure sprawled atop Ron, who lay unconscious beneath. A pool of blood began to spread from beneath Ron, staining the floor crimson. Ron, Harry called again, rushing forward to push the figure off Ron and carefully inspect his injuries. Besides the arm twisted at an unnatural angle, no other wounds were apparent. As Harry stared at the blood on his hands, he suddenly heard a furious, menacing roar. Get out! Before he could react, an immense force hurled both Harry and Ron violently against the wall. Harry felt as though his bones might shatter, every inch of him aflame with pain. He curled up in agony, his glasses falling aside, leaving his vision a blur. Ask glared menacingly at Harry and Ron, who lay on the ground. One of his arms dangled limply, swaying like a rope, while the other clutched a wand tightly. A gash marred his forehead, crimson blood oozing forth and obscuring one of his eyes, while the other blazed with a fury that threatened to consume all. His lips were also split, blood staining the corner of his mouth, and his clenched expression bore an unsettling, fearsome quality. He had been on the brink of death, merely a heartbeat away from it. Ask's only open eye widened in horror and fury, his heart gripped tightly by fear, rendering him breathless. Thanks to those two imbeciles, he had nearly been crushed into a pulp by the giant. The creature raised its club to its face, sniffed, and then greedily licked the blood from the weapon until it was clean. Perhaps the taste of blood had incited it further, for it became more ferocious, the swing of its club more menacing. Faced with the impending blow of the descending club, Ask did not flinch or evade. He raised his wand with fierce determination, aiming it at the colossal weapon, and with all his might, he bellowed, "Shatter!" With a resounding crack, the sturdy club shattered, the giant's weapon obliterated. Seizing the moment of the giant's astonishment, Ask's actions did not falter. His hand moved with blinding speed, casting spell after spell. A continuous line of red light surged forth, slicing through the giant's form like a chainsaw. Shatter! 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 The giant howled in agony as one of its arms gradually separated from its torso under the spell's influence. The skin at the shoulder split, revealing the fat beneath, which was severed like tofu, while muscle fibers snapped inch by inch, and the bones groaned under the strain. Shatter! Finally, the giant's arm was severed, crashing heavily to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. A torrent of foul blood splattered onto Ask, staining him crimson. The giant's blood was as red as that of Ask chuckled softly, inching closer to the giant until he paused just a meter away. His wand was slightly raised, aimed at the creature's head, where a chilling aura of lethal intent gathered at its tip, the temperature plummeting sharply, accompanied by an eerie wail echoing from an unknown source. Do you now grasp the essence of fear? Ask smiled, yet there was no trace of joy in his eyes. His wand traced a familiar path, first forming a D, then an E, followed by an A, T, and H, culminating in the word death. Avada Kedavra. Ask was acutely aware of the incantation's release method, for it was the very first spell he had ever learned, taught to him by the venerable Grindelwald. The wand he wielded was the very one he now held, 11 inches long, crafted from ash wood, adorned with a phoenix feather, and exhibiting remarkable flexibility. It was produced by the illustrious wand-maker Gringotts, renowned alongside Ollivander. This wand, once employed by Grindelwald, had also been in Ask's possession. At the tip of the wand, green light swirled, on the verge of erupting forth to manifest as the Grim Reaper's scythe, ready to reap lives. Suddenly, a flash of white light struck the wand. It is well known that the speed of light surpasses that of sound, both of which far exceed human reaction time. Disarm your weapon. Accompanied by a tardy yet commanding voice, Snape dashed into the room. His wand pointed decisively at the troll's head. A stone hurtled forward, crashing heavily against the troll's vulnerable occiput, causing it to collapse silently. Snape turned, his expression grim. He seemed poised to utter something, perhaps a rebuke, a roar, or a sardonic remark, when a sudden sharp crack reached his ears, rendering him momentarily silent. As Ask's wand abruptly splintered, the core revealed itself, a black phoenix feather. The moment it met the air, it ignited spontaneously, consuming not only itself but also the ash tree wand, which quickly disintegrated into a cloud of ashes. This wand, having accompanied the venerable Grindelwald for much of his life, was lost in an instant, so unexpectedly and implausibly that all witnesses were left in stunned silence. Only Ask understood that his wand had suffered grievous damage long before, approximately 70 or 80 years ago, during a battle that Grindelwald still hesitated to mention. It had nearly shattered then, leaving cracks along its length. Subsequently, Grindelwald sought a replacement wand, rendering this one idle. Time did not mend its wounds, yet it did not worsen either. Ultimately, Grindelwald was vanquished by Dumbledore, and in his days of self-imposed confinement, he endeavored to restore the wand. But it seemed to no longer recognize him as its master. Eventually, Ask became the wand's new owner, and after more than a year of coaxing, he managed to align it with his will. Though they were not perfectly in sync, it proved to be a commendable wand. During his time at Durmstrang, the wand found ample opportunities for use, seemingly revitalized, gradually accepting Ask as its partner, obeying his commands, until it suffered yet another severe blow. After departing from Durmstrang, Ask found himself in the unfortunate position of realizing that his wand was no longer suitable for use. He was uncertain when this wand would ultimately meet its demise. It was during this period that Ask began his quest for a wand that would suit him, immersing himself in the study of wand lore with the intention of crafting one for himself. In Diagon Alley at Ollivander's wand shop, he encountered a wand that measured 11 inches in length, crafted from ash and containing a phoenix feather, exhibiting remarkable flexibility. Upon first laying eyes on this wand, Ask instinctively recognized it as the one he had been searching for. To obtain it, he resorted to less than honorable means to take it from Ollivander. However, this wand proved to be far more unruly than he had anticipated. It possessed a distinct character, a stubbornness, and an unwavering resolve. Ultimately, through a series of unforeseen events, Ask lost this wand, which now likely rests in some inconspicuous corner, enjoying its twilight years. Ask often opts for arduous and ineffective wandless magic, as the wand inherited from the venerable Grindelwald has grown weary with age. Allowing it to rest indefinitely may indeed be the wisest course of action. When a wizard chooses a wand, he must also accept responsibility for it. This is a principle upheld by Ask. Conversely, when a wand selects a wizard, it must remain loyal to its master. This is a mandate that the wand must adhere to. Just moments ago, as Ask found himself powerless, consumed by an inferno of rage while his adversaries mocked him, he felt the profound resonance of his wand's spirit. When does a wand truly cease to exist? Is it when it breaks? No, it is when it is forgotten. Only forgetfulness signifies the demise of a wand. A wand is a tool, and the essence of a tool lies in its utilization. When its master calls upon it, it must manifest to assist in the execution of his desires. A wand is akin to a servant. While a wizard may possess numerous wands, each wand typically has but one master. This singular allegiance is both a blessing and a curse for the wand. A competent tool should not be relegated to obscurity, nor should a devoted servant stand idly by while its master faces adversity. As Ask conformed to the will of the wand, he resolved to wield it against the formidable adversary before him. However, he also vowed that henceforth he would never again allow himself the opportunity to utilize this wand. It is precisely due to his weakness that he finds himself in need of the wand's assistance. Ask understood much, which greatly aided him and would undoubtedly influence his future. From this perspective, the wand also served as his mentor. Then, a disarming spell struck, causing the wand to shatter into ashes. Typically, a wand possesses but a single master, and this characteristic was strikingly evident in Ask's wand. It would rather break than submit to a disarmament curse. At times, a person may prove to be less resolute than a mere wand. Ask did not know how to articulate his current feelings, if he were compelled to describe it. Perhaps a single word would suffice: emptiness, void, solitude, chill, desolation. Like a statue, he stood still for a moment, before moving cautiously to collect the ashes of his wand into a small vial. He intended to pocket the vial, yet just before it reached his pocket, he paused, smiled faintly, and retrieved a piece of string. He secured the vial to it, crafting a somewhat rudimentary pendant, which he solemnly hung around his neck. You shall no longer remain there alone. I wager a copper natter that you shall not meet a good end. As Ask lifted his head and smiled at Snape, his tone remained unremarkable, his expression composed, as if recounting a matter of little significance. Snape found himself at a loss for words. What should he say? An apology? A reprimand? Or perhaps words of comfort? Just a glance at Ask revealed to Snape the futility of any response, leading him to opt for silence. This was a misunderstanding. Both Ask and Snape were aware of it. Yet, it was clear that Ask could not genuinely treat the situation as a mere misunderstanding. How dare you speak to a professor in such a manner, Mr. Grindelwald? Accompanying Snape were Professors McGonagall and Quirrell, and after Ask's audacious remark, McGonagall's temper flared. The dignity of professors is not to be trifled with. Even if they were in the wrong, it was not the place of a student to presume to admonish them, let alone in such an overtly threatening fashion. Ah, is there an issue with my tone? Ask retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and slowly wiped the blood from his eyes. The grotesque blood bore a slight toxicity, causing a stinging sensation in his gaze. His wounds remained untreated, blood oozing from his body, and every inch of him ached with pain. Yet, the agony brought forth a peculiar stimulation. Ask felt his mind was exceptionally clear and alert at this moment. The earlier struggle had not provided him with the release he sought. He required an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Certainly, it was somewhat impolite. Ask smiled faintly, and, before Professor McGonagall could speak, he interjected. Perhaps I should express it this way, Headmaster Snape. To slay you with my own hands would be my ultimate honor. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone, whether it was Harry and Ron, disheveled and just rising from the ground, the shivering Quirrell standing to one side, the perplexed Hermione emerging from the restroom. The furious Professor McGonagall, or Snape himself, was rendered speechless. Enough, Mr. Grindelwald! Professor McGonagall exclaimed in anger. Ask merely shrugged, turning away, and, regardless of the gazes directed at him, began to walk slowly outside. Blood dripped onto the floor, staining the ground he traversed. Ask smiled. At that moment, laughter was all he desired. Nothing more was necessary. When tears fail to resolve issues, what harm is there in a smile? Eventually, Dumbledore learned of the incident from Professor McGonagall, albeit differently from what he had gathered from Snape. In this version, Ask was depicted as a disrespectful and unruly student in dire need of strict discipline. Very well, Minerva. I am aware of the situation, Dumbledore stated, his tone eliciting some discontent from McGonagall, for it seemed he did not regard the matter with the seriousness it warranted. This dissatisfaction was evident on her face, easily readable by Dumbledore. What is the child's condition now? Dumbledore inquired. Merely superficial injuries. He should recover after a few days in the hospital, McGonagall replied, still somewhat shaken, her heart racing. How could he? He is only a first-year student. Dumbledore signed a document without lifting his gaze, replying, how could he not? Of course, he dares. He is the grandson of Gellert Grindelwald, a man whose exploits at Durmstrang surpassed anything that child has done and nearly blew the entire school to smithereens. McGonagall's jaw dropped in astonishment. Does madness flow through the veins of the Grindelwald family? In truth, The child is quite clever, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. I do not deny that. However, his intelligence is not directed toward the right path, and I am greatly concerned. Seemingly sensing McGonagall's apprehension, Dumbledore spoke in a reassuring tone. No one is born a Dark Lord. We must have faith in our students, as well as in ourselves. Let us hope so, she replied. I heard your wand is broken? Ask lifted his head, and there stood Bloodman Barlow before him. He nodded. You are aware then? The entirety of Hogwarts is in the know. Someone must have leaked it. It was likely that fool Ron. Without a moment's hesitation, Ask remarked. I wager a bronze knut that he is currently enduring a dreadful time at the hands of Professor Snape. Do you still refer to him as the Professor? Bloodman Barlow inquired, somewhat taken aback. Why not? He damaged your wand, and you threatened him fiercely on the spot, leaving him no semblance of dignity. Ask shook his head, closed the book, and raised his gaze to the bloodied Spectre Barrow, posing an unrelated question. Do ghosts die? What are the conditions for their demise or disappearance? Barrow was momentarily taken aback, as this query indeed stumped him. Despite being a ghost for over a millennium, he was uncertain of the answer. I am one of the oldest ghosts at Hogwarts, and even now, I remain oblivious to when I might fade away. I do not know what could possibly cause my disappearance. Perhaps only time holds that power. Barrow replied with a hint of uncertainty. Not even the killing curse? Ask inquired. No, I have already attempted that, Barrow responded. As Ask stroked his chin, he cast a peculiar glance at the Bloodman Barrow, as if weighing some unspoken consideration. After a moment of silence, Ask broke it, saying, I would like to ask for your assistance. What kind of assistance? Barrow inquired. I need you to monitor someone. Who? Quirrell. Why? Barrow's vacant eyes fixed intently on Ask, searching his face for any revealing hint. Why should I watch him? Are there matters at Hogwarts you specters are unaware of? Ask retorted with a smile. I dare say Dumbledore is not privy to more than you are. Do not tell me you are unaware of Quirrell's true nature. Quirinus Quirrell. He was once a student of Ravenclaw, distinguished in both academics and character. Many ghosts at Hogwarts still remember him, Barrow replied nonchalantly. After he graduated. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery to us, yet he now serves as the defense against the dark arts professor, indicating he is faring well. After a long, scrutinizing look at Ask, Barrow continued, do you truly believe someone like him could pose a problem? Have I ever claimed he was problematic? Ask blinked innocently, seemingly naive. I merely inquired as to who he truly is. Could he indeed be a concern? You are quite cunning. Thank you for the compliment. Ask bowed slightly, then clapped his hands, eagerly gazing at Barrow. Given our familiarity, would you be so kind as to assist me? I have already aided you extensively, yet your promises remain unfulfilled. What have I promised you? Barrow did not respond, turning away momentarily before stating, I shall help you monitor Quirrell, and I will assist you further. As for what you promised me, I trust you shall recall. Do not let me down. Halloween had passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed since the start of the school year. Hogwarts, nestled in northern England, found itself shrouded in a chill as November set in. This frigid weather was undeniably uncomfortable for Ask, though it paled in comparison to the harsh winters of Russia. The most fortunate aspect was that the strange ailment plaguing Ask had not manifested for quite some time. Perhaps Hogwarts possessed some enchantment that suppressed his affliction. The mountains surrounding the school were veiled in a gray shroud, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake lay as cold and hard as tempered steel. Each morning, frost coated the ground, and with the imminent commencement of Quidditch matches, Hagrid could be seen from the upper windows, bundled in a long coat of mole fur, donning rabbit fur gloves and oversized beaver fur boots as he prepared the Quidditch pitch. Though the weather was frigid, there were a few days when the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed Hogwarts, dispelling the cold and scattering the seeds of spring. These days were most suitable for outdoor activities. On such a day, Ask found no reason to remain confined within the castle, lying beneath a tree, with the sky as his blanket and the earth as his pillow. Indulging in a delightful slumber was the most exquisite of pleasures. If unperturbed, perhaps it would have been so. Ah, so you are hiding here. Ask opened his eyes to a realm of darkness. Upon removing his eye mask, he was confronted by the blinding rays of sunlight piercing directly into his eyes, compelling him to turn his head and gaze at Hermione, who stood beside him, clutching a book. What brings you here? Ask furrowed his brow, his tone devoid of any semblance of welcome. Hermione huffed, a hint of displeasure evident in her voice. Why shouldn't it be me? With a sigh, Ask replaced the eye mask and turned his back to Hermione, resigning to sleep once more. He refrained from uttering another word, as if even a single syllable would squander energy and time. This aloof demeanor irked Hermione, though she could not quite articulate the reason for her vexation. Perhaps it was simply the irritation of being disregarded. Initially, Hermione had sought Ask for a purpose, but after encountering his indifferent response, she felt a flicker of desire to abandon her intentions. However, recognizing who he was, Hermione resolved that any concession would merely signify weakness. She could not yield, but rather must press forward. The earliest recorded basilisk was bred by the despicable Herpo, a Greek dark wizard fluent in Parseltongue. After numerous experiments, he discovered that incubating a hen's egg beneath a toad would yield a serpent of extraordinary abilities and peril. In her hands, Hermione held fantastic beasts and where to find them, borrowed from the library. Taking advantage of the splendid weather, she seated herself on the grass and began to read aloud from the book. Yet, her focus was not on the content of the text. She was reading for another's benefit. "You wish to sleep? I shall not allow it," Hermione declared, a hint of triumph evident as she noticed Ask's body twitch slightly. His form was tense, his ears quivering delicately, and his tousled hair resembled a golden dandelion, amusing and delightful. How she longed to reach out and touch it. Startled by her own thoughts, Hermione faltered in her reading, quickly regaining her composure and raising her voice considerably. The basilisk is a strikingly green serpent, capable of reaching lengths of up to 50 feet. The male possesses a vibrant red feather upon its head, and its long fangs are highly venomous. Yet, its most lethal attack lies in its yellow, penetrating gaze. Any creature that meets its eyes is destined to perish in an instant. Ask's hand gradually moved to his head, pressing against his ears, which Hermione interpreted as a sign of success. She believed that if he persisted any longer, Ask would be unable to find rest. Thus, her voice transformed from reading aloud into a shout. The basilisk, under the control of Parseltongue, could not be subdued by anyone else, making it a peril not only to others but also to most dark wizards. In Britain, there had been no records of basilisk sightings for at least 4 centuries. The birds resting in the trees were startled by Hermione's voice and quickly took flight, while the angry tree guardian contemplated swooping down to attack her. However, as Hermione's voice rose even higher, the guardian had no choice but to retreat. Life had become unbearable. If the guardian could articulate its thoughts, it would likely express such sentiments, to which Ask would wholeheartedly agree. Nevertheless, solutions are always plentiful, and Ask opted for the simplest one, to block out the noise. Ask pointed to his ear with his hand, and as with every other time, all sounds vanished in that moment, leaving only silence and absolute silence. Pleased with himself, Ask stretched lazily, adopting a more comfortable position to continue his slumber, impervious to any noise that might disturb him. Hermione stood speechless, her mouth agape. What could she possibly say? After all, Ask wouldn't he hear a word, would he? Frustrated, disheartened, and decidedly unhappy, Miss Hermione was in no cheerful mood. Crystal clear as a spring, a jet of water struck Ask's face. Clearly, the water of November was far from warm, and a cold splash was just the right remedy to rouse a sleeping individual. Yet, sometimes, we find ourselves unable to awaken one who feigns slumber. Armored for protection, Ask had cast another spell upon himself, the frigid water arrows soaking his garments, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Sleep eluded him, yet opening his eyes was an impossible endeavor. No one could compel Ask to do that which he did not wish, save for himself. Hermione glared at Ask with gritted teeth, an unusual sight, the aggressive, encroaching party seething with fury, while the one enduring silently bore an air of calm. Were eyes capable of slaying, Ask would have long since owed Hermione countless lives. Alas, while the notion of lethal glares may exist, Hermione was certainly incapable of such. With a resounding thud, Hermione hurled the book forcefully at Ask, predictably. It was intercepted mere 5 centimeters from him and tumbled to the ground. Ask, you are the most despicable scoundrel. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Ask suddenly turned around, a mischievous smile adorning his face as he addressed Hermione. He tossed his head back and picked up fantastic beasts and where to find them. Did you borrow this from the library? If this book were to go missing, would you perhaps incur some penalties? Perhaps Madame Pants would never allow you to step foot in the library again. Shaking his head, Ask casually tucked the book into his pocket and continued with a tone that suggested Hermione was particularly deserving of a reprimand. Oh dear. What if this book were to be lost? Give it back to me, Hermione exclaimed. Why should I? Ask retorted, gesturing to the water on his clothes. Isn't a minor consequence justified for someone who disturbed my slumber? Hermione felt her cheeks flush. Indeed, it was she who had instigated Ask. However, persuading Hermione to simply concede and apologize would prove quite the challenge. Very well, I shall not press you further. Answer me a few questions. And I will return the book, Ask said, shaking the book at Hermione. Without waiting for her consent or refusal, he launched into his inquiries. Is Harry currently suspecting that Professor Snape is the thief? Hermione paused for a moment, then nodded. Though numerous questions swirled in her mind, she refrained from voicing them, well aware that Ask would not provide answers. Nevertheless, after a brief hesitation, Hermione added, You are also among those he suspects. Ask was momentarily taken aback, then offered a faint smile. He chuckled softly. Ask could only chuckle, for he realized that he should harbor no hopes regarding the intellect of the foolish lions of Gryffindor. Do you not feel indignant? Hermione was intrigued by Ask's lack of anger. His laughter was laced with derision, akin to one surveying from above a labyrinth, watching the pitiful souls meandering aimlessly within. Thus, Hermione grew even more convinced of her earlier speculations. Ask must surely possess a wealth of knowledge. I wager a bronze knut that your so-called thief is certainly not Professor Snape. As he raised one finger, then another. I further bet a bronze knut that you possess absolutely no evidence to substantiate your claims. Your suspicions are entirely founded on conjecture, magnified by personal biases, distorting what was once a perfectly ordinary matter. In short, you are overthinking it. Do not count me among those who share such beliefs, Hermione lamented. Ask smiled faintly, rising from the grass and stretching his limbs. The dampness of his attire was quite uncomfortable, prompting him to retreat behind a tree. When he emerged 10 seconds later, his garments had been entirely replaced with fresh ones. Do not look at me so astonished. Being splashed with water is not an uncommon occurrence for me. Thus, I have long since honed the skill of swift attire change. As Asker spoke with a hint of self-satisfaction, Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes. It seemed that there were indeed quite a few individuals who harbored disdain for him. Do you know something? Hermione inquired. Indeed, I am aware of all that you know. And even of what you do not know, Asker retorted, retrieving an apple from his pocket and taking a hearty bite. His words were somewhat muffled by the food in his mouth. You must be quite eager to learn what I know, but alas, I shall not divulge it. I shall uncover the truth on my own. Ask stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the apple in his hand. Hermione, he mused. If I manage to capture that individual, how do you suppose Dumbledore would reward me? I recall that our Slytherin house has already surpassed yours in points. Should we receive additional points, the house cup would surely be ours this year, wouldn't it? Don't celebrate too soon, Hermione retorted, tapping her foot in frustration. The Quidditch match is about to commence, and we are trailing behind Slytherin in points. We shall catch up swiftly. You seem quite confident in Harry, Ask remarked, biting into the apple. But he should be cautious. Quidditch matches are not as simple as they appear to be. Is Harry in danger? Hermione exclaimed. One might say that every member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team is at risk, Ask said, discarding the apple core. A slice of chocolate cake appeared in his hand. So, what do you say? Slytherin could offer you some chocolate cake. With you consuming so much, do you not fear cavities? Hermione shook her head. Cavities? Ask looked at her, as if she were an extraterrestrial. Please, we are wizards. Cavities are trivial matters easily remedied with a potion. Yet you, being the daughter of a dentist, certainly maintain your teeth well. The last remark was clearly not a compliment, suppressing the urge to smear chocolate cake across Ask's face. Hermione took a deep breath and inquired, What exactly is happening with Slytherin? Oh, nothing much. I merely heard that someone named Marcus has declared intentions to leave every member of the Gryffindor team bedridden for a week, Ask replied, chewing on his chocolate cake and taking a swig from a bottle of juice. On the field, no one cares whether you are Harry Potter or Dumbledore. Are they not afraid of expulsion? I recall the rules of Quidditch state that matches must be fair and just, with penalties for any violations. Hermione began to recite. Ask quickly interrupted her, speaking in a tone of exasperation. If you have read the Quidditch rules, you should also examine how to unseat your opponents from their brooms. There are listed at least 40 ways to do so without breaking the rules. To my knowledge, this book is a required text for the Slytherin team. Do you not find that despicable? Achieving victory through dishonorable means, Hermione challenged. Ask saw through her thoughts. Yet, as a Slytherin, he felt no remorse for their actions. Were he in their position, he would likely be even more ruthless, for he always either did nothing or took things to extremes. You may inquire further. Last year, your Gryffindor twins slipped laxatives into the Slytherin team's food. During the match, the entire Slytherin team was confined to the restroom, resulting in a forfeit without a fight. Ask stroked his chin, grinning at Hermione. In this regard, your Gryffindor team is hardly remarkable. We are all rule breakers here. Why is it like this? Hermione asked, puzzled. It is merely a game. What difference does it make who wins or loses? Merely a game? Ask mimicked Hermione's tone, his smile growing wider. If you truly believe that, then you may concede defeat, and thus everyone would remain unscathed. You are grasping at straws. Hermione shot back. Do not be so naive, Hermione. The rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor has endured for over a millennium. There has never been peace between these two houses. In fact, Slytherin has long contemplated whether to seek independence from Hogwarts. I personally think it is a splendid idea. Why are you telling me this? Hermione countered, stepping back. She pointed at Ask and then at herself. According to your logic, you are Slytherin and I am Gryffindor. There exists no peace between us. Why share this with me? Ask stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. A gentle smile graced his lips as he softly remarked, It's quite simple, really. I never regarded myself as a Slytherin. Nor did I perceive you as a Gryffindor. Hermione lowered her gaze to the ground, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Was this a confession? Was it too abrupt? Was the pace of their relationship too swift? A myriad of unfamiliar thoughts raced through Hermione's mind, and to her astonishment, she realized that her aversion towards Ask was not as profound as she had believed. This individual, though a tad mischievous, a bit of a rogue, and rather impolite, possessed a few redeeming qualities. Hermione racked her brain, pondering Ask's merits, yet she still underestimated him. Ha. Hermione, are you feeling quite moved? Suddenly, Ask burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. How was my performance just now? I wager a knut that your fondness for me has skyrocketed. Among the Ravenlaws, Rowena Ravenclaw once uttered a rather cryptic phrase. If Godric could change the way he acted, he would not have perished. This statement, though perplexing, was later aptly translated by Professor Binns of History of Magic. If one does not seek death, one will not meet it. Hermione was aware of this saying, but Ask was not. However, it would not be long before Hermione would enlighten Ask about this phrase, ensuring it would resonate in his memory eternally. Let us pray for Ask, hoping he will survive to grace the next chapter. If one listens closely to the forgotten corners, one can hear that every blade of grass possesses a faint yet resounding voice. If one bends down to the dust, one can see that every ant bears a humble yet resilient smile. I am Quirinus Quirrell, the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. This is a cursed position. No one has managed to hold it for more than a year. My master placed a curse upon this role after he was denied it by the esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore. My master, the noble and great Dark Lord. Our encounter was purely accidental, though perhaps it was fate, a destiny that I am meant to embrace. Yet, if, and I emphasize if I could, I would curse this fate, this wretched fate. I have glimpsed my own ending, and it is not a pleasant sight, regardless of my master's success or failure. My fate remains the same. I shall perish, painfully and tragically, forgotten by all. Perhaps my name will be mentioned in the annals of magical history. Within the narrative of my master, though such names are seldom held in esteem, traitor, villain, murderer, what I wish to convey is that my master was not inherently the Dark Lord, just as I was not born into my current state. Fate is such. As insignificant and humble as I am, how can I possibly resist it? I harbor a greater disdain for Headmaster Dumbledore than for my master. That old man with the white beard sees all, hears all, knows all, yet feigns ignorance, blindness, and senility. I understand that I have been forsaken. For the sake of ultimate victory, what is the sacrifice of a Quirrell? My master has divulged much to me. Dumbledore has been orchestrating this for 11 years. Ah, the truth is ever so despairing. Dumbledore, you shall regret this. I swear, you will indeed regret it. Quirrell set down his quill, allowing the ink on the page to dry, lost in thought before his diary. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he tore the completed page from the book, shredding it into fragments and inserting the pieces into the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook. Dumbledore will see this. I am curious to witness his expression upon discovering it. One can easily predict, can't one? A figure as grand as Dumbledore would hardly concern himself with the barks of a petty Quirrell. Quirrell, in self-deprecating humor, glanced at the clock. In an hour, the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor would commence. Rising, Quirrell approached the mirror, adjusting his attire, particularly the scarf wrapped around his head, ensuring that nothing was amiss. Born into an unremarkable family, spending 7 inconspicuous years at Hogwarts, wandering the world in silence, becoming a puppet of the Dark Lord, and then fading quietly away, this should not be my fate. Quirrell spoke to his reflection, which echoed his words back to him before offering a smile. A single tear escaped his eye, cascading down his cheek, shattering upon contact with the ground. Reminiscent of Quirrell's most cherished dreams. I shall become a person of great significance. As the edifice of his aspirations crumbled around him, Quirrell rose from the dust. Dumbledore, do you comprehend the fury of the insignificant? If you do, then please observe in silence. If you do not, I implore you to do the same. You shall regret this, Dumbledore. I swear, you will indeed regret it. Today, the weather is clear yet frigid. The aroma of roasted sausages wafts through the dining hall. As everyone eagerly anticipates a thrilling Quidditch match, chattering animatedly. Draco, will you be playing today? Ask inquired, spearing a sausage, taking a bite before discarding it. He had grown weary of this fare. The sausages from Durmstrang tasted nearly identical to those at Hogwarts. Perhaps, Draco replied, somewhat listlessly. He too speared a sausage but did not consume it, instead poking at it repeatedly with his fork, as if venting his frustrations. I wager a knut that you will not take the field today. As Ask took a bite of the chocolate cake, Draco couldn't help but roll his eyes. Recently, Ask had been incessantly proclaiming, I bet a bronze knut, and Draco had already lost quite a few galleons to him. I'm afraid I can't place a bet, he said wearily, for I wager that I will not be participating. He turned his head toward the other side, where the Quidditch team members were indulging in hearty discussions about today's match, and could only utter, may you all fall from your brooms. Preferably that seeker, Terence Higgs. It's rather chilly today, Ask remarked as he sipped his juice. So, I think I shall simply opt for a nap. It's settled. Are you really so averse to the cold? Draco asked, tugging at Ask's thick coat and gesturing to his own attire. I thought you were raised in the north? More specifically, Norway, Ask replied. However, my aversion to the cold is unrelated to the weather. In fact, I am sweltering at the moment. I believe you ought to seek Madame Pomfrey for some remedy. One must not abandon treatment, Draco said earnestly. It's incurable. I have ceased all treatment, Ask shrugged, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Moreover, after visiting Madame Pomfrey once, I can assure you, no one would desire to return. One of Ask's darkest memories in this life is the moment he consumed Madame Pomfrey's potion, then raised his thumb and smiled, ultimately exclaiming, another bowl, please. I was once a fervent youth, capable of running naked through the snow, until I had a dream. What dream? A dream of running naked through the snow, Ask replied. Is it truly that simple? What do you think? Ask rolled his eyes, stood up, adjusted his clothing, and without glancing back, stated, I'm heading back to sleep now. Please bring me something to eat later. The castle was nearly deserted. After walking for some time, Ask encountered no one. Likely because everyone had gone to watch the Quidditch match. Such events attract Dumbledore and the professors as well. Which means it would be an opportune moment to pilfer from the office. Ask did not return to his dormitory immediately. Feeling rather sated, he decided to take a leisurely stroll. Unbeknownst to him, Ask found himself on the third floor, coincidentally arriving at the door of Chilo's office. Heaven knows what prompted him at that moment, but after knocking and receiving no response, he retrieved an entire set of lock-picking tools from his pocket and spent 5 minutes breaching Chilo's office. After another 5 minutes, Ask exited empty-handed. This time, instead of descending, he continued upward to the 4th floor. The magical stone was indeed a coveted treasure. Standing at the entrance of the forbidden door, Ask stroked his chin and remarked with a hint of resignation, even I have been ensnared. This truly is a tempting bait. Thus, he joyfully resolved. The magical stone is mine for the taking. One cannot step into the same river twice, for both the river and the individual have changed. This is one of Heraclitus's famous sayings, which Ask had stumbled upon in a book, accompanied by a line of poetry. Year after year, the flowers remain the same. Yet, year after year, people change. And so, everything had transformed once more. Ask stroked his chin, feeling a genuine headache from the situation before him. This was not the first time he had unlocked the forbidden door on the 4th floor. However, during his initial encounter, he discovered a fearsome 3-headed dog waiting behind it. Though its appearance was intimidating, it was not insurmountable. Born in the Nordic lands, Ask was not familiar with any myths featuring 3-headed dogs. Yet he had visited a certain country where such tales were well known. In fact, it was said that 3-headed dogs still roam there to this day. Ask is now prepared. Yet what he confronts is not a 3-headed hound. The fluorescent lights flicker. Ask pointed a finger into the pitch-black room, and light flowed in, banishing the darkness to the corners. Everything that had been concealed was now laid bare. An enormous chessboard, with towering black pieces, seemingly carved from stone, standing sentinel at one end of the room. Opposite the black pieces were several white ones. A chess game. Why must it be this? As Ask gazed absent-mindedly at the chessboard, he noticed a missing piece on the black side, the castle, positioned at the far edge. A fairy tale realm. The dwelling of the princess, the stronghold of the Dark Lord, and the place longed for by the brave. The castle. I shall possess a castle. A grand and magnificent castle, at least larger than this one. The boy exclaimed, grasping the girl's hand with exuberance. His face was flushed like a ripe apple, while his hand, having endured the biting cold of ice and snow, bore the marks of frostbite, his fingers swollen like carrots. Yet, the boy paid no heed to this discomfort. He beamed brightly, sharing his joy with the girl beside him. Before them stood a miniature castle crafted from ice and snow, no taller than a meter, delicate and intricate, resembling a piece of fine art. And then? Ask, the girl smiled sweetly, gently caressing Ast's hand, a hint of reproach flickering across her face. Your hand is frostbitten. You never take care of your body. With that, she retrieved a small tube of ointment from her pocket, meticulously applying it to the boy's hand. Do not concern yourself with such trifles. The boy scratched his head with his other hand, grinning foolishly. Do you think my castle is beautiful? He asked, his gaze fixed on the girl, hardly daring to blink, fearing an unfavorable critique. How long did you take? The girl inquired, noting that she had seen him frequent this spot in recent days. About a month, roughly a month. The boy replied nonchalantly. It took 3 weeks to design the castle and 1 week to construct it. Almost a month in total. You fool, the girl said, touched, yet still reproachful. Aren't you the one who fears the cold the most? Have you not a care for being outside in the snow for so long? Spring is approaching, the boy responded. When the ice and snow melt, it would take another year to recreate this. You fool. Ask, you are such a big fool. But you love this fool, do you not? Therefore, I am quite willing to be this kind of fool. That winter, the snow fell heavily, and due to traffic congestion, they trekked along a frozen river towards another city. The riverbank sloped steeply on both sides, and he ascended first, crouching at the top and extending his hand toward her. The boy's face radiated a pure smile, akin to the sun shining after a snowfall, like the gentle spring breeze following the melting of ice and snow. Warmth transferring from one hand to another, ultimately reaching the heart. Her first love, the first and the last. Before and after this moment, no one had ever extended a hand to her in times of hardship. In this world, no one could compare to him. No one could replace him. A shard of ice fell from the treetops, and she heard a sound in her heart, akin to crystal shattering on the ground. In that instant, her life found its belonging. In that moment, while the world lay shrouded in ice and snow, her heart blossomed with the fragrance of spring. The flowing water had been frozen, a river born of cold jade. Beneath the frozen surface lay remnants of colors from days gone by, preserved yet beginning to decay. A layer of snow blanketed the crystalline river. Beneath the ice lay the pear blossoms of spring, swimming fish, morning glories of summer, loaches, cornflowers of autumn, and shells, with plum blossoms half embedded in the ice. All flowers had bloomed, yet none could compare to the boy's initial smile. If life were but as it was at first sight. Yet back then, all was lost in oblivion. TSK, lost in thought again. Ask stroked his chin, lifting his head, finding the chessboard before him utterly distasteful. I despise playing chess, for I shall never win against her. For a man, this is quite an embarrassing predicament. Bang Ask forcefully slammed the door shut. And after approximately 5 minutes, he reopened it. Yet, before him lay the chessboard, and the vacant position remained occupied by the castle. Bang. This time, Ask waited for 10 minutes, but the outcome remained unchanged. Bang. 20 minutes passed. Ask shrugged his shoulders, abandoning the notion of further attempts. It seemed that the sequence of challenges here indeed changed once a month, with merely a week since the last alteration. The next 3 weeks would likely consist of chess matches, and what awaited Ask 3 weeks hence remained uncertain, perhaps something even more troublesome than chess itself. The three-headed canine guardian lingered at the entrance for a moment, prompting Ask to furrow his brow and depart from this place. Perhaps it was time for him to earnestly learn the art of chess. Perhaps a friend well-versed in the game could aid him in achieving his goal. Barrow should suffice. He appeared quite formidable, Ask mused quietly, only to be interrupted by a familiar voice emanating from behind him. Apologies, but I do not play chess. Bloodman Barrow. Oh. What brings you here? Ask inquired, somewhat taken aback. I observed that the other ghosts were off to watch the Quidditch match. Why did you not join them? The match has already concluded, Bloodman Barrow replied. Slytherin lost. You seem hardly perturbed, Ask noted. Anger need not always be inscribed upon one's visage. It often proves detrimental as well, Barrow responded, casting a glance at Ask. I did not imply that you were angry. Are you, perchance, feeling cross at this moment? Ask stared at the ground with a peculiar expression for quite some time. Eventually, he lifted his head and inquired of Bloodman Barrow. Barrow, have you ever been in love? Yes, Barrow replied. Do you believe in love? I do. I see. Ask nodded thoughtfully, then looked up with a hint of distress and said, but I feel as though I can no longer believe in love. Do you understand what love truly means? Alas, I feel incapable of loving again. Haha. One foot crushed a violet, yet it left its fragrance upon your soul. This is what we call forgiveness. What does this signify? As Ask touched his chin. He turned to Draco, who shook his head before continuing to distribute the sweets sent from home. Can you believe someone would send me gifts? Ask remarked with a hint of self-mockery, as a parcel wrapped in brown paper and sealed with a stamp lay before him, inscribed with the words to Ask Grindelwald. Let us take a look inside, and by the way, these are for you. Once Draco had finished handing out the candies, he retained only a few for himself, having generously shared the rest with the Slytherin students. The last few, being the most delectable, were specifically reserved for Ask. Consuming too many sweets is detrimental to one's dental health. Ask gazed intently at the package, his head unwavering. Draco rolled his eyes, picking up a piece of candy. He unwrapped the delicate paper, revealing a vividly colored confection that shimmered like a work of art. This exquisite treat, worth a galleon and available only in limited quantities each month, was something that could not be purchased without wealth. It was equally unattainable for those with means. As Ask turned his head, he was instantly captivated by the candy. He could hardly discern how it had miraculously found its way into his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Oh, thank you, he said, squinting his eyes in delight as he savored the treat, never forgetting to express his gratitude. TSK. Didn't you just say that too much sugar is detrimental to one's teeth? Indeed, it is, Ask conceded, but I happen to remember that I have a remedy for cavities. He produced a colossal jar from his pocket, standing over a foot tall. With a playful pat on the jar, Ask beamed at Draco. Would you care for some? You treat me to candy, and I'll treat you to medicine. After all, I cannot possibly consume it all by myself. I was mistaken, Draco retorted, but as Ask continued, oh, don't run away. My medicine is splendid, effective against all ailments. Draco ultimately retreated in haste, and the others instinctively maintained a safe distance from Ask. Let us open it and take a look, he urged. Ask, indifferent to the opinions of others, meticulously tore open the brown paper with a small knife, striving to preserve its integrity. At the heart of the parcel lay a small rectangular box, approximately a foot in length, accompanied by a letter. Habitually, Ask first unsealed the envelope, revealing a single line inscribed on the letterhead. The item returns to its rightful owner. There was no signature, no closing, merely that solitary phrase. However, upon opening the box, Ask immediately discerned the identity of the sender. Indeed, it was a case of returning what rightfully belonged to its owner. As Ask chuckled softly, he retrieved the phoenix feather from the box and, after toying with it for a moment, carefully placed it back into his pocket. With the core secured, the only task remaining was to find suitable wood. He stroked his chin, feeling a surge of excitement as he recalled that the forbidden forest of Hogwarts was originally a source for wand materials. Barrow had mentioned that his wand was crafted from materials obtained there. There must be ashwood there. The ash tree, scientifically known as Fraxinus, refers to a genus of deciduous trees from the Oleaceae family, encompassing approximately 60 species found in temperate and subtropical regions. The name derives from the Latin word for spear, as soldiers historically fashioned their spear shafts from ashwood. In Norse mythology, the world is said to be supported by an ash tree. In Greek mythology, it is believed that Zeus created humanity from the ash tree. The leaves of the ash tree are opposite and pinnate with serrated edges. The flowers are bisexual, arranged in conical clusters, often with a four-lobed corolla, 2 stamens, and a bifid stigma. The fruit is winged, and the cotyledons are flat. It has been previously noted that a wand made from ashwood remains loyal only to its true master and cannot be inherited or gifted. Otherwise, it will lose its power and finesse. If the core is made from unicorn hair, this tendency becomes even more pronounced. When combined with the demanding yet potent phoenix feather, such a wand is precisely what Ask yearned for. While wizards do not necessarily require wands, the fact that wands have not been supplanted by wandless magic speaks volumes. I must find time to venture into the Forbidden Forest, Ask murmured. Are you planning to go to the Forbidden Forest? Ask abruptly lifted his head and exhaled a sigh of relief, expressing a hint of exasperation as he remarked, Senior Farrell, eavesdropping is quite an impolite act. To cast unfounded accusations against a lady without evidence. Is that truly the conduct of a gentleman? Jama retorted without reservation. Well, it seems you are not eavesdropping. You appear rather dissatisfied. How could I dare? Senior, you are a prefect, while I am merely an inconsequential first-year novice, Ask replied with a dry chuckle. Jama shot a glance at Ask, scoffing lightly. I fear there isn't a bolder first year in all of Hogwarts than you. Is that a compliment? Offending the headmaster may lead to troubled days ahead for you, Jama hinted, suggesting that while the headmaster might not be concerned, others within Hogwarts hold a favorable view of a Slytherins. Ask stroked his chin and smiled, gesturing towards the Slytherin table and then indicating the other 3 houses. Slytherin, after all, does not encompass all of Hogwarts, dear senior. There are 3 other houses, and perhaps in their eyes, I might be perceived as a hero. Do you truly believe that in your moment of peril, they would come to your aid? Gemma scoffed, asserting that they would merely stand by and applaud. Ask's smile radiated brilliantly as he shook his head, his gaze fixed intently upon Jamar's eyes. What I intend to convey is that Slytherin does not encompass the entirety of Hogwarts. I harbor no fear of Durmstrang, which stands on par with Hogwarts. What is Slytherin but a mere trifle? Jamar, unwavering, glared at Ask, her face vividly displaying her ire as she articulated each word. Arrogance. Whether one is arrogant or not. We both know the truth. Ask forked a piece of pudding, and after a moment's contemplation, he continued. By now, you must have discerned my identity. The matters that transpired at Durmstrang. He took a bite of pudding, raising his gaze to meet Jamar's. The foolish antics that Durmstrang failed to accomplish. I do not believe Slytherin is capable of achieving. I am no longer that submissive victim who merely endures. I wager a knut that even if Slytherin has lost 4 students, I shall remain unscathed. He chuckled. Do you dare to make a wager? Noticing Jamar's silence, Ask wiped his face, as if transforming into another person. He regarded Jamar with a cheerful demeanor and softly remarked, Well then, our mutual probing has concluded. It is time to address the matter at hand. After a brief pause, he continued, I am not particularly eloquent, even in the presence of the Dark Lord or Dumbledore. I would remain unchanged. Thus, you should feel a sense of pride and honor. Asked Grindelwald. Jamar too chuckled, yet her eyes betrayed no trace of mirth. I wager a knut that one day, you will find yourself kneeling before me, pleading for mercy, and I shall unhesitatingly refuse you. So it is. As Ask caressed his chin, he extracted a bronze knut from his pocket and handed it to Jama, then rose to his feet and abruptly knelt upon the ground. Senior Farrell, I beseech you to spare me. Hey, have you heard? Heard what? A student, brimming with excitement, exclaimed. A first year from Slytherin publicly proposed to Jama in the Great Hall at noon. Are you jesting? Scoffed another student. Absolutely true. Many witnessed him kneel and present something to Jama, who promptly fainted. It must have been an engagement ring. Is that so? He is still but a child. Children these days are remarkably precocious, replied the first student, patting his companion on the shoulder with a knowing air. Cheer up, my friend. We too must strive to not let the younger students underestimate us. You speak with such wisdom that I find myself at a loss for words. I shall await you at our usual spot tonight. I have prepared the soap. Hermione furrowed her brow, abruptly closing her book, and shot a disdainful glare at the 2 shameless upperclassmen before storming out of the Gryffindor common room. As she passed by the window, Hermione glanced outside. The weather was splendid, reminiscent of that day. By the lakeside at this hour, surely a scoundrel named Ask lay beneath the fruit trees. Ask, achoo. Ask sneezed while lying down in slumber, causing an inexplicable liquid to linger momentarily in the air before descending upon his face, casually wiping his face with a handkerchief. Ask sat up, touched his chin, and began to gaze vacantly at the serene surface of the lake. Christmas was fast approaching. Ask sighed, recalling the adage that every festive occasion amplifies one's longing for home. He found himself yearning for a glimpse of his homeland. Upon reflection, it struck him that he had yet to spend even a single Christmas with the venerable Grindelwald. His last Christmas had been celebrated at Durmstrang. After a moment of contemplation, Ask retrieved a thick stack of letters from his pocket, counting a total of 13. He shook his head, extracted a sheet of stationery, pinned a few lines, and sealed it in an envelope, bringing the total of unsent letters to 14. I am well. 14 letters, each bearing the same message. Mirrored the monotony of Ask's life over the past 6 months. 6 months prior, the content of his final letter had been markedly different. She was well, and I was well. Then, everything unraveled. You are hiding here again. Ask raised his head, and Hermione stood before him, looking down with a hint of anger on her face. Is there something you need? Ask inquired. Am I not allowed to seek you out if there is nothing amiss? She retorted. I believe you are not as dull as you appear, Ask replied with honesty. I wager a bronze knut that you have come to me regarding the incident from yesterday afternoon. Judging by your expression, I must be correct. Ask chuckled softly, gradually rising to his feet and methodically plucking the blades of grass from his hair, casting a nonchalant glance at Hermione. I am quite curious. Why have you sought me out regarding this matter? Of course, Hermione had only spoken half of her thoughts. As she suddenly realized that she did not truly know the answer to the question, her actions were merely guided by instinct and preference. Ask regarded Hermione with a bemused expression, stretching languidly. You are overly inquisitive, Hermione. Have you become too invested in my affairs? He clicked his tongue. You're not anyone significant to me. My matters are of no concern to you. Oh, why the silence? Do you find his words so reasonable that you are left speechless? I wager a knut that you are quite vexed now, perhaps a tad sorrowful. However, I shan't bother with your thoughts, for such musings are utterly meaningless, are they not? Hermione remained silent, and as Ask stroked his chin, preparing to utter more, she suddenly turned and dashed away, clutching her book. In truth, I am but a hedgehog. Ask muttered to the air, get too close, and you shall be harmed. Does a hedgehog have friends? Probably not. Will you not stay? Dumbledore urged his guest. Dumbledore. It is Christmas, a time to be spent with family. The guest responded with evident displeasure. I wager a knut that if I do not return in time, why have you adopted that phrase as well? Dumbledore interrupted with a smile. Very well, you may leave. I shall remain here. Of course, even without your insistence, I would still depart. The guest was quite ungracious, his demeanor bordering on rude. He scrutinized Dumbledore for a moment before expressing his unease. I shall take my belongings. It is too perilous to leave them here. Do you not trust me? Had I not trusted you, I would not have lent it to you in the first place. Well, the truth is, I needed to assist me with one final task, a minor matter. The guest replied, What task? Does it concern you? I am merely curious. Heh. I simply refuse to tell you. It will infuriate you. The guest made a face, and Dumbledore shook his head with a wry smile. Very well, do not be late. Indeed, farewell. The guest approached the fireplace, scattered a handful of flue powder, and the flames surged, enveloping him as he departed. Dumbledore lifted his teacup, taking a small sip. The bitter tea invigorated him, leaving him feeling considerably more alert. Thus, he was prepared to address other matters. He picked up a list, a record of Hogwarts students' holiday plans, and began to review the whereabouts of several individuals. His finger paused over Ask's name. Idly tapping the paper a few times, and a faint smile crept across his face as he murmured to himself, You may be disappointed. For some questions can only find answers within Hogwarts. Harry's Christmas gift was already prepared. What should I present to you? Ask. He requires nothing. Snape emerged from the shadows, his face largely obscured by the dim lighting. I have already given him a phoenix feather. That is sufficient. That hardly qualifies as a Christmas gift. Dumbledore replied with a smile, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes. This is merely a return of what rightfully belongs to him. Moreover, a Christmas gift must be delivered on Christmas Day to hold any significance. I doubt you can offer anything that would please him. Severus. I wager a knut that he will be delighted with the Christmas gift I give him. Have you caught the contagion? I believe you are in need of some medicine. Homeward bound. If that tower, Nurmengard prison, could be considered home, then Ask was indeed on his way back. The wizarding world is home to two of the most renowned prisons. One is Azkaban, infamous for its long history and the notorious dementors that guard it, while the other is famed solely due to one individual, Gellert Grindelwald. As the grandson of the old Grindelwald, Ask harbored complex feelings towards this prison. On one hand, he found it excessively oppressive, dismal, and inhospitable, entirely unbefitting a place for an elder to reside. Conversely, he felt that there was perhaps no place more suitable for the old Grindelwald to spend his twilight years. Despite the vastness of the world, there was no sanctuary for the old Grindelwald. This was his fate. Perhaps only Nurmengard, the prison he had personally established, his true domain, was the only place he could call home for a greater purpose. Standing at the prison's entrance, Ask tilted his head back, gazing at the inscription above the entrance. A quote from the old Grindelwald. The passage of time had weathered the words, seemingly affirming that nothing remains unchanged. Just as the elderly man residing at the prison's summit would age, fall ill, weaken, and tire, until he could no longer endure, ultimately passing away peacefully, like an old Muggle. Do not be deceived by my current appearance. I was once a youth of remarkable prowess. This was the old Grindelwald's self-reflection during Ask's first encounter with him. Regrettably, the old man had not been in a favorable state at that time. Far from being a youthful prodigy, he appeared rather frail and on the brink of death, nearly causing Ask to weep in fright. Thus, Ask regarded such self-portrayals as mere jest. Ask remained unaware that, in truth, the elder Grindelwald had once been a youth of divine prowess. Stroking his chin, Ask stepped into the tower, requiring no knock, for there existed no door. Nor could any door confine the great Grindelwald. The interior of the tower was markedly more spacious than its exterior, comprising 7 levels, each housing approximately 20 cells. Both single and double, contingent upon the circumstances of the inmates. As far as Ask knew, this place was typically quite desolate. Most prisoners seldom lingered beyond a month. Generally, after a month, inmates either submitted to Grindelwald, transforming from captives into servants, or succumbed to a frigid demise, and the deceased clearly had no further need to reside here. Out of curiosity, Ask had inquired of Grindelwald how many souls had perished within this prison, under his dominion. How many have died? Ah, I've grown old and lost count. Do not be deceived by my current appearance. I too was once a youth of divine caliber, Grindelwald had replied. Although Ask received no direct answer, he could surmise that the number was indeed vast. Ascending the spiral staircase, Ask silently counted, aware that there were a total of 743 steps. Upon lifting and descending his foot 743 times, he would consider himself home. 743, home, a number that sometimes holds profound significance. At the age of 10, he had embarked for Durmstrang, and this was his first return since then. Half a year prior, upon returning from the distant east, traversing the entirety of the European continent westward to Hogwarts, he had not revisited this place. The reason was rather simple. Ask harbored no desire to ascend stairs, particularly not 743 of them. Upon reaching the 198th step, Ask paused and seated himself. The damp environment had nurtured moss and lichen, which, due to prolonged neglect, had formed a substantial mat-like cluster, offering a surprisingly comfortable seat. The wooden handrail had decayed, adorned with clusters of vibrant mushrooms, their sweet, cloying aroma awakening Ask's hunger. Sweet mushrooms, deadly poisonous. Ask mumbled softly, sniffed slightly, and retrieved a substantial piece of pizza from his pocket, savoring his dinner alongside the delightful aroma of sweet mushrooms. While sipping water, he lifted his gaze upwards, aware that old Grindelwald surely knew of his arrival. Perhaps he was watching him even now. Those old men, every single one of them, harbored a penchant for voyeurism, reveling in their own twisted games of cultivation. Ask took a hearty bite of the pizza, feeling a wave of indignation rise within him. Whenever he recalled Harry's naive and innocent visage, like a simpleton obliviously counting the coins for Dumbledore who had betrayed him, an involuntary shiver coursed through Ask, accompanied by a visceral urge to retch. It was akin to raising a savior in captivity, reminiscent of tending to a mere swine. Asker vowed that he would never become that pig, and thus, without hesitation, chose to stand in opposition to Dumbledore, adopting an air of irreconcilable differences and frequently provoking him, seeking out trouble where none existed. After satisfying his hunger and taking a moment to rest, Asker rose, stretched, and continued his journey towards his destination. This time, his pace quickened considerably, for he aimed to return to the summit before midnight, eager to seize the opportunity for a good night's sleep. As Ask raised his gaze, he beheld a door behind the 743 steps, crafted from wood yet remarkably preserved due to the enchantments placed upon it. Beyond this door lay the cell of the notorious Grindelwald. The entire 7th floor was his domain, a space designed to accommodate over 30 individuals yet reserved solely for him. The vast confines of Nurmengard, capable of holding hundreds, contained only him. In such circumstances, words become superfluous. It is simply a matter of one word: value. Although the door stood before him, complete with a bell and other accoutrements, Ask showed no inclination to knock before entering. As Ask forcefully kicked open the door, the moonlight stretched his slender shadow into the room, simultaneously dispelling some of the darkness, allowing him to locate the person he sought. "I have returned." Ask turned to the old man sitting by the window, his back facing him, and after a brief pause, he summoned additional strength and exclaimed loudly, "I have returned." "Grandfather." Ask's grandfather, the once formidable Grindelwald, a youth of almost mythical prowess, now transformed into a frail old man, slowly turned to face Ask. He bestowed upon him a warm and benevolent smile, accompanied by the heartfelt greeting, "Welcome home, Ask." "Merry Christmas." To which Ask replied, "Merry Christmas, grandfather." As Ask's voice quivered, he felt a pang in his nose and a warmth in his eyes, for the old man appeared even frilier than during their last encounter. It seemed as though he truly had but a short time left in this world. The phrase "sometimes, one must concede that impulse is a devil held considerable truth." It serves as a reminder that decisions should be pondered carefully, lest one be swayed by emotions and arrive at erroneous judgments. "Do not be deceived by my current demeanor. I was once a godlike youth," the old Grindelwald mused. "Enough already," Ask erupted, rising in anger after what felt like the umpteenth repetition of the same phrase. In truth, Ask's feelings were more akin to indignation. dissatisfaction, and regret. "You owe me my emotions back," he shouted, unable to fathom that only 5 minutes prior, he had nearly been moved to tears, feeling like a colossal fool for allowing Grindelwald to unsettle him. In this world, there exists a means of transforming decay into wonder, of turning soft gold into true gold. This is called magic. Leaning back in his chair with a satisfied smile, the old Grindelwald observed the irate Ask, his contentment known only to himself. Across the table, Ask tortured a sausage with his knife and fork, methodically dissecting it until it was reduced to a mere mush. Only when the sausage was obliterated did he feel a modicum of relief, lifting his gaze to coldly remark, "It seems you've had a rather splendid year. You appear quite rosy-cheeked and healthy. Have I inadvertently made your life easier by my absence?" "Moderately so," Grindelwald replied, raising a glass of dark beer to his lips. "With a certain mischievous, audacious child absent, I find that I could easily live on for several more decades." "Must you repeat that phrase incessantly? Another year has passed." "Surely you could change your script," Ask interrupted bluntly. Grindelwald stroked his chin, a gesture mirroring Ask's, and nodded as if conceding the validity of Ask's point. "Very well. I have some inquiries for you. Answer candidly, and spare me the superfluous chatter." As he stuffed a piece of smoked meat into his mouth, Ask furrowed his brow and posed. "Is it true that Dumbledore claimed I am not of the Grindelwald lineage? Do you wish for that to be true or false?" Grindelwald countered. "Of course I wish it to be true," Ask huffed, not lifting his head. "If it is, then everything he said thereafter would be a lie, and I need not concern myself with it." "Ah, I see," Grindelwald acknowledged, and after a moment's contemplation under Ask's expectant gaze, he declared, "He spoke correctly. You are indeed not of the Grindelwald family." Ask's movements paused momentarily before resuming as he speared a piece of foie gras. "You truly are a lamentable grandfather," he stated bluntly. "Actually, if I were to apply your earlier reasoning, you aren't even my grandson," Grindelwald replied without hesitation. "In that case, why should I worry about your fragile spirit being hurt, or beat around the bush telling lies? The truth is simply the truth." "That makes sense. But why didn't you tell me sooner?" "You never inquired." Ask found himself at a loss for words. Could it truly be that he had never posed such a question to Grindelwald? Yet, he still sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. "Who exactly is Answer Shafik?" Ask suppressed his curiosity and voiced another question. "I do not know this person. Dumbledore claims he is my father. Whether or not he is your father, I cannot say. Since it was Dumbledore who informed you, why not ask him?" Grindelwald suggested. "I do not trust him," Ask replied earnestly. "Then why do you trust me?" Grindelwald inquired with a smile. "From a certain perspective, I am hardly deserving of your trust. You see, I merely employed a simple enchantment to appear aged, pitiable, and disheveled, and you fell for it. Sometimes, your eyes may deceive you, and your ears can do the same." "What do you mean? Are you implying you've been deceiving me all along?" "If what you assert is correct, then I have indeed been deceiving you," Grindelwald remarked, gazing meaningfully at Ask. "Would you believe me then?" Ask fell silent, grappling with the complexity of the question, which was difficult to answer. After a moment of hesitation, he uncertainly replied, "I suppose I would believe you. Then, as you wish, I have been misleading you. Which statements are true and which are false? Who knows? You may guess. You are clever enough to deduce it." Grindelwald adopted a nonchalant demeanor, his tone casual, suggesting perhaps I have never uttered a single truth. "It seems I should not have returned," Ask said with a bitter smile, setting down his utensils and covering his face with his hands. "In coming back, my questions have only multiplied without answers. Quite normal. Were I in your position, I would trust no one. But wouldn't that be exhausting?" Ask queried. "Indeed. It can be quite taxing, which is why this path is not suited for you," Grindelwald stated with a hint of seriousness. "Do not let your emotions dictate your actions. At times, even if you detest someone, you must still engage with them to obtain what you require. What you must do is perceive yourself as an outsider and analyze the situation calmly. It seems I asked you to refrain from unnecessary words, yet you spoke so many." Ask sighed, fatigued. "I must take my leave now. Take care of yourself. Are you departing so hastily? My mind is in disarray." "I wish to step outside and clear my head," Ask replied. "I shall return to visit you, grandfather, if time allows." He paused. "You won't mind my calling you that, will you? If I were to express my discontent, would you alter your address?" "Certainly not." "Then that is settled." Grindelwald rose and rummaged through his belongings, finally producing a wrapped gift box and offering it to Ask. "Take this. It is your Christmas present." "What is inside?" Ask inquired, weighing the light box, which was rectangular and somewhat reminiscent of those used to contain wands at Ollivanders. "A new wand? You have some habits to amend." such as not constantly seeking answers from others, for they may not provide you with the correct ones, Grindelwald remarked pointedly. Huh? Ask smiled, tucked away the gift box, and then pulled out a stack of letters from his pocket, placing them upon the table before finally turning to walk outside. Merry Christmas, Grandpa. The sound of crunching snow beneath his feet echoed in the stillness. On this Christmas night, not a single passerby could be seen, accompanied by the heavy snowfall. He ventured forth alone into the midnight hour, feeling a touch of solitude, emptiness, and loneliness, though undoubtedly it was also quite cold. Cold. Ask tightened his coat around him. Although he was currently drenched in sweat, the mere sight of snowflakes evoked a profound sense of chill within him, akin to running naked through a snowy expanse, where the biting wind seemed capable of freezing even the soul. I must find a place to rest, Ask silently contemplated. However, he was in the wilderness, and the nearest town lay a daunting half-hour's journey away. Resolutely, he pressed onward. Ask's hand delved into his pocket, seeking the flask of liquor he had prepared earlier. A sip of warmth at this moment would indeed be quite delightful. Ask's hand brushed against a cool, circular object, and he instantly understood. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was the lucky coin he had never been without. It seemed that today, fortune was not favoring the coin. Muttering softly, Ask shook his head, cradling the lucky coin in his palm, slowly warming the memento that had been with him for 11 years with his body heat. Perhaps Ask's fortune had truly abandoned him today. As he traversed the slope, he was startled by a shout, followed by a forceful collision that sent him tumbling headlong down the incline. Good heavens, that was a close call. I almost plummeted from here. The young man in white ski attire exclaimed, gratitude evident in his voice. He dislodged the snow from his hat, dusted himself off, and nodded with satisfaction. His gaze drifted down the slope to where Ask lay motionless in the snow, leaving his condition uncertain. He must be dead. If he isn't, I'm in dire straits. The young man mused, his brow furrowed with concern. He contemplated finishing the job, but that seems a bit extreme. However, the last time I assisted an elderly woman, it cost me over 100 galleons. After a thoughtful pause, the young man reached into his pocket, retrieved a small knife, and cautiously skied down to Ask's side. I'm sorry, he said, his tone laced with regret. After much deliberation, it seems you must meet your end. He gently rolled Ask onto his back. The knife hovered over Ask's body as the young man sought a vulnerable spot, ultimately deciding on the neck, as the other areas were too heavily layered with clothing. Why does this boy seem so familiar? The young man's actions faltered as he scrutinized Ask's face, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Not far from here lies Nurmengard. Could my luck truly be this abysmal? Perhaps Ask wasn't the only one plagued by misfortune today. Impossible, the young man muttered, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. It's Christmas. Even if he did return, he wouldn't be here. He detests the cold. There's no way he'd venture out at this time. Yes, that must be it. I'm so clever. His conviction grew with each word. Perhaps this was merely a passerby who bore a resemblance to that boy. In that case, killing him wouldn't pose any problems, as long as he didn't die from a curse. With newfound resolve, a glint of malice flashed in the young man's eyes. He applied pressure, and a crimson line appeared on Ask's neck. However, at that precise moment, the young man's gaze fell upon something he desperately wished he hadn't seen. The lucky coin of Asker. The young man appeared as though he had fallen victim to a petrifying curse, crouching there with a small knife pressed against Asker's throat. His gaze fixed intently on the golden jialong nestled in Asker's palm, his expression oscillating between fluctuating emotions. How can it be you? He suddenly erupted, tossing the knife aside and swiftly lifting Asker into his arms, gliding away on his snowboard as if propelled by the wind. Why on earth are you wandering about in the wilderness at this hour, you foolish child? He bellowed, yet Asker remained blissfully unaware, engulfed in a deep stupor. Aren't you the one who fears the cold above all else? If you are afraid, then stay indoors like a sensible person. Do you understand? He continued, exasperated. Heaven forbid. If anything were to happen to you, I would truly have no choice but to return to my life as a Death Eater. The luxurious cars, the beautiful women, the delectable feasts, all of it, ruined by you. Merlin, you ancient wretch. Was it truly necessary to curse me over a few ill-spoken words? The young man vented his frustrations towards the sky, lamenting his woeful luck. As the distant town came into view, he begrudgingly suppressed his torrent of negativity, navigating cautiously through the woods on his snowboard. An hour later, Ask gradually opened his eyes, feeling as though his body was on the verge of disintegration, akin to having been toyed with by a dragon for an extended period. A dull ache throbbed in his head, and he was uncertain if he had sustained any internal injuries. A bandage was wrapped around his neck, suggesting an injury in that area, while the rest of his body seemed to be intact. As Ask rubbed his temples, he began to assess his surroundings. He had apparently been in a snowy expanse. He gazed at the young man with black hair seated before him, and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Who are you?" "I am," cough, cough, "I am your savior." The young man replied with a serious expression. It appeared he was about to say more, but Ask hastily gestured for him to continue. Ultimately, it was someone's carelessness that caused the accident with the snowboard, resulting in your predicament. They were even contemplating silencing you. I truly have no idea who it was. Please do not question me further. I merely stumbled upon the scene and brought you back. As Ask's eyes narrowed, he waited patiently until the young man concluded his lengthy discourse before he spoke. "So it was you who knocked me down. How could you possibly accuse an innocent person?" The young man replied, somewhat flustered. "Huh? An innocent person?" Ask scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "I wager a coppernat that it was indeed you who brought me down, and you even contemplated silencing me. Do you dare to raise the stakes?" The young man retorted, his face betraying contempt. He extended his hand. "It was I who knocked you down, so hand over the money." "Have you failed to grasp the situation?" Ask inquired. "What situation?" "You have knocked me down and are considering murder to cover it up. Do you not believe you owe me some form of compensation?" Ask stated. "I have no money, but I am willing to offer my life." The young man proclaimed with defiance, nodding his head as if to suggest he would accept whatever fate awaited him. "Then go ahead and take your own life," Ask said, retrieving a small knife from his pocket and tossing it at the young man's feet. "If you die, I shall find my satisfaction, and nothing further will be pursued." "Hey, I was merely jesting. You truly took that to heart." "Huh, then you should pay me." Ask sat upon the bed, adjusting the pillow behind him for comfort, and lazily remarked, "You may not pay me, but you can still enlighten me. Was it you who acquired the Muggle coins in Diagon Alley last time?" "I am unaware of what you speak," came the reply. "Then could you elucidate why you possess those very coins that I sold?" Aska chuckled. "Oh, it is merely to ensure I can track down that unfortunate soul in the future and profit once more. I have marked each and every coin." As Ask observed the young man's complexion change dramatically, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He was confident that the youth would not harm him, for if he intended to do so, he would have acted long ago. Moreover, it seemed that the young man had been discreetly assisting him, not merely during the incident in Diagon Alley, but for some time prior, subtly resolving numerous issues on Ask's behalf. At the very least, "You must share your name with me. Call me Soluger." "Soluger? Is that a pseudonym?" "Of course, how could I possibly reveal my true name?" The young man quickly covered his mouth with his hand, glaring at Ask with irritation. "Are you trying to extract information from me?" "Not a chance." Ask was somewhat speechless. He could swear he had no such intentions. Both Surig and Grusa held little significance for him. This young man, who could not even control his own tongue and often inadvertently leaked information, hardly seemed like a mastermind or a final boss, at best. He was merely a lackluster errand runner. A glance at the youth revealed a perpetually vacant expression, as if he were on the verge of drifting off. Hardly indicative of a person of high intelligence. "Don't think I'm dull-witted. You must be contemplating something quite rude." For the time being, Ask referred to him as Surig. As Ask observed Surig, the latter was also scrutinizing him. Having followed Ask around for quite some time, he was well acquainted with Ask's character and familiar with his mannerisms. Thus, when unflattering thoughts flitted through Ask's mind, Surig quickly caught on. How quick to react now, Surig thought. Even if you flatter me, it won't earn you any fondness from me. You truly are a peculiar individual. Upon confirming that Surig's expression was genuine and that he had indeed taken Ask's words as praise, Ask found himself amused yet relieved. Dealing with a fool was undoubtedly less taxing. Surig furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, "Are you speaking ill of me again?" "Impossible. I'm complimenting you." Ask replied with utmost sincerity. "Peculiar hardly seems like a compliment. It's an ancient expression, essentially praising your remarkable capabilities." Ask blinked innocently, adopting a harmless demeanor while gazing at Surig with admiration. "My principal is Dumbledore. How could I possibly lie? I am absolutely speaking the truth." "Oh, I see. I misunderstood you." Surig scratched his head, laughing somewhat sheepishly, observing his foolish expression. Ask genuinely wondered if the individual behind Surig was not concerned about the potential for disaster in entrusting him with matters. "Well, now that you are awake, I must take my leave." Surig seemed to recall something and prepared to depart. After uttering this to Ask, he vanished without waiting for a response, executing a disapparition with ease. For a moment, Ask was taken aback. How swiftly he departed. This scatterbrain was indeed decisive. Yet, if he could disapparate, why was he trudging through the snow on skis, braving the cold night air? It was truly perplexing. Nevertheless, Ask couldn't shake the feeling that Surig had likely forgotten about the disapparition spell altogether, despite executing it with such proficiency. Ask stroked his chin, contemplating that the art of apparition was no mere triviality akin to a simple trick. To successfully wield such a spell without the aid of a wand suggested that Solrug's prowess must be quite formidable. However, reflecting on this seemed futile. For despite encountering the individual who claimed to be Solrug, no substantial information had been gleaned. His name and appearance might well be fabrications. Before Ask could engage him in conversation, he had hastily departed, rendering the encounter somewhat unsuccessful. With a sigh, Ask reclined once more, adjusting his blanket, preparing to conclude this Christmas with slumber. Tomorrow, he would return to school, though the day of return was still some time away, and it appeared that the Hogwarts Express would be of no service. Thus, it seemed he would have to venture first to Hogsmeade, feeling quite drowsy. Outside, the snow continued to fall, promising a lengthy night ahead. Is this Hogsmeade? On the second day of Christmas, Ask arrived in Hogsmeade using Floo powder. Unfamiliar with the area, he emerged from the fireplace of Honeydukes, a shop he had heard Draco mention on numerous occasions, as the only pure wizarding village in all of Britain. The ambience here starkly contrasted with that of the Muggle world. Traces of wizarding life were evident in every corner, and the architectural style seemed to have been preserved for centuries, akin to an ancient museum for Muggles. Hogwarts was situated beside the Great Lake that originated from Hogsmeade, and the Hogwarts Express terminated its journey in the village, with a path leading directly from the station to the castle along the lakeshore. Both students and faculty, including Headmaster Dumbledore and Hagrid, frequently visited Hogsmeade. However, school regulations stipulated that only third-year students and above were permitted to venture there on designated Saturdays, and only with parental consent. Having arrived at Honeydukes, Ask could hardly leave empty-handed. The proprietor, Ambrosius Flume, was affable and eager to assist customers in selecting confections tailored to their tastes. With his guidance, Ask nearly depleted his funds, returning with a substantial bag filled with an assortment of sweets. While I am indeed a confectioner, I must advise you that excessive candy can be detrimental to your teeth, especially for someone of your age, Ambrosius kindly cautioned. His words evoked thoughts of Hermione, and shaking his head, Ask tucked away the sweets, responding with a smile. I shall be cautious. Most of these will be shared with my friends, as I seldom indulge myself. That is reassuring, Ambrosius replied, not wishing to elaborate further. At that moment, another customer entered, prompting him to greet Ask before attending to his duties. Ask had no intention of lingering here for an entire morning. He merely planned to meander about in this quaint village, which, though he had visited similar wizarding enclaves before, still felt refreshingly novel to him. Adjacent to Durmstrang lay a village of its own, yet the demeanor of its inhabitants was markedly more hostile, leading Ask to seldom venture there, save for an occasion when he accompanied a young lady on the second day of Christmas. Wandering aimlessly along a winding path, Ask halted before the entrance of a tavern. The sign above the door, the Pig's Head Tavern, was a dilapidated wooden board, hanging from a rusted bracket, emblazoned with the image of a severed pig's head. Blood seeping through the white cloth that enveloped it, an eccentric and striking emblem indeed. The tavern appeared rather unsightly, with layers of grime obscuring the windows, rendering the interior indistinct. Ask found himself torn between the desire to enter and the unsavory impression it conveyed. The Pig's Head Tavern did not strike him as a haven for the virtuous. Rather, it resembled a gathering place for nefarious characters, and who could say if he might encounter a wanted criminal within its walls. However, upon witnessing Hagrid emerge from the tavern, his face alight with joy while cradling some object, Ask's curiosity was piqued. Surely a brief foray inside would not lead to his demise, he mused to himself. Filthy, chaotic, and disarrayed. As Ask stepped through the threshold, he was nearly overwhelmed by the noxious aroma wafting from the Pig's Head Tavern. It was a dreadful concoction of decaying food. The stench of lifeless carcasses, the acrid tang of inferior spirits, and the musk of unkempt men, an odious miasma that warranted the patrons' masks and hoods. A scant few seemed accustomed to the foul air, and they, too, contributed to the vile atmosphere. The sight of boorish men scratching their feet was particularly repugnant. In the spirit of local customs, Ask retrieved a mask and donned it, a standard accessory for potion classes designed to shield one from the inhalation of toxic vapors. His attire also featured a hood, which he decided to pull over his head, effectively obscuring his face. The clientele of the tavern appeared less inclined to partake in drinking, instead engaging in raucous banter punctuated by inexplicable bouts of laughter and the incessant banging of fists upon tables. The establishment bore more resemblance to a bandit-esque lair, steeped in a palpable atmosphere of the underworld. The tavern was far more bustling than Ask had anticipated, and after an extensive search, he found no available seating. It seemed he would have to share a table with those uncouth brutes and bare-chested meat vendors. Yet, there was a spot available, in the corner. A wizard gestured for Ask to join him. Cloaked in shadows beneath his dark robe and enveloped in dim light, the frail figure resembled a specter. Uncommonly, he occupied an entire table to himself, with neighboring tables conspicuously distant, as if the patrons had deliberately vacated the area around him. Ask stroked his chin, pondering whether to go or not. 5 minutes later, "You claim to be Nicholas Flamel?" Ask rolled his eyes and replied with a tone of disdain. "If you are Nicholas Flamel, then I must be Merlin's father." "I truly am Nicholas Flamel," the wizard across from Ask said as he lowered his hood, revealing his visage, a middle-aged man in his 30s. His hair bore streaks of gray, his beard appeared freshly shaven, and he wore a pair of black-framed glasses, reminiscent of a scholar. "Do not underestimate my knowledge," Ask remarked, lifting the drink from the table to his nose for a sniff. His eyes brightened at the delightful scent of the mead. After savoring a gulp, he closed his eyes in contentment. "Nicholas Flamel, you are already 666 years old this year, though you scarcely look a day over 50. You are mistaken. I am indeed 666 years old, with my birthday already past." The middle-aged wizard corrected him. "Humph. Do you possess any other evidence? Do you know what Nicholas Flamel is most renowned for?" Ask pondered for a moment before responding. "Alchemy? Quite impressive that you are aware of it," the middle-aged wizard remarked with a hint of surprise. He retrieved a small box from his pocket, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention before sliding the box towards Ask. "The contents within this box can validate my identity." "What is it?" Ask inquired. "You will find out upon inspection. How can I trust that this box does not conceal any mechanisms or traps of your design?" As Ask remarked, despite his words, his movements were quite fluid. After passing the box, he meticulously examined it. The box itself was unremarkable, merely crafted from ordinary poplar wood. However, the intricate magical inscriptions etched upon it appeared exceptionally sophisticated, with convoluted patterns intertwining and encircling one another. Nearly every inch of the box was adorned with these mystical symbols. "Are you willing to sell this box?" Ask suddenly inquired, gently caressing its surface. The middle-aged wizard had not anticipated such a question from Ask. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "The box is not a precious item. I wouldn't mind giving it to you. However, the contents within must be housed in a specific box like this one. And I currently have no spare. Is the contents particularly special?" Ask asked, as he opened a small gap to take a quick glance before closing it again. Discarding the box as if it were refuse, Ask scoffed. "I expected something of significance, but it turns out to be just a worthless stone." "You can't possibly be saying this is a magical stone, can you?" "Indeed, this is a magical stone," the middle-aged wizard stated with utmost seriousness. "You must be joking. If this were a magical stone, I would consume it. Do you believe that?" Ask had grown increasingly impatient, speaking with a hint of irritation. To his surprise, he noticed the middle-aged wizard's eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if he had been waiting for this very moment. The wizard pushed a box towards Ask, a sly grin adorning his face, and said, "This is what you asked for. Now, consume this magical stone." "Are you out of your mind?" "I said if this is a magical stone, I would eat it, but this is clearly just a worthless rock." "This is indeed a magical stone," the wizard insisted. "Once you consume it, you too can enjoy a prolonged life like mine. Look, I am already 666 years old, yet I appear so youthful. Do you not envy me?" "Envy?" Ask scoffed, leaning forward to scrutinize the wizard's eyes. "If this truly is a magical stone, would you really part with it?" "Why would I not?" The middle-aged wizard feigned ignorance, producing an even larger box which he carefully placed on the table, gesturing for Ask to open it. Hesitantly, Ask opened the box, revealing a stone that was similar to the previous one but significantly larger, as if it had been carved from it. "Is your magical stone truly this enormous?" Ask pointed at the box the size of a basketball, containing a stone as large as a volleyball. "A magical stone of such size? It exudes not a hint of magical energy. It is less impressive than a flying broomstick. Where on earth did you find this?" "Huh. Has the magical stone become so common in this era?" The wizard's irritation was palpable. He retrieved the larger box and once more pushed the smaller one towards Ask. "How could a mere child like you comprehend the true essence of alchemy? A magical stone is a miraculous entity that cannot be judged by mundane standards. You cannot perceive it through the eyes of an ordinary person. Then please enlighten me on how I should perceive it," Ask retorted. "Simply consume it." and you will discover whether I speak the truth. Shouldn't I cook it first? Eating it raw might upset my stomach, Ask chuckled, weighing the box in his hand. Shaking his head, he eventually decided to pocket it, thinking the box itself was rather charming. I suppose I will reluctantly accept it. You still do not believe me. Of course I do not believe you. If you were in my position, would you? Ask replied. The middle-aged wizard stood up, gazing intently at Ask for a moment before bursting into laughter. Pointing at Ask, he confidently proclaimed, I wager a copper nat that there will come a day when you will regret not believing my words today. In fact, I already regret it, Ask said, propping his chin on one hand and smiling as he tilted his head slightly. I regret listening to all your nonsense for so long. Unperturbed, the middle-aged wizard shook his head dismissively and turned to leave the bar, casually stating, if you have another nightmare, try using this stone to brew a potion. It may prove beneficial. The smile on Asker's face froze. The mysterious middle-aged sorcerer, who referred to himself as Nick LeMay, departed, leaving Asker with the so-called magical stone and a plethora of questions. There is a quote often favored by scholars to showcase their erudition: the more we know, the more we realize our ignorance. This sentiment aptly encapsulates Asker's current state of mind. As Ask gazed at the box upon the table, an unexpected tranquility enveloped him. He had grown accustomed to the enigmatic figures who appeared before him, uttering cryptic yet profound statements or revealing facets of themselves that diverged from the ordinary. Thanks to their presence, Ask had become increasingly composed in the face of the myriad questions that surrounded him. After all, no matter how fervently he pursued answers, he would not easily find them. The box contained a so-called philosopher's stone, exquisitely crafted on the outside, yet within lay nothing more than an unremarkable stone. Devoid of any discernible pattern, a riot of colors that bore no resemblance to the legendary stone of lore. It appeared to be a counterfeit, as if dyed with some artificial pigment. Most incredulous to Ask was the fact that this philosopher's stone was the size of a volleyball. Have you ever encountered a philosopher's stone of such dimensions? Now, it is time for a brief exposition on the philosopher's stone. Also known as the philosopher's stone or the elixir of life, it is a substance that alchemists have pursued throughout history. Believed to transmute any metal into pure gold and to concoct elixirs of immortality, antidotes, and various potions. The concept of the philosopher's stone traces back to the 8th century. Attributed to the Arab Yemenite alchemist Geber, who analyzed Aristotle's four classical elements: heat, cold, dryness, and moisture. Fire embodies heat and dryness. Earth signifies cold and dryness. Water represents cold and moisture, and air is characterized by heat and moisture. He further posited that all metals are combinations of these four elements, with two elements being internal and the other two external. In this context, the transformation of one metal into another was theorized as a reconfiguration of these four substances. The catalyst for this transformation was imagined to be a substance known in Arabic as elixir, which later inspired the Western term elixir. It was believed that this substance was derived from a mystical stone, the philosopher's stone, composed of a material referred to as karmat. After perusing this exposition, do you find yourself more bewildered than enlightened? If so, that is precisely the point. Trusting sources like Baidu Baiki is ill-advised. Water, fire, earth, and air comprise the four elements, while the philosopher's stone is often regarded as the fifth element. What precisely this fifth element entails remains a mystery, likely known only to Nicholas Flamel, the one who purportedly created the philosopher's stone. He has never disclosed the method of its creation and has rarely been seen since its emergence. However, many firmly believe that the fifth element is something entirely distinct from the other four, an ineffable entity that defies mortal comprehension, akin to the marvel described by that middle-aged wizard. The other four elements are tangible. The fifth element may well be deified, more likely an intangible notion, perhaps a concept that could be labeled as truth, the Tao, or the source, terms that resonate with grandeur and rarity. Such enigmatic entities indeed align with the description of miracles beyond human understanding. If the philosopher's stone is merely a concept, how does one reconcile its volleyball-sized manifestation? Did Nicholas Flamel bestow the notion of the philosopher's stone upon an ordinary rock, thus creating it? Might one infer that he could similarly imbue a toothbrush with this concept, producing a magical brush? Or endow a young maiden with it, giving rise to a mythical brew? Or grant it to a reclusive individual, transforming him into a true sorcerer? The more one learns, the more ignorance becomes apparent. Indeed, how profound. After digesting the preceding explanations, one might feel an urge to hurl their cup in frustration. Yet, the answer lies within the very content above, whether you believe it or not. I have chosen to embrace it. When clarity eludes, it is often better to cease pondering. Ask had long since acclimatized to this reality. Thus, he stowed the box in his pocket and rose to depart, nearly forgetting the original purpose of his visit to the bar. Nevertheless, there were still those with discernment at the Pig's Head Tavern. As Ask raised his head, he found himself confronted by a tall, robust old man. His hair and beard completely white, with piercing blue eyes. At first, Ask almost mistook him for Dumbledore. However, this man's nose was straight, and his expression bore a far more menacing demeanor, distinctly contrasting with Dumbledore's gentle aura. "Is there something you need?" Ask inquired. "You have yet to settle your bill," came the reply, suggesting that this individual was indeed the proprietor of the Hog's Head Inn. Ask rolled his eyes, pondering how Nicholas Flamel, the possessor of the Philosopher's Stone, could possibly be unable to pay for a mere drink. That fellow was undoubtedly a fraud. Aska could hardly be bothered to explain. "How much?" he inquired. 3 silver coins." The proprietor replied. Ask handed over the money, realizing he had barely a gallon left. Upon returning to school, he would need to devise a way to earn some more. After settling the payment, Ask unwittingly pried into matters he ought not to have, asking, "You look quite familiar. Are you perhaps Albus Dumbledore's brother?" The proprietor's expression darkened, and he erupted in fury, snatching the money back and growling, "I am his uncle." "Is that truly the case?" Ask instinctively retorted, only to realize he had committed a folly. He quickly clarified, "Ahem, forget I mentioned anything. What is your name?" The man, claiming to be Dumbledore's uncle, frowned and inquired. Despite his irritation, he was not one to quarrel with a mere child, yet the boy incited within him a desire to deliver a sound beating. "Me?" Ask stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering that old Grindelwald seemingly had no enemies in England. Thus, he boldly declared, "I am Ask Grindelwald," extending his hand in a gesture of greeting. "Grindelwald?" The proprietor's expression shifted once more. Where anger had been present at the mention of Dumbledore, now there was palpable hatred. Repeating the surname through clenched teeth, he swiftly seized Ask, demanding loudly, "What is your relationship to Gellert Grindelwald?" Even if Ask were somewhat slow to catch on, he now recognized that this individual bore a grudge against old Grindelwald. Given that this was not the first time he encountered such hostility, he calmly responded, "He is my grandfather. I am his grandson." "Very well. Tell me, was it my father who your grandfather killed, or my mother, or perhaps a sibling?" "Very well, indeed." The proprietor of the Pig's Head Tavern, seething with rage yet grinning maliciously, cracked his knuckles, the sound betraying that he was not yet too old to deliver a beating. "Today, I shall collect some interest from you, and I am eager to see how long that coward Gellert remains holed up in Nurmengard." Ask was momentarily taken aback. Although he was accustomed to encountering individuals eager to create trouble and provoke him, the audacity to publicly insult the venerable Grindelwald was indeed a rarity. While the old Grindelwald had been incarcerated, his sympathizers, supporters, and advocates had not all perished. Those brave enough to speak ill of him had invariably faced retribution. This was precisely why Ask felt emboldened and unafraid. He was not fighting alone. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Ask addressed his approaching boss, who was rolling up his sleeves, exuding an air of menace and wearing a sinister grin. "While this is not my first encounter with such a situation, I still wish to pose a question." However, the boss was not inclined to exhibit patience. He had little interest in prolonged dialogue with Ask. With a colossal hand, he lunged towards Ask with tremendous force. He refrained from employing any spells, perhaps deeming it unnecessary, or perhaps believing that it was beneath him to act so shamelessly. In his eyes, dealing with an 11 or 12-year-old child was child's play. Yet, this was not Ask's first experience with such an ordeal. If he were incapable of managing this, he would have likely long met his demise in some forgotten corner, his bones reduced to mere instruments of percussion. Asker was not inclined to be courteous, for there was simply no need. He raised his index finger and pointed decisively at the proprietor. Stone to stone. At that moment, the distance between them was scarcely half a meter, and the incantation almost instantaneously struck the owner. His form began to petrify, commencing from his feet and descending gradually to his head, albeit at a pace that compelled Asker to furrow his brow in impatience. It is pertinent to note the concept of magical resistance. Aside from unique physiques, such as the thick-skinned giants with formidable magical defenses, those who frequently wield spells, individuals of profound magical prowess, or wizards often subjected to spell assaults, tend to possess elevated magical resistance. Consequently, while the incantation may take effect, the outcome is far from promising. Ask once encountered a sorcerer within the confines of a prison, pursued by several aurors. After succumbing to 11 consecutive stunning spells, he collapsed, rendered incapacitated. In retrospect, it became evident that this individual, who had aspired to be a nefarious character from a young age, had diligently trained his resistance to spells. For many years, he had a specialist cast commonly used non-lethal spells, such as the stunning spell and the petrification spell, upon him, thereby cultivating a notable resilience to magic. In truth, this method of training bears a striking resemblance to the art of mental defense. Ultimately, the petrification spell proved effective, the sorcerer's movements noticeably slowed. And he became aware of this change. It was clear that he was indeed a skilled practitioner, though he had been momentarily outmaneuvered by Ask's wandless magic. He regained his composure and employed wandless magic to cast a freeze charm upon himself. In their initial confrontation, the outcome was evenly matched, a stalemate of sorts. In reality, Ask held a slight advantage, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from pursuing the attack, allowing the sorcerer to calmly dispel the enchantment. A huff escaped the sorcerer, revealing his realization that Ask had shown him mercy. To be spared by an inconspicuous opponent was hardly a matter of pride. However, in that moment, his anger had diminished significantly, and with his composure restored, he found himself devoid of any desire to continue the conflict. "Shall we proceed?" Ask inquired with a smile. His hands clasped behind him, gripping a prank device that resembled a flash bang and could emit a blinding light. Should he choose? The small tricks concealed within the pockets of his attire, such as smoke bombs, flea powder, and toxic sand, could indeed pose a considerable nuisance to anyone they were employed against. "Are you truly his grandson?" the boss suddenly asked. "Is there an advantage to masquerading as his grandson?" Ask retorted, asserting that he had gained no benefits whatsoever. Yet troubles had persistently followed him, nearly leading to his ruin. The boss, in agreement with this sentiment, nodded slightly. Although his body relaxed, his expression remained decidedly unfriendly. "The pig's head bar does not welcome you. You should leave," he remarked. "Did you not claim that you intended to extract some interest from me?" Ask, lacking in tact, inquired, causing the boss's expression to darken further. Yet, he merely grunted in response, pushing past Ask and retreating behind the bar. Ignoring him, now that is indeed a clever approach. Is it not? As Ask raised his shoulders and set down 3 silver sickles, he departed from the Pig's Head Tavern with an air of nonchalance. The patrons inside the tavern appeared oblivious, akin to the deaf and the blind. Some indulged in their meals, others sipped their drinks, and still others engaged in idle chatter, continuing their pursuits undisturbed. For them, this day was merely a mundane episode in the tapestry of their ordinary lives. Indifferent to the tavern owner's self-proclaimed identity as Dumbledore's uncle or a young boy's claim of being Grindelwald's grandson. Yet, not everyone was so unconcerned. A solitary figure, similarly ensconced in a corner, waited until Ask had departed to raise his head, casting a glance at the tavern owner, then at the now empty table, and finally at the entrance. Contemplatively, he lifted his glass and drained it in one go. "Grindelwald's grandson is indeed a curious child, is he not?" a sinister voice whispered, its tone unsettling and viscous, seeping into the ear and leaving an uncomfortable sensation in its wake. "Noble and great master, he is merely an arrogant and foolish boy." "Unworthy of your attention," said Quirrell, responding with deference to his master's words. "As far as I know, he relies solely on the legacy of the old Grindelwald, recklessly making enemies, which is not the mark of an astute individual. Precisely because he lacks wisdom, he becomes intriguing, does he not?" After a brief pause, the malevolent voice continued, "What do you think would transpire if Grindelwald's grandson were to encounter misfortune at Hogwarts?" Quirrell hesitated, his expression clouded with concern. "Quirrell, during your time at Hogwarts, have you ever heard the legend of the Chamber of Secrets?" "No," Quirrell replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. This time, however, the anticipated punishment did not follow. The voice's master had completely ignored his presence, instead muttering to himself in a tone laden with horror and bitterness. "I believe Dumbledore would be quite fond of the gift I have prepared for him. Though the Christmas season has passed, this present shall surely rekindle his memories of me. I am his nightmare." As Ask returned to Hogwarts, the evening had already descended. Guided by the residents of Hogsmeade, he took a winding path back to the castle. The journey was uneventful, save for a moment of pause as he passed the very spot where he had fallen that fateful night. It was uncertain whether the events of that evening had stirred Hogwarts to action, but now a protective enchantment had been cast over the area. Should one attempt to leap from its edge, an invisible barrier would thwart their descent. Of course, this was unknown to most, and Ask discovered it only after attempting to jump. For the students, it remained a place of caution, lest they find themselves in a predicament akin to that of some unfortunate soul. Irritated, Ask stowed his broomstick away and abandoned his plan to search for the wand he had lost, though it was a wand prone to disobedience. He held an inexplicable affection for it, a fondness devoid of reason or logic. The complexity of emotions that washed over him upon encountering that wand was beyond description. If the term love at first sight could be applied to the bond between human and non-human, then Ask had undeniably experienced such a phenomenon with that wand. When it had abandoned him at a critical moment, he was left in a state of shock, coupled with a sense of injustice and sorrow. Akin to a child neglected and forsaken by their parents, feeling that he had done nothing to deserve such a fate. Ask sighed, reflecting on the rarity of encountering a wand he truly cherished. He felt a pang of regret and self-reproach for having impulsively discarded it in the past. What do you think you are? Do you dare to aspire to be my master? Ask could swear he distinctly heard those words, delivered with an air of haughty disdain, reminiscent of a king dismissing the unrealistic demands of his subjects. He felt a strange sense of mercy in the fact that the wand had refrained from punishing him. Shaking his head, Ask cast aside this notion. How could a mere wand impose punishment upon him? Without a wielder, a wand remained just that, a wand, incapable of launching attacks autonomously. He had heard tales of formidable wands. Yet even the most ancient of them would not exhibit such behavior. It was surely a case of overthinking, no doubt. Ask reassured himself with these words. And without further hesitation, he continued his journey towards Hogwarts. Although he felt a sense of regret, he resolved not to linger in the shadows of what had already transpired. Reflecting on his wand, he recalled that the old Grindelwald had seemingly bestowed upon him a Christmas gift, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a wand box. Previously, for various reasons, Ask had nearly forgotten this matter, and he resolved to open it upon returning to school. To cut a long story short, when Ask arrived at the Slytherin common room, he found it eerily empty. To his knowledge, all Slytherins, including himself, had opted to return home for the Christmas holiday. He suspected he was the sole returnee on the day following Christmas. What brings you back? At this moment, the only entities likely to inhabit the Slytherin common room were the resident ghosts. For the menacing presence of the Bloody Baron ensured that no other specters would dare to appear, not even those who had once belonged to Slytherin. Because I missed you, Ask replied earnestly. What a chilling jest, the Bloody Baron retorted, revealing a grimace that transformed into a sinister smile. Inexplicably, any semblance of a smile on his visage exuded an aura of menace, devoid of any goodwill. Very well, I shall speak candidly. Ask raised his hand in a gesture reminiscent of surrender. He glanced at the Bloody Baron and, with a hint of implication, inquired, is he still being honest? If sneaking out to the forbidden forest at midnight, muttering to oneself, and occasionally erupting into maniacal laughter can be deemed honesty, then indeed he is quite forthright. Has he ventured out today? Ask pressed further. He seems to have been unwell in recent days, secluding himself in his office. I have not entered. But he hasn't emerged much either. You have my sympathies. Ask expressed his gratitude earnestly, yet Bloodman Barrow shook his head, displaying no interest in such sentiments. What I require is not your thanks, merely remember your promise. Otherwise, his gaze turned notably frigid. I detest being deceived. Calm down, Ask waved his hand dismissively. Replying nonchalantly, since I made a promise to you, I shall certainly fulfill it. But I cannot wait for such a long time. Very well. If you believe you can manage it, then go ahead. Ask adopted a defiant stance, challenging, if you refuse to share anything with me, how can I assist you? Bloodman Barrow fell into silence, and after a prolonged pause, he turned in irritation and charged towards a wall in frustration. Naturally, he did not collide with it. In his ghostly state, he effortlessly passed through. Moments later, he dashed back, then turned again, racing towards the wall once more, only to return yet again. Ask stroked his chin, a look of sympathy crossing his face. The specters are indeed rather pitiable, as they possess no means to vent their anger. Take Bloodman Barlow, for instance. He can only choose to run back and forth to relieve the pent-up frustration and irritation within him. Damn it! Curse it! Bloodman Barlow let out an expletive, as if such utterance might bring him some semblance of comfort. You bastard aunts. Ask found himself utterly astonished. There was nothing more amusing than witnessing a typically stoic individual lose their composure. However, after unleashing a torrent of expletives, the notorious Bloodman Barlow gradually redirected his ire towards Ask. The more he listened, the more discomfort Ask felt, prompting him to interject. Hey, am I truly as despicable as you claim? Ask remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Despicable? Bloodman Barlow gasped. These are merely vestiges of human nature. Remnants that are no longer necessary. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Ask. Ha, do you believe my words to be unfounded? Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated, Ask replied, a slight grimace crossing his face as he felt a twinge of discomfort. For instance, manipulating the affections of young maidens, bullying classmates, and behaving inappropriately. If I were to heed your words, I might as well be incarcerated in Azkaban. I commend your self-awareness, Bloodman Barlow sneered. Why not turn yourself in and see if the Ministry of Magic will show you leniency? But if I find myself in Azkaban, who will assist you in accomplishing your objective? Ask countered. Before you, I have entrusted this task to many. You shall neither be the first nor the last. Bloodman Barlow retorted, his visage once again contorted with fury. However, you are the most shameless, the most audacious, the most unprincipled individual I have ever encountered. Enough. Ask could no longer restrain himself. I maintain my position. If you refuse to divulge anything, how can I possibly aid you? It is not a matter of desire, but of necessity. Then why not simply write it down? As Ask roared back with a voice even higher than that of Bloodman Barrow, Barrow momentarily froze. He quickly began to scribble something in the air with his hand, then gazed at Ask with eager anticipation. Barrow, Ask sighed, speaking earnestly to Bloodman Barrow. You truly ought to practice your writing. To be frank, I could only comprehend the first word. He chuckled softly, adding, sometimes, matters are as straightforward as this. What cannot be articulated with words becomes abundantly clear when inscribed. Goodness, how is it that there are so many gifts once again? As Ask reflected with a hint of melancholy, he sat on the sofa, surrounded by a plethora of gift boxes, their sizes varying significantly, stacked high enough to nearly brush the ceiling, creating a remarkably striking and splendid sight. Do you have many friends? Bloodman Barrow inquired with curiosity. Observing that all these gifts belonged to Ask, it was indeed a rare occurrence for one individual to receive such an abundance of presents. It seemed that the only plausible explanation was Ask's extensive social circle. Ah, Barrow, I fear you may have misunderstood, Ask replied, casually extracting a palm-sized gift box from the mountain of presents. He shook it near his ear, then brought it closer to his nose for a moment's scent, and ultimately produced a magnifying glass to scrutinize it for an extended period. After weighing the box in his hands, Ask turned to Bloodman Barrow with a smile and remarked, It suddenly dawned on me that I have yet to give you your Christmas gift. I don't need it. Bloodman Barrow firmly declined, not because he genuinely wished to forego it, but rather due to the unsettling nature of Ask's smile. In Barrow's memory, many individuals displayed such expressions before playing tricks on others. Oh, what a pity, Ask shrugged, tossing the gift box into a corner. I had intended to surprise you. Surprise? Well, let me tally how many gifts are here. Ask, somewhat evasive in his response, stood up and picked up a gift box. This time, he merely glanced at the signature before tossing the box into the corner. He then picked up the next one, again glancing at the signature before discarding it to the same fate. He repeated this action until, before him, only a scant few gift boxes remained, with the heap having shifted to the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Astonishingly, 5 boxes lay before Ask. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the gift that old Grindelwald had bestowed upon him. No, it should be 6. I have indeed received 6 gifts. Ask appeared to be rather cheerful, while the Bloodman Barrow slightly turned his head. The pile of gift boxes in the corner now seemed somewhat superfluous, judging by Ask's reaction. These presents appeared to have been misplaced. However, could it be possible that over 100 gifts were all sent to the wrong location? Had the owls collectively succumbed to senility? On the other side, someone remarked, Open one, and you'll soon find out. Barrow comprehended the situation. It seemed that the heap of gift boxes might not necessarily contain gifts after all. Yet, to receive such a multitude of malevolent packages. Had he indeed underestimated this individual's capacity for inciting animosity and courting disaster? The gifts, stored in the Slytherin common room, clearly indicated that Ask did not have a permanent residence. The only place those individuals could conceive was Hogwarts. In any case, Ask would eventually return. Although he wouldn't be receiving gifts on Christmas Day, such circumstances were unavoidable. 5 gifts bore signatures from Draco, Gemma, Snape, Hermione, and Dumbledore, inscribed in beautiful calligraphy. Ask gazed at the presents and pondered for a moment before setting them aside and picking up the gift from Draco. It contained sweets, an abundance of candies of various kinds, along with a greeting card. As Asker's lips twitched slightly, he suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. Casting a glance at the well-wishing message on the card, he closed the box of candies and placed it as far away from himself as possible. All right, Draco. If you take this seriously, you've already lost, Asker muttered to himself, a hint of frustration evident as he tapped his head lightly. How could there possibly exist a remedy that prevents cavities after indulging in sweets? The final line of the card lay on the table, reading, "After all, you have the medicine. With so many candies, you should be just fine." Regaining his composure, Asker lazily picked up the gift box that Gamma had presented to him, his mind pondering whether it too might be filled with malevolent surprises. Ever since the last incident where Asker had left Gamma in an embarrassing predicament, it seemed that they had only shared the same space during meals. The two maintained an unspoken understanding, deliberately keeping their distance to uphold a delicate equilibrium. This time, Gamma had prepared a gift for Asker, which took him somewhat by surprise. Ask took a deep breath, cautiously and slowly unwrapping the gift box. Inside, he discovered an abundance of sweets, an array of candies, along with a greeting card. Ask paid no mind to the confections. He seized the greeting card and perused it with rapidity. Aside from the customary salutations and blessings, the contents bore a striking resemblance to Draco's card, until the final phrase, which finally revealed a modicum of variation. "After all, you have the medicine. Such an abundance of sweets should pose no issue." P.S. This was Draco's assertion. The sanguine vampire, Barlow, could not contain a chuckle, prompting Ask to cast him a resentful glare. In high spirits, the sanguine Barlow approached Ask, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. "I have an ominous premonition," Ask remarked earnestly as he grasped Snape's gift. This time, however, he exhibited a greater composure, swiftly unwrapping the package with ease. Inside lay an array of sweets, countless confections of various kinds, alongside a greeting card and a vial of medicine. Ask suddenly felt that this world was rife with malice, especially after he perused the contents of the greeting card. "After all, you have the medication. With so much sugar, there should be no issue." P.S. Using in conjunction with toothpaste yields even better results. Ask seized the vial, within which resided a viscous green substance. Upon uncorking the bottle, a distinctly familiar aroma wafted into Ask's nostrils, evoking the unsettling impression that it was something Snape had fished out from a restroom and sent to him in a bottle. "Headmaster, you are quite ruthless," he thought, whether or not the substance was indeed what he imagined. The scent alone left Ask with no courage to use it for brushing his teeth. 3 gifts remained, yet a sudden trepidation enveloped him. Aside from Grindelwald's offering, which bore no resemblance to a candy box, the other 2 gifts from Hermione and Dumbledore appeared to be cylindrical candy jars encased in square packaging. "It's nothing to worry about, merely a bit of candy," Ask murmured to himself, his gaze fixed ahead as his fingers deftly untied the wrapping. Upon feeling the cylindrical container inside, alongside a greeting card and a rectangular box, his expression morphed into one of utter peculiarity. Candy, an abundance of it, various kinds, accompanied by a greeting card, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. "After all, you possess the potion. Surely, an abundance of candy poses no problem." He chuckled. Ask could only force a smile, confronted with 4 jars of candies, a supply ample enough to last him an entire year. To indulge in a year of sweetness should have been a source of immense joy, yet Ask felt the urge to weep, weeping for his teeth. "I wager a copper natter that Dumbledore's share is still candy," Bloodman Barlow remarked with a sense of schadenfreude. It was common knowledge that Dumbledore had a penchant for sweets. Ask nodded, aware that Dumbledore had a penchant for confections that were not only unique in appearance and flavor, but also bore names that were decidedly eccentric. However, Dumbledore managed to surprise Ask this time, for what lay before him was no longer a mere jar of sweets or a greeting card. "I believe this does not quite constitute a gift. It is merely the rightful return of an item, indeed, the rightful return of an item. Yet, should you carelessly discard your wand again, it is uncertain whether Fawkes will retrieve it for you." Resting within the gift box was a wand. "Not a sweet? What could this be? You appear rather disappointed." The bloodied figure of Barrow approached Ask, lowering his head to examine the wand. At that moment, Ask, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, failed to notice the intricate feelings that flickered in Barrow's eyes upon seeing the wand. "Another one?" Barrow muttered, directing his gaze away with an ambiguous hiss. "Another what?" Ask lifted his head to meet Barrow's gaze. "Have you seen this wand? Do you know its owner? If I were to say this wand belonged to your father, would you believe me?" Barrow crossed his arms, his eyes sweeping over the greeting card before casting a sidelong glance at Ask, his tone laced with mockery. "You actually managed to lose your wand. No wonder I have yet to see you wield it." Disregarding the latter part of Barrow's statement, Ask focused on the former, frowning as he scrutinized the wand within the box. "Is it truly such a coincidence? Why not?" Barrow replied, his demeanor exaggerated and theatrical, as if imitating someone. "This is the hand of fate, the choice of destiny. Whoever can draw this wand shall become the King of Britain. If your sense of humor were to be somewhat more conventional, it might just become your only virtue. Barrow shrugged, seemingly recalling something, and turned to ask, "Have I said too much today?" Ask paid no heed to the seemingly expressionless specter, whose demeanor belied an unfathomable depth of mirth. He tucked his wand into his pocket and, with the familiarity of one well acquainted with the task, unwrapped the final gift bestowed upon him by the venerable Grindelwald. The slender box, measuring approximately a foot in length and barely 3 fingers in width, bore an exterior reminiscent of a wand case. However, Ask now pondered whether its contents were indeed a wand. Naturally, it was also clear that it bore no resemblance to a jar of sweets. This was. Ask gazed intently at the rolled-up parchment within the box, rendered speechless, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty, flickering like the light of a candle. Bloodman Barrow leaned in for a closer look, and with his discerning eye, it was not difficult for him to discern its nature. A painting? How amusing. Ask suddenly erupted into laughter, a flicker of flames dancing at his fingertips, which he gently shook onto the gift box, gazing at the burning present. There was no trace of joy upon his countenance. His fingers bore a slight char, a consequence of a misfired spell that had singed his skin. Yet he remained blissfully unaware, fixated instead on the ashes that lay upon the table with an inexplicable smile. "What troubles you?" inquired Bloodman Barrow. "Oh, it's nothing of great consequence, merely a profound sense of dissatisfaction," Ask replied, lifting his gaze to meet Barrow's. "Tell me, what would you do if someone betrayed you?" "It would depend on the circumstances," Bloodman Barrow pondered for a moment before responding candidly. Ask chuckled oddly, and then inquired more specifically, "What if this person has a close relationship with you, yet their actions are utterly intolerable and unforgivable? I fear I might resort to extreme measures." "Indeed," Ask nodded. "It appears I am truly merciful. I have done nothing at all, and furthermore, I have borne a burden of guilt that I should not have had to carry." "What does that painting signify?" Bloodman Barrow asked earnestly. "In truth, it is nothing significant. I once encountered a painting where I mistakenly believed the male protagonist represented me, only to later realize that I was merely a substitute." Ask shrugged, "And thus, this painting became my Christmas gift this year. What a pity. I would very much like to see what that painting depicted." Bloodman Barrow lamented, shaking his head, and addressed the disinterested Ask. "There is something quite intriguing that might divert your attention." "Oh, have you ever heard of the Mirror of Eris?" Ask nodded, suddenly comprehending the meaning behind Bloodman Barrow's words. "So it is here at Hogwarts? I can take you there," Bloodman Barrow stated. His curiosity piqued about what Ask would see in the mirror. "I am in dire need of gold galleons at the moment." Rising to his feet, Ask gestured for Bloodman Barrow to lead the way. "Why is the Mirror of Eris at Hogwarts?" "I recall that it was last said to be stored in the Department of Mysteries." "Even you know that," Bloodman Barrow remarked, astonished by Ask's breadth of knowledge. "If I told you I have already encountered that mirror, would you believe me?" Surveying Ask up and down, Bloodman Barrow shook his head. "I do not believe you. If you have seen it, why would you wish to see it again?" "Because I wish to discern whether what I see now is the same as what I saw then," Ask replied, a smile gracing his lips. "Come, I am rather eager." "As you wish." Dumbledore procured it from the ministry. Ask caressed the surface of the Mirror of Eris, his gaze fixated on the ground rather than the reflections it revealed. It was an imposing mirror, reaching the ceiling with a golden frame, supported by 2 claw-like feet. At the top was inscribed, Eris Edstra Erui Tubi Kafrui Ton Wosi, which when reversed reads, "It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. The Mirror of Eris grants one a glimpse into their innermost, most fervent longings. Yet, such desires are ever-changing. Will these yearnings evolve?" "Barrow, what do you see?" Ask turned to Bloodman Barrow, noting the ashen pallor of his face, which appeared fearsome and murderous, as if he were ready to kill. Indeed, as Ask described, Bloodman Barrow's expression was grim, likely enough to frighten timid students into tears. Upon hearing Ask's words, Bloodman Barrow seemed to awaken from a daze, turning his head away to glare at the wall, coldly retorting, "That is none of your concern. Mind your own business. I wager a knut that what you see is quite similar to what I beheld last time." Ask chuckled, stroking his chin. He casually turned his gaze to the reflections in the mirror before Bloodman Barrow spoke. "What do you see?" "A nightmare." "A nightmare? That cannot be. Surely your greatest desire cannot manifest as a nightmare." Silence. As Asker abruptly interrupted the words of Bloodman Barrow, he fixated intensely upon the mirror, his body trembling slightly, hands instinctively retreating into his sleeves, crossed over his chest. The thick cotton coat had already caused him to perspire. Yet Bloodman Barrow could still hear the sound of teeth clattering. He appeared, in every sense, as though he stood alone in a snowy field, buffeted by the northwestern winds. Are you all right? Bloodman Barrow took a few steps toward Asker, extending his hand to obstruct Asker's gaze, shaking it gently. However, Asker seemed ensnared by a curse. His expression vacant, his eyes dazedly fixed upon the mirror, as if Bloodman Barrow's intervention had not impeded his sight in the slightest. Sensing something amiss, Bloodman Barrow called out loudly, disregarding the possibility of attracting attention. Hey, wake up! What on earth do you see? A nightmare, Asker replied blankly, his complexion growing paler. Sweat pouring down, yet his body instinctively curled up, muttering, so cold, so cold, so cold. Cold? So cold. On the eve of the new term, Hermione returned. When she dejectedly sought out Harry, Ron informed her that Harry was currently lying in the hospital wing, sipping a foul-tasting potion. I knew it, Hermione exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at the innocent-looking Ron. I knew you would cause trouble while I was away. I didn't do anything. It's Harry lying there, not me. Ron muttered softly. You should have stopped him. Hermione raised her voice, gesturing to herself as if to emphasize how she had always intervened for them. Oomph, Ron scoffed. Hastily leaving the Gryffindor common room, clutching some fruit pastries, as per tradition, to visit Harry. Wait for me. Hermione jogged after Ron, glancing at the items he carried. Suddenly inquiring, Ron, during my absence, did anyone deliver my Christmas gifts to the school? Ron glanced at Hermione and shook his head. No, you weren't at school. Who would send Christmas gifts here? How could that be? If he didn't know my home address, he would have to send them to the school. Hermione countered. Maybe the owl had an accident along the way, Ron kindly suggested. Just like my family's poor Errol, it's so old it can barely fly. Frankly, I doubt it will survive this winter. But the books say owls trained for delivering mail and parcels are young and robust. Many overseas deliveries are entrusted to them. According to studies, the failure rate for owl deliveries is merely 2 in 10,000. Hermione recited, as if quoting from memory. Ron rolled his eyes in exasperation, replying impatiently. You yourself said 2 in 10,000. Perhaps, by sheer misfortune, you encountered that 2 in 10,000. And, Ron hurriedly continued, preempting Hermione. Maybe your friend didn't send you anything at all. Hermione fell silent for a moment, disappointment etched across her face, as if attempting to convince herself, she asserted. It must be an issue with the owl. Hey, didn't you just say that owls don't have problems? Ron ungraciously reminded her, shaking his head with a hint of pride. It's likely that person forgot you. How pathetic. Hiki, Hermione suddenly revealed a gentle smile, drawing her wand and pointing it at Ron, softly stating, Ron, if you could manage to keep your mouth shut, we'd still be good friends. Ron covered his mouth with one hand, forcing a smile as he responded, of course, we're good friends. Excellent. Hermione nodded appreciatively, stowing her wand away. She turned and walked in another direction, toward the castle's exit. Hey, you're going the wrong way. The hospital wing is this way. Ron immediately forgot Hermione's earlier warning, shouting after her, Aren't you going to visit Harry? I've changed my mind. Let him suffer a little longer under Madame Pomfrey's care to help him realize his mistakes. Hermione replied without turning back, quickly vanishing around a corner. Out of Ron's sight, Ron shrugged, realizing he would be going alone. The scent of potions in the hospital wing was far from pleasant, and now he had no one to accompany him. However, as he scratched his nose, he pondered who the unfortunate soul was that had forgotten to send Hermione her Christmas gift. Contemplating Hermione's increasingly volatile demeanor and formidable presence, Ron took a moment to offer a silent prayer for that individual. May Merlin bless you. Let us hope Hermione doesn't turn you into a statue and toss you into the lake. Achoo. As Ask sneezed heavily, he pulled out a tissue to dab his nose and carelessly tossed the used tissue into the fireplace before him. Surely someone is speaking ill of me, he muttered, casting a glance at the bespectacled middle-aged wizard sitting opposite him, leisurely sipping tea while perusing a newspaper. He raised his voice slightly. How long are you planning to keep me confined? I do not go by Hay, I have a name. You may refer to me as the Great Nicholas Flamel, or the Remarkable Nicholas Flamel. Judging by your defiant expression, perhaps I shall permit you to address me as Lord Nicholas Flamel, the middle-aged wizard replied with a grin. His eyes were not particularly large, and when he smiled, they narrowed down to mere slits, revealing his plump cheeks and 2 dimples, one large and one small, giving him a particularly amusing appearance. Old fool. Ask suddenly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at the self-proclaimed Nicholas Flamel, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Are you ever going to stop? I have no interest in indulging you in this ludicrous game of make-believe. He continued, let us be clear, even if you truly are Nicholas Flamel. What right do you have to imprison me here? Such rudeness. Is this how your grandfather taught you to speak to your elders? The middle-aged wizard retorted. Now I understand Dumbledore's confusion. You bear no resemblance to your father aside from appearances, particularly in temperament. If he were here, he would not act so impulsively and arrogantly without grasping the situation. Compared to him, you are nothing but a wild boar. Repeat that, if you dare. The veins on Ask's forehead throbbed as he clenched his fist, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged wizard. I need not be courteous when dealing with someone like you. The middle-aged wizard stroked his chin, which only served to infuriate Ask further, as he perceived it as a deliberate mimicry of his own habitual gestures. It seems I must revise my assessment of you, the wizard mused seriously. You are somewhat superior to a wild boar, perhaps a gorilla, capable of occasional thought, a tad clever, yet still profoundly ignorant. You old fool, are you itching for a fight? The wizard chuckled before setting his teacup down. In truth, you have already accepted that I am Nicholas Flamel. Otherwise, you would not persist in calling me old fool and old man, considering I appear to be in my 30s. If it pleased me, I could call an infant old fool without consequence. Ask countered, that is not the case. The middle-aged wizard laughed once more, snapping his fingers, causing Ask's body to freeze in place. Utterly immobile, the wizard then approached Ask, pried his mouth open, and poured a potion down his throat. A truth serum, he declared, disregarding Ask's furious glare. Now, any question I pose will be met with your honest answer. Of course, I might inadvertently inquire about matters you wish to keep hidden from others. To prevent such an occurrence, I believe we need to cooperate, don't you think? With another snap of his fingers, Ask regained control over his body. This time, he refrained from acting impulsively. After recalling the taste of the potion he had just consumed, he furrowed his brow and looked at the middle-aged wizard. Fine. I concede that you are Nicholas Flamel, but I still ask, why have you imprisoned me here? Merely out of boredom. I sought someone to converse with. To engage in a rather entertaining game, the middle-aged wizard responded, his smile carrying a hint of mischief. Rest assured, now that I have rescued you, I shall not allow my efforts to go to waste. Therefore, you will not perish here, at least not in this place. A perilous game? I wager a bronze knut that it is not more dangerous than facing a 1,000-year-old serpent monster. After the Christmas holidays, Gryffindor's Quidditch training resumed, and the next match against Hufflepuff would see the referee as none other than Gryffindor's nemesis, Snape. If we win this match, our points will surpass Slytherin's, and the championship cup will be ours, Harry exclaimed to Hermione, striving to persuade her of the match's significance, hoping she might grant him a day off. After all, the grueling training had nearly exhausted him, leaving him with little energy to research Nicholas Flamel. I need just a day of rest, Harry said, raising a finger in a pitiful manner. I haven't had a proper break in days. Hermione's face was obscured by a large book, preventing Harry from seeing her expression, leaving him anxious. Just 3 hours prior, Hermione had given Ron a severe reprimand for dozing off while researching. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Hermione had been particularly irritable lately, often losing her temper over minor issues. Within Gryffindor, she had already clashed with several individuals, resulting in quite a bit of unpleasantness. Of course you can rest. Hermione's muffled voice emerged from behind the book, sounding somewhat heavy. Go ahead, don't wear yourself out. Thank you. As he spoke, Harry felt an odd sensation. Why did he need to seek permission to rest and express gratitude? Ron, sit down. Harry shot a glance at Ron, giving him a look that said, you're on your own, before hastily departing. A warm bed awaited him. Ron lay groggily on the table, appearing half dead. I think I might be dying. Oh, that's all right. I don't mind, as long as you finish reading these books before you do, Hermione replied, motioning to several volumes next to Ron, which, while not as numerous as her own, were still quite substantial. Hermione, do you possess no compassion whatsoever? Ron complained. We have nearly combed through every book in the library, yet we cannot find any information on this Nicholas Flamel. Could it be that Hagrid misremembered his name? I have heard this name. I must have seen it somewhere. This person certainly exists, Hermione asserted, closing her book and picking up another of similar size. It must be a flaw in our research. Perhaps we inadvertently overlooked him. Thus, we need to re-examine the books we have already consulted. Hermione, spare me, Ron lamented. I swear I will never again utter words that should not be spoken. For instance? What do you mean? Ron reflexively replied, only to notice Hermione's eyes narrowing, prompting him to quickly amend his statement. Ahem, that Slytherin fellow. He's a good person. He will surely recover and return to school soon. Is that all? Of course, and. Ron racked his brain, desperately recalling where he might have gone wrong. Ah, yes. That fellow is quite annoying, Hermione. How could you possibly like him? I misspoke earlier. You and he seem utterly mismatched. You resemble a princess, while he is merely, well, Quasimodo? Hermione corrected. That is Quasimodo, referring to a character from Notre Dame de Paris. I may be unattractive, but I possess a gentle spirit. With a huff. She closed the book with a heavy thud. Well, it's getting late. You should rest. Hooray! Ron exclaimed loudly. And then he noticed that Hermione was also preparing to retreat for the night. Hermione, aren't you going to continue reading? It's quite late. Let us continue tomorrow. Hermione replied. Harry interjected. Oh, even if you don't say it, I would still insist you both take a break. Hermione naturally retorted, casting a glance at Ron. What? Do you think I would treat you like machines, making you toil ceaselessly? Hermione, you are the best, Ron said gleefully, leaving under the influence of her words. A subtle smile graced Hermione's lips, her spirits momentarily lifted. Yet, the thought of a certain someone quickly dampened her mood again. Just days prior, she had received the disheartening news that Ask had taken an extended leave due to illness, likely missing most of the remaining term. Before hearing this, Hermione had scoured Hogwarts for several days, searching every conceivable place where Ask might be, even managing to enter Snape's office, albeit quite openly. Hermione had inquired about Ask's residence, but it seemed no one at Hogwarts knew where he lived. Undeterred, she sought out Professor McGonagall, only to receive the admonition, no early romances. Professor McGonagall spent the afternoon discussing the perils of young love, cautioning her against such pursuits, insisting that children of their age scarcely comprehend the essence of love. What does that have to do with early romance? This thought brewed within Hermione for the entire afternoon. Several times, she nearly voiced it, but held back. After all, countless grim realities warned against confronting teachers directly. One would surely find themselves in a rhythmically unfortunate predicament. In Hermione's imagination, the conversation would unfold thus. Professor McGonagall, young love will impede your studies. Hermione, but I have achieved the highest marks in the school. Professor McGonagall, and what of it? What is there to discuss with a mere child who hasn't even sprouted hair? Hermione, Professor, have you ever experienced love? Have you ever been in love? Professor McGonagall, Hermione, the essence of love lies in the journey, not the outcome. Do you comprehend? Professor McGonagall, Hermione, Oh, Professor McGonagall, leave. I can no longer educate you. Hermione. Whenever Hermione imagined such a scenario, she couldn't help but laugh aloud. Every seemingly sweet girl, upon closer inspection, reveals a spicy nature, while a similar truth applies. Those with an innocent demeanor often harbor darkness. Yet, at times, Hermione pondered a troubling question. Have I truly fallen for someone at such a tender age? She shook her head in frustration. This was hardly the moment for such musings. Perhaps due to her distraction, the book she held slipped from her grasp, causing the feather quill nestled within to tumble down, landing precisely in the crevice between the sofa. Oh dear, Hermione sighed, gently shifting the sofa aside to retrieve the quill. Just as she readied to restore the sofa to its original position, a purple ribbon caught her eye, revealing the same hue of wrapping paper behind it, resembling a portion of a gift package. Intrigued, Hermione bent down, carefully extracting the gift box from beneath the sofa. Dusting off the surface, she examined the inscription, her joy palpable. It was a gift, a Christmas present. Though it had been lost for a time, it had ultimately found its way back to Hermione. Ask had few friends, and thus he would never forget to send gifts to them, never. Winter had arrived, and spring was not far behind. While many remained oblivious, spring had stealthily come. And just as they began to realize it, spring departed without a backward glance, making way for summer. For the majority, it was an ordinary day, yet for some, this day held extraordinary significance, as the events that transpired would forever be etched in the annals of their memories. I shall escort you thus far. The rest is in your capable hands. Nicholas Flamel, accompanied by Ask, operated just a short distance from Hogwarts, a mere 10 minutes away. Geographically, they stood directly opposite the lake, affording a clear view of the magnificent Hogwarts castle. Thank you, I shall, Nicholas replied with a smile, pushing his finger against the bridge of his nose, only to find that nothing was there. The glasses he had worn for years now rested upon Ask's face. Shaking his head in self-deprecation, Nicholas patted Ask on the shoulder. Use them wisely. I hope I have not chosen unwisely. Adorned with black-framed spectacles, Ask appeared notably more composed. His hair still exuberantly tousled, Yet amidst the chaos, a newfound order emerged, disheveled yet harmonious, exuding a unique charm. Always perceived as somewhat frivolous, he maintained an air of serenity. If one were to see him with a book or dictionary in hand, he would indeed resemble a scholar. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, the fact that he seeks my demise leaves little room for pleasantries, Ask remarked coolly. In this regard, our objectives align. Voldemort? No, you are mistaken. He has never been my target, Nicholas countered, shaking his head. My motivations differ fundamentally from Dumbledore's, and yours as well. Interestingly, your father shared a goal akin to Dumbledore's. Both sought to vanquish Voldemort. As for the reasons, no one truly knows. It seems he was destined to be Voldemort's adversary from birth. That sounds rather impressive, Ask mused. Your father sacrificed nearly everything, his very life, yet he ultimately failed. Nicholas sighed regretfully. Everyone claims that it was Harry Potter who defeated Voldemort that fateful night. But who knows that it was your father who truly vanquished him? Does that mean I am the son of a remarkable hero? Ask inquired. Hero? Nicholas chuckled at an amusing thought, stifling his laughter as he continued. Fortunately, few remember your father. Otherwise, I assure you that even with Gellert protecting you, your fate would be dire. For many, your father was more detestable than Voldemort. Fortunately, they have forgotten him, and Voldemort bears the brunt of their animosity. As the two conversed, the sun dipped slowly below the horizon, casting darkness over the land. A silence enveloped Nicholas and Ask, both aware that it was time to bid farewell. This farewell was not one of reunion, but rather one of finality, never to meet again. Nicholas had matters to attend to, as did Ask. Their destinies intersected momentarily before parting ways, their paths diverging indefinitely on the vast map of existence. With but a single point of intersection. Living without that burden is the greatest gift in this world, Ask said, his spirits dampened. He wished to retain Nicholas's presence, yet recognized the futility of such a desire, for Nicholas would invariably present irrefutable reasons for his departure, just as he had done in the preceding months. I understand that for someone of your youth, this may seem unfathomable, yet for me, death resembles the sweet release of a long day finally giving way to restful slumber. Moreover, for a clear-minded individual, death is merely another grand adventure. Nicholas affectionately ruffled Ask's hair, his kind smile reminiscent of old Grindelwald. You must understand that the Philosopher's Stone is not as wondrous as it appears. With it, you can attain limitless wealth and longevity. Yet humanity often chooses the paths that least benefit them. Like smoking and drinking, Ask replied with a faint smile, producing a pipe from his pocket and waving it at Nicholas. I won't be returning this. Smoking is harmful to health. So it was here. I wager a knut that you have pilfered my cherished wine, haven't you? Nicholas exclaimed, mock anger in his voice as he playfully tapped Ask's head. I must admit, you possess a certain talent in this regard. If you stay, I could return all of it to you, Ask murmured, his gaze fixed on the ground. Unwilling to look up for fear of witnessing Nicholas's departure. Out of sight, out of mind, if he could not see it. Perhaps he could deceive himself into believing that Nicholas had not left. As if sensing Ask's turmoil, Nicholas said nothing, quietly walking to Ask's side, silently uttering his farewell. Apparate. Nicholas intoned within his heart, casting a final glance at Ask, filled with uncertainty. No one understood better than he the trials this child would face ahead. His fate seemed perpetually fraught with challenges. It is often said that spells once cast cannot be undone. Before Nicholas could finalize his decision, the apparition took effect, whisking him away and solidifying his final resolve. Ask, you can do this. This was Nicholas's last blessing. The last time he had forgotten to offer such a gift to another, and he had failed. This time, he would not let it slip away. The sun sank beneath the horizon, while in another hemisphere, it was just rising, heralding a new day filled with light, hope, and vitality. For Ask, the night had fallen. But it was not eternal. All he needed to do was wait patiently for the dawn of a new day, which would inevitably arrive. His spirits were low. Ask suddenly broke into an unsettling, peculiar laughter that sent shivers down one Ask's spine. He adjusted his glasses, mimicking the actions of Nico LeMay. As the last rays of the setting sun glinted off the lenses, casting a blinding light that obscured his eyes. Alas, per Voldemort. The night deepened, and the students of Hogwarts succumbed to slumber. Yet, there are always those who defy the natural rhythms of life. Every night, there are wanderers roaming the grounds of Hogwarts Castle. Among these rebellious students, Harry, despite being docked 50 points for his nocturnal escapades and enduring a harrowing night in the Forbidden Forest, showed no inclination to mend his ways. After all, it was hardly his fault that Snape sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry would never confess that without seizing this opportunity for extra points, he would be scorned to the utmost in Gryffindor. Merely days ago, he had been hailed as the hero of the Quidditch match, basking in glory, only to be vilified shortly thereafter as a wretched scourge deserving of scorn. This psychological disparity weighed heavily upon him. If only he could thwart Snape, everything would revert to normal. Harry's thoughts remained perpetually simplistic. He did not contemplate the feasibility of stopping Snape, nor did he ponder the consequences of his potential failure or success. Such a mindset was hardly befitting a Gryffindor. The two houses widely recognized for their lack of intellect and emotional acumen, Hufflepuff and Slytherin, were often deemed inferior due to their sluggish responses, whereas Gryffindors were characterized by their impulsivity. In truth, had it not been for Hermione's relentless attempts to restrain Harry, he might have rashly seized the Philosopher's Stone a week prior. While this preemptive action might seem prudent, could the stone in Harry's possession truly be safer than the elaborate protections devised by Dumbledore? Moreover, how would he justify his actions to others? Most would perceive him as a thief, fabricating lies to deceive the masses in a futile bid for heroism, thus rendering the entire affair a farcical spectacle. In this regard, Hermione's contributions were invaluable. Harry was fortunate to have Hermione by his side. Otherwise, overcoming Neville would have proven exceedingly challenging. After all, defeating Neville silently without causing a stir was no small feat. Subsequently, Hermione's intellect assisted Harry time and again until they reached the chess challenge. Without Ron, they might have found themselves at a standstill. After enduring Ron's injury and unconsciousness, Harry and Hermione successfully advanced, easily overcoming what could have been a troublesome ordeal. As the troll lay incapacitated, Hermione couldn't help but glance back at Ron, still lying there, unresponsive, although his exterior bore no visible wounds. Given the nature of these trials designed to thwart a formidable adversary, it was conceivable that Ron had sustained severe internal injuries. "You will be fine," Harry asserted, striving to convince himself of this truth. "What do you think awaits us next?" Hermione collected her thoughts, forcing herself to regain composure. "We have navigated through Sprout's challenge, the Devil's Snare. The enchanted keys were undoubtedly conjured by Flitwick, and Professor McGonagall animated the chess pieces. The troll appears to be Quirrell's work, and the remaining challenge must be Snape's." Harry nodded, opening the next door, both of them bracing themselves for the unknown that lay ahead. Yet, there was nothing horrifying awaiting them, merely a table adorned with 7 distinct bottles. Snape's magic. Harry looked towards Hermione. "What should we do?" "I'm uncertain, but it would be wise to pause for a moment. My mind feels rather muddled," Hermione replied, lightly thumping her head in frustration. This was an uncommon situation for her. The series of challenges that night had left Hermione with a profound sense of fatigue, reminiscent of a 6-foot-long essay. "Feeling muddled? Is it because you've been thinking of me?" A familiar, arrogant voice echoed behind them, startling them considerably. "How did you end up here?" Ask chuckled with a sense of pride, adjusting his glasses. "Since you have inquired with such sincerity, I shall graciously enlighten you." However, with 2 wands pressed against his forehead, Ask had no choice but to fall silent. "Be obedient and answer my questions. Do you understand?" Hermione gently tapped Ask's head with her wand, her tone soft and nurturing, reminiscent of a kindergarten teacher instructing her pupils in arithmetic. Yet, Ask shivered. This version of Hermione was truly intimidating, prompting him to nod vigorously. "Where have you been recently?" "I was unwell and recuperating at home." Ask recited the excuses he had meticulously prepared from the very beginning concerning the location of his home, the ailments he had suffered, the medications he had taken, and the specific symptoms associated with his condition. He had anticipated every question Hermione might pose, ensuring that he would encounter no difficulties. Hermione nodded in satisfaction, then circled around behind Ask and suddenly shoved him. Losing his balance, Ask stumbled forward in a rather undignified manner. Just as his body crossed the threshold, a surge of flames erupted behind him, sealing off the entrance. These flames were extraordinary. They were a vivid purple, and simultaneously, black flames leapt up at the doorway ahead, trapping him in the middle. Indeed, it was a trap, Hermione exclaimed triumphantly, while Harry, standing beside her, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, instinctively taking a few steps to the side. "Ouch, that hurts," Ask cried out, clutching his head. His exclamation a mixture of exaggeration and genuine pain, as he had just collided with the table. "Hey, you're not dead yet, are you? If you're still alive, just give a shout." Hermione's voice carried over the purple flames. "Why do I always feel like you wish I were dead?" Ask complained, glancing around at the purple fire. "If I were to die, you would have no hope of proceeding, for these flames are the fiery inferno." "The fiery inferno?" Haha. You must be unaware of its nature. Ask chuckled, emboldened by the fact that Hermione and the others could not approach him now. He felt free to boast. This is a fire that can incinerate even souls. Are you frightened? Ask, regardless of how you ended up here, you must swiftly dispel this fiery inferno. We are running out of time, Harry urged urgently. Surely there must be a clue or mechanism inside, correct? Ask nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the presence of a table, a sheet of parchment, and 7 bottles before him. Ah, this is a riddle, and I excel at such challenges, he declared. Hermione, feeling a surge of anxiety, fretted over the potential recklessness of Ask, for every mechanism in this place could inflict harm, especially the fierce flames before them, capable of incinerating souls. Please, do not act recklessly. What will we do if things go awry? As Ask's head passed through the fiery portal, his body remained obscured behind it, rendering his head seemingly suspended in midair. Hermione stood in astonishment, as did Harry. A simple riddle that I solved in a mere 5 seconds. Emerging from the portal, Ask waved the parchment in his hand, while clutching a potion vial in the other. What riddle? Hermione seized the parchment, her eyes darting over the text with remarkable speed. After a moment of contemplation, her brow furrowed, and she regarded Ask with a look of incredulity. Did you truly solve it in 5 seconds? In fact, it was slightly longer, perhaps just under 6 seconds, Ask replied somewhat bashfully. How did you decipher it? Hermione clearly expressed her disbelief. You must be lying. You merely guessed correctly by sheer luck, did you not? Danger lies ahead, while safety is behind. Among us, 2 can offer you assistance. Consume their contents. 1 shall guide you forward, while the other will return you to your original place. Both contain nettle wine. 3 are lethal, lined up and waiting. Choose wisely, unless you wish to remain here indefinitely. We also provide 4 clues to aid your selection. First, no matter how cunningly they hide, they are all positioned to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at each end differ. If you wish to advance, those will be of no use to you. Third, you will observe that the bottles vary in size, as neither a giant nor a dwarf conceals the reaper. Fourth, the second bottle from the left and the second from the right, though dissimilar in appearance, share the same taste. As Ask recited the questions from the parchment verbatim under Hermione's incredulous gaze, he adjusted his glasses, and a serious expression enveloped his face. From these conditions, we can deduce the following. 1. It is positioned to the left of the nettle wine. 2. The liquids on both sides are not of the same kind, and neither of them is a potion that enables progression. 3. The largest and smallest bottles, namely the black and blue bottles, do not contain the designated potion. 4. The second bottle from the left and the second from the right, which are the red and black bottles, contain the same liquid. 5. Among the 7 bottles, there are 3 containing the same potion, 2 bottles of nettle wine, 1 potion for advancement, and 1 for regression. Hence, we can further infer the following conclusions. Conclusion 1. According to Condition 1, the purple bottle does not contain the designated potion, as there must be nettle wine on its right. Conclusion 2. According to Condition 2, the brown and purple bottles must contain either the designated potion, nettle wine, or the regression potion. Based on Conclusion 1, the purple bottle must either be nettle wine or the regression potion. Conclusion 3. According to Condition 5, only the designated potion and nettle wine have quantities exceeding 2. Conclusion 4. From Condition 4 and Conclusion 3, the red and black bottles must either both contain the designated potion or both contain nettle wine. Conclusion 5. Based on Conditions 3, 1, and 3, the black, red, blue, and purple bottles do not contain the designated potion. Conclusion 6. From Conclusions 4 and 5, the red and black bottles must contain nettle wine. Conclusion 7. Based on Conclusions 5 and 6, through the process of elimination, one of the blue or purple bottles contains the advancement potion while the other contains the regression potion. Conclusion 8. According to Conclusions 2 and 7, the blue bottle contains the advancement potion, while the purple bottle contains the regression potion. After articulating this lengthy discourse slowly and methodically, a glimmer of light flashed across Ask's glasses, and he offered a faint smile to the astonished Harry and Hermione. I did not speak falsely, did I? Ah, suddenly, a thought strikes me, a conundrum that cannot be resolved through mere intellect. As Ask's words brought Harry and Hermione back to reality, they noticed him shake the potion bottle in his hand, which still contained more than half of its contents. Perhaps it was by Dean Snape's design that the potions they had returned with were plentiful, enough for 3 or 4 individuals, while the potion to advance was limited to a single serving. As his gaze swept past Harry and Hermione, Ask leisurely remarked, "This means that among the 3 of us, Only one can consume the potion and proceed. Have you both decided who will move forward and who will remain behind? Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, and in unison declared, "Of course, it's me." Ask stroked his chin and interjected, "In truth, I personally lean towards supporting Harry's journey." Why, you may ask? Because he is Harry Potter, the one who once vanquished that dark figure. Perhaps he can once again weave a miracle, can he not? As Ask remarked. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words, though neither Harry nor Hermione seemed to perceive it. Ask held a valid disdain for Harry, for he was superior, particularly in his methods. A significant reason for his support of Harry's continued pursuit was the perilous nature of confronting that individual. Ask wished to shield Hermione from harm, even from death. "You drink that bottle," Harry declared resolutely, exhibiting a bravery that was commendable. "Do not interrupt me. Listen to what I have to say. Return to find Ron and seize a few brooms from the room filled with flying keys. They will carry you through the trapdoor, past the presence of Quirrell. Proceed directly to the Ollery and send Hedwig to deliver a message to Dumbledore. We require his assistance. I may be able to temporarily hold Snape at bay, but I am certainly no match for him. But Harry, what if the Dark Lord is with him? Well, as he mentioned, I have previously managed to defeat him by chance, remember?" Harry pointed to the scar on his forehead, forcing a smile. "Perhaps I might find fortune once more." Hermione's lips trembled as she suddenly rushed toward Harry, enveloping him in her arms. "Hermione, Harry, do you realize? You are an extraordinary wizard." As Ask cleared his throat, Hermione hurriedly released Harry. Her cheeks flushed as she took a few steps back. "Ahem, please do not pretend I am not here," Ask remarked with some annoyance. "I am not as remarkable as you," Harry replied earnestly. "If it were not for you, I would never have come this far. I merely rely on rote learning and a modicum of cleverness. Beyond that, there are far more significant aspects, friendship and courage. Oh, Harry, you must be cautious." Ask rolled his eyes, feeling too apathetic to respond, knowing that these two had resolutely chosen to ignore his existence. Out of sight, out of mind. He set aside the potion bottle and turned to walk through the fiery portal. He truly desired to drain that vial of magic potion or perhaps add a dash of something extra. Harry glanced at the flaming entrance, a wry smile crossing his face. "Hermione, are you intentionally trying to provoke him?" "Ah, how could that be? Why would you think such a thing?" Hermione replied in a fluster. Her gaze fixed on the ground, fingers twisting the hem of her clothing, darting her eyes around as if to conceal her intentions. Harry adjusted his glasses. "Though I am nearsighted, I am not blind." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "You may not wish to hear this, but I must say Ask is the grandson of Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard defeated by Dumbledore. It is said that his grandfather was a figure akin to Voldemort in his time." Hermione fell silent for a moment, bending down to retrieve the potion bottle and handing it to Harry without uttering a word. He sighed, realizing that since Hermione had her plans, he could only let her proceed. He acknowledged his inability to dissuade her from her actions, while he often found himself thwarted by her. Perhaps a counterbalance? He mused. Without lingering further, Harry gulped down the remaining potion in one go. The liquid, as cold as ice, surged through his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Setting the bottle down, he stepped forward, summoning his courage as the violet flames licked at his form, yet he felt nothing clearly. The potion was effective. In that fleeting moment, he saw nothing but the purple fire before him, and soon enough, he emerged unscathed on the other side, where Ask awaited him. Extending his hand, he accepted the potion that Ask offered, a small vial resembling a wine glass. Unable to contain his curiosity, Harry asked, "Ask, why did you come in here? There is only one potion, and you cannot proceed further. Indeed, there is but a single potion here. Even the most brilliant minds cannot conjure it into two. It remains an unsolvable dilemma," Ask acknowledged with a nod. Then, he pulled out another vial from his pocket, its contents appearing identical to the one in Harry's hand. "However, I can procure another from elsewhere." "Snape?" Harry whispered the name, his expression shifting slightly. "How could he possibly give you that?" "Why not?" Ask suddenly erupted into laughter, adjusting his glasses with a smirk. "I am in league with Professor Snape." "What?" As Ask glanced at Harry, he inquired, "Have you misunderstood something? It seems you are in cahoots with Snape." Harry felt betrayed and shouted in anger, "You also wish to seize the Philosopher's Stone? Not a chance. I shall not allow you to succeed." With a thoughtful stroke of his chin, Ask regarded the alarmed Harry with a hint of mockery. "I knew it. You must have misconstrued the situation. I initially believed you were merely a bit ill-tempered, but essentially a good person." "Such irrelevant chatter," Ask scoffed, rolling his eyes. With a wave of his hand, Harry S. wand sword into his possession. Pointing it menacingly at Harry's head, Ask assumed the demeanor of a villainous mastermind and declared, "Now, you have two choices. Either drink this potion and depart from here to continue your journey, or refuse it, and I shall kick you out." Without a moment's hesitation, Harry seized the potion and consumed it in one swift motion, then closed his eyes and leapt forward. "That's the spirit," Ask murmured to himself. "I merely need to reap the benefits, for you are Harry Potter. You cannot perish here, can you? Do not disappoint me." However, Harry silently contemplated the gravity of his situation, feeling a surge of despondency. He was far from the confidence he had previously exuded, as if nothing could hinder him. Confidence is a peculiar force, possessing the ability to transmute despair into hope. Yet at this moment, Harry found himself devoid of any assurance, teetering on the brink of despair as his escape routes had vanished. As Harry Potter contemplated the name Grindelwald, a surge of fury coursed through him. He felt as though he were a mere puppet, manipulated by this wretched individual, rendered a fool. In retrospect, the condescending gaze of that loathsome man ignited a fire within him, radiating a sense of superiority as if Harry were but a jester and he, the prince. Though he maintained a facade of amiability with many, he always kept an intentional distance, his perpetual smile more a mockery than a warmth, as if to say, "You insignificant ones. What an insufferable scoundrel." Harry glanced at his empty hands and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Defeating Snape with bare hands was indeed a formidable challenge. Alone and unarmed, he stood frail and youthful, about to confront a powerful adult wizard, and perhaps even the terrifying entity whose name sent shivers down spines. There was no hope. Victory was impossible. While it is easy to face death with bravery, it is far more difficult to embrace a noble sacrifice. All Harry could do was straighten his back, march forward with dignity, until he met his demise. His expression remained taut, devoid of emotion, a challenging feat, as the strain caused his eyes to ache and his facial muscles to cramp. In this moment, he found a sliver of respect and sympathy for Snape. Perhaps the man had long since lost the ability to express any emotion other than a blank stare. The distance was short, merely 10 meters. Yet it took Harry nearly 5 minutes to traverse it. He lifted his chin defiantly, standing tall like a javelin, exhaled deeply, steeled his resolve, and pushed open the door. Regrettably, it seemed the Philosopher's Stone was beyond saving. A mix of regret and relief washed over him, for he had sent Hermione and Ron ahead. They should be safe now. Although the stone might fall into Voldemort's hands, Harry believed that as long as Dumbledore was present, Voldemort's failure was assured. With a creak, the door opened slowly, revealing a figure inside, not Snape, nor Voldemort, but Quirrell. "You." The sudden shift left Harry feeling as if he had been struck by a rogue bludger. His mind swirling in chaos, thoughts racing as he struggled to catch his breath, staring blankly at Quirrell, who turned to face him with a sinister smirk. Quirrell's face bore no twitch now, exuding a coldness that sent chills down Harry's spine, the malice evident in his eyes. "It is I," Quirrell stated coolly. "I was just pondering whether I would encounter you here, Potter. However, I expected Snape." "Snape?" Quirrell's laughter rang out, not the usual shrill sound, but a chilling cackle. "Indeed. Snape hardly appears to be a virtuous character, does he? Like a giant bat flitting about, he has proven quite beneficial to us. With him around, who would dare question poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell?" It seemed the outcome was already determined, victory assured for Quirrell, who appeared relaxed. Yet, Harry could not share in this ease. Disbelief gripped him. "This cannot be real, it cannot," he protested vehemently. "But Snape tried to kill me." "No, no, no," Quirrell retorted. "It was I who sought your demise. During that Quidditch match, your friend Miss Granger rushed to cast a spell at Snape, inadvertently knocking me over. She disrupted my focus. Had I maintained it for just a few more seconds, you would have plummeted from your broom. If not for Snape's constant incantations to protect your life, you would have been dead long ago." Quirrell shook his head, feigning regret. "Snape wanted to save me?" "Indeed," Quirrell replied coldly. "Do you not see why he volunteered to referee your second match? He aimed to ensure I could not harm you again. It is quite laughable, really. He need not have troubled himself, for with Dumbledore present, I could achieve nothing. Other professors believe Snape sought to thwart Gryffindor's victory. He certainly made himself unpopular. But all of this is a waste of time. Regardless, I must eliminate you tonight." With a snap of his fingers, several ropes sprang forth from thin air, binding Harry tightly. "I know you have many questions, but why should I answer them?" Quirrell ambled closer, the pungent odor of garlic overwhelming Harry, who felt tears prick at his eyes, while Quirrell appeared unfazed. Leaning slightly, Quirrell observed Harry. "It is quite unpleasant, is it not? At first, I struggled with it too. But in time, one grows accustomed. Let me go. You truly are Harry Potter? Quirrell extended his hand, his fingertip brushing against the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. A sizzling sound echoed as his fingers seemed to meet a searing brand, an acrid smell wafting through the air. Quirrell regarded his hand with an odd expression, quickly regaining composure. What spell is this? I have never heard of such magic. Harry clenched his jaw. The scar on his forehead throbbed painfully in Quirrell's presence. And when Quirrell had touched it, the agony intensified, nearly rendering Harry unconscious. Ah, a protective spell, Quirrell mused slowly. It appears I cannot harm or kill you. On the contrary, you can inflict fatal damage upon me. His words ignited a flicker of hope in Harry, but Quirrell swiftly extinguished it. With a wave of his hand, a barrel appeared before Harry, filled with a familiar, foul-smelling substance, thick, green, and repugnant. This is troll dung, Quirrell grinned maliciously, gesturing toward Harry. Harry's body lifted off the ground, suspended upside down. I believe, Potter, you will grace the front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet. The world will know of the demise of Harry Potter, drowned in a vat of excrement. This will surely be the most ludicrous news of the year, if not the century. You are already quite famous, but surely you would not mind becoming even more renowned? After all, making the headlines is no small feat. Let me go. Let me go, Harry shouted in terror. He feared not death, but such a disgraceful end. Let you go? Quirrell questioned mockingly. Are you truly certain? For if I release you, you will plummet straight down, landing squarely in the dung. Are you truly certain you wish for me to let you go? Very well. Quirrell's hand slowly rose, as if grasping a guillotine. Farewell? Harry Potter. Harry shut his eyes as Quirrell's hand descended heavily. After Harry's departure, Quirrell sat at the table, resting for a moment. After approximately 5 minutes, he downed the potion acquired from Nicholas Flamel, rose, and crossed through the fiery barrier, positioning himself directly in front of Quirrell, who was preparing to retreat the way he came. This path is closed. Ass did not know where he had acquired a signboard, on which was inscribed a single sentence. With a casual motion, he slammed the signboard to the ground, adjusted his glasses, and spoke before Chilo could respond. Are you not curious as to why I find myself here? Chilo nodded slightly, and in a low voice replied, While I suspected you might still be alive, I certainly did not anticipate your presence at this moment. He glanced around nonchalantly and inquired, Are you alone? Yes, came the reply. Dumbledore has gone to London. He will not return so swiftly. Chilo calmly assessed the situation, declaring in all of Hogwarts, There is no one who can thwart me. Is that so? Ask raised an eyebrow, fixating on the left side of Chilo's body, which was charred and blackened, as though scorched by flames. The exposed skin was parched and cracked, with gaping wounds that resembled the result of 1,000 cuts, yet strangely, not a single drop of blood had been shed. Your condition appears rather dire, Ask remarked with a smile, gripping Harry's wand in his hand. Though he refrained from launching an immediate attack on Chilo, it seems Harry has proven somewhat useful, saving me considerable effort. Chilo's brow furrowed slightly, an unsettling sensation rising within him. You have obtained the Philosopher's Stone, haven't you? Indeed. That is truly splendid. Ask appeared to be brimming with joy. Yet the unease within Chilo grew heavier by the moment. This unsettling sentiment did not escape Ask's keen observation. The smile illuminating his face instilled in Chilo a chilling sense of danger, reminiscent of the fear he felt when confronting an enraged Dumbledore, an encounter that had nearly convinced him of his impending doom. I wager a copper knut that you were simply itching to merge the Philosopher's Stone into your very being as soon as you obtained it, were you not? Ask remarked with a triumphant grin, gazing at the astonished Chilo. He continued, Thus, it is you whom I face now, rather than him. His current predicament is rather dire. I presume? What Ask had referred to as evidently his master, Voldemort. Quirrell, I shall not waste further words. You now face 2 choices. One is to surrender, perhaps preserving your life. The other, Ask's smile gradually turned frigid. Was it not you who, at that moment, commanded the basilisk to ambush me? It was not I. But he, Quirrell replied, suddenly bursting into laughter. Half of his face resembled a monster, while the other retained a semblance of humanity, a stark contrast potent enough to cause the faint-hearted to faint. Moreover, I shall not surrender. Oh, suit yourself. That was merely a courteous suggestion, Ask remarked indifferently. Regardless of your choice, I shall ensure your suffering continues, even if you aspire to be a virtuous being. Quirrell paused slightly, then shook his head in amusement. I am no good person. Do you truly wish to perish as a reviled villain? Ask inquired. I have always been the antagonist. If one were to listen closely to the forgotten corners, they would hear the minute yet resounding voices of each blade of grass. If one were to bow down to the dust, they would witness the humble yet resolute smiles of each ant. Ask recited a verse, observing Quirrell, who had suddenly fallen silent. You do not fear death. Rather, you dread fading into obscurity, unremembered and unknown for your existence. Quirrell gazed at the ground and murmured, I do not comprehend your words. Then consider my words unspoken. Ask slowly raised his wand, aiming it at Quirrell. Quirrell, are you prepared to face the just retribution? I shall eradicate you in the name of justice. Such dialogue is more fitting, Quirrell laughed, raising his wand in turn, responding in a similarly theatrical tone. Do you truly believe you embody justice? Allow me to enlighten you on what justice truly is. Fiery flames, Avada Kedavra, red, yellow, and green lights intertwined as Ask stood firm, unmoving. The lethal green light swept past him from over 3 meters away, evidently having no effect. His spell accurately struck Quirrell, who appeared devoid of the strength to resist, allowing his garments to ignite, engulfing him in flames. The phoenix rises from the ashes, reborn, yet as a human, one could only be reduced to a pile of ashes, utterly defenseless. As Ask retracted his wand, he stood there silently, observing Chilo, who was engulfed in flames, resembling a human torch. Do not rejoice too soon. My master will surely avenge me. It was unclear how Chilo managed to utter those words, for logically, his vocal cords should have been charred by the flames, rendering him voiceless. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that he was on the verge of death. After delivering his final line, a quintessential villain's proclamation, Chilo's life approached its conclusion. Whether Voldemort would seek vengeance on his behalf remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he would undoubtedly be remembered by many, including Harry, Snape, and Dumbledore, as a villain. The tale was far from over. In fact, it had merely begun. Above Chilo's lifeless body, a wisp of black smoke slowly ascended, coalescing into a grotesque and menacing visage. It's you again! Voldemort roared in fury. Why are you still alive? Those who meet above must inevitably reunite below. Ask shrugged his shoulders. Voldemort's emergence did not induce anxiety in him. Rather, he appeared more at ease. He addressed Voldemort with utmost seriousness. In truth, I am already dead. And you are as well. We are presently in hell. Why are you still alive? Voldemort reiterated. This time, Ask seemed to grasp the situation. He stroked his chin and nodded knowingly. You appear to have mistaken me for someone else, he said. I can surmise who you are referring to. But why do you remember him? If I am not mistaken, you should have no recollection of him. As far as I know, apart from a few ghosts, everyone's memories of him have been purged, including yours. Ask observed Voldemort, who continued to roar, repeating the same question, his demeanor appearing increasingly erratic. Why are you still alive? Voldemort bellowed hoarsely, then suddenly clutched his head, howling in agony. Damn it. Who are you? Why can't I remember your name? Ask pointed to himself and asked, You inquire about my name? Indeed. Who the devil are you? My name, Ask stroked his chin. A mischievous grin spreading across his face, is Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle? Yes, Tom Riddle, Ask exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace Voldemort. In a rather cheeky tone, he said, Come, my son, call me father and let me hear it. If father is pleased, perhaps he might bestow upon you a sweet treat. I'm not particularly eloquent, so if I falter in my speech, Voldemort, feel free to strike me. Born in 1926, Voldemort is now 66 years old. And throughout his extensive existence, he admitted he had not encountered anyone quite like Ask. Voldemort found himself at a loss for words, a predicament that also troubled many. As they struggled to define Ask, there exists a term for laughter born of fury, and in this moment, Voldemort, consumed by rage, unexpectedly burst into laughter. Ask beamed at Voldemort, joining in the mirth. Voldemort, ha 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 ha. Ask, he he he. The two of them shared an eerie laugh for several minutes, until Ask finally ceased, blinked, and uttered a single word, fool. Voldemort remained unfazed, gazing at Ask with a curious interest, his face devoid of any hint of anger. People often described Voldemort as a tyrant, capricious and intolerant of even the slightest disrespect. However, in Ask's view, aside from his unappealing appearance and unpleasant voice, Voldemort was rather commendable. I remember you now. You are the grandson of the old Grindelwald, Voldemort stated with calm composure, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of Dumbledore suddenly arriving to vanquish him. With a sense of confidence, he admitted, I must concede. You are one of the very few who can genuinely provoke my ire. Quite impressive. Ask chuckled softly, inclining his body slightly in gratitude for the compliment. Voldemort raised his chin slightly, sweeping his hand dismissively, and declared with commanding authority, "There is no future in following Dumbledore. Come and work for me instead." "You are not a good person," he continued, "and I have observed you for a while. Ponder this." In the face of Voldemort's allure, Ask adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing him up and down before replying with a cryptic smile, "I wager a bronze knut that if your current state were not so dire, you would certainly have no qualms about striking me down with a single blow." Voldemort's smile faded, and he locked his gaze onto Ask, coldly stating, "Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? I reiterate, if I have erred in any way, feel free to strike me." Ask crossed his arms defiantly, tilting his head back to face Voldemort with an air of fearless arrogance. "Surely, you are the Dark Lord. You would not be so intimidated as to refrain from acting against me, would you?" A flash of malice flickered in Voldemort's eyes as a sphere of green light coalesced at his fingertips, poised for action. "Do you truly wish for death?" Ask rolled his eyes and extended a middle finger towards Voldemort, exclaiming, "TSK, such needless chatter. Tell me, are you an imposter?" He recognized the intent behind Voldemort's words, to provoke him into losing his composure. Suddenly, Voldemort donned a look of feigned enlightenment, as if he had discerned Ask's cunning scheme. "I shall not be deceived." Asker regarded Voldemort with a look of disdain, questioning how this being, who instilled terror in countless souls, and whose name remained unspoken for over a decade, could be perceived as the infamous Dark Lord. He appeared rather foolish indeed. The absurdity was almost unbearable. Dumbledore and his allies had battled him for so many years, resulting in numerous fatalities, only to achieve a reluctant victory in the end? This, in turn, suggested that Dumbledore seemed even weaker. "Why don't you claim that I'm deliberately stalling for time?" Asker remarked. "You think I haven't noticed?" Voldemort retorted without a moment's hesitation, which only incited Asker to laugh uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. "Can you be any more foolish? If I intended to delay, would I truly go to such lengths to provoke you into attacking me?" Asker was nearly doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach and crouching on the ground. "Oh, you would surely assert that I had already seen through your inability to strike, thus orchestrating this scenario to exploit your cognitive blind spots, correct? Not too slow on the uptake." Voldemort boisterously replied, "You must have known all along that my condition was precarious, that even self-preservation was a challenge, which is precisely why you acted this way, hoping to force me into revealing myself. Did you truly believe I would fall for such a ruse so easily? How utterly naive." Ask stroked his chin, gazing intently at Voldemort for a considerable time. "Surik, do you think that by donning a different guise, I would fail to recognize you?" "Who is Surik?" Voldemort retorted. "Still playing coy?" Ask relaxed, even sheathing his wand, addressing the bewildered Voldemort. "Oh, never mind, we're old acquaintances. Since you are here, it seems that the real Voldemort has long since fled. I shall venture inside to see if Harry is still alive. Surely you have mistaken me for someone else?" Voldemort replied, yet Ask paid him no heed, turning to stride towards the final room. As he passed by Voldemort, he patted his shoulder. "Impressive performance. How did you achieve such a smoky effect? It truly resembles a genuine out-of-body experience. Could you enlighten me on the method?" Voldemort was rendered speechless, genuinely at a loss for words, while Ask appeared entirely indifferent to the response, vanishing into the last room in the blink of an eye. As Ask departed, the path ahead lay unobstructed, granting an effortless escape from Hogwarts. However, Voldemort exhibited no signs of elation after exhausting his thoughts. He concluded merely that this was not a trap, despite his nearly shattered soul rendering him unable to maintain his physical form, thus impairing his cognition and inhibiting his usual activities. Voldemort was acutely aware that lingering here was unwise. 30 years east of the Thames, 30 years west of the Thames. The shame of today shall be repaid tenfold on another day. Voldemort silently swore an oath in his heart, then, like a wisp of smoke, he fled the scene. Any further delay could lead to dire consequences should Dumbledore return. Not long after Voldemort's departure, Ask reappeared, single-handedly dragging someone along. It was Harry. Harry was alive and well, having survived the peril of being overwhelmed by a troll's excrement. Not only had he preserved his life, but he had also dealt significant blows to both Quirrell and Voldemort, with the protective spells he had cast proving remarkably effective. To Voldemort, Harry was indeed his nemesis and arch-rival. Yet, in the end, Harry could not entirely evade the unfortunate proximity to the troll's waist. In the climactic moment of battle, as fate would have it, he toppled a waste barrel just as he collapsed, remaining unconscious until Ask arrived. In truth, Ask harbored some doubts. Harry's survival could be attributed, on one hand, to Voldemort's depleted power and Quirrell's lack of murderous intent, but on the other hand, it was likely that Voldemort's fragile nostrils could not withstand the overwhelming stench. How foul it was! Ask covered his nose with his hand, having tried several times to use air fresheners to no avail. Harry's clothes were soiled with the feces of a giant, and despite his prolonged efforts to rinse them with water, the odor proved to be remarkably persistent, clinging stubbornly. I wager a knut that when they step outside, they will undoubtedly be the subject of the professor's curious glances. Ask let out a sigh and waved his wand, aiming it at Harry's attire, resulting in a disarray of tattered fabric. Perhaps due to the wand's unwieldiness, Harry sustained several minor cuts, though none were fatal, and Ask could not be bothered to tend to them. With another flick of his wand, Harry's ragged garments were stripped away entirely. A grin spread across Ask's face as a stream of water burst forth from the tip of his wand. He intended to give Harry a cleansing bath. Now, where did I put the soap? I distinctly recall preparing a considerable amount. As Ask rummaged through his pockets, he found himself unable to locate a bar of soap despite his prolonged search. Ultimately, he had to abandon the idea of giving Harry a proper wash. Once the cleaning was sufficiently accomplished, Ask retrieved a blanket and wrapped Harry snugly, akin to a burrito. With a flick of his wand, Harry floated behind him, leisurely making their way toward the exit. Dumbledore, it seems you truly have chosen to remain in London, forsaking your return, since you show no desire for Voldemort's demise. Why should I take such an active stance? A living Voldemort is far more advantageous to me than a deceased one. As Ask pondered, a sudden headache struck him, for he felt an overwhelming despair regarding the intellect displayed by Voldemort. Could such a villain truly evoke Dumbledore's animosity without causing Ask to question his own sanity? Voldemort, you must bear the future of villainy, he urged, encouraging him in spirit. Unbeknownst to him, somewhere distant, both Voldemort and Dumbledore simultaneously sneezed. Upon returning swiftly, Ask found Dumbledore arriving in a flurry. He reached out to take Harry into his care, meticulously examining him until he was assured there were no significant issues, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Is he dead? He inquired. No, was the reply. Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance at Ask, pausing particularly long upon his glasses, and asked where is Nick. He did not come, Ask responded. If he had, Voldemort would have surely remained here. What a pity that is, Dumbledore remarked, though his demeanor betrayed no hint of regret, perhaps indicating that this outcome was within his foresight. With a slight smile, Ask stroked his chin and earnestly said to Dumbledore, in truth, as long as I desire it, Voldemort could never escape. Is that so? So, Voldemort was deliberately allowed to go free? Dumbledore's expression suddenly turned grave. Yet he maintained a cordial tone as he questioned Ask. Oh, why would you do such a thing? You must understand, as long as Voldemort remains alive, we cannot rest easy. Ask shook his head and replied with a smile, even if he were still alive, I could still enjoy my sleep comfortably. Perhaps you may find it difficult to rest, but what concern is that of mine? Voldemort is our common enemy, Dumbledore stated. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We should unite to confront Voldemort together. At the moment Dumbledore spoke these words, Ask distinctly sensed a subtle shift in Dumbledore's demeanor. Perhaps he was meticulously controlling his emotions. Yet Ask still perceived a hint of hostility that sent a shiver of unease through him, a fleeting feeling that felt almost like an illusion. To declare one's stance, Asker quietly contemplated that such matters required no further deliberation. Undoubtedly, Voldemort was our shared adversary. Asker acknowledged only the first half of this statement, choosing to remain silent on the latter. Although he had inadvertently allowed Voldemort to escape this time, next time, fortune would not favor him so readily. In a mere 5 minutes, Voldemort transformed from a captive to a fugitive, and it was hard to fathom how someone could articulate such contradictory sentiments with such grandiosity and righteous indignation, yet Asker managed to do so effortlessly. Very well. Dumbledore nodded in approval, his gentle smile thwarting Voldemort's sinister plot to seize the Philosopher's Stone. What reward do you desire? Perhaps you could secure 50 points for Slytherin? Apologies, but I'm currently in a bit of a financial bind. 100 or so galleons would suffice. 50 points is already quite generous. How about this? I will grant you 70 points. Dumbledore negotiated, asserting that with 70 points, you would become the pride of Slytherin House. Forget it. Do not presume that I am unaware of the nicknames they have bestowed upon me behind my back, Asker retorted with a roll of his eyes, exasperated. The shame of Slytherin, he scoffed. I firmly believe that if you manage to secure 70 points, you will undoubtedly alter their perception of you. Dumbledore persistently encouraged, resembling a salesman intent on persuading Asker to accept the points. Ask stroked his chin thoughtfully and said with a serious expression, life is already fraught with challenges. Must I expose certain truths? Even if you grant me an additional 70 points, and subsequently bestow extra points upon Harry and the others, the House Cup will still slip from Slytherin's grasp. In that case, might it not be wiser to opt for tangible galleons? Dumbledore, having promised not to reveal the truth, sighed with a hint of resignation and remarked, what has become of the fundamental trust between individuals? Shaking his head, Dumbledore pondered a question and inquired, ask, to my knowledge, Nick is quite affluent. Do you still find yourself in need of funds? Ask retorted, why do you presume he is wealthy? Because he possesses the Philosopher's Stone, which is widely known to have the miraculous ability to turn stone into gold. However, the various wonders attributed to the Philosopher's Stone are merely a beautiful deception. Ask shrugged. Believe it or not, the Philosopher's Stone is not as you imagine. It can neither transmute base metals into gold nor concoct an elixir of immortality. Judging by your expression, it's clear you are skeptical, yet the truth remains. Dumbledore quietly absorbed Ask's words, pondering deeply before inquiring. If the Philosopher's Stone is not as the world describes it, then what indeed is its true nature? Ask smiled faintly and then pointed to his own head, stating that the Philosopher's Stone was indeed this, wisdom. Exceptional wisdom is humanity's most treasured wealth. He reiterated a famous quote by Rowena Ravenclaw, and just as Dumbledore was nearly certain of his answer, Ask shook his head. Although he was close, it was not the correct answer. Then what is it? Dumbledore inquired, somewhat reluctantly. I do not know. He did not reveal the answer to me. Merely provided a hint, similar to what I have done, Ask replied candidly. This was indeed true, yet he withheld some details of the entire affair. His confidence in asserting that the Philosopher's Stone was not wisdom stemmed from a simple reason. Only fools and simpletons can claim it as their own, was precisely what he had been told. Ask glanced at Dumbledore, the remarkably astute wizard, who had fallen into deep contemplation. Surely, fools and simpletons could not be associated with wisdom, he mused. Dumbledore shook his head and sighed with a wry smile, acknowledging, indeed. It appears that only Nick knows the answer to this riddle. Returning to the matter at hand, Ask clapped his hands together. 50 galleons. Surely that isn't too much? I hope to acquire it before the school term begins. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to sleep on the streets this summer. In truth, I could even add another bed. He chuckled lightly. Ask smiled silently, and Dumbledore chuckled softly, turning to leave with Harry in his arms. 50 galleons, a fair price indeed. I look forward to collaborating with you once more. As Ask examined his chin thoughtfully, his hand rummaged through his pocket for an extended period, ultimately grasping an envelope yet hesitating to retrieve it. Curiosity enveloped him. How much could he possibly earn if he sold those film negatives to the Daily Prophet? The renowned 360-degree close-up of the illustrious Harry Potter, or perhaps candid shots, would surely fetch a handsome price. Poor Harry. One can only hope Dumbledore maintains his integrity. For if not, oh dear, I must admit, I am somewhat eager to witness Dumbledore's capriciousness. Unsurprisingly, after 7 consecutive years of triumph in the House Cup, Slytherin ultimately fell short this year, following a remarkable surge of 170 points accrued by 4 members of Gryffindor. The Slytherins could only grit their teeth as the meticulously arranged silver and green banners were replaced with gold and red. As Ask caressed his chin, he pondered whether, if he were to reveal to the Slytherin students that he had declined Dumbledore's offer of 50 points in favor of 50 galleons, they would not dismember him and cast him into the lake. In truth, Dumbledore had indeed intended to grant him 50 points, which he ultimately turned down, opting instead for the sum of 50 galleons. As Ask regarded Draco with a serious demeanor, the latter rolled his eyes before offering a sympathetic glance and patting Ask's shoulder. I understand your sorrow, but we must confront reality. Self-deception serves no purpose. I am earnest, replied Ask, and I am equally sincere. Just look into my genuine eyes. You've got a piece of lettuce stuck in your teeth. The train whistle echoed, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves, while a young girl played her harmonica, casting a beautiful silhouette against the setting sun. I scribble my thoughts with bullets. Having completed my scenic introduction, now, I shall present myself. Humming a tune learned from who knows where, Ask strolled leisurely out of Platform 9, with 50 galleons in his pocket, his spirits soaring high. However, he lacked a definite travel itinerary. Suddenly, a hurried breath accompanied by fragmented speech reached Ask's ears. He turned to see Hermione, breathless, and guessed, let me guess. You're here to inquire about my summer plans? Hermione, still gasping, could only nod vigorously. In truth, Ask was uncertain about his own destination. likely just meandering without a permanent abode. He stroked his chin, adding, "So, if you're seeking my contact information, that might not be realistic. You shouldn't write to me, as I want to receive it." "How can that be?" Hermione exclaimed anxiously, choking on her breath and bending over to cough. Ask sighed and stepped closer, gently patting her back. "I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Cough, cough. "Give me your address. I'll write to you." "Surely that will suffice?" Cough, cough. "Still not enough? I'm quite lazy. Writing letters is commendable for me. I only managed to send 14 letters to my grandfather last year." Ask remarked, oblivious to the fact that Hermione had ceased coughing and wore a joyful expression on her face, turned away from him, mistaking her happiness for dissatisfaction. Ask pondered for a moment and finally suggested, "All right then, before school starts, I will visit your home. Will that satisfy you? It's a promise, no takebacks." "Takebacks? That's a man's vow, not to be sullied. What if you fail to do it?" "Fail?" Ask pondered seriously, then solemnly swore to Hermione, "If I don't fulfill it, let Ron remain a bachelor for life, as no woman would ever love him." Just as Ron was engrossed in a hushed conversation with Harry, he suddenly sneezed, spraying Harry's face. It's been about 4 months since I vanished. Winter has finally passed, and it's the season for beast and heat. Well, that has nothing to do with me. I have completely relinquished all related matters. Feeling utterly fatigued, although I impulsively joined a new forum dedicated to Zhang Heng's latest book, please refrain from mocking the name of my secondary account. The Disciple of the Despicable Sect. If it seems familiar, kindly support the new work of the Chief Disciple of the Despicable Sect, the Grand Court of Wei, by the author of The Three Kingdoms, A Journey Across the World. I am contemplating whether to create a personal forum as a secondary space for discussions and updates. I will notify you here if there are any developments. Additionally, I want to embark on any other books during the course of this one. It has been a year and a half already. I wish to conclude this book swiftly and return home to Mary. Just kidding. I want to make such a declaration. Thus, from today onward, the hibernation ends, and I shall commence work. Finally, I express my gratitude to those who have not removed this book from their shelves, and to those who voted for recommendations this week. A bow. A second bow. A third bow. Now, you've likely forgotten about my 4-month absence, so please read on, hoping you haven't forgotten the previous content. Satisfied with the response he received, Ask left the headmaster's office. Young people are often so self-assured, unwilling to yield. Perhaps they will only grasp the lesson that rigidity leads to breakage after enduring numerous hardships. Having made his decision, Dumbledore acted swiftly, using his Patronus to inform the heads of Slytherin and Gryffindor, and subsequently resumed his daily duties. Being the headmaster of Hogwarts is no easy task. Snape, appearing even more expedient, moved with the swiftness of the wind, his robes billowing behind him. With his customary sour demeanor, as if owed money by everyone, Snape confronted his superior without pretense. "What do you want?" "Indeed. There is a matter to discuss," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Did a first-year student approach you about skipping a year, only to be turned down by you?" Snape nodded, then frowned, his tone growing irritable. "Did he come to see you?" "Just moments ago," Dumbledore confirmed. Snape's pallid complexion darkened as he glared at Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Did you agree to it?" Dumbledore nodded, somewhat resigned. He presented a reason I could not refuse. "One day, should you find yourself in my position, perhaps you would understand." "Enough," Snape interrupted, exasperated. "I have no interest in that position." After a brief pause, his furrowed brow relaxed slightly, though his displeasure remained evident. "Did you summon me merely to inform me of this?" "Not solely," Dumbledore replied, tilting his ear as if listening. "In fact, I also notified Minerva." "What does that have to do with her?" "Because I intend to transfer him to Gryffindor." Dumbledore's words fell like a stone into a still pond, creating ripples of shock. Snape stared in disbelief before shaking his head vehemently. "No, that is impossible. Hogwarts has never had such a precedent." Dumbledore noted Snape's uncharacteristic outburst with amusement, taking a sip from his teacup. "But there is no prohibition against such action, is there? Besides, you do not favor him, as he is hardly a Slytherin." "I will not agree," Snape insisted, shaking his head defiantly. "Even if he skips a year, he must remain in Slytherin." Dumbledore merely smiled, acknowledging that Snape was correct about one thing. Today's summons was indeed merely to inform him of the outcome of this matter. Time flowed ceaselessly. Some things had changed, such as Dumbledore aging, while others remained constant. He was still Dumbledore, steadfast and unyielding to the opinions of others. With a creak, the door to the headmaster's office swung open, and Professor Minerva McGonagall appeared as ever, with her serious and earnest demeanor. After scanning the room, she nodded at Snape as a greeting. The relationship between the two heads, inheritors of a millennium-long tradition of rivalry between their houses, was far less cordial than that with other professors. In truth, Snape's interpersonal relationships had never been particularly strong. Dumbledore. What brings me here? McGonagall inquired. Unlike Snape, who was already aware of the circumstances, Professor McGonagall was entirely uninformed. However, upon noticing Snape's presence in the office without any other professors, she surmised that a matter of significance was underway. What could it possibly be? A fleeting glance at a table in the corner revealed a neglected wizard's chess set, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, almost devoid of presence. Yet it caught McGonagall's discerning eye. The situation unfolded as follows. Dumbledore succinctly recounted the events, omitting any mention of Ask's identity, although the discerning could easily uncover it. He reframed the dialogue between himself and Ask, portraying him as an ambitious seeker of knowledge, brimming with curiosity and a thirst for magic. A diligent student dissatisfied with the first-year curriculum, he aspired to advance to the second year, a narrative aligning with the prevailing values of the wizarding world. Despite Dumbledore's alterations to some less harmonious details, Professor McGonagall, having previously interacted with Ask, was well aware of his true nature. Nonetheless, respecting Dumbledore's discretion, she chose to feign ignorance, trusting that he would not err. Thus, the child would transition to Gryffindor for his second year. After informing the two heads of his decision, Dumbledore afforded them the opportunity to speak. McGonagall inquired about the finer details, such as Ask's new course schedule, academic progress, and how to address such matters publicly. When it was Snape's turn, he merely scoffed, then politely turned his back to the others and departed. So be it. With the holiday approaching, they aimed to conclude matters swiftly. After a brief conversation with McGonagall, Dumbledore realized it was time for dinner, and he accompanied her to the Great Hall. Upon sitting down, his first action was to scan the Slytherin table for Ask's figure, and just as he spotted him, Ask noticed him in return. As Ask gazed upon Dumbledore, who acknowledged him with a nod, he instinctively understood that matters had been settled. His spirits lifted, he found no hesitation in offering Dumbledore a genuine smile. One that lacked the previous artifice and pretense, infused instead with heartfelt gratitude. There was no direct conflict of interest between them. Dumbledore's displayed tolerance and forbearance towards Ask did not escape his notice. He did not perceive himself as exceptional or singular, deserving of the attention from the greatest wizard of their age. Nonetheless, Ask would remember this kindness. Dumbledore, after all, remained Dumbledore, the sole individual fitting to occupy that chair in the headmaster's office at this moment. As Ask dined leisurely, he sought out Snape at the professor's table. Yet he found no trace of him. Even after finishing his meal and departing, Snape remained elusive, leaving Ask uncertain whether the esteemed head of Slytherin had simply chosen to forego dinner. Ask's expression was one of surprise. He had not anticipated that Snape would forego dinner to await him in the common room's hall. You have one more night before your identity as a Slytherin is stripped away. Snape slowly rose, wearing a stoic expression, and approached Ask. From tomorrow onwards, you shall no longer be a member of Slytherin, he pronounced with deliberate gravity. You are expelled. What? Ask appeared utterly bewildered, initially convinced he had misheard. However, upon witnessing the vindictive glee reflected on Snape's countenance, the truth began to dawn upon him. Shall I reiterate? No, I believe I have grasped the situation, Ask replied, running his fingers through his hair with a smile. Yet, with gritted teeth, he muttered under his breath, that old man, are you toying with me? Just 5 minutes prior, Ask had harbored a faint fondness for Dumbledore, considering him a rather commendable figure, far superior to his own grandfather, who was a notorious miser. Now, however, he scoffed. To live long and become a villain. Had Ask been privy to events from 70 or 80 years past, he might not have been so astounded or enraged. For after all, like attracts like. Insulting the headmaster incurs a deduction of 3 points. Snape felt his stoic demeanor wavering, promptly deducting 3 points from Ask, which alleviated the tension. The identity of the universally despised potions professor certainly had its perks. Huh? Ask exclaimed, once again confounded, pointing to himself. Am I still a member of Slytherin? Isn't this rather detrimental to my house? Detrimental? Do you suppose I am the sort of head who only shelters the students of my own house? Snape, unbeknownst to himself, found his discourse with Ask more voluble than usual, with lengthy sentences flowing forth. How could that be? Ask quickly shook his head, then posed his next inquiry. By the way, Professor Snape, how did you know I was just cursing the headmaster? Or do you share my sentiments? In response to this question, Snape opted for a standard retort. Let us not dwell on the delay in updates. I had originally intended to take an evening stroll for exercise. However, my new shoes proved ill-fitting and left me with blisters, thus thwarting my plans. Consequently, I found myself seated before the computer, indulging in A and B stations, with a slight preference for A. Upon noticing the time at 8 o'clock, I began to compose, simultaneously engaging in discussions with my delightful group about various topics, and only now have I completed my writing. I believe my typing speed remains commendable, though it does not match the peak of my final year when I could manage 200,000 words a month. Those were carefree days. Now, let us delve into the main narrative. Additionally, this book should be regarded as a significant revision rather than a mere rewrite. In truth, I believe changing the house has minimal impact, and it may facilitate a more straightforward narrative. By the way, the chapter title limitation of 20 characters is utterly absurd. My 23rd chapter alone occupies 4 characters. The proper title should be A Night Alone. Where should my heart reside? Ask did not widely publicize his advancement and transfer between colleges, partly because it was unnecessary, and partly due to his lack of interest. Saturdays were free of classes, at least for first-year courses, which were not numerous enough to occupy the weekend. Ask chose an opportune time, as he would be able to conclude matters in the next couple of days without interfering with his classes on Monday. On a typical evening, Ask nestled in his bed, engrossed in a small black notebook resembling a book, which had a history likely older than 80% of the professors at Hogwarts. This book was once his grandfather's textbook, filled with annotations in his handwriting. To be fair, Ask harbored little fascination for magic. He had learned it, utilized it, yet lacked the curiosity and thirst for knowledge that others possessed. Dullness and meaninglessness defined Ask's perception of magic, a sentiment that also extended to his experience of studying at the magical school. Glancing at the page number below, he closed the book, silently recalling the content he had read that day, then reopened it to verify for any omissions. Though it was still early, he considered that he would not be able to relish a leisurely day in bed tomorrow, thus it was wise to seize the opportunity for a good night's sleep. Similarly, due to the absence of classes the next day, some freshmen were indulging in revelry tonight. Had they seen Ask squandering precious time on sleep, they would likely have jumped onto his bed, exclaiming phrases urging him to awaken and join the festivities. Nevertheless, such occurrences would likely become commonplace once he joined Gryffindor, especially now that he had unexpectedly transitioned into a second-year senior, a realization that brought him great delight. With this joy, Ask drifted into slumber, unaware that his actions had caused significant distress and turmoil for certain individuals within the castle. The night was beautiful, and despite its dangers, there were always those with dark circles under their eyes who endured the night, often not by choice. It was uncertain whether it was the strong tea he had consumed before bed, but Snape found himself wide awake. This was an unpleasant sensation, his face etched with frustration, as tangled emotions akin to weeds flourished within him. If written on paper, it would spell a name composed of several letters. Lily. During the day, Dumbledore's words had deeply wounded him, or perhaps reopened a wound he believed had healed long ago. He realized that this wound would never truly mend. Hogwarts had never witnessed such a precedent. Yet, it had not prohibited such practices, had it? Resentment, anger, regret, and most significantly, heartache consumed Snape. Grasping his wand, he abruptly sat up, pointing it at his chest. His right hand trembled violently as he attempted to cast a spell, interrupted 4 times by agonizing groans, until finally, amid a crescendo of suppressed pain and violent convulsions, Snape managed to escape his troubles, succumbing to unconsciousness. Whether one calls it evasion or cowardice, it was his choice. Some things had never changed for him. It was I who came first. For the first time, he had someone he cherished alongside a lifelong friend. These two joys intertwined, amplifying each other, and he should have basked in a dreamlike happiness. Yet, why had it turned out this way? Dumbledore reclined in an armchair, facing the window, bathed in moonlight as if draped in gossamer. The elder's tranquil gaze was fixed on a sight invisible to others. No one knew what he beheld. But it was undoubtedly something beautiful, for he smiled, a smile reminiscent of his youth. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness, it was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity, it was the season of light. It was the season of darkness, it was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. Perhaps as one ages, one inevitably falls into reminiscence. When Dumbledore felt the chill in the air, he realized that over an hour had passed since the midnight chime. Memory is a sweet poison, he thought, unable to recall where he had encountered that phrase. Nevertheless, He sensed he had been mired in reflection more frequently of late, which boded ill. Yet, it mattered not. Paranoia breeds suspicion. There are always those who wish to harm him, a delusion not without merit, as one such individual lingered in Hogwarts. Regarding this person, he truly bore the surname Voldemort, a name synonymous with cruelty. The night was not particularly long. At 5 o'clock in the morning, physiological fatigue peaked, coinciding with what many considered the prime time for crime. Whether it be nefarious deeds or sinister plots. This time, however, nothing transpired, for those seeking notoriety rarely chose this hour. 2 hours later, after 5 o'clock. Ask's eyelids finally lifted after a struggle. As usual, he rose, washed, and, yawning, ambled to the great hall for breakfast. His demeanor appeared unchanged from previous days. Bread clutched in his mouth. Ask could not resist another yawn. Attempting to yawn while biting into bread proved a formidable challenge, contorting his face into an odd expression that went unnoticed by others. As the meal progressed, the number of people in the hall gradually increased, yet still fell short of half the usual attendance, for on Saturdays, absent classes often led most to opt for a bit more sleep, even if that sleep was inconsequential. Hermione, clutching several books, appeared no different from her usual self during classes. The distinction between high achievers and underperformers lay in the former's perception that class felt like a holiday, while the latter viewed classes as mere obligations, reserving their exuberance for breaks. Even while dining, Hermione maintained an upright posture, akin to her demeanor in class. This habit not only prevented slouching, but also granted her a superior vantage point, allowing her to see over the 2 rows at the neighboring table, where Ask had nearly buried his face in a bowl of oatmeal, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, prompting concerns that he might drown in it. After a considerable time, Ask finally lifted his head, appearing bewildered, and gazed in Hermione's direction. She subtly turned away, avoiding his gaze, and casually swiped a plate of food from the table, lowering her head to begin her breakfast. Did he sense that I was watching him? Hermione quietly lifted her head, her gaze aligning perfectly with that of Ask. Despite his still drowsy expression, Hermione felt as though he had been observing her for quite some time. Lowering her head again, she took a few bites of her breakfast, only to find that when she looked up once more, the spot where Ask had been seated was now an empty tableau of scattered dishes. With a slight pout, Hermione relished the newfound opportunity to concentrate on her meal without distraction. Little did she know, the naive Hermione could hardly fathom that from that day forth, a familiar visage would invariably greet her across the table during her meals. She would have to learn to adapt, to disregard the impact of this face on her dining experience. Otherwise, she might very well suffer from indigestion. The earlier hints of familial pressure had nearly taken effect, as delineated below, highlighting the time gaps between my mother's messages. Mother 2130, 41. Oh, the second young master is coming to Huffay this Sunday. Mother 2133, 03. It would be best if he took the train around noon on Saturday. Me 2133, 18. What for? Brother 2133, 33. To introduce a potential partner. Mother 2134, 05. Did your uncle not call? Brother 2134, 28. To help carry the bride. Me 2134, 34. So what exactly is the plan? My uncle hasn't he contacted me. Mother 2135, 08. Your sister's wedding is coming up. Mother 2135, 39. Just tell me what I need to do. Mother 2135, 40. She's getting married during the May holiday. Mother 2136, 22. You only need to come for the meal. After breakfast, which was still quite early, Ask returned to the dormitory, coinciding with Draco, who had just risen. Habit had rendered him oblivious to Ask's presence after a few days of cohabitation, while Ask had not initiated any disturbances, attending to his own affairs in silence. The task of making the beds was left to the house elves, and Ask's return to the dormitory was merely to gather his belongings in preparation for moving to the Gryffindor common room. In truth, there was little to organize. His bedding did not require relocation, and only a few books atop the nightstand and some trinkets in the drawer remained to be packed, as Ask meticulously gathered his belongings. Draco remained oblivious until Ask, with hands casually tucked into his pockets, elegantly departed from the dormitory he had occupied for less than a week. It was then that Draco sensed something amiss. Throughout the week, Ask had scarcely attended to his personal space. Aside from the initial evening when he had organized his personal items, everything else had been managed by Hogwarts house elves. Thus, his return today to tidy up everything so thoroughly was indeed peculiar. Hesitating for a moment, Draco ultimately refrained from inquiring, while Ask nonchalantly exited the Slytherin common room and made his way directly to Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor. A gentle knock announced his arrival, prompting the familiar stern voice of Professor McGonagall from behind the door. Enter. As he stepped inside, Ask surveyed the surroundings. It was his first visit to McGonagall's office. Strictly speaking, apart from the offices of Snape and Dumbledore, he had never ventured into those of other professors. However, given that he was to mingle with Gryffindor in the future, it was prudent to know where the door of the house had opened. Seemingly aware of Ask's impending visit, Professor McGonagall did not lift her gaze to ascertain the identity of her guest. Instead, she remained focused, her square spectacles perched on her nose. Clad in a deep green robe, with her dark hair neatly coiled into a bun, she held a quill in her right hand, appearing engrossed in grading assignments. It is rather impolite to keep a guest waiting for too long, even if that guest could be considered an unexpected visitor. McGonagall did not delay Ask for more than half a minute. Upon concluding her current assessment, she set the quill back in its holder, rose with remarkable decisiveness, and strode toward Ask. Without a backward glance, she instructed, "Follow me, Mr. Grindelwald," suppressing the rebellious tuft of hair at the back of his head. Ask shrugged and leisurely trailed behind Professor McGonagall as they exited the office, ensuring to close the door behind him. At this hour, the castle began to buzz with activity. Students from the upper floors of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were either timing their descent for breakfast or congregating to venture out for recreation or to the library. Although Ask may not be widely recognized, it is nearly impossible to find anyone in this castle unfamiliar with Professor McGonagall. It must be said that when Professor McGonagall makes an appearance, the atmosphere transforms considerably. The once boisterous and unruly students, who were previously engaged in playful banter and scuffles on the stairs, suddenly become as subdued as wilted cabbage, proceeding cautiously and obediently, step by measured step. The Gryffindor common room is located high in the tower, requiring one to ascend several flights of stairs. Professor McGonagall and Ask halted before the grand door, which is framed by the portrait of the Fat Lady. Accessing the common room necessitates a password, which changes daily. If one forgets, they are left stranded outside. Professor McGonagall's tone remained flat as she explained that the entry methods for the common rooms are quite similar across the various houses, with Ravenclaw being slightly more lenient, if one considers it lenient that even their own members can be locked out due to the riddle password. "Raspberry," she uttered, and the Fat Lady swung the door open. Professor McGonagall entered first, with Ask closely following. Beyond the portrait hole lay a cozy circular chamber, furnished with plush armchairs surrounding a fireplace, creating a focal point of warmth and comfort. Much like Slytherin's, the common room was relatively empty at this hour. The ideal place for studying during the day is not the common room, as it is often too bustling and noisy. Proceeding further, two spiral staircases branched off to the left and right, leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories, respectively. Naturally, Professor McGonagall guided Ask towards the staircase leading to the boys' quarters. But Ask's attention was drawn to the other staircase, identical in appearance and devoid of any markings. He pondered the likelihood of inadvertently wandering into the girls' dormitory, which seemed entirely plausible and reasonable. As fate would have it, midway through their ascent, Neville happened to descend the stairs, upon suddenly encountering Professor McGonagall. The plump boy was startled, losing his footing and tumbling forward, likely to complete the descent in a rolling manner. Professor McGonagall reached out to steady Neville, her tone finally revealing a hint of warmth. She shook her head slightly, expressing a mix of exasperation and concern as she admonished the trembling boy, who could not meet her gaze. "Be careful when going down the stairs." "Yes," Neville nodded vigorously, though he still dared not look up. From his vantage point below, Ask could see Neville's round face, contorted in anxiety. Professor McGonagall released her hold, but kept her hand near him, ready to assist should he stumble again. She stepped aside and continued her ascent, addressing Neville with a cheerful, "Good morning, Neville," as Ask greeted Neville with a smile and a wave. He cheerfully declared that they would be in the same house from now on, insisting that Neville should address him as senior. Despite Ask's animated chatter, Neville was utterly bewildered, unable to recall what was said thereafter. Accustomed to such moments, he did not linger foolishly, pondering over it for the entire day. He absent-mindedly touched the white bandage on his arm, shaking his head in mild frustration. He needed to remember to visit Madame Pomfrey for a dressing change today, for forgetting would lead to complications. Oh, how he wished he could be like Ask. Turning his gaze towards the now empty staircase, he thought enviously, a sincere smile gracing his face. Standing at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, Professor McGonagall cast a meaningful glance at Ask and remarked, "Neville is a good boy, though he is a bit slow to react." I am already aware of what transpired in yesterday's potions class. You handled it well. As Ask gazed up at Professor McGonagall, he smiled and inquired, "Is that all? If you hadn't uttered certain remarks that might lead to misunderstanding, my assessment would be considerably higher." Professor McGonagall replied, "Do you not fear that others might misconstrue your intentions? You must understand that when the other students and I discussed the situation, I nearly felt compelled to impose a sanction upon you." "Oh," Ask responded casually, refraining from elaborating further. This demeanor prompted Professor McGonagall to regard Ask with a measure of respect. She perceived that he possessed certain admirable qualities, at least not as irredeemable as he had seemed on the night of the sorting ceremony. The dormitory accommodations were not fixed, and the interior appeared far more spacious than the exterior suggested. Ask was assigned to an unoccupied chamber, furnished with 5 four-poster beds draped in deep crimson velvet curtains. Yet he would be the sole occupant. In a sense, Ask had the luxury of changing beds each night, cycling through 5 different ones over the course of a week, without the concern of a roommate's snoring disrupting his slumber, thereby avoiding any potential for unkind actions. He could even revel in the freedom of running about the dormitory in the nude, unperturbed by the fear of exposure. "You should be fine on your own, thus it shall be," Professor McGonagall concluded, having decided against placing him with other second-year students. After all, they had already shared a year of cohabitation, and the sudden transition of a Slytherin to Gryffindor could indeed lead to numerous complications. It seemed wiser to allow Ask to reside alone. Ask had no objections. One person was just one person, and he relished the tranquility. "Thus, from this moment forth, you shall be a Gryffindor." Professor McGonagall scrutinized Ask from head to toe, her gaze ultimately resting upon his chest, where the emblem of Slytherin adorned his attire. Following her line of sight, Ask glanced down and noticed the insignia, shrugged nonchalantly, and removed the small token, tucking it into his pocket before extending his hand towards Professor McGonagall. Logically speaking, she was not a mere purveyor of trinkets. It was implausible that she carried an assortment of house emblems, ever ready to distribute them to students. Yet, confronted with Ask's outstretched hand, Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a modest little box from her pocket and solemnly placed it in Ask's palm. "Take good care of it." As Ask weighed the object in his palm, he nonchalantly nodded. Professor McGonagall said little more, merely offering a few brief reminders before departing. The new schedule and other materials would be delivered by the third son of the Weasley family, Percy Weasley. Once Professor McGonagall had left, Ask opened the box and caught a glimpse of the emblem resting within. He picked it up and scrutinized it closely, his expression shifting slightly. Subsequently, he affixed the insignia to his chest with utmost seriousness and caution, murmuring to himself, "TSK, they even gave me a second-hand item." Firstly, I nearly omitted today's update out of sheer laziness, but I felt it would be rather impolite, so I persevered. Secondly, I trust you all saw what I posted yesterday. Indeed, I have matters to attend to this week. Although it merely involves dining out, the round trip and the accompanying travel can be quite bothersome. Lastly, it has been decisively arranged. I shall take leave on Saturday, so there is no need to await my update. Never underestimate the speed at which information disseminates in specific contexts, especially when a group of restless individuals, having nothing better to do, energetically fuels the fire. The arrival of Ask in the Gryffindor common room occurred shortly after breakfast, and by the time lunch approached, nearly everyone in Gryffindor was aware of the new addition to their house. The term nearly is used because some individuals were situated too far from the epicenter of the event to notice it immediately. However, by mealtime, they too had become aware of the situation. Given that Ask had already been the subject of scrutiny on multiple occasions, it was hardly surprising that he maintained his composure while enjoying lunch under the gaze of nearly all the students from various houses, including some professors. In truth, there are moments that are rather amusing. For instance, while many at the Gryffindor table were intrigued by Ask, they refrained from engaging him directly. Instead, they opted for hushed whispers and furtive glances, yet the content of their conversation was unmistakably clear to Ask. Ask chose a position relatively close to the professors at a long table, occupying about 1/3 of its length. On either side of him, 2 seats remained unoccupied, while directly across from him sat a row of individuals whose thoughts were evidently far removed from the delectable dishes before them. Within Gryffindor, Ask was acquainted with 2 familiar faces, Hermione and Neville. The latter, apart from having received Ask's assistance once and exchanging a morning greeting, was largely indistinguishable from the others. In stark contrast to the timid and meek Neville, Hermione exhibited a far bolder demeanor. Having interacted with Ask previously, she did not engage in the idle speculation that others indulged in. Instead, she posed a direct question, Have you taken a wrong seat? This is Gryffindor. With his cheeks puffed out like a hamster as he chewed his food, Ask's lips twitched into what could be considered a smile. He nodded, then shook his head, subsequently pointing to the emblem on his chest. The emblem resembled a shield, adorned with intertwining gold and crimson patterns that formed a lion standing on its hind legs, yawning or rather, roaring. A banner inscribed with the name of Gryffindor obscured the lion's lower half, preserving a semblance of decorum, for it was indeed a male lion. Have you changed houses? Hermione inquired, her surprise palpable. Why the sudden switch? Just last Friday, had he not expressed a desire merely to skip a grade? Nodding in acknowledgement, Ask reached for the next dish. Dining here was quite liberating, as one could forego cutlery and eat directly with their hands without feeling any embarrassment. For those around him engaged in the same practice, Gryffindor certainly possessed its merits. The air was filled with a sense of freedom that was utterly absent in a dictatorial realm. Asker's movements have always been remarkably swift, yet there exists someone swifter. With an air of innocence, Asker rolled his eyes after Hermione lightly struck the back of his hand with a spoon. Subsequently, he glared at her with evident displeasure, which Hermione reciprocated with a similarly vexed expression, her hand gripping the spoon in a manner that seemed to serve as a warning. Did your parents never teach you not to chew with your mouth full while conversing with others? He questioned, to which she replied, no, they did not. Ask picked up a moist towelette to cleanse his greasy hands, then grasped the untouched knife position to his right, casting a fleeting smile at Hermione. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked on the unfortunate early demise of his parents, attributing his lack of upbringing to the absence of guidance. Following this, Ask brought the knife down with force, plunging it into the dish before him, the blade piercing through the ingredients and striking the base of the plate with a crisp sound. With a deft flick of his wrist, he wielded the fork in his left hand and the knife in his right, methodically dismantling the unfortunate turkey into countless pieces. He then selected a morsel, transferring it to his bowl, savoring every bite as he relished the flavor. The small portion of turkey was consumed in no time, and after spitting out the bones, Ask lifted his glass of juice, sipping it slowly and thoughtfully. The knife of Asker indeed garnered the attention of many, however. This act was not directed at a living being. Thus, despite a sense of surprise and confusion, the onlookers did not take it to heart. Of course, this is merely the perspective of the uninformed crowd. For those who were closer, who could see and hear clearly, Asker had already been branded with several unfavorable labels: impolite, violent, ill-tempered, misogynistic, a bully, a disruptor of harmony within the academy, a vandal of dining ware, a waster of food, with a troubled inner psyche, lacking parental guidance, and exhibiting unprofessional wielding of a knife. In essence, if Asker were to comprehend the thoughts of these individuals, he would likely retort, I am not targeting anyone. Rather, all of you present are utterly pathetic. To be fair, Hermione was indeed taken aback by Asker's abruptness, although upon reflection, she realized her own words had been somewhat hasty. Nevertheless, was she not being overly petty? Faced with Hermione's sudden shift in focus to her lunch, Asker declared that since she had previously inquired with genuine intent, he would graciously impart the answer. Whether she now wished to hear it was, in his view, inconsequential. Indeed, I have transitioned to Gryffindor House, which should be considered an unexpected turn of events. Asker tilted his head, subtly gesturing an obscene sign towards someone at the professor's table who was paying attention to the scene, expressing his disdain. He then turned to Hermione and remarked, naturally, I have achieved my goal. I am now a second-year student. According to tradition, you should address me as senpai. Had it not been for her cultivated demeanor, Hermione would have likely wished to hurl her plate at Asker's face. Even without such an action, much was written on her countenance, unambiguously displayed. One need not be literate, merely not blind, to see it clearly. TCH. Ask let out a scoff, intending to utter a sarcastic remark. However, as he lifted his goblet and leaned back, he nearly toppled from the bench, having forgotten that the hall's seats lacked a backrest. Regardless, Ask disregarded the reactions of those around him, acting as if nothing had transpired. Yet the words he had meant to convey were no longer fitting to be spoken. Whether one believes it or not, this is the essence of reality. As Ask laid down his cup, he cast a smile towards Hermione, rose gracefully, and departed the hall. He did not return to the dormitory, as it was certain that post-lunch, the atmosphere there would be quite lively. Speaking of which, today was a splendid day, with the sun shining perfectly and the sky clear and serene. Indeed, it was a fitting occasion to seek a tranquil spot and indulge in the art of being a dashing gentleman. Thus, the decision was made with delight. Yesterday, out of boredom, I perused the fanfiction rankings and stumbled upon that work titled The Bird of Hogwarts. I couldn't help but feel that my own narrative lacked the one redeeming quality his possessed, a glimmer of hope for a conclusion. My tale, alas, seems interminable. Self-deprecation. No need for concern. However, with a similar word count of 140,000, I fear I have yet to complete even the first volume. Today's chapter primarily serves to demonstrate that I can indeed write swiftly. So, let us engage in a little game to see how long it will take me to conclude the first volume. Will it be a month or merely 20 days? It appears that Ask is not the only one escaping the midday slumber. It is now 1991, and in the Muggle world, children are likely enamored with the likes of the Nintendo Entertainment System. As for the Wizarding World's youth, well, there are indeed many diversions available, including a plethora of toys. In the Quidditch pitch, agile figures riding flying broomsticks darted back and forth as the house team partook in their training. To bask in glory before others, one must first endure trials behind the scenes. Quidditch is not a sport with a high safety margin, particularly during the matches between the four houses within Hogwarts. The phrase, though the body cannot venture forth, the heart yearns, aptly describes the first-year students, who must await the second week of term for their inaugural flying lesson, while the Quidditch teams only welcome newcomers from the second year onward. Until then, the first-year novices can only observe from the stands. Ask did not venture into crowded places. He seldom left the castle, except for his herbology class when he visited the greenhouse. For the most part, he was quite reclusive. There is little to say about Ask's whereabouts and activities during that midday. If he were to find a tranquil spot, perhaps beneath a certain tree, and unreasonably chase away the tree guardian, then lay down a mat and peacefully slumber for the afternoon. Writing an entire chapter on such a mundane occurrence would likely extend the completion of this book indefinitely. It seems we might never see the end of it. Thus, this day came to a close. However, there is a minor detail. When Ask returned for dinner that evening, he garnered significantly less attention, as many matters had already become known to the students. Hermione did not attend the hall that night, leaving the seat across from Ask vacant. He let out a long yawn, shook his head, and resolved to finish his meal and return to his slumber. And so, today's events draw to a close. The affairs of Ask have come to a close. As for others, there are still a few matters to briefly address. A certain fellow by the surname of Fu has taken an interest in a student who managed to gain Dumbledore's consent and assistance for a transfer. Particularly intrigued by the student's last name. However, this interest remains merely that, interest alone. Compared to this mere 11-year-old, Hogwarts possesses far more captivating allure. As for the others, well, they indulge in eating, sleeping, and playing, relishing their time. Oh, the chaos of your aunt's family. Thus, the day has indeed drawn to a close. The following day, Sunday, dawned. Due to the exuberance of the previous night, Ask decided to continue his slumber. Ordinarily, without unforeseen events, he would have slept the day away, allowing him to resume writing about Monday's occurrences. However, Professor McGonagall's earlier words had now taken effect. Around 8:30, Percy Weasley promptly knocked on Ask's door, arriving to deliver new textbooks and a class schedule. The instant the knock echoed, Ask opened his eyes, swiftly rolled out of bed, and in just a few strides, reached the door. He flung it open, seized the books and schedule from Percy's hands with a smile, then slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Only then did his gratitude escape from behind the door. "Thank you." Percy stood bewildered, glancing down at his empty hands, then back at the door that seemed to have never truly opened, shaking his head as he departed. At lunchtime, it was Ask who was notably absent from the great hall, leaving an empty seat before Hermione. Glancing around to confirm his absence from the Gryffindor table, Hermione rose once more to peer at the Slytherin table, yet still found no trace of Ask. Has he not come for lunch? She mused. Humph. Irregular eating habits will lead to stomach ailments sooner or later. Achoo. In a daze, half asleep, Ask sneezed, rubbed his nose, and shifted positions to continue his slumber. With this rhythm, the day appeared destined to conclude once more. However, knock knock. Nervously clutching a food box, Neville stood hesitantly at the door of Ask's dormitory, debating whether to leave the box on the ground and make a hasty retreat. To be fair, Neville still harbored a considerable fear of Ask. If possible, he would prefer to keep his distance. After all, Ask's remarks during potions class and that glinting knife from yesterday's lunch had left him with a rather unpleasant impression. "Oh, Grandma, I wish to go home." The little chubby boy felt a profound sense of despair in this unfamiliar environment. Lacking the comforting presence of someone like his grandmother to care for him, life here was indeed quite challenging. Creak. The door before him swung open, causing Neville to instinctively step back, resulting in Ask's outstretched hand grasping at thin air. "Oh," Ask, initially indifferent, widened his eyes upon recognizing the visitor. After a brief appraisal, his gaze landed on the food box in Neville's hands. "For me?" Neville nodded vigorously, hurriedly extending the box, as though it were a potion cauldron on the verge of explosion. Without immediately accepting the box, Ask glanced around. The hallway was devoid of other souls, indicating that Neville had come alone. Taking the food box from Neville's hands, Ask offered a slight nod, saying, "Oh, thank you. I haven't eaten anything all day." No, it's nothing," Neville stammered in reply. The warmth emanating from the box confirmed its contents were still hot. Lifting the lid, Ask glanced inside, shaking his head as he remarked, "There are a bit too many vegetables, and not enough meat." Neville's face flushed instantly. He was unaware of Ask's preferences and had prepared the meal according to his own taste. I'll go prepare something else for you." As Ask extended his hand to grasp the departing Nav, his tone remained nonchalant as he said, "No need. Although I am not particularly fond of vegetables, consuming them occasionally is indeed beneficial for one's health." "Thank you." Nav wore a perplexed expression, although he was uncertain of the situation. It seemed he no longer needed to procure another meal. "If you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out." Releasing his grip, Ask turned to enter the house, and just before closing the door, he earnestly informed Nav, "Any trouble?" "Oh, that won't be necessary," Nav abruptly turned around, unwilling to accept Ask's promise, for he did not act with the intention of securing such a commitment or to make Ask owe him a favor. However, Ask had already closed the door. What a genuinely good person. Indeed, Nav resignedly acknowledged reality, sending Ask a good person card. Yet, if it could be avoided, it would be best not to invoke Ask's assistance with any troubles. He couldn't shake the feeling that involving him might lead to even greater complications. The memory of Ask's expression from the previous day's incident resurfaced, sending a shiver down Nav's spine. How terrifying it had been. "Apologies for the late update. I have been sleeping and only rose at 9, engaging in some mobile distractions that delayed me until now. Today is Saturday, and it appears there will be no updates tonight, so please do not wait. However, feel free to cast your votes for recommendations. I assure you, I am not jesting when I say that the first volume will conclude by the end of the month, and yesterday I did indeed write a chapter. Did you just realize I activated the water skill?" The new week bears no distinction from the first for Ask. Although the class schedule has changed, the same teachers remain, and he still sits amongst strangers who are of no concern to him. In a certain sense, it appears he is worse off than in Slytherin. At least he would not be subjected to Snape's sharp tongue and point deductions and potions class. True to his reputation as Gryffindor's greatest adversary, Snape upholds his moniker. Ask's arrival in Gryffindor was not his fault, yet considering Dumbledore is evidently more formidable, the responsibility ultimately falls upon Ask. There are deeper reasons as well. In short, Ask finds himself quite bloodied by Dumbledore's machinations, which is indisputable. Of course, Dumbledore has his own considerations, and for the youth, enduring some hardships is undoubtedly beneficial. Time passes at its own pace, and Ask's affairs gradually return to a state of monotony. Slytherin has grown accustomed to the absence of an unwelcomed and overlooked newcomer, while Gryffindor remains oblivious to the addition of another member, as Ask leads a reclusive existence, almost excessively so. How dull indeed. Having completed the assignments assigned by the professors for the day, Ask glanced at the time. It seemed that he would once again find himself with a lengthy span of unoccupied time this evening. What to do? A yawn. Asker stifled a yawn. Not due to fatigue, but rather a reflection of his ennui, feeling adrift in the moment. After sitting idly for a while, he grasped his wand, reclined backward, and with a deft flick of his wrist, conjured a large sphere of water suspended in midair. One must always harbor a dream. Who knows when it might come to fruition? In times of exhaustion or when faced with the temptation to surrender, one should contemplate their aspirations. If such thoughts fail to ignite the spirit, then perhaps they are unworthy of being deemed dreams, more akin to mere fantasies. A 7-year pact. As Ask's lips unconsciously curled into a cold smile, a large mass of water became uncontrollable and plummeted downwards. He neither flinched nor evaded, allowing the water balloon to crash against his face. The icy liquid cascaded down his cheeks, seeping into his garments, rendering the upper half of his clothing nearly drenched, while the sheets beneath him could be squeezed to extract water. However, this room housed several beds, and he could easily switch to another. Rising, he shed his soaked attire and approached the mirror. His fingers lightly brushed over his left shoulder, causing a jolt akin to an electric shock. His skin, flawless and delicate, bore no visible trace of the severe injuries from before. The The potion's effects were formidable, yet not omnipotent. Should I express my gratitude for the additional 7 years of life? He pondered. No, my child, the one to thank is me. It is not merely that they extended your life, but rather that I am still alive for 7 more years. Indeed, but I shall not utter my thanks to you. Still harboring resentment towards me? Ah, my child. Have you contemplated your actions 7 years hence? Not at all. 7 years is but a fleeting moment, indistinguishable from nothingness, utterly meaningless. Yet there is a distinction. As for the nature of that distinction, you shall discover it upon your arrival at Hogwarts. It had been 2 weeks since his journey to Hogwarts commenced. Yet Ask had yet to discern the differences spoken of by the aged Grindelwald. Consequently, he felt once more ensnared by the old man's machinations. Nevertheless, as Ask toweled off the droplets from his hair, his mind wandered to whether Grindelwald's comments had any correlation with Dumbledore's decision to place him in Gryffindor. TCH. What a riddle, he thought, grimacing at his reflection in the mirror, with a tune devoid of rhythm or meaning escaping his lips. Ask climbed onto another clean bed and picked up a book, aimlessly leafing through its pages. Ask does not favor a tranquil life, yet some individuals find solace in it. However, at times, circumstances will not bend to human will, regardless of one's identity. The second week of flying lessons is highly anticipated by all first-year students. Many among them have already experimented with flying broomsticks at home, yet the experience of riding a broomstick and engaging in a game of Quidditch is a starkly different affair. Particularly within the confines of an official pitch, buoyed by the cheers of supportive spectators, striving for victory on behalf of their team. The flying lesson represents a significant first step towards the dreams of many. Naturally, not everyone yearns for this day. Neville, for instance, does not. At times, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur, a rather unfortunate phenomenon encapsulated by Murphy's Law. As for what transpired during the flying lesson, there is little to elaborate on. The outcome reveals Harry as the victor, Draco as the loser, and the hapless Neville as the innocent bystander. While the narrative twists and turns in fiction, reality often proves to be far more captivating. As someone who did nothing yet became an unintended victim, Neville garnered no sympathy from his classmates. On the contrary, most found amusement in the antics of this chubby boy, regarding him with disdain for what they perceived as a disgrace to wizards. Draco, for instance, has often proclaimed to many that Neville is a shameful representation of wizardry. As Ask entered the infirmary, he was well aware that Draco was lying there, a fact that had circulated during dinner as his fellow classmates animatedly recounted the events of the day. Unlike the other students who occasionally erupted into laughter, Ask's smile bore a hint of sardonic disdain, though it was not directed at the individual commonly acknowledged by all. Hermione, seated across from Ask, sensed something was amiss, perhaps due to her heightened awareness of his demeanor. Before the conclusion of dinner, Ask departed from the hall, taking with him some food. The infirmary was located on the second floor of the castle. Upon entering, Ask found Madame Pomfrey tending to Neville, who was receiving a change of bandages. In truth, Neville had visited the infirmary twice within a single week, a frequency comparable to that of the most troublesome and mischievous students. Madame Pomfrey merely cast a fleeting glance at Ask before returning to her duties, while Neville looked on in surprise, particularly at the sight of the food container Ask was carrying. Neville opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Is it serious? As Ask inquired of Madame Pomfrey. She meticulously and expertly tended to Neville's wounds, subsequently suspending his wrist with a bandage. Only after ensuring everything was in order did she respond. It is merely a slight fracture. He shall recover in 3 days. However, he has been visiting me rather too frequently of late. Are you his roommate? Why do you not take better care of him? Must you wait until something untoward occurs before showing concern? Madame Pomfrey holds a unique position at Hogwarts. Even Dumbledore would not sway her resolve, as she speaks her mind forthrightly. Nodding gently, Ask refrained from retorting, instead lifting the food box in his hand as a gesture towards Neville. Let us partake in our meal first. Once we have dined, we shall discuss your matters. Ask placed the food box beside the bed and took a stool to sit at the edge of it, gesturing to Navy to proceed. With only one hand at his disposal, Navy's attempts to eat appeared somewhat clumsy. His dominant hand was the right, yet he could only wield the utensils with his left. Without any intention of offering assistance, Ask patiently awaited Navy, displaying remarkable composure. After approximately half an hour, Navy set down the food box and let out a contented burp. He contemplated expressing his thoughts, but Ask interjected first. Are you full? He inquired, and upon receiving an affirmative response, he handed over a tissue and remarked nonchalantly, Then, As I mentioned previously, I will assist you in resolving your predicament. Do you prefer Draco's left hand or right hand? Navy, taken aback, glanced down at his suspended arm. Slowly grasping Ask's implication, his expression shifted dramatically, and he shook his head vehemently. Why the refusal? Ask asked, locking eyes with Navy, who promptly averted his gaze. Are you afraid? It's perfectly all right. I assure you, I will handle the situation with utmost care. No one will suspect you. In fact, it would merely be an accident. One that occurs daily. There is really no need for that. This time, it was merely my own clumsiness that resulted in the broken arm. And it has nothing to do with him, Navy explained, wiping the sweat that had formed on his forehead due to anxiety. He continued cautiously, in a whisper. This matter is solely my fault. I was too foolish. Ask responded with an expressionless face, while Navy awkwardly scratched his head, yet did not voice any objections. Since you have put it that way, let it be so. As Ask rose to his feet, he forcefully pinched the fractured arm of Neville. The still healing wound, provoked by this sudden pressure, elicited a pained cry from Neville, though it was muffled as Ask covered his mouth, leaving him only able to emit soft whimpers. Does it hurt? Has it stirred some unpleasant memories, perhaps the fall from the sky this afternoon, crashing to the ground with a sickening crack as your bones broke? Akin to a nightmare of apocalyptic proportions? A flickering flame seemed to dance in Ask's eyes as he released his grip and stepped back, towering over Neville like an emperor. Observing him curled up, cradling his injured arm. Remember this pain. It shall serve as a constant reminder that being foolish is not a flaw, but being weak is. This chapter begins with a word count of 3,500, merely serving to compensate for yesterday's shortfall. Additionally, I humbly request your clicks or, if that is too much to ask, perhaps a mere collection. It seems that as long as I update, I remain ensconced in the 30th position of the weekly fanfiction rankings. I have changed the cover, though the outcome is rather lackluster, as it was hastily crafted using a basic photo editing app, purely a DIY endeavor. A friend gifted me a birthday present, the legendary Frostmourne, as a devoted Death Knight. Possessing the iconic weapon of the Lich King feels rather gratifying, despite its considerable weight. Speaking of which, I seem to lack a suitable place in my home to display such a piece, and my father, being indifferent to World of Warcraft, poses no threat of wielding it against me. My birthday is on March 28th. I anticipate a substantial update that day. Though not excessively so, perhaps a bold selfie-wielding Frostmourne. That night, what Ask truly communicated to Neville remains a secret known only to the two of them. For later, Ask cast a spell to ensure that no outsider could overhear their conversation. As he departed, Ask tossed Neville a peculiar diary, intended to assist him in addressing the first dilemma he had formally presented to Ask. It may sound convoluted, but that is the essence of it. Neville's query was, what should one do if forgetfulness becomes a constant companion? The answer lies in jotting down tasks before they slip from memory. The diary is extraordinary. It requires no pen. Merely opening it to a blank page and contemplating what one wishes to record will cause the words to materialize on the page. This is not an extraordinary phenomenon. Akin to Neville's so-called forgetfulness, he is not the first wizard to encounter such an issue, and solutions have long existed before him. Ask does not perceive it as an ailment, which is why he merely gifted Neville a diary rather than a bottle of medicine. At the entrance of the infirmary, Ask was unsurprised to find Hermione, who made no attempt to conceal herself. Instead, she boldly blocked the doorway. Curiosity piqued? Ask remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Hermione. What? She replied. Nothing, Ask responded, observing Hermione's feigned ignorance with a chuckle. I merely exchanged pleasantries with Neville, showing a bit of concern. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Neville. And, by the way, I did not employ the forgetfulness charm to erase that memory, as it was entirely unnecessary. Neville has likely forgotten it already. Hermione, rendered speechless, ran a hand through her hair. Ask then inquired, how well do you know Neville? Reasonably well, I suppose, she replied, her brow furrowing in uncertainty. I should be among the students with the closest rapport with him. Stealing a glance at Ask, Hermione muttered, one of them. Oh, Ask nodded, then adopted a serious demeanor. Indeed, it seems you remain entirely oblivious to him. What did you say? Hermione retorted, indignation rising in her voice. Is your hearing impaired? I just stated. There's no need to repeat yourself, Ask interjected bluntly. So, do you know the names of Neville's parents, their professions, where they reside? Who else lives in his household? And what experiences he endured in his childhood that shaped him into the timid individual he is today? Hermione froze. She found herself unable to answer any of these questions. However, anger surged within her, and she boldly responded to ask, "And what about you? Do you know his parents' names? Patients require rest, and this is the infirmary. Please maintain silence." At some point, Madame Pomfrey appeared at the entrance, her expression stern as she admonished them. As Ask shrugged nonchalantly and turned to leave, Hermione murmured an apology before hastily pursuing him. Once she caught up with Ask, she glanced around to ensure no one would abruptly interrupt them, only for Ask to speak first. "I know what you intend to say, I am fully aware. Yet I shall not divulge anything." If the concept of a fury meter could be materialized, Hermione would have wielded it to strike Ask squarely in the face. Nevertheless, it was evident to even the blind how irate she was at that moment. However, Ask remained unfazed by her anger, believing it had no bearing on him, or rather, he felt indifferent to any repercussions her ire might bring. "I anticipate your next words. You will express skepticism, questioning my knowledge, insinuating that I am merely fabricating lies." Ask tilted his head, grinning in a manner that was infuriatingly smug. "Do not deny it. You are acutely aware of the truth. Moreover, the matter between Neville and me is a secret solely for us. Do not entertain the notion of prying into it through Neville. It would be quite despicable and dishonorable to extract information from someone as naive as him." Ask paused momentarily, his smile unwavering. "For you do not regard him as an equal friend. You do not respect his wishes. Your desire for information stems solely from your competitive spirit and insatiable curiosity. What do you perceive me to be?" Hermione's voice was sharp and high-pitched, tinged with a hint of a quaver, as she felt utterly wronged. And she had every reason to feel so. Setting everything aside, at the door of the infirmary, Hermione had yet to utter a word before Ask led her by the nose into a bizarre circle, where he subjected her to his whims. Whether what Asker stated truly reflects Hermione's innermost thoughts remains a matter for discussion. However, one cannot deny that anyone subjected to such veiled sarcasm would likely feel a sense of injustice. "What do I mean to you?" Asker echoed Hermione's question, then shrugged nonchalantly, maintaining his irreverent demeanor. "I've always been rather unlikable. If I misspoke earlier, well, reason is reason. Why are you crying?" His words were flippant. Despite his demeanor, tears involuntarily streamed down Hermione's face, yet she defiantly retorted, "I will cry if I wish to." Upon uttering these words, she could no longer hold back, and her tears flowed freely like pearls scattered from a broken string. Ask rolled his eyes. At this moment, slipping away seemed the wisest choice, for Hermione would undoubtedly refrain from broadcasting the incident of her being brought to tears by him. It would pose no threat to his reputation, despite his dismissive attitude towards the matter. Should he leave or stay? It was infuriating. Moreover, this frustration had to be bottled up. He couldn't possibly unleash it upon the weeping girl before him. If only she were a boy, a good thrashing would suffice to remedy everything. Is there anything that cannot be resolved with a sound beating? If there is, then perhaps two would do. "Merlin, please transform this weeping wretch into a boy." Yet, Merlin offered no reply to Ask's plea. He was left to confront the chaos of his own making alone. Ask always possessed a unique prowess for resolving troubles, and this instance was no exception. He extracted his wand and a vial from his pocket, then with a gentle flourish of the wand, an unseen magic enveloped the tears that slipped from Hermione's chin. Droplet by droplet, they coalesced into a single, large tear that swayed in the air like a pearl. Hermione found herself bewildered by Ask's actions, her instinctive crying momentarily forgotten, resulting in a decrease in the flow of tears. Before she could comprehend Ask's intentions, his impatient voice urged her on. "Come on, continue crying, don't stop." As he encouraged Hermione to weep, Ask deftly maneuvered his wand, directing the tear pearl to float before him, carefully controlling it as it dripped into the empty vial. This task proved to be no trivial endeavor, as each droplet was evidently more challenging to manage than a water orb of the size of a Quidditch ball. Furthermore, he needed to verbally stimulate Hermione throughout the process, demanding an unusual division of focus. The outcome, however, seemed promising. At the very least, the once weeping girl had transformed back into a tempest of anger. The plan was successful. Yet, should the commotion persist, it might become problematic. "Please assist me," Ask stated with utmost seriousness, retracting the vial and wand. "If it's just me, progress will be far too slow. After all, I am not in the same year as Neville, and often I cannot attend to him adequately." "What?" Hermione exclaimed, her expression one of utter confusion, as the tears still clinging to her cheeks glimmered under the moonlight. "Aren't you curious about what Neville and I discussed?" Without waiting for her response, Ask interjected eagerly. "I told him that I would assist him in becoming a wizard as formidable as his parents, enabling him to make them proud." The information conveyed in Ask's words was overwhelmingly substantial, yet deliberately controlled, resulting in certain connections being obscured. This created an illusion for Hermione that, despite her lack of understanding, he appeared remarkably impressive. Fully aware that she could not afford to pause or grant Hermione the luxury of contemplation, Ask stepped forward, grasping her shoulders with both hands. His face drawing near to hers, evoking a sense of inappropriate intimacy, as though something exceedingly dramatic were about to transpire. The unconventional manner of his approach left Hermione utterly perplexed regarding Ask's intentions, yet the encroaching visage quickened her heartbeat, causing her to entirely forget her previous stance of opposition. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to collide with him, to create a dazzling spectacle, and to assert herself with a decisive knee thrust to demonstrate his folly. "What are you doing?" "Stop," Hermione exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice. Fortunately, Ask did not lean in any further. A mere 5 centimeters separated them. Their eyes locked, noses nearly brushing, such that even a simple sneeze from Ask could envelop Hermione's face. "Don't you wish to assist Neville?" Due to the proximity. Hermione's gaze was restricted to the area above Ask's nose and below his forehead, precisely where his eyes resided. She clearly observed the icy blue of his gaze, akin to a sapphire, and discerned the sincerity and seriousness within, as one would expect from a protagonist in a film, their eyes embodying unwavering virtue, in stark contrast to the sinister glint of antagonists. Drawing from her experiences, Hermione sought parallels in the cinematic portrayals she had witnessed that mirrored Ask's earnest expression. "Listen closely. Neville is a good boy, and good boys deserve sweets. Good deeds should be rewarded. Therefore, I have resolved to aid Neville. What about you? Do you not wish to help him?" "No, I do wish to help." "Then we share a common goal. This marks a splendid beginning. At least I need not fight alone." Releasing Hermione's shoulders, Ask fervently grasped her hands, refusing to let go. "Let bygones be bygones. We must look ahead. Especially now that we have a shared objective. There is no room for discord. Our energies should be devoted to assisting Neville, should they not?" "Perhaps," she replied, instinctively nodding. Hermione felt a slight dizziness wash over her, her thoughts growing sluggish. Ask's words, devoid of fallacy, resonated with a certain logic, and thus, she concluded that her acquiescence was not misplaced. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Ask's eyes. Ah, the vast and profound field of potion-making. It is hardly surprising that there exist concoctions capable of dulling one's reactions, clouding consciousness, or even inducing complete oblivion in a fleeting moment. As for the presence of such an elixir on Ask, let us not dwell on trivialities. For the subsequent events, one might refer to the various seasoned swindlers and their art of deception, coaxing their victims into relinquishing their wallets with ease. Or perhaps observe in a pyramid scheme den how minds are ensnared. In short, under Ask's gentle persuasion, the wayward Hermione finally cast aside her prejudices, sharing a smile with Ask that dissolved their past grievances, and together they joined the previously exclusive duo in aiding Neville to become a self-reliant, extraordinary wizard, making his parents proud as he ascended to the pinnacle of his life. As for how Hermione would later come to terms with this, well, that is a matter for another time. Overthinking can lead to a burdensome existence. Nonetheless, this is hardly a misfortune. Suddenly, Neville, soundly asleep on the infirmary bed, smiled, as it seemed he was immersed in a delightful dream. With over 2,700 words, this update comes early this year. Perhaps it is time to consider stockpiling drafts. A new week has begun. Recommendations, collections, and clicks are warmly welcomed. The second week swiftly drew to a close. Aside from Neville's broken arm and Harry's selection for the Quidditch team, there were no significant events. After all, tranquility is the prevailing theme. A normal school would not be rife with daily headlines, lest parents contemplate a change of institutions. Aspie had been somewhat more active than before. Recently, he could often be spotted in the common room, either dozing off with a book cradled in his arms or sleeping while clutching a book. This was rather vexatious behavior, as while he idled away his time, a considerable number of other students were diligently completing their assignments. In a sense, Aspie was a natural provocateur, adept at inciting disdain with the slightest of gestures, inadvertently attracting the ire of those around him. However, his presence in the common room was not merely for slumber. He lingered there for a reason. Neville, that timid lad, seemed to gain a semblance of confidence in Aspie's company. "Look, when I am here, doesn't he appear much better?" When Hermione chastised Aspie for his apparent inactivity beyond napping in the common room, he uttered a statement that left Hermione speechless, yet was undeniably true. Curiously, whenever Aspie was within Neville's line of sight, Neville's demeanor improved significantly. In contrast, when Aspie was absent, Neville reverted to being the awkward, Sluggish boy he once was, akin to Cinderella after midnight. The dilemma was that in Ask-by-S absence, Neville would inevitably return to his old self. Even if Ask-by-S assertion held merit, Hermione harbored her own perspective. One cannot be present for him at all times. Stroking his chin, Ask-by nodded contemplatively, acknowledging her point. Thus, one could appreciate Ask-by-S' candid demeanor. Hermione was poised to express her thoughts and suggestions when, rather unexpectedly, Ask-by extracted a small plaque from his pocket, followed by a photograph of none other than himself. "What are you up to?" Hermione inquired, though she required no answer, as the unfolding actions soon elucidated everything. Ask-by affixed his photograph to the palm-sized wooden plaque with glue, inscribing a phrase beneath it, "Ask-by is with you." Hermione found herself at a loss for words. Yet, Ask-by-S' task appeared far from complete. His pocket seemed an endless abyss, from which he produced a book that was conspicuously larger than the pocket itself. Measuring 2 feet in height and 1 foot in width, coated with a thick layer of dust. "What are you doing now?" she asked. Bemused by the repetition of her inquiry, Ask-by remained silent, as if he had memorized the book's contents. With precision, he flipped to the required page, revealing an expansive sheet devoid of text, adorned only with an intricate and convoluted pattern. A colossal circle filled with dense lines that, if one focused intently, could induce a sensation akin to motion sickness. Yet, should one divert their gaze, the contents within the circle appeared veiled by a layer of stained glass, rendering the design hazy and disordered. Merely gazing at it for less than 10 seconds, Hermione felt a wave of nausea wash over her, an overwhelming urge to retch. If you cannot bear to look, do not force yourself. In the past, others have met dire fates from gazing upon such things. Ask, with his gaze fixed downward, pushed the cup of water toward Hermione. His eyes appeared vacant, and his expression was as blank as a mask, unaffected by the bewildering image that would have overwhelmed an ordinary person within mere seconds. Startled by Ask's words, Hermione instinctively patted her chest in relief, only to realize that nothing amiss had occurred to her. It was then that she noticed Ask had been staring at the image for what seemed like a full minute. "Hey, are you trying to lose your life?" With a forceful shove, Hermione closed the book with a snap, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air, causing her to sneeze repeatedly. TSK, what a fuss over nothing. As Ask appeared disheveled, he seemed as though he had been buried in the earth for a century. Hermione fared slightly better, as she sat opposite Ask. When she closed her book, most of the dust settled upon him. "I just saved your life." Facing Hermione, who was in high spirits, Ask merely rolled his eyes, acutely aware that he must remain silent. Otherwise, the remainder of the day would be squandered in futile bickering. Engaging in such trivial disputes was the least appealing option. Why not engage in a polite endeavor instead? Fine, whatever you say." With a nonchalant response, Ask retrieved a carving knife from his pocket and began etching upon a small wooden plaque, guided by memory. It is essential to clarify that Ask did not possess an eidetic memory, although his recall was indeed superior to that of the average person. It was improbable that he could memorize such a complex design within the past minute and then carve it onto a palm-sized piece of wood. Hence, what transpired next was not, as many might assume, a display of bravado from Ask. To be honest, his carving appeared rather awkward, akin to the clumsy attempts of an unskilled artisan wielding a heavy hammer, striving to chisel the smile of the Mona Lisa from a diamond the size of a thumb. In essence, aside from Ask, it is unlikely that anyone else could decipher what he had inscribed. Seemingly exerting considerable effort, beads of sweat mingled with dust adorned Ask's forehead, presenting him as nothing more than a laborer, entirely unrecognizable as the audacious second-year student he truly was. Mission accomplished. Holding the wooden plaque aloft in triumph, Ask's demeanor was decidedly unimpressive. Hermione, perhaps under an illusion, thought she saw a flickering azure glow emanating from the plaque, yet upon closer inspection, there was nothing to behold. "Take this and give it to Neville later. I'm off for a shower." Casually tossing the plaque to Hermione, Ask dashed back to the boys' dormitory like a fleeting shadow. Instinctively receiving the plaque, Hermione felt its icy chill. In the sweltering heat, she experienced a refreshing coolness enveloping her, as if a gentle breeze had calmed her previously agitated spirit, sharpening her thoughts. Was this the effect of the plaque? The object lay quietly in Hermione's palm, crafted from an unknown wood. Its surface bore the marks of its creation, irregularly shaped, with a texture that was both rough and smooth, revealing a pattern of dark brown resin interspersed with pale wood. Pockmarked and uneven, the surface resembled aged timber. The front featured a photograph of Ask, a smiling boy giving a thumbs up as if in commendation. Above it was a small hole, and below, the phrase "Ask is with you." which struck Hermione as distinctly incongruous. The back appeared well finished, smooth as glass, inscribed with Ask's cryptic symbols, which Hermione's experience left her utterly unable to decipher. Casting a glance around, Hermione retrieved a sheet of paper to cover the back of the plaque, then gently rubbed a pencil across it, an elementary form of rubbing. She did not seek a perfect replica, a rough outline would suffice. After a brief endeavor, she secured the paper and proceeded to find Neville. The plaque was extraordinary. Though its workings remained a mystery, she sensed that carrying it would provide tranquility, relief from the heat, and enhance her clarity of thought. Truly a remarkable item. When handing the plaque to Neville, Hermione felt a twinge of envy. If she possessed such an object, studying would surely become effortless. Take good care of it. Don't lose it. She cautioned Neville repeatedly, aware of his forgetfulness. Losing this item would sting far more than misplacing 10 galleons. I'll hang it up. Perhaps around my neck. What do you think? Neville produced a small pendant resembling a miniature book, typically containing family photos. He removed the pendant, threaded the chain through the hole in the plaque, and then reattached it, carefully tucking it beneath his shirt. Looks good. Hermione nodded absently, her thoughts elsewhere. You can't be with him every moment. That's true. What will you do? Ask is with you. Almost simultaneously, as Ask was disrobing, he may have pulled too forcefully, inadvertently snapping the delicate chain around his neck. A small object fell from it, landing on the ground with a soft clink. As Ask abruptly halted the motion of undressing, he lowered his gaze to inspect the object, letting out a muffled grunt before nonchalantly kicking it beneath the bed. He then proceeded to hum a tune as he made his way to the bath. Beneath the bed, in the realm untouched by light, a small wooden plaque lay silently, motionless, akin to a tomb. The month of September was swiftly drawing to a close. As he flipped through the calendar hanging on the wall, Ask found himself compelled to acknowledge a truth. He was quite content with his life at Hogwarts. Perhaps it was mundane, perhaps it lacked excitement. Yet it provided a sense of tranquility, a sanctuary of sorts, which constituted the greatest happiness. With Halloween approaching at the end of October, followed by the Christmas holidays in nearly 2 months, Ask had ample opportunity to return to the old Grindelwald residence. The chance for the only 2 remaining members of the Grindelwald family to share a Christmas dinner was a rare one. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Ask's gaze penetrated the numbers on the calendar, his expression becoming somewhat dazed. What had he been doing around this time last year? Certainly nothing commendable. Life at Durmstrang was invariably intertwined with dueling, treachery, and intrigue. Adapting to the local customs, Ask merely engaged in these pursuits with greater flair. I find solace here. As Ask approached the mirror, he spoke to his reflection before pushing open the door and exiting the dormitory. Today was Sunday, and it was a rare day of splendid weather, especially after a week of incessant rain. With no classes to attend, a leisurely stroll and a breath of fresh air felt utterly delightful. You're late again. In the common room, Hermione, who seemed to have been waiting for quite some time, complained as soon as she spotted Ask. However, compared to her initial disdain, her annoyance towards him appeared to have lessened considerably, or perhaps she had simply grown accustomed to some of his less favorable habits. Late? We have no classes today. Why rise so early? Accepting breakfast from Neville, Ask yawned and patted Neville's shoulder sympathetically, asking, She didn't barge into the boys' dormitory again and drag you out of bed, did she? Neville seemed to be in good spirits, displaying a lively energy, and merely chuckled. Shaking his head, his gaze noticeably more animated than before. Glancing at Hermione's expression, Ask stretched lazily before inquiring, Where shall we go today? Never mind, you two decide. I shall comply with the group's arrangements. The so-called group referred to the trio that aimed to assist Neville in becoming an exceptional wizard, making his parents proud as he ascended the heights of life. Though there were only 3 members, their efforts had proven quite effective. Initially, Ask had merely used this as a ruse to tease Hermione, yet she took it seriously, devising plans and overseeing their execution. To the point that Ask himself was uncertain whether it was Hermione or he who had been deceived. The library. Hermione interjected eagerly. I need you both to help me look up some information. Neville nodded, indifferent to the destination, as long as he was with these 2. What kind of information requires 3 of us together? Ask yawned again, gesturing towards the splendid weather outside. Such a beautiful day. It seems a waste to be cooped up in the library. It's very important. Hermione glanced around before lowering her voice. It concerns the restricted area in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Ask's eyes widened momentarily as he ran his fingers through his hair, implying, I thought you were a diligent student, but I must say, how surprising. Hermione, feeling indignant, countered, Aren't you even the slightest bit curious about what lies there? Ask nodded. acknowledging his curiosity. However, he inquired, "Why had you remained silent until now?" Before the other could respond, a thought seemed to cross his mind, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. "I see," he remarked. "It appears that someone has recently visited that place, yet something feels amiss." "What feels amiss?" he prompted as they continued walking. As Ask raised his leg to stride forward, he addressed the approaching Hermione, saying, "Previously, I did not pay much attention to this matter. But now that you mention it, I realize something is amiss. That explains why there has been no news regarding the Forbidden Forest until now. A month has passed since the commencement of the school year, and it has also been a month since Dumbledore mentioned the Forbidden Forest. Surely, in this time, there must have been curious and daring students venturing towards it. Regardless of whether they actually entered, there should have been some rumors circulating, unless no one dared to attempt it at all. It is understandable that students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, who are not known for their rambunctiousness, would refrain from such endeavors. However, how could Gryffindor, the house renowned for gathering the most audacious and spirited students in the entire castle, have had no one even attempt to explore? The notion that those who wish to avoid peril should stay away is hardly a deterrent for the brave little lions. What a jest! If they were genuinely intimidated, they would no longer be lions but mere mice. Who informed you about the Forbidden Forest? Ask inquired. Harry and Ron. Hermione replied, naming individuals that elicited no surprise from Ask. However, their timing did astonish him. They had entered on the night Neville broke his arm. Previously, Malfoy had arranged a midnight duel with them, but then informed Filch, intending to ensnare them, which inadvertently led them through that door. At this juncture, Hermione paused, inhaling deeply, and spoke with an inexplicable tone. Behind that door lurks a three-headed giant dog. A three-headed dog? Ask's reaction appeared remarkably indifferent, as if it were merely an ordinary matter, which left Hermione somewhat disheartened, for she had been quite startled upon first learning of it. You should thank me, had it not been for my intervention. The three of us would have been thoroughly terrified by the three-headed dog that day. Ask suddenly remarked to Hermione. Why should I thank you? Hermione retorted. During dinner that night. Don't forget I was also nearby. Ask replied. Regarding the duel, I heard it as well. And I even overheard your conversation with Harry and the others. Had it not been for my presence that evening, you would undoubtedly have attempted to prevent them, only to inadvertently find yourself ensnared in the Forbidden Forest. Why didn't I stop them then? Hermione questioned. How would you have halted them? With your fist or a spell? Ask scoffed. What spell do you possess that could contend with theirs? I mean, back then, merely 10 days into the school term. What spells had you even learned? Hermione fell silent, but Ask's words resonated deeply within her. She resolved to master a spell capable of genuinely restraining those who would break the rules. If you're suggesting researching the three-headed dog, I believe that is unnecessary. Ask suddenly halted, then rummaged through his pocket for a considerable time before producing a nondescript leather-bound book, which he tossed to Hermione. The contents within should suffice, moreover. A three-headed dog does not elucidate much. Instead of delving into these documents, I believe it would be more prudent to approach the matter from an alternative angle. Upon receiving the book, Hermione inquired, from which angle should we begin? Food, he replied. As Ask smiled and opened the food box, he took a bite of the sandwich. A creature as formidable as a three-headed dog could not possibly go without sustenance, and its appetite must be considerable. This raises a question. From where does its food originate? Like us, house elves could provide it, Hermione suggested. You overestimate house elves, Ask retorted. Setting aside whether they would dare undertake such a perilous task, if you were Professor Dumbledore, would you risk the lives of house elves to feed a three-headed dog? Ask inquired. It was evident that Professor Dumbledore intended to keep the existence of the beast discreet. Thus, the most prudent solution would be for him or someone he designated to be responsible for its nourishment. Who, in your opinion, at Hogwarts would be most likely to fulfill this role? Hermione instinctively named a person, Professor Kettleburn. Sylvanus Kettleburn, the professor of care of magical creatures at Hogwarts, had reportedly taught there for over 60 years. He had lost an arm and a leg, largely due to his fascination with increasingly dangerous creatures, though he possessed a somewhat reckless and eccentric temperament. If we align the known clues, it seems that Professor Kettleburn indeed emerges as the prime suspect. However, another question arises. How do we ascertain this matter? Do you know where Professor Kettleburn's office is? Hermione asked Ask, who shook his head slightly and countered. Can you think of no one but Professor Kettleburn? Who else could it possibly be? Guess for yourself. Let me provide a few clues first. Ask shook his head, stating. First, this individual must be someone whom Professor Dumbledore trusts implicitly. Second, They must possess sufficient expertise to handle a three-headed dog. Finally, they must be sufficiently discreet, not drawing attention to themselves, certainly not someone like you, who would be the first to think of them. Hermione furrowed her brow, sensing that Ask had no intention of revealing the answer, while Neville appeared completely indifferent. Who could be the caretaker of the three-headed dog? Squinting slightly, Ask discovered that he was feeling a surge of excitement, an emotion he did not resist, but rather embraced. How delightful. Ah. I did not update yesterday due to fatigue and sleep. I did not formally request a leave of absence because I learned from a friend that previously submitted leave requests must be deleted within 3 days of posting to be considered valid. Otherwise, they cannot be removed. How absurd it is that the post-update situation is worse than before. Similarly, I could not delete the earlier volumes that I had not cleaned up properly. I could only fill them with new updates later. Moreover, the homepage's extensive word count fails to refresh automatically, leaving me at a loss for words. I am weary. Let us move on to the main text. I kindly asked for recommendations and collections, and I have established a personal forum titled The Advance of the Seeds. If you are interested, feel free to take a look. There is nothing there yet, but I will be adding content, such as the plots I have abandoned and what I wish to write. You may go there to officially urge me to continue. Ask did not disclose to Hermione the identity of the individual responsible for the three-headed dog, for he deemed it utterly pointless. Unless extraordinary measures were employed, no one could guarantee that an answer would be extracted from him. Truth Serum is a remarkable tool, as is the soul-stealing curse, both of which Ask possessed, yet he could not utilize them. He resolved to abandon the matter. Recognizing it as a fruitless endeavor unworthy of his consideration, it sufficed merely to observe the unfolding spectacle from the sidelines. After spending most of the day contemplating the issue, Ask concluded that Hermione had no reason to invest her thoughts in it, as it would yield no results. The situation was evidently directed at certain individuals. Others could either remain passively observing or be entirely ousted, deprived of even the chance to spectate. Nonetheless, Ask was aware that Hermione would not relinquish her pursuit easily, and her reaction confirmed this. No. In this world, there exist no two identical leaves, nor two entirely alike individuals, yet similarities invariably persist among people. While Ask acknowledged that he, too, would not surrender were he in Hermione's position, he found her refusal to heed sound advice exasperating, for, based on his experiences, such obstinacy would inevitably lead to hardship. You overestimate yourself and underestimate our headmaster and many others. I personally advise you to seek out books such as The Wizarding Who's Who in the library. Reading more is never detrimental. Thank you for your suggestion, Hermione responded, her tone laced with sarcasm. Ask, observing Hermione's expression that suggested she would gladly inflict pain upon herself, felt a twinge of exasperation. Honestly, he was genuinely acting out of goodwill. Had it been anyone else, he would have instigated and fanned the flames, eagerly awaiting the ensuing drama. Women are troublesome, he thought, shaking his head. He decided not to concern himself with Hermione's course of action, trusting that Dumbledore would ensure the safety of the students. Casting a glance at Neville, who was dutifully completing his assignments, Ask closed his book, stood up, and departed the library without a word. If Neville had indeed improved compared to before, he would know what to do, perhaps alert Ask at the appropriate moment or intervene with Hermione. With that in mind, Ask resolved to confirm the thoughts of the individual in question. Outside, the sun was setting, yet it had not yet reached the horizon. As if anticipating Ask's arrival, Dumbledore exhibited no surprise, greeting Ask with his customary warmth and inviting him to sit down. He then produced an array of candies that most would never dare to touch. And yet again, the dialogue between the headmaster and his student commenced. I shall not indulge in superfluous chatter. I have but one question to pose. Ask did not even glance at the candy on the table. The sight of the cockroach pile indeed posed a formidable challenge to one's courage. Yet that was not the reason he refrained from touching it. He simply wished to avoid squandering his time, as he aptly stated. How confident are you? Dumbledore's wise and profound gaze lingered upon Ask, his body leaning slightly forward as he cheerfully remarked. I had anticipated that you would come to me only after personally attempting it. It seems you are far more astute than I had imagined. Astute? Ask tugged at the corner of his mouth with his hand, revealing a rather awkward smile. He then leaned forward, placing both hands on the table, fingers interlaced before his chin, and remarked, Muggles have an intelligence test. The last time I took it, I scored 15 out of 100. With 60 being classified as below average, 75 as normal, and 90 as excellent. With my score, which is even lower than that of a Muggle simpleton. You actually consider me intelligent? In response to Ask's derision, Dumbledore shrugged nonchalantly, still wearing a cheerful smile. If you wish to debate your intelligence, I wouldn't mind spending a few hours discussing it with you, provided you don't mind missing dinner today. Humph, you old fox. As Ask raised his middle finger towards Dumbledore, he impatiently tapped on the table, urging, please, reveal your answer swiftly, as I wish to dine. Such a request seemed rather unjust. Must the illustrious Dumbledore truly quibble over such trivial matters? With a sardonic smile, Ask huffed and nodded. Very well, let us be forthright. What do you propose? In light of Ask's concession, Dumbledore appeared more at ease. He plucked a cockroach and, while chewing, remarked, to ensure fairness, you may pose one question to me. But you must also answer one of mine. Ah. Ask's eyes darted thoughtfully before he nodded. Then who shall commence? You may go first, Dumbledore replied. Regarding your previous inquiry, my certainty is bang. As Ask struck the table forcefully, he gazed at Dumbledore's suddenly pale visage, chuckling softly as he shook his finger. What I wish to inquire about is not that question. I shall pose a different one. This is not in accordance with the rules. Rules? What regulation dictates that I must ask the question you wish to answer? With a triumphant smirk born of conspiracy, Ask spread his hands and declared, listen closely. My query pertains to what lay at the final destination of that door, which even he was drawn to. Dumbledore hesitated, seemingly troubled by the question for a moment. Before he turned his gaze to Ask and replied, I can reveal this to you, but you must swear an unbreakable oath. That object is of utmost significance. I shall first impart the incantation. I have long since mastered that, Ask retorted, producing his wand. He then appeared to recall something, glancing around, yet finding nothing, he continued. The unbreakable oath, if I remember correctly, requires 3 individuals. Where's the witness? I shall take you to meet him. Due to certain circumstances, he cannot leave, Dumbledore responded. This answer left Ask notably perplexed. He had anticipated that Dumbledore would select a professor as a witness. The implication of the object's importance seemed to exceed Ask's previous assumptions. When shall we go? No? I still need to have dinner. Perhaps another day. I am not in a rush. With that, Ask rose, preparing to depart. That object is, Dumbledore suddenly uttered a word, causing Ask to freeze in place. After a lengthy pause, he turned. A grimace on his face that was more sorrowful than tears. Headmaster, could you cast a forgetting charm on me, as if I had never been here today? Upon uttering that word, Dumbledore appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, though his vitality seemed diminished, as if the word had drained him. Hearing Ask's request, Dumbledore smiled faintly, shaking his head. No, I have already broken the enchantment, one far more potent than the unbreakable oath. The bond between him and me has been severed. The backlash, though he will bear it all, does not require my endurance. He lifted his gaze to Ask, his expression one of relief. This spell can no longer be maintained between us. It requires a different person. Dumbledore did not finish his sentence, yet Ask comprehended the challenge that lay ahead. With a grimace that mirrored his previous one, he nodded in resignation, turning away in a daze, like a soulless being, preparing to leave. Do not depart just yet. Dumbledore, slumped in his chair, spoke up. I have answered your question. Now it is your turn. Tell me, where is Answer Shafik? Life can be as lonely as falling snow. It has been some time since the conclusion of the first year at Hogwarts, and it is somewhat amusing that Ask, who always believed he was accustomed to solitude, began to feel loneliness within a mere week. Typically, loneliness stems from boredom, suggesting that one is indeed quite idle, prompting contemplation on the nature of solitude. Leaning against his bed, wrapped in a blanket, Ask had a popular book titled Traveling with Vampires resting on his knees. The esteemed author of this work was a renowned international figure, a recipient of the third-class medal from the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts Alliance, and a 5-time winner of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. In short, the author's reputation was formidable, and the writing was quite commendable. Ask was swiftly becoming one of his admirers. Vampires are averse to garlic. As Ask inhaled deeply, the lingering scent of garlic from Chilos still clung to him, haunting his senses. Although this was evidently a mere figment of Ask's imagination, the mere thought of Chilos stirred a certain discomfort within him. It was neither anger nor disgust, but rather a complex tapestry of emotions interwoven with a touch of compassion, a hint of disdain, and a whisper of confusion. To articulate it more precisely, it could be summed up as lamenting his misfortunes while resenting his lack of ambition. Ask felt that if he were in Chilo's position, Hogwarts would likely be reduced to ruins, a scene of devastation and loss. Having already resolved to become a villain who would be reviled for 1,000 years, why not do so with greater fervor and completeness? As Ask murmured to himself, he acknowledged the reasons behind Chilo's actions, yet, to him, Chilo's endeavors seemed utterly devoid of purpose. In the corner of the room lay a substantial pile of newspapers, accumulated over the past fortnight. Ask had procured these numerous editions, each chronicling various individuals and events, yet conspicuously absent were any mentions of Chilo or the incident that transpired at Hogwarts. Achieving prominence and recognition still seemed a distant goal. Closing the book and retreating beneath the blanket, Ask irresponsibly speculated on whether Chilo, upon realizing he had passed away in such obscurity, would have reacted excessively. After much contemplation, considering the adorably naive nature of the Hufflepuffs, he surmised that Chilo would likely have penned a few additional complaints in his diary, perhaps even venting his frustrations in a secluded corner with a few shouts. In the tale's conclusion, he found a moment of bravado. Preparing to toss Harry into the giant's excrement for a cleansing bath, had Voldemort not intervened, it would have surely been a spectacle worth witnessing. Such a pity. Adjusting his glasses, Ask suddenly realized he had not removed them, having been oblivious to their presence for so long. Theoretically, sleeping with glasses on should be uncomfortable. Yet he felt none of that discomfort. One might say these glasses were indeed befitting of Nicol Lamasius. Oh, how drowsy he felt, succumbing to slumber once more. The thick curtains obstructed the encroaching sunlight, and with the lights extinguished, the room was enveloped in darkness. While it was not completely devoid of visibility, the faint glimmer of dawn, compared to the pure blackness, was far more conducive to slumber, accompanied by the soothing sound of raindrops. This was perhaps the most ideal environment for sleep. Stretching languidly, his body reaching its limits before curling back into itself, Ask shifted positions, sinking into a blissful slumber. Utterly content. Merlin bless, may this dream be a nightmare. Ask let out a soft grunt, now eagerly anticipating that nightmare. One of the most delightful experiences in life is when, while others say good morning, you find yourself saying good night, don't you think? Time can sometimes pass swiftly. For instance, when Ask awoke, it was already the stroke of midnight on the following day. Had it not been for his empty stomach announcing its rebellion, he might have continued to slumber, for indeed, it was an idyllic environment for sleep. According to international conventions, the longer one sleeps, the more time is required to fully awaken thereafter. This is precisely why the Sleeping Beauty was ensnared by that feeble prince. Had she been in a state of wakefulness, she would likely have been entangled with the Dark Lord long ago. As it was already midnight outside, the room was now engulfed in impenetrable darkness. After fumbling about at his bedside for what felt like an eternity, Ask finally managed to locate the switch, but upon pressing it, there was no response. The light had not arrived as expected. It was late. Oh dear, what now? Ask's mouth still dripped with drool. His hair was an untamed mess, and his eyes were devoid of focus, giving him an adorably dazed appearance. He stroked his chin and pressed the button several more times, yet there was still no response. Sitting on the bed, one hand resting on the button, he bore a look of someone who had not slept well. Ask maintained this posture for a full 5 minutes. When his arm began to feel a bit sore, he suddenly remembered a certain spell known as luminosity. Ah, I almost forgot that I am a wizard of luminescence. With light, everything becomes manageable. However, watching his fingers transform into a flashlight made Ask feel somewhat peculiar, as if his fingers had supplanted the role of a wand. His preferred finger for casting was the middle one, which aligned with his customary demeanor. He pondered whether he should try using other fingers, as perhaps he could cast spells with all 10 fingers simultaneously. What a formidable thought. Imagine unleashing 10 simultaneous Avada Kedavras. Wouldn't that be terrifying? Suddenly reminded of a rather lascivious donkey from a QQ Emoticon, Ask acted on impulse, a commendable habit of his. He maintained the luminosity with his middle finger while his index finger attempted to conjure a cleaning charm. Alas, it proved ineffective. The luminosity flickered out, plunging the room back into darkness, yet a spark of excitement flickered in Ask's eyes. His glasses faithfully magnified that glimmer, creating an effect rivaling that of luminosity itself. Ask was momentarily taken aback, then he adjusted his glasses, striving to make them glint with brilliance once more. After a few seconds, he succeeded. The fluorescent shimmer flickered briefly, yet undeniably manifested. Oh, so these spectacles possessed such a formidable capability? Ask, who found himself somewhat speechless, as if he could already envision the scene where, upon the flicker of brilliance in his eyes, the person standing opposite him would clutch their eyes and exclaim that his enchanted spectacles had dazzled them. Rubbing his chin, Askew pondered the necessity of delving deeper into the capabilities of these glasses to ascertain whether they possessed any other extraordinary functions. However, all of this could be addressed in due time. There was a pressing matter that required his immediate attention, an exceedingly significant task. Azkaban, Asker murmured to himself. The room once again flickered with phosphorescence, only to be enveloped in darkness thereafter. Azkaban, notorious as it is, surpasses even Nurmengard in its infamy. Its ancient history aside, the mere mention of its jailers, the Dementors, sends shivers down one's spine. The winds howl ominously, and the waves crash violently. This stretch of the North Sea is far more sinister than any other. To enter these waters is akin to stepping into the realm of the dead, where the faint echoes of tormented souls can be discerned. The towering waves, akin to the wrath of titanic giants, exhibit a merciless ferocity, tossing the frail vessel high into the air before letting it plummet heavily back into the depths below. The incessant creaking of the wooden craft raises grave doubts about its structural integrity. Truly, the weather is dreadfully unforgiving. As Ask wiped the seawater from his face, he expressed his displeasure. Although the outside world basked in the warmth of summer, Azkaban was devoid of seasonal changes. The icy seawater chilled him to the bone. Invigorating yet unpleasant, much like the wretched weather that plagued this place. Ha ha! A boisterous and hearty laughter drowned out the roar of the waves, as a powerful hand came down heavily upon Ask's head, ruffling his hair with vigor. The boat's owner, Captain Diaz, a robust figure adorned with a thick coat of body hair, resembled a gorilla in stature, and he laughed heartily at Ask's sour expression. With a casual motion, he struck a cracked seam on the boat with great force, forcibly realigning the loosened planks to their original position. "Oh, for heaven's sake! How on earth are you not dead yet, you wretched fool?" Ask could not help but cry out, yet his voice was swiftly engulfed by the crashing waves, a colossal surge inundating his mouth with a mouthful of brackish seawater. Witnessing this spectacle, Diaz continued to express his delight with his characteristic hearty laughter. Deftly retrieving a raincoat from a nearby chest, he raised a finger at Ask, a playful gesture, not the middle one. "Ha ha ha, I'm tough as nails. It's not my time to perish yet. Even a Demena cannot claim me." As Ask donned the raincoat with agility, he pulled down the hood, momentarily distancing himself from the encroaching seawater. Observing Diaz's still-raised finger, he instinctively reached into his pocket. The chill of several coins revealed that his financial situation was far from favorable. 1 gallon? Diaz bellowed with laughter, stretching out his hand as if to pat Ask on the head, but Ask nimbly sidestepped, evading his grasp. "I appreciate your sense of humor." Diaz retracted his hand, declaring, 10 gallons. No negotiations. Ask cursed without a moment's hesitation. "Damn it, why don't you go rob instead? That is an illegal act. I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly engage in such activities?" Diaz laughed shamelessly, saying, "With money, anything is negotiable. Without it, well, you hardly seem like someone